Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
The room Naruto finally planted himself in was on one of the upper levels of the tower. It looked like it had once served as some sort of office dormitory hybrid with a desk on one side and 4 tightly spaced beds on the other. He practically flung himself onto the nearest bed, kicking up a cloud of dust from the scarcely used sheets and blanket, and covered his face with his hands. What had happened? That was the question, as were, what had changed? And, why wasn't Orochimaru where he was supposed to be? Was it the mining town mission? Could those missing nin have somehow run into someone later that would have steered Orochimaru towards the grass nin he had originally replaced? That seemed incredibly unlikely, at best. For one thing, Kogen wasn't anywhere close to Otogakure, so the chances of them just happening to end up meeting someone who could intentionally or unintentionally cause Orochimaru to change what he was supposed to do were incredibly small. For another, how much of a coincidence would it have been that he would randomly run into a group of people who could have such an important impact on a person they, presumably, didn't know? No, there was something else he was missing. He just had no idea what it could be. This sort of thing was happening far too frequently for Naruto's liking. First there was Sasuke's refusal to offer food to Sakura after she was tied to the post during Kakashi's bell test, then Team 8 received the mission to the Wave Country instead of Team 7, and then just today there was Sasuke's lack of a Sharingan, followed by getting seated next to the person he thought was Orochimaru, and Sakura's attempt to quit during the first test, Orochimaru not being in the right body, Kakashi showing up to greet them instead of Iruka or some other chunin. He couldn't perfectly remember everything that had happened to him as a kid, of course, but a great many of the parts he did remember, if only dimly, were changing for reasons he couldn't fathom. It was like this wasn't his timeline at all, but some sort of alternate reality where some things were just slightly different. That thought, brought up almost as a joke, gave him pause. Could it be? Everything was so close that he'd just assumed he was in his past, but what if that wasn't the case at all? What if this was just a past that happened to be very similar to his own? That might actually explain some of the weird little changes that he'd run into since waking up in this. Whatever it was, he'd long since given up the idea that this was genjutsu, but that didn't mean that he was necessarily exactly right in his assumption of what was going on around him. The idea also opened up a whole host of uncomfortable questions he'd rather not have to deal with. Was Orochimaru a bad guy in this reality? Did Sasuke even have the ability to unlock his Sharingan? He'd now been beaten twice in a single day by members of Team 9, was he going to be weaker than the Sasuke Naruto remembered from his original childhood? Was Sasuke even in danger of leaving the village in the first place? Was Kabuto really aspired? Did he approach the rookie genin just to be nice to a bunch of little kids the way he said he had? Would Danzo try to overthrow Tsunade? Would Tsunade even make a good Hokage? Would it be possible for her and Jiraiya to be evil while Orochimaru was one of the good guys? The list went on, but there were no answers to any of them. The longer he thought about this new and terrifying possibility, the more his stomach twisted in painful knots. He longed to go and find a bathroom so he could empty his stomach of the remains of his meager breakfast that were currently gurgling within it. Technically, given how long he'd gone without a proper meal and the exertion of using so much chakra during the series of near disasters in the forest, he knew he should go and eat rather than throw up, but at the moment adding food to the volatile mixture in his gut sounded like one of the worst ideas ever. A soft knock on the door pulled him away from his confusing thoughts and back into the here and now. Kakashi stepped through the door, fixed the blonde with a piercing gaze, and then stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Naruto, I think we need to have a talk. Naruto groaned and sat up. This day just kept getting better and better. Sasuke and Sakura sat across from each other in silence as they ate a simple meal at the small table that had been set up in the makeshift dining room. Sasuke had no idea why Sakura was so quiet, but he found himself strangely longing for her to say something so he could stop thinking about the subject that his mind seemed unwilling to let go of. Why was he so weak? First, that bushy-browed Rock Lee had beaten him handily, almost breaking his arm in the process. Then Lee's teammate, Hyuga Neji, had also been able to defeat him fairly quickly. To make matters worse, if Naruto, of all people, hadn't stepped in both times, those fights could have gone even worse for him. Sasuke had been forced to accept the fact that Naruto was a pretty good ninja. His progress since they became Team 7 was practically miraculous, making Sasuke wonder if perhaps the teachers at the academy weren't actually responsible for Naruto's early struggles, and he'd proven on a number of occasions that he was growing more and more skilled as time went on. Sasuke had even accepted that he might occasionally need Naruto's help and that training with Naruto and Sakura was more beneficial and more fun than training alone. What he couldn't accept was Naruto having to step in and save him time and time again. He was an Uchiha, wasn't he? A genius, if the comments by his teachers and the villagers were anything to go by. So why was he so weak? What was holding him back? One thing was certain, Itachi would never have been beaten like that, let alone have had it happen twice in one day. If you want to kill me, hate me, curse me, live a long and unsightly life, run away, and cling to your pitiful life. And someday, when you have the same eyes as me, come before me. Sasuke swallowed hard. He actually hadn't thought of those words since. Not since the mining town mission. Not since he had decided that Sakura and Naruto were his friends and began to really enjoy their company. He'd thought about Itachi, about getting stronger and getting revenge, but not those words. Now, as he wallowed in his weakness, they came rushing back to him, as did the rest of that night. It would be worthless to kill someone like you, my foolish brother. Yes, worthless. It would have been worthless to kill someone so weak. Itachi couldn't test himself against someone like Sasuke, someone who was too weak to give him any satisfaction. Someone who didn't have the Sharingan. Sasuke lifted his eyes from his plate and watched Sakura as she tucked a stray strand of pink hair behind her ear and continued stirring her rice with her chopsticks. Could he kill her to gain the power necessary for his revenge? His stomach tightened at the image of himself wrapped in shadows and standing over her and Naruto as their dark blood slowly spread across the floor. The picture in his mind looked almost exactly the same as the image of his brother standing over their parents that night. He looked back down at his own food and suddenly felt a little sick. He was an Avenger. He would do anything to kill Itachi and avenge his clan. Anything. But maybe not that. Sakura's foot brushed against his, waking him from his dark thoughts as his head snapped up. "Are you okay?" she asked with a gentle smile. "You look sad." He scowled to hide his discomfort and shrugged. "What's to be sad about?" Sakura's smile grew a little larger and her head bobbed in understanding. "I'm surprised Naruto's not down here," she said, mercifully changing the subject. "He's always so hungry and I don't think he's eaten anything since breakfast." Sasuke wasn't sure if Sakura changed the subject because she'd seen that he didn't want to talk about what was upsetting him or simply because she accepted his answer, but he knew the Sakura of the past wouldn't have just let it go and he was glad that she'd grown since graduation. During his time in the academy, she, and the rest of the group Naruto had referred to as Uchihatards, had annoyed him, but now he found it strangely nice to spend time with her. She still sometimes pushed for him to tell her things that he didn't necessarily want to, but she also seemed to know to let a subject drop when he really didn't want to talk about it. He never would have imagined back at the academy that she would become the sort of person that he could call one of his best friends, but he was glad that she had. He glanced around the nearly empty room, noting the positions of the Chunin who looked bored, and then returned his attention to Sakura. "I'm sure he'll show up sooner or later. He probably got lost. Like he did when he went to the bathroom." The way she'd said it made it sound like she was insinuating something. "What do you mean by that?" Sakura shrugged and looked off to the side. "Nothing, I guess. It's just weird the things that happen to him, you know. He fights the leader of some group of missing nins and comes away without a scratch. Then today he goes to the bathroom and shows up over a half hour later with a scroll and hardly a mark on him. Plus," she paused and considered her words carefully, "he's been acting strange today. He hasn't really been himself since Sensei entered us in the exam." Sasuke frowned. It was true that Naruto had looked like he was carrying an unexplained weight for most of the day, certainly while they were in the woods it was evident. He was distracted and worried about something all the way up until he came back from the bathroom and then he was exhausted and scared. Strange as it seemed, scared was probably the best way to describe Naruto after he'd returned from his bathroom break. Scared and confused. All those clones probably took a lot out of him, Sasuke pointed out, well aware of the fact that he was making excuses for his friend and that he didn't believe a single word coming out of his own mouth. "But you're right, he's been different today. I don't think it's anything to worry about, though. He'll be the same Dobi as ever by tomorrow." Sakura nodded somewhat reluctantly. "Maybe," she conceded, and then a knowing smile spread across her lips. "Maybe it has something to do with." She was cut off by the sound of a door being slammed. The two genin looked up to see a red-haired boy with a large calabash gourd strapped to his back. The boy's cold green eyes that were surrounded by dark marks making Sakura wonder if he was exceptionally tired or really into eye shadow locked onto the two members of Team 7 as he stalked towards them like a hungry predator. "I've been looking for you too," he told them in a quiet, threatening voice. "Where's the blonde boy?" Sakura glanced at Sasuke, but the Uchiha's eyes were fixed on the Suna genin. "Who wants to know?" Sasuke asked as he leaned back in his chair and sized the boy up. "You don't know me. The boy asked, looking slightly surprised. Should I? The two glared at each other for a moment and then the Tsunagenin nodded slowly as if realizing something. It was just him, you two weren't even there. Weren't where? Sakura asked. The boy glanced at her just long enough to dismiss her existence as he turned back to Sasuke. Tell the blonde that Gaara of the desert is looking for him. And that when we meet, I intend to kill him. Sasuke rose to his feet and looked Gaara right in the eyes. The two of them were almost the exact same height, neither slouched, turned his head, or gave any sign of bowing before the other. You'll hurt him over my dead body, Sasuke told him firmly. He might be annoying sometimes, but he's my friend and the only person that's allowed to hurt him is Sakura. Sakura made a sound of annoyance at the insinuation that she was violent with their blonde friend. She hadn't hit him in over a week. If you didn't count pulling him off of a fence and leaving him at the mercy of a pack of 9-year-olds, or trying to hit him when he was being stupid just before Kakashi gave them their Chunin exam applications, or when she'd considered kicking him out of the tree. Gaara continued to stare at Sasuke until one of the Chunin cleared his throat to let the boys know that they were being watched and that any fight would be stopped instantly. A small, eerie smile appeared on the redhead's face. What's your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. I'll be happy to kill you first so that I can step over your dead body and kill your friend, Gaara said and then turned and walked out of the room. Sasuke continued to stare after him until the door closed and he glanced down at Sakura's worried face and returned to his seat. Once again neither of them spoke for a long time, then Sakura whispered, do you ever feel like you've missed some important piece of information about Naruto? Sasuke couldn't help but smile, though there was a certain grimness to it. All the time. What can I help you with, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked with a false smile. I would have thought that you'd already know that, Kakashi replied as he leaned against the dusty desk and fixed his lone, visible eye on his student. Sorry, sensei, I'm not much of a mind reader. I never thought that you were, though that's not a bad theory either, I just assumed you would have seen this conversation coming. Naruto frowned and cocked an eyebrow as he gave Kakashi a funny look. Sensei, are you drunk? He asked in almost a whisper. Kakashi chuckled and shook his head. Enough games, Naruto. Tell me how you're doing it. Doing what? Kakashi held up his hand and began ticking things off on his fingers. You knew the answer to the belt test even though no one else has ever passed it or even figured it out. You know taijutsu and ninjutsu that you shouldn't. You were able to defeat a ninja way above your level without significant injury, and yes, I know you're going to claim extenuating circumstances on that one, but I don't buy it. And, amongst other things, you gave yourself away when you didn't even bother signing your name on the paper test this morning. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. Stupid, smart Kakashi-sensei. I think, Kakashi said as he pushed away from the table and crossed the room so that he was standing over Naruto, that you knew about my test and Ibiki-san's because you knew what was coming. I think that either you or someone you know can see into the future. Naruto's eyes widened and for a second he just stared at Kakashi, then he let his head fall back and laughed. Kakashi didn't interrupt him or act embarrassed at how comical his genin apparently found his theory, he simply waited patiently for Naruto to respond. Finally, Naruto's head returned to its natural position as he wiped tears from his eyes. Kakashi-sensei, you're a lot funnier than I ever gave you credit for. You're saying I'm wrong. Of course, Naruto said, still chuckling, I think seeing the future is probably impossible. Then how did you know all of those things when there was no way you could have? Naruto took a deep breath and looked the Junin in the eye. He had planned on telling Kakashi around this time anyway, though he'd hoped to get all the way through the Chunin exam or at least to have killed Orochimaru first. With things this messed up, perhaps it would be a good idea to bring someone in on the secret. He had no idea where Orochimaru could be and had no business asking about. Kakashi, on the other hand, could go through more official channels and get the information Naruto needed to keep everyone safe. He took another deep breath and ignored the irritable sick feeling that was gripping his stomach. One more breath and then he took the plunge. Kakashi-sensei, I can't see the future, he whispered. I'm from the future. Kakashi rocked back on his heels. His most unpredictable student had done it again. He'd expected the playing dumb, he'd expected the laughter, and he'd expected an eventual denial. He had not, however, expected Naruto to counter the slightly insane theory with an even more outlandish claim. Say that again, he said, wondering if perhaps his ears had deceived him, though he knew that was extremely unlikely. I'm not 12, Naruto said with a tired smile. Then he let out a slow breath and seemed to straighten up as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He paused and cocked his head to the side. Do I have to count the months I've been in this body? That might take me past another birthday, he shook his head and shrugged. Never mind, I guess it doesn't matter. The point is that I'm from about 20 years in the future. I think. I was actually pretty sure until just a few hours ago. Now, he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. How long have you known? Kakashi's one visible eye was completely open as he stared at his student incredulously. Are you just messing around again? He asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm being totally serious. You can't expect me to just believe that with no proof. Naruto smiled. You wouldn't be the Kakashi I know if you did. Actually, I was a little worried you wouldn't ask. He held out his hand and as a blue ball of chakra formed within it. My father, Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage's personal jutsu, the rasengan, he said with a fond smile. Arrow Sennin. Jiraiya, would have taught it to me a few months from now. I can make a bigger one too. I developed that with him while we were on a training trip after Sasuke. His voice trailed off. Well, we were on a training trip, he repeated lamely. I can take it a step farther as well, but it wouldn't be a good idea in a little room like this. A step farther? Kakashi asked. You know it's incomplete, don't you? Kakashi nodded. Right, well in a couple of years you would have helped me figure out how to manipulate it elemental nature as well. Naruto puffed up his chest with no small measure of pride. My natural inclination is towards wind-type chakra. I can add it to the Rasengan and create either a Fudan, Rasengan or Rasenshuriken. Kakashi's eye widened still farther, something Naruto hadn't thought possible, at the name of the second jutsu. I can't throw it or anything like that, he quickly amended. It just looks like a shuriken when I make it. And I thought the name sounded kind of cool. Kakashi was silent for a moment and then pushed his hands into his pant pockets and shook his head. You understand I can't just take your word on this, right? Naruto rolled his eyes. 2 minutes ago you thought I could see the future, now you can't accept that I'm actually from there. You just don't look 35 to me, Kakashi replied evenly. And for some reason I can see you making all of this up just to keep me from figuring out what's really going on. The blonde shook his head and then stood up and brought his hands together. Henge. When the smoke cleared, he was taller and older, his blonde hair coming down past his shoulders and hanging down in front of his face until he brushed it back with one hand. This is how I looked up until whatever happened that brought me back here. Now, I can't tell you what's going to happen in the immediate future because, honestly, I don't remember everything and what I did get right might have been more luck than anything else. What I can do is tell you a lot of what I know about you and a whole bunch of other people I haven't met yet and then you can decide if I'm telling the truth or not. He took a deep breath and then listed as many things as he could remember off the top of his head without thinking too hard about them. Kakashi's old teammates, that Minato was instructed under Jiraiya, the members of Jiraiya's Genin team, the fact that the third Hokage was their sensei before becoming Hokage, what they could summon, why they were called the Sannin, why Orochimaru was kicked out of the village, the fact that Yamato, who Kakashi occasionally called Tenzo, was the only baby to survive Orochimaru's experiment with the first Hokage's cells, and anything else he could remember. It was a surprisingly long list of details, though he wasn't sure how much of it wasn't just common knowledge for anyone willing to pay attention. In an effort to come up with something he couldn't have just found in a scroll, he told Kakashi all about Jiraiya and Tsunade's personalities and things that he hoped were known to Kakashi but not found in some scroll in the library. When he was done, the Junin looked. Well, he looked about the same as always, actually. His white eye had returned to normal and any traces of shock on what little could be seen of his face had been hidden. Do I need to keep going? Naruto asked. I think I get the picture, Kakashi replied, and then he quickly added, I'm not saying I necessarily believe you, but why didn't you tell me this in the beginning? Would you have believed me? Naruto shot back. No, but you could have made a believer out of me. Like I have now. Naruto snorted with a shake of his head. He thought about it for a second, biting his lip, and then pushed the long hair back away from his face again. He'd forgotten how annoyingly uncooperative it could be. There were some things that I wanted to do on my own. Because I think that I deserve to be the one to do them and because if I told you they might change and I might lose my one shot. Naruto cringed inwardly at how stupid it sounded now that his one shot had been a wasted effort. There was more to his reason for not telling Kakashi, however, and in the spirit of truthfulness he knew he should probably explain that as well. I also didn't want you to know so you would still treat me like a kid and I could have a couple of months of being a young again. I never realized how carefree I was back then until I was an adult and everything got all screwed up. It was nice having to do D-rank missions and watching Sasuke save us when I screwed up. You complained every time we got a mission. Kakashi pointed out. Well, yeah, I don't remember everything about being a kid, but I remember complaining about how easy the missions were even when I was the one always screwing up. That doesn't mean I didn't have fun. He looked down, then off to the side, and finally up at the ceiling and sighed. It was nice just spending time with my friends. If I convinced you I was really an adult from the future, there's no way I could have just hung out with Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata or Konohamaru and his friends. I just would have been turned into an adult all over again and I didn't want that, not yet. Kakashi shook his head. We could have worked something out. Even if we did, you wouldn't have treated me like Naruto. I would have been your equal or even maybe your superior. Kakashi scoffed at the idea, but Naruto didn't find it so unlikely. I didn't want that either. In the future, my future, things went bad. I just wanted to enjoy the good times again. He smiled and then added, plus, I didn't want to end up in front of Ibiki. Or, he added with a smile and a wink, any one of a dozen people who owe you a favor and can issue a warrant to have some interrogation jutsu cast on me. Being forced to spill my guts or spend the rest of my life in some mental hospital. Kakashi caught the reference to the time he'd caught Naruto sneaking back into his apartment when he was supposed to be sick. So, he asked, where do we go from here? Assuming I believe that you really are from the future. Well, I kind of figured that when I finally told you, you could help me fix things, but what? I'm not totally sure what to do now. Somehow I changed things and Naruto's voice trailed off as he tried to think of a way to tell Kakashi about his suspicions concerning what timeline he was actually in. In the end, he decided that he would keep his theory to himself, for now. He didn't really have any proof, outside of Orochimaru not being who he should have been, and he wasn't totally convinced that he believed the theory anyway. Regardless, he would have to treat most everything as if he were actually in his own timeline since he couldn't take the chance of having things follow some sort of parallel to the events that led to the horror that had been his future. Naruto took a deep breath and then said, Sasuke betrayed us in the future. It happened just a little while after the exam. Orochimaru was supposed to meet us in the forest and put a curse seal on Sasuke that made him stronger. Or something. Whatever it did, he changed after he got it. He decided that he couldn't get as strong as he needed to be to kill Itachi if he stayed here, so he went to Orochimaru. Orochimaru has this jutsu where he transfers his soul into someone else's body and he wanted to use it on Sasuke. Even though he knew about it, Sasuke stayed. I think he thought he could betray Orochimaru before he was taken over, but well, in the end, Itachi was dead and Orochimaru had Sasuke's body. After that, the blonde closed his eyes and racked a hand through his long hair. Like I said, things went bad. I thought that if I kept up the facade of being a genin until the exam, I could find Orochimaru and kill him before he could get to Sasuke. I found the guy he was supposed to be impersonating, but it wasn't him. Now I don't know where he is or who he is or anything, really. Kakashi closed his eye and lowered his head, letting his thoughts speed through his brain without the distraction of a strange adult Naruto staring at him expectantly. Okay, he said as he opened his eyes a moment later. You're going to keep on being a genin and acting like one as much as possible. Stick close to Sasuke and keep your eyes open. Naruto rolled those same eyes at the obviousness of the strategy, while I do the same. You should have known better than to try something this big all on your own. Now that there are two of us looking, we'll hopefully have better luck spotting anything coming after Sasuke and stopping it. Until I've reported this to Hokage-sama, that's all we can do. Don't do anything too obvious, but I can help you cover up any action or comment that might expose you. Naruto swallowed hard as the illusion of the adult vanished. Is there any way I can convince you to not tell the third? Kakashi stopped and looked at his student, though he wasn't so sure he could call Naruto that anymore. What? Can we keep who I am just between us? The Junin shook his head. No, this is too big. I have to tell Hokage-sama. Naruto smiled weakly. I don't suppose I could order you to keep it a secret since I'm sort of a Hokage also, could I? Kakashi couldn't help but grin. Not until you drop the sort of part. The blonde shrugged. Fine, but make sure the council doesn't find out about this. Why is that? I don't know if it'll still be the same as what happened in my timeline, but let's just say that I don't remember all of them being the sort of people that I'd trust with this kind of information. Alright, Kakashi said with a nod. For now this will just be between the three of us. I'll make sure Hokage-sama understands your desire for secrecy. Then he turned to leave, but as he opened the door Naruto's soft voice held him up for just a second. Thank you, sensei. The moment the door closed, Naruto brought his fingers together. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone appeared next to him, gave him a quick nod and then slipped through the door as silent as a summer breeze. Naruto sighed and rolled back onto the bed until he was staring up at the ceiling. He hated having to do it, but he wasn't willing to take the chance that Kakashi or even the third would tell someone like Danzo what Naruto really was. With the clone spying on that conversation, at least he would be forewarned and might even have a chance to stop anything from happening that he didn't want to. The thought that he might not really be in his own past hung in the air before him once more. He spent the rest of the day and night thinking about it, considering it, trying to think through its implications, and ultimately rejecting it. He couldn't say that it was impossible, nor could he deny that it explained a great many things, but he also couldn't accept it. If this wasn't his reality, his past, then he was living without a cause. Everything he'd done since waking up in this reality might have been pointless. He loved his friends, he would protect them at all cost. That was his mission. He would live this second life as if he were certain that he was fighting against the real danger of the horrifying future he'd come from. He had no other choice. Chapter 26. Oh. Early the next morning, Kakashi and a Junin from Iwagakure walked calmly down a long hallway running through the middle of the top level of the tower. There was a certain tension in both Junin's faces, or what could be seen of them anyway, as if neither was really excited about where they were going or who they were walking with. The few Chunin they passed along the way gave the duo quick glances and plenty of space, but showed only the faintest hint of interest in them. The Chunin selection exam had long been a time where foreign officials and even ninja participated in negotiations of one variety or another. Given Iwagakure's tumultuous history with Konoha, there was little doubt that this was yet another meeting that would accomplish little, but served as a non-violent way for the two powerful villages to try to outmaneuver each other. The Junin made their way in silence to a double door that was being guarded by two Chunin. The Chunin gave the Iwa Junin a suspicious glance, but opened the doors when Kakashi nodded to them. Then the two Junin quickly stepped inside and the doors closed behind them. Kakashi instantly turned and sealed the doors farther to keep any sound from being heard outside. When he was done, he gave the Iwa Junin a nod and then turned to face the original occupant of the room as the Iwa Junin vanished in a cloud of smoke that dissipated to reveal a very nervous-looking Uzumaki Naruto. "Well, Naruto, I see that your henge abilities are as good as ever," the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said with a small chuckle that belied the seriousness of the situation. He was seated on the far side of the room behind a large wooden desk. "I'm thankful that you chose to use the skill to become something other than a naked woman, this time." Naruto frowned. "Huh. The night that you became a genin, you snuck into my house and used. I believe you called it sexy no jutsu," the third explained. Naruto smiled. "Sexy no jutsu. Wow, that takes me back." He paused and gave the old man a curious look. "Did I really get you with that?" Sarutobi coughed and looked slightly rankled. "Yes," he admitted somewhat sheepishly. The blonde chuckled. "Geez, I'm kind of disappointed. It's such an amateurish jutsu. I'd probably kill you with some of my later perverted ninjutsu." "Let's not find out," Kakashi sighed, shaking his head. "So," Sarutobi said after a moment, "explain what's going on, please." "Kakashi-sensei already told you," Naruto pointed out. Sarutobi smiled. "Yes, but I'd like you to tell me." Naruto nodded as the reason for the retelling occurred to him. Kakashi, with his incredible mind and ability to remember things, had repeated everything Naruto had told him nearly word for word the night before, as Naruto's clone had heard from his perch just outside the window. Now, Naruto would have to retell at least some of what he'd said without contradicting himself, lest he be exposed as a liar. Not exactly a foolproof plan, but exactly the sort of thing he should have expected out of Sarutobi. The old man had seemed to accept his story as true, but still left a trap for him to fall into should he be lying. Fortunately, he wasn't lying and none of what he'd said that night before was hard to remember. The only thing he really had to watch out for was an accidental slip of the tongue, since both of them would be looking for some mistake and might pounce on it before he could correct himself on his own. After Kakashi had left the previous night, Naruto had remained secluded and had not gotten much sleep as he continued to contemplate the possible causes for the change in who and where Orochimaru was. Despite his best efforts, the idea of being in some sort of alternate timeline from the very beginning was the only thing he'd managed to come up with that seemed logical, or as logical as anything in this messed up situation could get. So he repeated a lot of what he had told Kakashi the night before. He mostly focused on Tsunade and Jiraiya since Sarutobi knew them better than almost anyone and would be able to see that Naruto really did know these people he could not possibly have met. The third listened carefully and asked thoughtful questions that Naruto was generally able to answer with ease. Eventually the conversation strayed towards more current topics, such as the possible coming war and the traitor in their midst. "Kakashi says that you don't know this for sure," Sarutobi told him, leaning forward in his chair. Naruto nodded. "That's true. I mean, I've been trying to change things left and right, so a lot has already happened differently from what I remember. I can't really tell what's going to happen most of the time, especially since Orochimaru wasn't who he was supposed to be. The third propped his elbows up on the desk and let his chin rest on top of his folded hands as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Yes, it is interesting that your knowledge was so flawed in this one area. Do you have any ideas as to what could have caused this change? Naruto's eyes shifted ever so slightly to the side. None, he lied. The old man, eyes narrowed, and Naruto suspected his lie had been spotted. I hope you understand that your claim is a difficult one to accept. You don't have to believe me, Naruto countered. If you want to just think I'm a genin with a big imagination and an incredible amount of luck, that's fine. It might even be easier for me if you did. Unfortunately, Sarutobi sighed, that is not an option either. If what you claim is true, there is a very grave danger to the village. If what you claim is an exaggeration, then you are most likely some sort of spy or have access to a spy who is feeding you your information. Why would a spy bother figuring out what Kakashi-sensei or Ibiki-san's tests were going to be? A very good question, Sarutobi replied, but one with a number of answers. Perhaps it was simply to make sure that you passed Kakashi's test so that you would be well placed within the ninja corps. Perhaps he or she wanted to make sure that you made it through the first test. Perhaps it was so you could plant information that would lead us to thinking you actually were what you claim and distracting us from more important matters. Naruto nodded slowly. Fine, then what should we do? Do you want to take me to some training grounds and show you jutsu that haven't been invented yet? That's about the only proof I really have. I didn't exactly pack for the trip. The old man grinned and stroked his goatee. Nothing so elaborate, yet, though I'm always interested in seeing new jutsu. I'm simply going to ask you a question, Naruto, and I expect an honest answer. He paused, waited for a moment, and then said, when you were sick a few weeks ago, what were you really doing? Naruto tried not to smile and nearly succeeded. This conversation hadn't seemed as easy as the one with Kakashi, and it was a relief to see it heading in a more comfortable direction. The previous night, he now suspected, Kakashi was simply gathering information without forming any sort of concrete conclusion. This was where he was going to either convince them or get into some real trouble. I made 2 shadow clones, one to get sick and the other to pretend to be sick in case anyone visited me, and then went to the Wave Country. I knew Kurenai and Team 8 were going to be fighting Zabuza and Haku because my team got that mission when I was a kid. I didn't want my friends getting themselves killed defending Tezuna's bridge. Sarutobi smiled as he leaned back in his chair. How interesting. Of course, Hyuga Hinata could simply have told you about the mission. No, she couldn't, Kakashi spoke up. He actually came out and told me this when I found him back at his apartment after he was missing. He said that he ran all the way to another village to fight some missing nin. At the time, I thought he was being sarcastic, but the timing is too coincidental for that, isn't it? The third smile grew larger and Naruto could see that he was at least partially convinced. At that moment, he could have kissed Kakashi for having such an incredible brain. Hinata-chan saw me, didn't she? He asked rather than doing anything he would instantly regret, if he survived. Yes, the third chuckled, those wonderful eyes of the Hyuga are hard to deceive, though I don't think she really believed it herself. That's good. It would be awkward trying to explain that to her. Speaking of explaining things, the third said as he reached over and began to prepare his pipe, why didn't you want the village council to know about your history? You deal with them all the time, you should know better than anyone, Naruto replied coldly. Even if they don't act like that to you, you have to know how they feel about me. But surely in a situation like this. Naruto shook his head and scowled. You can trust them if you want, but I won't. In the future they were perfectly willing to use me for their own purposes while fighting me at every turn. They gave me all of the responsibility of being Hokage, but they never let me have the title and they hated hearing people call me Hokage-sama, even more than I did. He looked down at his little body and sighed. I'm just a little kid right now, no matter how you look at it, so I can't stop you from telling them or doing whatever you want, but please. Please don't tell them about me. The third nodded slowly. Very well. For the time being, only the 3 of us will be allowed to know this information. He held Naruto's gaze for a moment and then added, do not tell your friends. Naruto let out a relieved sigh and shrugged. As if I'd want to. Good. In that case, let's discuss where we should go from here. Sarutobi lit his pipe and took a couple of puffs on it to get it going. Then he leaned back in his chair and blew out a mouthful of smoke. Given that you are apparently not a genin, it seems slightly unfair to have you competing against your physical peers. Naruto started to object, but the Hokage held up his hand and silenced him. However, given the potential dangers surrounding us at the moment, I must request that you keep your current rank and remain with your teammates, acting as you have been. Naruto smiled and nodded. Thank you. It is simply where you will do the most good at the moment, nothing more, the third replied as he took another puff on his pipe. I must ask, however, that you tell me what you remember of the Chunin exam you originally went through. If we are to prepare for what is to come, we must know what we are facing. You die, Naruto said quickly, wanting to make sure that it was out before he could be stopped. The third took the news surprisingly well. Everyone dies, it's just a matter of when and how. During the third test and fighting Orochimaru, Naruto supplied. You did something to him, though. It made his arms not work. Like you sealed them or something. He went to Tsunade Bachan and tried to get her to fix them, but she refused. Sealed them? How? Naruto shrugged helplessly. I don't know. I wasn't there. He set up this barrier and the two of you fought. Sakura and I went and fought Gaara. The Kasage's son. He's a Jinchuriki, like me, Naruto added. The third nodded thoughtfully. So, the reports are true. Suna has sealed their bijou in another host. Yeah, I don't remember the whole story of how, but I think they killed his mom when they did it. He's pretty confused right now, but he'll get better. Are you sure? Naruto's jaw flexed. Absolutely. Very well, do you remember anything else about the battle? Naruto closed his eyes and did his best to remember. There were giant snakes, I don't know how many, but more than one. Kakashi had Pakun help us follow Sasuke in. There was a genjutsu, I think. People were asleep. He squeezed his eyes tightly shut, trying to find anything in his head that he remembered about the invasion, but came up empty. That's all I remember, except that Oto and Suna attacked during Sasuke's match against Gaara in the first round. I understand, Sarutobi said with a smile. The details are important now, but in the middle of a battle, one that took place many years ago from your perspective, it's hard to focus on anything but what is directly in front of you. For now, go back to your teammates and prepare for what you believe is coming. There will be others watching over Sasuke as well, though they won't know specifically why, but stay on alert. Orochimaru is a genius who will not reveal himself until he can gain the most from it while giving up as little as possible. Even if you accidentally did something to change when and where he appears, if he is truly after Sasuke, he will make his appearance when we least expect it. If you remember anything else that will be useful to us, please tell Kakashi. He can more easily meet with me without arousing suspicions. You are dismissed. Naruto, once again disguised as the Iwa Junin, bowed his head just enough to be respectful and turned to leave. Just before he opened the door, he paused and glanced over his shoulder. Have you summoned Jiraiya back to the village yet? The third smiled. I sent word to him when Kakashi came to me believing that you were possibly being influenced by the Kyuubi. He should be here within a few days, if he hasn't arrived already. Should I ask him to find you when he gets around to checking in with me? Naruto grinned. No, I think I'll know where to find him. What do you think? Kakashi asked after Naruto was gone. I think that he is either telling the truth or an exceptionally convincing liar, Sarutobi replied. You believe him, then? That he's really from the future? The old man raised a questioning eyebrow. You don't believe him? Kakashi sighed and frowned under his mask. I don't know. What he says sounds insane, but he knows so many things that he shouldn't. Of course, his voice trailed off as his thoughts began running out in front of him. There are far simpler explanations for his knowledge, the third supplied for him. Yes, and those explanations can't be ignored, but neither can the possibility that he is telling the truth. He took a deep drag on his pipe and blew out a ring that drifted lazily up towards the ceiling. The fact that he knew about Team 8's mission is interesting. Hinata might have told him, but for him to have mentioned it to you before ever seeing her is more difficult to explain away than the rest of his knowledge. It could still just be a coincidence, but to dismiss everything he said almost takes too much explaining to seem credible. Then you do believe him? I believe in possibilities, Sarutobi smiled. I believe that it is very possible that Naruto is telling the truth, but I also believe that he could be a well-informed liar. It would be foolish to simply take his word for it, but equally foolish to dismiss his warnings as the ravings of a lunatic. For now, it doesn't hurt us to be on guard, but keep your eyes on Naruto as well. Kakashi bowed his head and left the room while the third Hokage leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling, a thoughtful expression on his face. Naruto found Sasuke and Sakura eating breakfast in the dining area later that morning. The two smiled when they spotted him walking towards their little table, but not before a strange look passed between them. What was that about? He asked as he pulled up a seat and dug into his breakfast. We met your Sangenin from yesterday, Sasuke told him calmly. Naruto blinked in surprise and then cringed. Oh yeah, how is Gaara? He says he's going to kill you, Sakura said with a hint of worry in her voice, and Sasuke-kun, too. Naruto chuckled at the look on her face. Well, I guess it couldn't be helped. Just stay away from him, if you can. He won't do anything outside of the exam, I don't think. How do you know him so well? Sasuke asked. My clones fought him yesterday, Naruto replied a bit too quickly. And you know that he won't do anything outside of the exam just from that. Naruto shrugged. Mostly. Of course, I've heard about him before then. Some old ninja said he was the Kage's son, so I doubt he'd do anything to break the treaty. What old ninja? Sakura asked. Naruto shook his head. Just some guy. He was old. He was a ninja. He was an old ninja, I don't know who he was. Sakura frowned and bit her tongue. It's just kind of weird that someone would tell you something like that since people don't really like me. Naruto asked with a knowing grin as her voice trailed off. He wasn't telling me. He just mentioned Gaara being the Kage's son to some other guy and said that he wears a really big gourd on his back. It wasn't hard to figure out who he was talking about. Sometimes people just ignore me. It's easy to overhear all sorts of things when people try to pretend you don't exist. I wasn't doubting you, Sakura said quickly. You've been acting really weird the last couple of days and I want to know why. Yesterday you looked like you were really worried about something and then that Gaara kid comes up threatening to kill you and, she sighed and centered her eyes on him. What's going on with you lately? Naruto's smile was visibly forced. Nothing, he told her as evenly as he could. I just want us to pass this exam so we can start taking some harder missions, that's all. Sakura wasn't convinced. Really? Is there something else I should be worried about? No, she admitted with a sigh, it just seems like more than that to me. Well, it's not, Naruto said with a smile. I'm pretty straightforward, what you see is what you get. Sakura returned the smile and nodded, though there was still a little hesitation in her movements. I guess that's true, she said, taking a bite of her breakfast. Maybe, she added as she swallowed, that's what. Whatever she was going to say was interrupted by a loud cheer as the door was kicked open. Kiba, Akamaru, Shino, and lastly Hinata stepped into the room. Kiba was practically dancing with excitement as he helped himself to some food and sat at the table next to Team 7's. You guys made it too? He asked as he set a plate on the ground for Akamaru to eat from. He let his eyes settle on Naruto and grinned, showing off his enlarged canine teeth. I guess luck really can carry you through a test like this. Well, Naruto replied with a similar grin, you got put on Shino and Hinata-chan's team. That piece of luck has carried you through your whole ninja career so far. Same goes for you getting put on Sasuke and Sakura's team, huh? Naruto's smile grew larger as he and Kiba continued to throw good-natured insults back and forth. In a way, it was strangely relaxing to be able to participate in something so juvenile. Fears of what timeline he was in, where Orochimaru was and what he was plotting, and how he would be able to hold everything together and make a better future for his friends all seemed to melt away as one childish, joking barb after another spilled from his mouth as he and Kiba bickered. This was one of the reasons he'd been so reluctant to tell Kakashi or anyone else about who he really was. It might not be the main reason or even a good reason, but it was definitely one of the reasons. How could he expect his friends to act like this if they knew who he really was? Very few young teens would joke this way with an adult, especially an adult who was at least close to being Hokage. If the truth had come out before now, or if it had gotten out to all of his friends, this fun little moment and millions more just like it, could never have happened. A contented sigh slipped through Naruto's smiling lips as Hinata tried to make peace between he and Kiba while Sakura simply leaned over, smacked him on the back of the head and told him not to be an idiot. It really did feel good to just be a kid again. Later that afternoon, Naruto was quietly enjoying a warm summer sun on a balcony overlooking the forest. Every once in a while he would hear what might have been a battle cry, but other than that there was nothing to interrupt the illusion that he was looking at a beautiful, ancient forest on a near cloudless summer day. Somewhere inside the tower, Kakashi was watching over Sakura and Sasuke, having surreptitiously maneuvered Sasuke into a conversation so that Naruto could be relieved of the duty of watching his friend for a little while. It wasn't a planned thing, necessarily, but Naruto had noticed what Kakashi was doing and claimed boredom with the topic so he could go and relax for a couple of minutes. Between Kakashi and whatever protection the third had organized, Sasuke was probably as safe as he could be. Obviously he and Kakashi had to stay close to Sasuke until the potential danger from Orochimaru was over, but they couldn't both be doing that all the time. Naruto would be the primary one to stay with him simply because it was expected that the teams would stick together until the test ended and because they were friends. Unfortunately, it was hard work being on alert all the time and it caused him to act noticeably different from how he normally would. If Kakashi gave him a break every once in a while, he could rest and relax and be more alert when it had to be him doing the watching. The bastard better show up soon, he grumbled to himself as he watched the way the faint breeze made the tops of the trees seem to be an immense, green ocean as the leaves and branches rippled and swayed. This weight is killing me. Suddenly a menacing cloud of killer intent settled over him like a heavy blanket. Naruto stiffened at the feeling, but then took a deep breath and let it slide over him. It wasn't Orochimaru. Orochimaru, if he felt like he needed to kill Naruto for some reason, wouldn't have advertised his presence until Naruto was already dead. Plus, every time he'd ever felt Orochimaru's killer intent it had been 10 times worse than this. No, this was someone who was weaker than that, someone who gave off killer intent almost out of habit. This person didn't care if he was noticed, in fact, he probably wanted to be. "How have you been, Gaara?" Naruto asked without turning around. Gaara dropped from his perch on the wall and landed in a crouch, one hand gently touching the floor, the other at his side, ready to strike. "I've been looking for you," he told Naruto calmly. Naruto smiled. "I heard that. You know, in the future, I'd rather you just came to me instead of telling my friends you're going to kill me. It seems to worry them." "I don't care." Naruto turned and casually put his hands in his pocket. "No, I guess you probably don't." Still kneeling, the Jinchuriki asked, "What is your name?" Naruto grinned. Perhaps, if everything worked out right, this meeting would be told in history books as the day two great cages met before they descended to their eventual positions as leaders of their villages. He suspected that the Suna version would leave out all the killer intent rolling off of Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara rose slowly, like steam rising from the ground, until he was at his full height. "I'm going to kill you." That was probably another part that would be conveniently left out of the story should it ever be written down. Naruto watched his future friend calmly for a moment and then shrugged. "Why would you want to do that?" "Because I think you will be worth it. Your death will validate my existence for a while." The blonde shook his head. "You don't need to kill me for me to validate your existence. I'm doing that right now." Gaara's eyes hardened. "Killing anyone who is not me is the only way for me to feel alive." "That's not true," Naruto told the red-haired boy. "There are plenty of other things that will make you feel alive. Friendship, for one. I'm standing here, not afraid of you and I don't hate you. I'm acknowledging your existence. And I want us to be friends." Gaara scoffed. "I don't need, or want, friends." Naruto's calm eyes never wavered from the empty pools of Gaara's. "Yes, you do. You want a friend so badly you can't stand it. You want someone who will love you so much that it's eating you inside and you'll kill just to stop the pain." Gaara's hand shot forward without warning, a cloud of sand following it. Naruto swatted the sand away without taking his eyes off of his friend. "I think you want to kill everyone so that there won't be anyone left to reject you or try to hurt you." Gaara's eyes widened ever so slightly and for the first time his expression became one of confusion. "I know who you are, Gaara," Naruto said as he took a small step towards the Jinchuriki. "I know what your dad sealed inside you." He reached up and brushed the whisker marks on his own cheeks. "We're alike in that way, I guess. I know what you've gone through. And I'm not scared of you. I don't hate you. You're my friend, even if you don't know it yet." Gaara winced and grabbed his head as he took a stumbling step backwards, but the episode only lasted a few seconds. When he straightened back up, the confusion had left his face, replaced by annoyance and anger. "I don't want you as my friend," he told Naruto firmly, "I only want to kill you. That's all the validation I need from you." Naruto tried to gauge the other boy's mood to see if it would be worthwhile to push any harder than he already had. He didn't want Gaara snapping and transforming or anything like that. After a moment he sighed and nodded. "Fine, I'll let you keep thinking that, for now, but stay away from my friends. Try to stop me." A second Naruto stepped out of the shadows of the doorway behind Gaara and held a kunai to the redhead's throat. "It wouldn't be that hard," the second Naruto whispered in his future friend's ear. Chakra pulsed along the blade as he brought it to within a centimeter of touching Gaara's throat. "And don't think that armor of sand will protect you from me. I could cut right through it if I really wanted to." Gaara didn't show a hint of fear as he continued to stare at the Naruto in front of him, almost totally ignoring the blade at his throat. Naruto smiled warmly and said, "You didn't really think I'd just be standing here with my back to a doorway, did you?" When Gaara didn't reply, the blonde's smile fell away and he added in a serious voice, "I've already told you this, but I know what your village is planning during the Chunin exam. If they go through with it, Konoha is prepared for the attack. You don't have the forces to overpower us in a straight fight and you don't have the element of surprise. If Suna attacks, we will stop you and it won't be pretty. I suggest you let your superiors know that their secret is out." Gaara didn't even blink as the accusation was thrown in his face. "You keep saying things that don't mean anything to me and pretending that I should understand you. It's very annoying." Sand crushed the clone behind him in the blink of an eye and then swarmed around Gaara as it headed towards Naruto. Naruto leaned back against the railing as the sand approached and then tipped over the edge. It was a 12-story drop. The blonde's hand shot out and caught the edge of the balcony at the last second, swinging himself towards the side of the building where his feet stuck firmly as he took off running. Gaara walked calmly to the side of the balcony and looked down, his face impassive as the sand began to give chase. "You're still being too hasty," Naruto called out with a laugh as he threw a kunai and then rounded the corner of the building and disappeared from sight. Gaara's sand sprang up in front of him, but it was unnecessary as the kunai struck the rail with enough force to drive it nearly halfway through the piece of wood. Gaara looked down at the kunai for a moment. There had been a lot of force behind the throw and it had hit the center of the rail so perfectly that there was no doubt it was totally intentional. On the run, using chakra to hold himself to a wall, and he still had that kind of accuracy. It was impressive. A small smile appeared on his face as he turned and walked back inside. He was definitely going to enjoy killing Uzumaki Naruto. The next day, Sakura was beginning to feel a touch of cabin fever. She enjoyed spending time with her teammates and even with her former classmates, but despite the size of the tower she was beginning to feel claustrophobic having them always around her. She could, of course, go off and find some dusty old room to hang out in if she needed a break, but she still felt trapped in any place that was really interesting enough to spend any time and was usually occupied by at least one or two other people. Strangely enough, Naruto had been the worst of them so far. He seemed to seek out both her and Sasuke's company almost constantly. He wasn't annoying about it or anything, but anytime she found herself alone or with Sasuke and no one else, Naruto appeared within a few minutes. Probably this was due to the fact that he'd spent so long as a child in isolation that he didn't realize that some people actually wanted to be alone from time to time. It might also have had to do with whatever it was that had made him act so strangely lately. Sasuke had said that he thought Naruto would get better now that they had passed the second test, but it actually seemed to have made him worse. He did seem a little more cheerful and whatever weight he'd been carrying had noticeably lessened, but he was still acting very strange. It was like he expected to be jumped at any minute. Perhaps he was more worried about Gaara of the desert than he'd initially let on. She shuddered at the thought of the boy saying that he planned on killing Naruto. He just stated it like it was a fact, without even a hint of remorse or feeling. He planned on killing Naruto and that was that. Then, after Sasuke stood up to him, he simply added that he would be happy to kill Sasuke as well. Sakura knew that there were people like that in the world, but to see one her age was a little terrifying. It was good there were so many Chunin around to stop any fights from breaking out. At least with them and, occasionally Kakashi or another Junin, around, Gaara couldn't attack without getting himself kicked out of the exam. Not that someone like him would probably care too much about that. "Hey, forehead girl, I mean, Sakura," Ino's voice called out from back the way Sakura had come from. Sakura sighed again and rolled her eyes. This was not what she needed. "What do you want, Ino P?" Her insult trailed off as she suddenly remembered of Naruto's remark that she and Ino really didn't need to keep up the feud that had developed between them. Maybe it was the look on Ino's face, which seemed to be missing a lot of the haughtiness Sakura normally associated with her former friend, or maybe it was just that she was feeling weary after being in such cramped quarters for the past few days and didn't have the energy that she normally did, but for some reason Sakura didn't feel like fighting with Ino at the moment. As weird as it still felt, despite how often it had been happening lately, she had to admit that Naruto might be right about them. After all, why should she care if Ino liked Sasuke? Sasuke was smart enough to make up his own mind and choose the woman who made him happiest. If that was, tragically, Ino, would Sakura really be unhappy about it? Yes, of course she would be, but she also would be happy that he was happy. If only a little. She really did want what was best for Sasuke, even if it wasn't her. She just really hoped that it would be her. "Sorry," she said with an apologetic smile, "I meant, hi Ino, how are you?" Ino gave her a funny look and then a small smile formed on her lips as well. She looked to the side almost nervously and then closed her eyes as if forcing herself to say something she didn't totally want to admit. "I just wanted to say, thanks, for the other day in the forest. We would have been in trouble if you guys hadn't shown up. It was nice of you to help us." Sakura frowned and stared at the blonde girl in confusion for a second before recalling what had prompted Naruto to comment on her relationship with Ino. "Oh, that. Look Ino P. Ino, clearly old habits died hard, that wasn't me. I know, Shikamaru told me about it being shadow clones. Your Junin must be pretty amazing to have taught you something like that already." "No," Sakura said with a small chuckle, "I mean it really wasn't me. I don't know Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto is the only one on our team who can use it, you should be thanking him." Ino took a second to absorb this news and then seemed to visibly deflate. "There's no way I'm thanking that dumbass," she said resolutely. Then her confidence returned at full force as she drew herself up and put her hands on her hips. "Well, I guess this simplifies things between us, doesn't it, forehead girl?" Sakura felt her heckles rise, but pushed her annoyance back down. "Ino," she said quietly, "I don't want to fight over Sasuke-kun anymore. I miss my friend." Ino took a step back, her eyes wide with surprise. "What are you talking about?" She waited for a second to see if Sakura would laugh or give some other clue that she was playing a joke, but none came. Sakura looked genuinely honest and Ino had never known her to be this good of an actress. "Are you saying that you're giving up on Sasuke-kun?" "No," Sakura yelled and then covered her mouth in embarrassment. No, I really like him, but if he chooses you, it's okay. I just want him to be happy." Ino still didn't look like she was totally buying it. "I always thought that Sasuke-kun would fall in love with me if I grew my hair out or had a certain type of body or acted a certain way. But Sasuke-kun isn't like that. If he falls in love with someone, it will be because of who they are, not what they look like." Sakura smiled in an effort to hide the thoughtful frown that was threatening to spread across her lips. What she was saying, and what she truly believed, sounded a lot like what Naruto had told her all those weeks ago. When had he gotten so damn smart? And anyway, she went on, trying to push Naruto out of her head for a moment, "None of those things are me. I don't have your body, and I don't like acting like I did when we were in the academy. I don't even like having my hair this long. Sasuke-kun isn't so shallow that he'd pick someone for those things rather than who they really are." Ino was silent for a while as she thought about Sakura's words and took in this new, more confident young woman. Not that long ago, Sakura had been so shy and self-conscious that she tried to hide her forehead behind ugly bangs because she was convinced she would get teased about its size. That girl was obviously long gone now and Ino wondered if her act of befriending Sakura had had a role in creating this new woman. She found herself strangely hoping it had. Not that she was going to lose to Sakura in anything or give up their rivalry just because Sakura claimed she didn't feel like playing anymore, of course. Ino had been the queen bee in the Sasuke fan club for far too long not to realize that actions and intent did not always follow the kind words coming out of someone's mouth. "Then you won't mind if I go ask him out right now, will you?" she asked with a sly smile. Sakura winced and her eye twitched, but she didn't lash out or yell or do anything that she would have just a couple of months ago. "You can try," she said with a smile, "but I don't think he's interested in dating anyone at the moment. All he talks about is the Chunin exam." Ino bit her lip and brushed a stray strand of blonde hair out of her eye. She watched Sakura closely for another few seconds and then said, "Holy shit. You're serious, aren't you?" "I'm not saying that I won't be heartbroken if he chose someone besides me, or anything," Sakura clarified, "but I'd be happy for him." She paused and then added, "Eventually. And if it was you, well, eventually, I'd be happy that my friends could make each other happy." Ino nodded slowly. "Okay, I get it. I see what you're doing." She grinned mischievously and pointed a finger in Sakura's face. "I won't lose to you, Haruno Sakura. You think you can outnice me? I'll be 10 times the friend you'll ever be." Sakura blinked in confusion and then shook her head. "What? You heard me," Ino said with a wink as her smile grew larger. "You might have won this round by asking to be friends again, but I'll still beat you in the long run. When we're old and, well," she giggled, "still beautiful, of course. You'll look back on our friendship and realize that I was a way better friend to you than you ever were to me." "Ino, Ino grabbed Sakura by the hand and began dragging her back towards the main portion of the tower. "Come on," she said, "I can't take looking at that ugly hair for another minute. Seriously, it's a good thing Sasuke-kun isn't so shallow as to pick a girl based on her hair because long hair really doesn't suit your face. I'll have it all fixed up for you in no time. Even if he doesn't care about hair, he'll have to be blind not to see what a knockout you're going to be when I'm done with you. Well, unless you're standing next to me, of course." Sakura tried to slow her, maybe. Once again friend down so she could figure out what was happening, but Ino's grip was firm and her exuberance contagious. It wasn't long before Sakura found herself caught up in the friendship that had rescued her childhood from the misery that her early academy days had started out as. The two kunoichi found themselves a secluded room without too much dust and talked and laughed and even cried as they caught up with what had been happening in each other's lives. When it was all said and done, Sakura had a new haircut that she was extremely pleased with and, more importantly, she had her friend back. Despite being on constant alert for Orochimaru and having to worry about Gaara trying something stupid, the next few days passed easily enough for Naruto. It was irritating to have to watch over Sasuke all the time, but fortunately his teammate didn't seem to realize that it was happening or didn't care if he did. Even more annoying was that fact that after several days of anxiously waiting and watching, he had nothing to show for his effort. Of course, if he did have something to show for his efforts, it would mean that Orochimaru had shown up and he'd been forced to fight the Sannin with a bunch of people around to get in the way. Perhaps some irritations were really blessings in disguise, though that didn't make them any less annoying. Naruto made sure that he got a close look at each genin team as they came in, even though most were Konoha teams that should be safe. Kakashi, on the other hand, checked the Chunin guarding and running the tower with similar results. Orochimaru simply wasn't there, yet. As the 120th hour came and went, Naruto did his best to force himself to accept that something had changed Orochimaru's plan and simply be on the lookout for whatever that change was. Events were changing, more than he wanted, once again, and he just had to deal with it. Strangely, despite the differences, some things still remained the same. The sudden change in Sakura's hairstyle, for instance, had shocked him. He couldn't remember exactly when Sakura had made the change, but she'd never let it past her shoulders once she cut it the first time. He'd wondered if she would cut it in this timeline. Perhaps this was a reality where she liked long hair, but hadn't realized how much he wanted her to until it was done. Now she was not only his friend, but she looked a lot more like the beautiful woman she was growing up to be all over again. With the second test now over, the surviving teams were called to meet in one of the large rooms on the ground level of the tower. The room chosen was similar to the one where Naruto and his team had met up with Kakashi when they first arrived, except this one was slightly larger, with an upraised portion that looked like a small stage, and an immense stone statue of two arms coming together as the hands formed the ram seal. The 7 teams that had passed the second test lined up in rows facing the stage were Sarutobi, each team's Junin sensei, Anko, Ibiki, and a select group of Chunin stood at attention. Naruto's eyes strayed towards Kabuto and his team as the third began his speech about the importance of the exam itself and the reasons why preliminary matches would need to take place. Kabuto looked perfectly at ease, though a bit dirty and tired, as he listened politely to the speech. Nothing about him even hinted that he was a spy. Naruto had watched as Kabuto and his team arrived at about the same time as Team 10, it looked like he'd found them and offered his help, just as he had with Team 7 back when Naruto had first taken this test. Was it a coincidence that it had happened again? Was it part of some plan to endear himself to someone he thought might be close to Sasuke? Was it part of some deeper plan that Naruto couldn't understand? Or was he simply being nice? Kabuto had always been a difficult one for Naruto to understand. His motivations were strange and his actions stranger still. Sometimes he helped his enemies, sometimes he fought to kill them. Sometimes he did both in the same day. He was always working at a level that Naruto didn't naturally deal with. Looking underneath the underneath wasn't enough to grasp who he was, you had to look underneath the underneath of the underneath. Naruto had enough trouble just looking underneath the first underneath. This is not just a test, the third set as Naruto returned his attention to the speech and tried to ignore his concerns about Kabuto and his motivations for the moment. This is a life-risking battle with your dreams and your country's prestige on the line. Sarutobi paused, took his pipe from his mouth and let his gaze travel across each of the genin before him, pausing ever so briefly when he met Naruto's eyes. "I don't care," Gaara growled from a few rows over. "You're talking too much, old man. Just tell us about the life-risking battle and let's get on with it." Rather than get upset, Sarutobi simply returned his pipe to his mouth and smiled. "Yes, let's talk about the third test. Actually, if you will allow me, Hokage-sama," a young man said with a cough as he appeared in small cloud of smoke, kneeling before the third, as referee, "I'd like to tell them about it." The third smiled graciously and nodded his head. "By all means, Hayate." Hayate turned to the genin and gave them a weak smile as he lifted a clipboard and glanced over it. His near-shoulder-length oily, brown hair hung down in his face underneath his bandana-style hitai and his eyes had bags under them. He brought his hand up to his mouth and coughed once more. "Hello everyone, I'm Gecko Hayate," he said with a sniffle. Most of the genin standing before him shuffled nervously and glanced at one another as if trying to see if their fellow genin were seeing the same thing they were. Hayate looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over, and from the sound of his cough and the bags under his eyes, he would probably have been better off in bed than serving as a referee. Naruto didn't care about that, he was more concerned with the fact that he couldn't seem to place Hayate's face. Had he seen this man before, or was this some sort of a random change that would only occur if he really was in another timeline? He hadn't asked Sarutobi to change anything about the exam, and there should have been no reason for the change to be made even now that the old man had been told that he was from the future. It was possible, Naruto supposed, that he was one of the people who should have been on the mission to Kogen. If that was the case, then certainly his illness could have gotten him killed. Perhaps that was what started the whole chain of events that led to Orochimaru not showing up where he was supposed to be. Of course, it was possible that Orochimaru's absence was due to Sasuke's lack of a Sharingan. Naruto didn't remember Sasuke making it common knowledge back then, but if Kabuto had picked it up and passed it along to Orochimaru the first time, leading to the attack by allied the Sound and Sand Ninja, then Sasuke not having his Sharingan yet was the best possible thing that could have happened. And also the worst, as it made things totally different from the way he remembered them. Of course, he wasn't sure when Sasuke would have leaked that info between them returning from the Wave Country and the start of the Chunin exam. Given that Team 8 had come home early because of the injury to Akamaru, Naruto's old team would have actually only been back in Konoha for a few weeks before the Chunin exam started. Having gone through the headache of trying to form alliances and plan out attacks with other villages in the future, he had no idea how Orochimaru could have set something like that up in time for the exam if he waited until after it was confirmed that Sasuke had his Sharingan to begin. The whole mess was so confusing Naruto actually forced himself to pay attention to the sickly ninja who was to be their referee. Whether he was in an alternate reality or simply had managed to mess things up so badly that his memories were now useless, he had to assume that Orochimaru would be showing up for Sasuke sooner or later. Stopping that event was all that mattered. Naruto returned his attention to Hayate as the Chunin explained to the group of genin that due to the large number of people who had passed the second test, Enko looked rather annoyed at this remark, there would have to be a preliminary round before the third test officially began. This was to make sure that when the third round was being observed by dignitaries, other ninja, and common villagers it would not drag on for too long. So, anyone who is not feeling well, he paused to cough and Naruto began to wonder if he wasn't playing up the sickness a bit or if he was planning on including himself in those who didn't feel well enough to continue, or who feels like quitting after hearing these explanations. Please come forward now. We will be starting the preliminary matches immediately. What? Ino yelled. Right now. Hayate nodded and Naruto shifted his eyes towards Kabuto. The gray-haired genin nodded to his teammates, pushed his glasses farther up on his nose, and waited patiently for anyone who wanted to quit. After a moment, Hayate shrugged and lowered his clipboard. In that case, let's begin the preliminaries. This round will consist of one-on-one fighting. Basically, you will fight as if in a real-life confrontation. He coughed into his hand again and then wiped at his tired eyes and said, since we don't have an even number of people, one of you will get lucky and advance without fighting. The rest will participate in one of 10 matches with the winner moving on to the third test. Hayate reached into his pocket and drew out a handful of paper slips. One of these has a red dot on the end. You will each take one as I come to you. He coughed and glanced towards Neji and Hinata. If you use any sort of ability that will give you an unfair chance to get the red tab, you will be disqualified. When they were assembled, the genin had lined up so that the Konoha teams were mostly to the left side of the group and the foreign teams were on the right. Hayate started on the right with a team of Rain Nin and slowly made his way through the group until someone picked winning piece of paper. He only made it through 5 people before a winner was found. Well, Kankuro chuckled as he held up the paper with the red dot on the end. Looks like today is my lucky day. Kankuro will be given a bye, Hayate said as he walked back toward the front of the room. The rest of you will have to win your matches to move on. In these fights, there are no rules. You lose if you die, get knocked out, or give up. He paused and then added, if you don't want to die, please give up before it gets to that point. As Hayate continued to explain the rules and the method with which the matches would be chosen, Naruto leaned over and peered down the rows of genin so he could see the team that was on the other side of Gaara's team. He didn't remember them either. There was supposed to be a team from Otogakure in these preliminaries, he was pretty sure of that, but they hadn't made it through for some reason. He sighed and looked up to the heavens for guidance, but found none on the ceiling. The events in the forest would have been pretty random, he supposed. There had been fewer teams after the first test, so no one would have gotten the same gate as they had in his original timeline. Perhaps the Oto genin had simply run into someone they couldn't handle because of that change. Or maybe they weren't supposed to advance in this timeline, or dimension, or whatever it was. Good luck, Naruto, Sakura said as she patted him on the shoulder, waking him from his thoughts. What? He looked up at her in confusion. Sakura smiled and rolled her eyes and then pointed at the electronic scoreboard on the wall. The scoreboard read, Akamichi Choji vs. Uzumaki Naruto. As the genin and their junin made their way up the stairs to the viewing balcony, Guy leaned over and whispered to Kakashi, the Akamichi clan is quite strong. Do you think your student will be able to survive? Kakashi didn't reply. Undeterred, Guy added, I know you value teamwork above all else, so it shouldn't have surprised me that your team made it through those portions of the exam, but now it is all about individual skill. His grades were the lowest in his class, weren't they? Have you awakened the fires of his youth yet? Kakashi shook his head slightly as if shaking away his thoughts and then turned to Guy. I'm sorry, what was your question? Guy scowled and turned away, quivering with annoyance. Kakashi smiled under his mask while his friend's back was turned. Naruto will be more than fine, Guy, he said after letting his rival stew for a moment. In fact, I really don't think it's fair to Choji to have to face him. My team will have no problem making it into the next round. Pretty confident, aren't we? Asuma said as he joined the two Junin. Kakashi shrugged. The Akamichi are all good ninja and I'm sure Choji will be no exception, but Naruto is different. Asuma smiled and lit a cigarette. We'll see. It's usually hard to get Choji to do anything other than eat, but he got pretty fired up after I promised him all he can eat steak if he wins. He took a drag on his cigarette and blew out a cloud of smoke. Naruto would actually be doing me a big favor by beating Choji. I don't know if I can really afford to treat Choji to all he can eat. Kakashi smiled under his mask and nodded as he turned his eyes to the fight that was about to start. Good luck Choji, Naruto told the larger boy with a smile as Hayate asked if they were ready. The two genin nodded and were told to start. Naruto waited patiently for Choji to make the first move, wishing that he could have been the one to pick up the bye. It would have been much better to have been allowed to stay out of the fights this round, but there was no use crying about things that hadn't happened. Still, he felt torn about how to handle this fight. Should he finish Choji off quickly or drag things out? If he finished his friend too quickly, he might damage Choji's self-esteem. Naruto was the dead last of their class, after all. How would it look if he took a fellow classmate apart in just a few seconds? At the same time, if he left Choji feeling too good about himself after the fight, would Choji push himself to get better? Naruto didn't really remember anything about Choji's fight from when he first went through all of this. Did he learn some lesson that shaped who he was supposed to be? Did he get beaten up in one punch? Did he win? Naruto had no way of knowing. He would just have to wing it and hope it worked out. Choji had been his friend in the future, a fellow connoisseur of Ichiraku ramen. He didn't want him to look bad here or anywhere else. Perhaps if he just used the fight too. You can do it, fat ass. Ino called out from the balcony. Naruto cringed at the look on Choji's face and cursed Ino under his breath. There wasn't any chance of having a nice friendly match. Was she trying to get him killed? Before we start, Choji said, his eyes and face burning after Ino's comment, I want to know something. Was that you in the forest when we were fighting that sand guy? Naruto opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, Choji added, because if it was, I'll quit right now. That guy would have killed us and you stopped him like it was nothing. There's no way I stand a chance against you. The reply died in Naruto's mouth as his lips spread into a wide grin. I have no idea what you're talking about, he lied, as he made his decision about how to handle the fight. Choji gave him a suspicious look but then shrugged and brought his hands together. Ninpu Baika no Jutsu. His body ballooned out and then he called out, Nikuden Sensha. As the great ball of Choji began rolling towards him, Naruto felt better than he had in a while. It wouldn't last forever, but while he was here fighting he could forget about all of the troubles that had unexpectedly sprung up since he entered the Forest of Death a few days ago. Sakura barely bothered to watch Naruto as he fought with Choji. She'd seen him in action often enough to be confident that he would have little to no trouble in this fight. It wasn't a knock against Choji, at least not too much of a knock against him, but unless he'd had an increase in skill rivaling Naruto's, she didn't think he stood much of a chance. He'd been near the middle of the class in terms of skill during their academy days and had never seemed really excited about training or pushing himself to get better back then. Mostly, if she was remembering right, all he wanted to do was eat and stare at the sky with Shikamaru. Naruto, on the other hand, had always wanted to be better and actually did try to improve even if he generally failed miserably. Now that he had Kakashi to help him, there seemed to be no limits to his potential. Besides being confident about the outcome, Sakura also had something else on her mind to keep her distracted from watching her teammate. When Hayate had explained there would be a preliminary round to decide who would actually participate in the actual third test, almost all of the genin had acted surprised. She, herself, had been surprised that they weren't all allowed to pass on to the next test despite having completed the second. The word, preliminary, however, had reminded her of standing in the forest when Naruto appeared and stopped the fight between Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. At the time, she hadn't thought anything of it, but he had told Neji he would see him in the preliminaries. Not in the next round, or the third test, but in the preliminaries. How had he known about something like that? Sensei, she asked as she stepped closer to Kakashi and the Lee-looking Junin he was standing next to. How did Naruto know that there was going to be a preliminary round? Kakashi pulled his eye away from the fight and gave her as funny a look as he could manage with 75% of his face covered. What do you mean? When we were in the forest, Naruto told someone we were fighting that he would see him in the preliminaries. I just don't get how he knew that there would be one. Kakashi nodded in understanding and his mask and eyes shifted in a way that she'd come to associate as him smiling. He reached out and patted her on the shoulder and said, having a preliminary round is unusual, but it isn't that uncommon. I actually told him about it the night before the exam started. He stopped by my apartment and asked if I could tell him about the exam. That's all. Oh, Sakura frowned, feeling a little dumb. Of course it would be something obvious like that. It wasn't like Naruto could see into the future or anything. Your student seems to be struggling a little bit, Kakashi. The Junin Kakashi was standing with remarked casually, drawing both Sakura and Kakashi's attention back to the fight going on below them. Sakura looked down just as Naruto leapt out of the way of the rolling ball of flesh. He'd apparently slightly misjudged Choji's speed because his leg was clipped by the ball, sending him flying at an odd angle. Somehow he managed to right himself in mid-air and landed in a crouch as the ball turned and bore down on him once more. This time Naruto chose to roll out of the way and once more only barely escaped being crushed into paste. What's he doing? Sakura asked in shock. The fight had already been going on for almost 5 minutes. She'd been certain that Naruto would be done by now. Kakashi didn't answer as he continued to watch. After another 2 minutes of Naruto dodging with varying degrees of close calls, the Junin's visible face made the smiling motions again and then he looked at his fellow Junin. Do you see it, Guy? Guy nodded as a broad smile split his face. The fires of youth burn brightly indeed in your young pupil. Sakura didn't see what they were talking about. It looked suspiciously like Naruto was losing. What is it? Guy looked at her and winked. Your teammate is making a point. A point. His muscles tense a long time before he actually moves, Sasuke said as he stepped closer to her. He's ready to dodge well before he actually does. He's doing it on purpose. Kakashi nodded, patting Sasuke on the head and ruffling his hair affectionately. Sasuke did not look amused. He picked one of Choji's weaknesses and is trying to show it to him, Kakashi explained, ignoring his dark-haired student's scowl. Sakura wasn't quite sure she understood exactly what they were talking about, but she got her answer soon enough. After nearly 10 minutes, Choji was rolling noticeably slower and Naruto was dodging more easily. Soon the ball came to a complete stop and with a puff of smoke turned back into a human shape. Sweat poured down his face as he stood unsteadily on his feet. Naruto, on the other hand, looked as fresh as he had when they started. Why, you're too fast, Choji gasped as he greedily sucked air. I can't catch you. You got close a couple of times, Naruto told him with a smile, but I thought you looked like you wouldn't be able to keep it up forever. If you could either roll a bit faster or figure out a way to grab me before you try to flatten me, things might have gone differently. Choji nodded weakly and then looked at Hayate. I give up, he said and then sat down to catch his breath. Naruto walked over to the larger boy and offered a hand to help him up while Hayate declared him the winner. Then the two walked up the stairs to their waiting teammates. It took Sakura a moment to realize that Naruto had just won his fight without even throwing a punch. As the thought dawned on her, Naruto caught her eye and winked as he joined the little group while Choji made his way to where Asuma and Shikamaru were standing. Well, you didn't win, Asuma said with a chuckle as he took a drag on his cigarette, but you did pretty well. Maybe we can still go get some sweet. I want you to help me train, Choji said quickly. I don't want to look this bad again. Asuma smiled. I think we can handle th. We can start after we go get steak, Choji added very seriously. Asuma chuckled and shook his head. After steak, he agreed with a sigh. Naruto watched the little scene with great interest, a smug smile on his face, and then turned to his own teammates. Sakura returned his smile even as she shook her head. You just wanted to stay the center of attention for as long as possible, didn't you? Sakura-chan, I have no idea what you're talking about, Naruto replied with an even bigger grin. Then he glanced at Sasuke, who was leaning against the railing. You better not lose here, show off. I want to face you in the next round. Sasuke smirked. You'll have to throw a punch when you fight me. Naruto's grin became positively feral. We'll see. Sakura rolled her eyes and then turned to look at the scoreboard as the next match flashed up on the screen. Hyuga Neji vs. Tsurugi Masumi. Chapter 27. Oh. Most of the genin assembled, as well as the Junin who instructed them and the Chunin who were responsible for testing them, watched the fight between Hyuga Neji and Tsurugi Masumi with great interest. After all, Hyuga Neji had been the highest-ranked graduate from the previous year's class of genin and was becoming renowned as an exceptional genius even among the clan that seemed to produce several geniuses every generation. Tsurugi Masumi was less well known, but had had a decent career as a genin thus far. Perhaps his biggest claim to fame was the interesting procedures he'd undergone which had softened his bones to allow him to be even more flexible than he already was with his natural ability to push joints in and out of socket at will and control his limbs with chakra. Few of those watching had had the opportunity to see him in action, but reports indicated that he sometimes seemed to move his arms and legs as if they were made from rubber, effectively bending and twisting around an enemy who got too close. Even the foreign Junin assembled to watch their teams compete knew that the Hyuga clan specialized in close-range combat, utilizing the vision afforded them by their eyes and their natural giftedness at controlling and manipulating the chakra released from their body. For this reason, Neji would, it was assumed, have to get close to Masumi to be effective against him, but close range was also where Masumi was also most effective. It would be a battle of strength versus strength. Masumi, being a full 10 years older than Neji, had the advantage of experience, was about 15 centimeters taller and weighed nearly 20 kilograms more than his opponent, but Neji was supposed to be an unrivaled genius and was a student of the eccentric but brilliant taijutsu specialist Maeda Guy. Hyuga Hinata had no doubts about the outcome of the match. She could basically see it already, just by watching Neji step to his spot and wait to be given permission to begin. Even as Masumi began telling Neji that it would be better for him to quit rather than having his ninja career ended at such a young age, she knew the outcome. Neji's cold reply only cemented the inevitability of it in her mind. Neji was a genius the likes of which she had never seen. He would not lose. Her feelings on Neji were strange and confusing to her. She knew that what he was rumored to be. The Branch family whispered about him all the time. Among them there was the belief that Neji had the potential to surpass any member of the main house if only he were given the same training as them. Some members of the main house had initially scoffed at this idea, but most had been silenced after watching him train when he was younger. The new theory was that due to his deceased father, Hyuga Hizashi, being the identical twin of the current head of the clan, Hinata's own father, Hyuga Hiyashi, Neji was as close to being a main house member as one could be and his genetic heritage gifted him with his genius. Hinata wasn't sure if that was the case. Genetics certainly didn't seem to have gifted her with that sort of genius, but it hardly mattered. What she was sure of was the fact that her cousin was probably everything her father wished she would be. The match began and the two boys moved in on one another. Neji's form was as flawless in motion as it had been when he'd settled into it just before they started. Every step, every thrust of his arms, every twist of his body was perfect. Hinata lowered her eyes and looked down at her hands as they rested on the metal railing. She knew the truth. Neji would have been a better heir than her. Despite better trainers, more in-depth instruction on the use and abilities of the Byakugan in the family's Juken style, and stricter oversight of her progress, Neji had completely and totally surpassed her all on his own. He knew it too. The dirty looks, the gruff comments to her in passing, the accidental meetings that had often left her near tears and her teammates, well, Kiba, anyway, ready to attack him. They all happened because of Neji knew that she didn't deserve what she'd been born into. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, the two of them also had that incident hanging over their heads. She didn't really remember it, having only been 3 years old at the time and unconscious for most of it, but because of her, Neji's father was now dead. She'd been kidnapped in the dead of night by a man named Gashira, a ninja from Kumogakure who happened to also be seated on their village council. From what had been learned later, Kumo, having suffered greatly in a war against Konoha that had just ended, wanted her so they could steal her Byakugan and instill her bloodline abilities in members of their village. There were several ways that this could have been done, but chances were that if all else failed, when she reached the proper age she would simply have been raped over and over so that she passed on her abilities to as many babies as possible before her body gave out and let her mercifully move on to the next life. Hinata did not normally wish death on anyone, but she was glad that her father had killed Gashira and spared her from such a fate. Online writing communities. Hizashi had not been so lucky, however. The death of a member of the village council was enough that Kumo and Konoha nearly found themselves at war again. Kumo could only be satisfied with the body of the man who had killed their council member, Hyuga Hiyashi. The reason for the demand, obviously, was to try to get their hands on a Byakugan despite the failure of their initial plan. But rather than do that, the Hyuga clan council decided to hand over Neji's father instead. He looked exactly the same as Hiyashi, there could be no complaints of duplicity, and he, as a member of the branch house, had the curse seal on his forehead that would make the Byakugan dormant as soon as he died. It was a perfect plan. It extinguished the fuse on a powder keg that could have engulfed the village in yet another war. It saved the lives of hundreds of Leaf Ninja. But it cost one little boy, only 4.5 years old, his father. Hinata knew Neji hated her. She knew that he hated her father. She knew that he hated the whole main house. And she didn't blame him. She turned her attention back to the match and was surprised to find that Masumi was almost totally wrapped around Neji's upper body. The older Leaf Genin's arms and trunk were twisted in a most impossible way, but with his ability to control his dislocated limbs, he had Neji in a position where he had to either give up or have his neck broken. Give up now, Masumi demanded. Why? Neji asked, I've already won. If I have to break your neck to show you reality, I will, Masumi growled. Try it, if you can. From the balcony, it was hard to tell if Masumi tried or not, but the widening of his eyes behind his round-rimmed glasses was a pretty big clue that something had gone wrong. His face below his glasses was covered by a hanging cloth mask, but Hinata strongly suspected that his mouth had just fallen open as well. With a contemptuous shrug of his shoulders, Neji dumped the genin on the floor. It was unfortunate for you that fate decreed that you'd fight me today, Neji told Masumi. A person like me, who can stop the flow of chakra inside your body with the slightest touch, was the worst possible opponent for you. You can't control your dislocated limbs if you can't move chakra towards them. Plus, he added with a smirking smile, the weak will always be crushed by the strong. He glanced over at Hayate, who covered his mouth and coughed, this match is over. Book. Story writing guides. Hayate rubbed underneath his nose and looked down at the oddly shaped man on the ground. Do you give up? Books. Masumi tried to lift his arm, but was unable to with it still dislocated from its normal position. Yes, he grumbled dejectedly. Hayate nodded. The battle cannot be continued. Winner, Neji. As a medic nin came out and helped Masumi back to the infirmary that had been set up in a room just down the hall, Hayate announced that they would be starting the third match. All eyes turned to the scoreboard once more as the names appeared. Hyuga Hinata vs. Midari. Hinata swallowed nervously and began heading towards the stairs, trying to smile at the encouragement her teammates whispered to her as she walked past them. Along the way, she passed Neji and shivered at the look he gave her, feeling any confidence gained from the other's encouragement evaporate into nothingness. In a fight, all by herself, where her teammates couldn't save her. Was she doomed? She'd defeated Kin, but that had been because her own ability somewhat cancelled out the sound genins. What were the chances of her getting that lucky a second time? She could feel her hands shaking and reached up to touch her lip to give them something to do. Just before the stairs, Naruto had turned and was smiling at her. Don't be nervous, he said softly, his hand gently closing around her arm to stop her hand from its habitual motion and, though he didn't know it, solidifying the ground beneath her so her body had a chance to steady itself. You can do it. Pretend it's just you and me practicing in the morning and kick his ass. You can beat this guy in your sleep, just believe in yourself. Hinata was doing her best not to throw up on him, which would have been a really unfortunate way to pay him back for his kindness, so she nodded weakly instead of tempting fate by opening her mouth to thank him for the encouragement. His words did help, however, and she felt some of her calm return as her stomach ceased from clenching and the threat of being sick died down slightly. Then, feeling slightly better, she headed down the stairs to where Hayate and Midari were waiting for her. Midari was a member of a genin team from Omegakure. Hinata wasn't sure if that was why he was dressed so odd or not, but it seemed likely. He was wearing a full-body suit that was black and a sort of bluish-gray. There was a strange tube that came out of the outfit roughly above his heart and wrapped around to a pouch behind him. His eyes were hidden behind some sort of strange black glasses with blue-green lenses that stuck out from either side of his bodysuit, but didn't connect in the middle, leaving his nose completely exposed. The glasses actually fit so tightly that they almost looked more like face paint, save for the colored lenses. He didn't wear a traditional hittai, as most genin did, but instead had his village's symbol attached to the brown conical hat he wore. Books. Creative writing courses. Hinata tried running through what she knew of Omegakure in an effort to come up with some insights on what to expect, but she didn't get much and then Hayate told them to start and it was too late to worry about it. Gaara didn't care about these fights. He knew he was easily more powerful than almost anyone in the room and had the power within him to take the almost out of that sentence if he wanted to. Most of them were worthless in his eyes, others would have held his attention more if it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's presence. He'd been watching Naruto ever since Hayate had told the genin teams that the preliminary matches were going to start. Though he hated to admit it, Naruto fascinated him. He'd been so casual in his fight against that fat ass from Konoha as he intentionally, it appeared, kept the fight close while wearing the other boy down. Then he'd helped his opponent up and the two had actually smiled at each other as they walked back towards the people they associated with. After that, Naruto had talked with his teammates while they watched the next match. The pink-haired kunoichi, Sakura, laughed occasionally at his jokes and even touched his arm during their conversation. There was such familiarity and affection between the two of them. And Uchiha Sasuke was almost the same, though with less touching. Gaara had seen friendship from afar. He'd watched as kids in his village played and talked and helped each other run in fear from him. For a time, he'd even thought he wanted it for himself, though he'd quickly learned that there were better, more important, things in life. Seeing Naruto surrounded by it, however, was different. It made Gaara feel differently about the idea of friendship. After all, he and Naruto were the same. The blonde hadn't said the actual words, but he'd been open enough in his hints that Gaara had no doubts about it. Uzumaki Naruto had something sealed within him as well. He was a monster, just like Gaara. So why weren't these people running away from him? Why didn't they keep their distance, occasionally casting wary glances out of the corner of their eyes at him the way Gaara's own siblings were doing now? The action below him momentarily drew his attention away from these questions as the Hyuga Kunoichi dodged the strange water jutsu that had Senbons hidden within it and gradually moved in on her opponent. Gaara frowned at the way the girl was moving. She'd been so afraid only a minute or two ago he'd practically been able to smell the stink of it rolling off of her. Now she was moving with far more confidence than he'd have thought she would be capable of, though still far less than Neji had during his fight. When had that changed? 3 quick strikes later, Midori's arm hung useless at his side and the match was essentially over. Gaara went back to ignoring it and watching Naruto, who was smiling and cheering like an idiot. Story writing guides. A peculiar feeling settled over Gaara as he realized the answer to his last question. The Hyuga Kunoichi had stopped and spoken to Naruto. That was when the change happened. No, that wasn't even quite right. She hadn't stopped and talked to Naruto, he had stopped her. He'd stepped away from his teammates and said something to the girl to take away her fear. But why? He had no answer to this question. She was obviously weaker than Naruto, so she couldn't do anything for him. The Hyuga were known as a powerful clan, but certainly someone who became so afraid right before a simple one-on-one fight couldn't be too highly placed within the clan. And even if she was, Naruto didn't have to say whatever he'd said to help her. There could be benefits to aiding her, but certainly no repercussion for not. Plus, he had been acting that way with most of the genin around him, not just her. The blonde's bright blue eyes suddenly met Gaara's and the other boy winked and grinned knowingly. Then he nodded his head to the side. Gaara's glanced at the scoreboard. Akato Yoroi vs. Gaara. The redhead scowled as his green eyes shifted to the level below him where his opponent was already waiting. In a swirl of sand he vanished from the spot he'd been standing and reappeared in front of Yoroi, his arms folded and his face blank save for the usual coldness in his eyes. The taller genin looked down at Gaara, his face appearing impassive with his eyes hidden behind round, dark glasses and the lower half of his face behind a hanging cloth mask. Thanks for joining us. Gaara stared up at him without replying. Okay, Hayate told them with a cough as he stepped back, please begin. Yoroi's right hand seemed to glow as his left reached into the pouch he wore on his back hip. Gaara didn't move. The leaf genin removed a handful of shuriken from the pouch and prepared to throw them. Gaara didn't move. The shuriken cut through the air with impressive speed and accuracy, heading straight for Gaara's face. Gaara still didn't move, but the sand from his gourd sprang into action. It swirled out of the top of the gourd over his left shoulder, down behind him, and then back up passing his right hip and continuing on until it swept the weapons away before they reached his face. Gaara almost smiled. He hadn't even lifted a finger, but the sand had completely taken away his enemy's option of using ranged weapons against him. Yoroi's eyebrows rose up in surprise and Gaara wished that the man's face wasn't quite so hidden. He always enjoyed watching the shock and, eventually, fear appear on the faces of those he was about to crush. There was a certain rush that came with seeing those emotions that was hard to describe, but it always left him feeling energized. The fact that the man's dark clothing and glasses were denying him that rush annoyed him. That's an impressive ability you have there, Yoroi said in the sort of calm voice that one uses when commenting on the weather. I wish I could have fought you during the actual third test. Beating you where everyone could see would have made quite a name for me. PFT, Gaara replied, you can't beat me. You'll be lucky if you ever even walk again by the time I'm done with you. You're a cocky little son of a bitch, aren't you? The sand around Gaara danced and swirled agitatedly as his eyes hardened. My mother is no bitch, he growled, but I might introduce you to her. She'll enjoy drinking your blood. Online writing communities. The sand shot forward and slammed into Yoroi's chest, knocking him backwards and then began swirling around him. The older genin brought his hands up to protect himself, but Gaara knew it was a useless gesture. He'd already decided that he was going to kill this man unless he was ordered to stop. And maybe even that wouldn't prevent him from doing it. Yoroi's movements were not, however, the useless gesture that Gaara had initially thought they were. The sand that he touched with his hands suddenly fell to the ground, no longer under Gaara's direct control. A simple thought brought the rest back to him, as a frown appeared on his face. An impressive power, but not an unbeatable one, Yoroi said with what must have been a smile behind his mask. Even an ability like yours all boils down to using chakra to manipulate an object, but I can absorb chakra. Gaara looked at the sand on the ground next to Yoroi and then at the man's hands. I hope you have another trick up your sleeves, Yoroi went on, because otherwise this isn't going to be nearly as exciting a fight as I thought it would be. You talk too much, Gaara told him. Yoroi brought his hands together and began to form seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. For a moment, it almost seemed to Gaara as though nothing had happened, but then the ground began to glow an orangish-red color and he felt heat above his head. He glanced up to find a large ball of fire hanging menacingly from the ceiling, ready to drop on him at any moment. The skin on his neck and arms felt like it was getting ready to blister as the heat increased. It was like standing in the desert around his village on the hottest day of the year and just letting the sun beat down upon you. He'd done that plenty of times, but he'd never felt the unnatural fear that was trying to build up inside of him at this moment. Gaara returned his attention to the leaf genin in front of him. You're about to die, Yoroi said. I suggest you give up before I burn your skin right off your bones. Gaara's eyes returned to the sand at Yoroi's feet and at the sand that had been slowly inching towards it from his remaining supply. The two met and then the sand around Yoroi's feet sprang up around his ankles. The leaf genin looked down in surprise and reached down to grab at it, but more sand, this time from the cloud that had been lazily circling Gaara, struck him in the face and pulled him back to an upright position. Yoroi's hand began moving towards the sand around his face, but before he could complete the motion, more sand caught him by the upper bicep and shoulder, where his shirt covered his skin, pulling his arms back and away until they were no longer able to cause trouble. Yoroi was wearing fingerless gloves, so Gaara assumed that his ability required his skin to come in contact with whatever he was absorbing chakra from. Whether that meant that any of his skin was capable of the fear or only the skin of his hands, was hard to say, but it no longer mattered. The sand was only attacking areas that were covered by clothing. Regardless of how the ability worked, Gaara had neutralized it. The fight was over and everyone knew it, including Yoroi. I give up, the genin yelled. Gaara ignored his surrender and the sand bent the genin's arms back farther and farther. A second later, there was a loud snap as the bones in Yoroi's shoulder shattered and each arm was pushed all the behind him at unnatural angles. The leaf genin screamed in pain. Gaara smiled and the sand swirled tighter around his prey. Yoroi has given up, this match is over, Hayate announced with a cough. The sand continued to move around the other genin. I said, it's over, Hayate repeated, the lazy and slightly sickliness of his voice vanished in an instant, replaced by an unspoken threat. Gaara didn't care. A wave of sand rose up and prepared to crash down on the broken genin, but before it could, a purple blur flashed through the spot where Yoroi was pinned. The sand slammed into the ground a half-second later and then rose back up and swirled into Gaara's gourd, drawing in the cork as the last of it vanished. He turned and looked at the person who had denied him his kill. The bespectacled genin with the gray ponytail was still kneeling over his teammate, his hands glowing green as they ran along the man's arms while the genin slowly eased them into their proper places. When the medic nin arrived with a stretcher, the gray-haired genin helped get his teammate onto it as gently as possible. I'm sorry, Yoroi-kun, he said as he stepped back, I should have stepped in sooner. Yoroi's brows knitted, but he didn't have a chance to reply before the healers rushed him back to the infirmary. As the double doors closed behind them, the genin glanced back over his shoulder and pushed his glasses farther up on his nose as he glared coldly at Gaara. You'd already won, there was no reason to do that. Gaara stared at the leaf nin for a moment and then shrugged and headed for the stairs. As he started up them, the gray-haired genin called out, you'd better hope we don't meet in the next round. Gaara paused and then, without turning, said, I don't care if we do or don't. Right now there's only one person I'm interested in. Coincidentally, the very person he was interested in was standing at the top of the stairs when he got there. Naruto, however, barely seemed to even notice Gaara as they passed each other. Instead, his troubled eyes were locked onto the genin who had stopped the fight. Gaara had faced Naruto twice already and both times the blonde's attention had been totally locked on him, even when there were other potential enemies around. That was the way people typically were around him, especially in Suna where he'd killed plenty of people just for fun, and he enjoyed it. If they were warily paying attention to him, they couldn't ignore him or pretend he didn't exist. To suddenly be disregarded by the person his attention was mostly focused towards was strangely unpleasant. And a little annoying. He glared at Naruto as they passed each other, but the blonde's eyes never wavered from the gray-haired leaf genin now approaching the steps himself. Naruto barely saw Gaara as they passed each other and the killer intent rolling off the red head passed through him like wind through a net. Some part of him recognized the threat and readied itself to force his attention onto his future friend should the need arise, but all of his conscious thoughts were directed at Kabuto. The genin Naruto had assumed would be a traitor was acting far different from how he should. Naruto barely even remembered Kabuto's two teammates, but he was certain that Kabuto had never paid that much attention to an unimportant ally. The concern on his face as he tried to heal his teammates' injuries and then helped lift him onto the stretcher was completely foreign on his face. Kabuto was supposed to be calculating. He was supposed to be aloof. He was supposed to be. Naruto sighed and tried to push his assumptions aside. This Kabuto was obviously totally different than the one he remembered from his own past. Given that he should have been a spy for Orochimaru even before Naruto had woken in the past, there was no way any of his actions had caused this change. What that meant, however, was a matter that he'd have to deal with later. Kabuto's intelligent eyes locked onto Naruto as he ascended the stairs and a small smile appeared on his lips. "He'll be okay, Naruto-kun. The damage is extensive, but I don't think it is life-threatening or anything. I fear that I'll be without at least one teammate for a while, however." Naruto nodded. Good. He'll be okay, I mean. The older genin reached the top of the stairs and his smile slowly disappeared as a more serious expression appeared on his face. "I've been meaning to apologize to you for my actions before the exam started," he said, fiddling with his hands nervously before stuffing them into his pockets. "You all looked so small and helpless. I should not have demeaned you by insinuating that you needed my help. Obviously I was quite mistaken about your abilities. All 9 of you rookies passed the first 2 tests while 132 older, more experienced genin failed. I suppose I should have been asking you for help." The apology caught Naruto almost as off guard as Kabuto's actions only moments before. This was another thing that he never would have believed the traitor he knew in the future to be capable of. Unless it was all part of some scheme that Naruto wasn't seeing yet. Yeah, Naruto replied as he decided that he would play along either to keep Kabuto from knowing that Naruto found his behavior so odd or to keep from being an ass to someone who didn't deserve it, he wasn't sure which. "Don't worry about it, we probably did look like a bunch of little kids to you. Sorry I was so rude, I don't like being looked down on." Kabuto smiled warmly. "With skill like yours, I doubt you'll ever be looked down on again." The two of them chuckled lightly and then Kabuto excused himself while Naruto returned to his teammates as the next match was announced. "Did you apologize to Kabuto-san?" Sakura asked as Shikamaru and Tenten prepared to fight. Naruto nodded grudgingly. "He might not be as bad of a guy as I thought he was," he admitted, not totally sure if he was lying or not. "Sometimes it's hard to believe that people occasionally do things just to be nice, isn't it?" Sakura asked as Shikamaru dove away from an assortment of flying projectiles. "People usually don't," Sasuke pointed out while keeping his eyes on the fight below. "Plenty of people do things just to be nice," Sakura retorted. "No they don't," Sasuke replied, wincing slightly as a kunai caught Shikamaru in the thigh. "At best they do nice things to feel good about themselves, but most aren't even that altruistic." Tenten was moving in to seal her victory now, a mace in her hands. "Wow, she's really strong," Sakura commented, wanting to change the subject away from one that she and Sasuke clearly disagreed on. "It's over," Naruto said. "Yeah, Shikamaru put up a good fight, but shish." "No, Shikamaru's already beaten her," Naruto cut her off. "What do you mean?" Sakura's question drifted off as Shikamaru stood up, his shadow suddenly connected to Tenten's and his hands in a position as if he were holding the mace. Shikamaru raised his hand in the air while Tenten informed him that he couldn't make her give up even if he could control her body, and then he swung his hand down towards the top of his head, stopping less than 2 centimeters before he hit himself. With an empty hand, the action did nothing to him, but the handle of the mace in Tenten's hand cracked against her skull. She was unconscious before she hit the ground. Shikamaru smiled as he was announced as the winner and then reached down and pulled the kunai from his leg. "Damn, that was more troublesome than I thought it would be," he grumbled as he waved off the medic nin and walked with only a slight limp towards the stairs. "How did you know?" Sakura asked Naruto as Tenten was carried back to the infirmary. Naruto shrugged. "Just paying attention. Shikamaru's pretty smart, I didn't think he'd let himself look that bad against her. He was probably luring her into for that one moment since the fight began. I bet he had another dozen ways already planned out in case she didn't do what he expected her to." "Che," Shikamaru said as he passed them, 2 dozen, but most of them wouldn't have worked. If she didn't fall for it there, I would have had to get hurt again to lure her in like that, and I don't think I could have taken much more. Then he continued on towards his own team. Naruto smiled. See, even though he acts like a lazy bum, he's smart. You two are a lot alike, then, Sasuke said with a smirk. He looks like a lazy dumbass, but is actually pretty smart. You look like a weak dumbass but are actually pretty strong. Naruto didn't miss that Sasuke had still left him with the label of dumbass, but his retort was cut off by the names that flashed up on the scoreboard. Haruno Sakura vs. Bayu. Good luck, Sasuke said as Sakura took a deep, calming breath and then headed down the stairs. When she was out of earshot, he turned to Naruto and whispered, "How do you think she'll do?" Naruto didn't take his eyes off of her as she walked to where Hayate was standing and waited for her opponent to reach them. You train with her more than I do, what do you think? Sasuke licked his lips and stared at Sakura for a moment. She's going to kick his ass. Naruto grinned. Yeah, she will. Sakura felt strangely calm as she prepared for her match against the dumpy-looking Bayu. She knew she'd done all she could to get ready for this moment. She'd been doing extra training with Sasuke and Naruto for the past few weeks, she'd been working hard when Kakashi instructed them after their missions, and she was anxious to prove herself. She was well aware of the fact that each time her team had run into some sort of trouble she'd done the least out of all of them. Against Kakashi that first day she'd run around looking for Sasuke, passed out after her sensei used genjutsu on her, and then got tied to the stump for her failure. When they went to Kogen she was the one who stood with the wagons during the initial bandit attack while Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi actually dealt with the threat. Then, against the missing nin, she was injured almost before the fighting even started and could only really watch as Sasuke and Naruto fought their opponents, though she had been a somewhat useful distraction against Sayaka. And last, but certainly not least, when Sasuke fought Neji she had simply stood there with her foot pinned to the ground by Tenten's incredibly accurate kunai throws. This time there wouldn't be a Naruto or Sasuke to save her or fight for her or protect her. She was on her own, with her teammates watching and cheering. Well, Naruto was anyway from the sidelines. For once, they weren't standing between her and the danger. She watched her opponent carefully as Bayu slowly made his way towards her. He was dressed almost identical to his teammate, Madari, whom Hinata had faced, only Bayu was shorter and a bit rounder. If she'd had to guess, she would have thought him the youngest on his team as he almost looked like he still had some baby fat, but with all but his face hidden behind his clothing, it was hard to be sure. Bayu placed his closed right fist into his left palm and bowed slightly. Let's do our best, he told her as Hayate stepped back so the two could fight. Sakura smiled at the young man and bowed as well. Yes, let's have. Before she could finish, something sliced into arm and shoulder. Instincts took over and she dove to the side as three more Senbon passed through the air where she'd just been standing. Sakura rolled smoothly to her feet and turned her wide eyes upon her opponent as she dimly heard Naruto yelling out an obnoxious protest to the slightly underhanded attack. Bayu already had another set of Senbon in his hand and a cocky grin on his face. You shouldn't take your eyes off of your opponent, he told her calmly, even one who looks like a cute little kid. I've been a ninja for almost 10 years now and have killed plenty of people. If you die today, I doubt I'll remember what you looked like in another week. You'll just be another kill added to my name. Sakura drew a kunai and grinned despite the sudden swell of nervousness in her chest. I'll make sure you remember me in a week, she told him. Bayu's reply came in the form of another round of Senbon, though this time he charged as she twisted to the side to dodge them. Sakura brought her kunai up to block as Bayu drew one of the umbrellas strapped to his back and attacked with it like it was a sword. The weight of the umbrella was surprising as was the strength behind the swing. Bayu, despite his short stature and slightly chubby appearance, was definitely not a cute little kid. The force of the blow was enough to knock Sakura off her feet and send her flying. She landed hard on her back, but rolled with the landing and pushed off the ground onto her feet. Bayu was no longer in front of her. Instead, he was in the air, his umbrella pulled way back as if he were getting ready to throw it at her. The umbrella opened as it was thrust forward and spun it in his hand. Sakura's eyes widened in fear at sight of the cloud of Senbon shooting out of the opened umbrella and raining down upon her. Sakura-chan, Naruto's voice called out as she tried to get out of the impact zone. From the balcony, it was hard for the genin to see just what had happened as the storm of needles slammed into the ground. Sakura had dove in the opposite direction, so the attack had obscured their view of the outcome, but when it was all over, Sakura was lying on the ground with at least 10 needles in her back and legs. Hayate started to raise his hand, but before he could declare a winner, Sakura slowly pushed herself up to her feet. Don't stop it, she whispered hoarsely as she wiped blood from her brow. I'm not done yet. Are you sure? Hayate asked. In answer, Sakura dropped her kunai and brought her fingers together. Doden, Doryu. The ground in front of her seemed to almost explode as a wall of earth almost 3 meters tall and at least 5 meters wide rose up in front of her, breaking the stone tiles that made up the floor and completely blocking her from Bayu's sight. Those watching the fight, however, could see her instantly drop to her knees as she tried, unsuccessfully, to reach behind her and remove the senbon that were stuck in her back. Once she realized it was futile, she pulled the ones she could reach out of her leg and then slumped against the wall as her eyes began to close. Bayu was a cautious person. He didn't try jumping over the wall, nor did he just run quickly around it to see what she was doing. Instead, he slowly circled the outer edge of the room until he could see Sakura, keeping plenty of distance between himself and where he thought she was so that he would have time to dodge any attack she was preparing for him. When he finally was able to see her, however, he found that she appeared to have blacked, probably from chakra exhaustion after taking such extensive damage and then creating the wall of earth. Whatever the reason, she was slumped against the wall, her hands folded in her lap and a small pool of blood beginning to form underneath her. Bayu didn't run to her or proclaim his victory, but he did slowly walk towards her limp form, senbon at the ready should she try anything tricky. "Excuse me, referee-san, but you might want to call the match before she really dies," Bayu said as he looked up at the chunin once he was certain that Sakura wasn't going to move again. "Or should I finish her now and make it a little more obvious that she's done?" Hayate glanced at Sakura, shrugged, and then took a step back. Bayu frowned and then looked back down. Sakura's eyes were open and her fingers were forming seals. Megan, Tendumi no Jutsu. To Bayu it seemed as though Sakura, the wall of earth, Hayate, and just about everything else had faded away in a swirl of leaves. Instead, he found himself surrounded by beautiful, scantily clad women as the normal lighting of the tournament room changed into a smoky haze with soft colors bouncing off of it. The women smiled welcomingly and waved him towards them. "Bayu-sama, come sit with us," they called out in giggling voices as one of them began sauntering towards him. "We've been waiting so long for you to come see us." The Rain Genin took a step forward, a dopey smile on his face, but then shook his head. Why would these women be here? He was supposed to be in the middle of a fight. Besides that, no woman had ever looked at him with that look in her eyes, much less a half dozen of them. This was the stupid, desperate jutsu of a young, inexperienced genin. He brought his hands together. Release. The girls and lighting fell away, but before the illusion was totally gone, the girl who had been approaching him brought her hands together and called out, "Megan, Narukumi no Jutsu." The women who had been fading away, suddenly came back into sharp focus, though this time they were far from beautiful. Rolling blobs of skin oozed off their faces and splashed on the ground, revealing red-stained bone and tissue below. Their bony fingers stretched towards him and their no longer giggling voices rasped, "Come to us, Bayu-sama. We've been waiting for you. We're so hungry." Bayu couldn't help it. He screamed and tried to back away, but his feet wouldn't move. Looking down he found that the ground had become blood-red goo that his feet were slowly sinking into. The closest of the corpse-like women was nearly upon him and he could do nothing to escape. Again he shook his head, clearing the unnatural fear from his mind. This was just another genjutsu the girl was using on him. There was no way something like this could actually be happening. His senses all claimed that what he was seeing was real and the terror was enough that he wanted to curl up in a little ball and cry, but that wasn't him and this wasn't real. "You can't fool me," he yelled out as the goo tried to swallow him up. Release. Once more, the illusion fell away, leaving only Sakura in front of him. The only problem was Sakura was now right in front of him. The kunoichi's hand curled into a fist as she cocked her arm and then drove it into her opponent's squat face. Bayu was almost certainly unconscious before he hit the wall, but even if he wasn't, the impact with the wall certainly would have been enough to do the trick. The wooden panels that covered the concrete walls to give them a more aesthetically pleasing appearance shattered under the force of the impact and even the wall itself had cracked by the time Bayu fell forward and did not rise or even move. Sakura stood with her arms still extended from her follow-through for several seconds, panting with exertion and trying to remain conscious herself as Hayate stepped forward. "Winner, Haruno Sakura." Her friends cheered wildly. Or Naruto did anyway. Maybe the others too. It was hard to hear anyone over Naruto, but it didn't matter. Looking up, she could see their faces and knew that she had done what she needed to. She'd proven that she wasn't just that other member of Team 7 that no one really paid attention to because she was so far behind everyone else. For the moment, anyway, she was in front of them and they all could see her. That was enough. For now. Her head fell forward and her body followed as the darkness swooped up around her. She didn't hit the ground, however, as two strong, warm arms closed around her body and held her close. She looked up through closing eyelids and found Sasuke's face with Naruto hovering just behind him. "Thanks," she whispered. "Anytime," he replied with what almost looked like a smile. Her eyes shifted to Naruto, noted his proud, but worried smile and then closed. It wasn't the best ending to a fight she could have imagined. Staying conscious would have been nice, but having her friends right there with her, looking proud, and Sasuke's arms around her. Well, it was good enough. Sasuke lifted Sakura easily and carried her over to the medic nin who had a stretcher ready for her. After gently setting her down, careful to lay her face down so that the senbon in her back would not be touched or pressed upon by the canvas stretcher, he turned and headed up the stairs, Naruto trailing just behind him. Sakura had been pretty amazing, he had to admit. Compared to the girl who used to follow him around just trying to get close enough to accidentally touch him, she was a totally different person. The strength of will alone to get up after being hit with as many senbon as she had been was incredible. She'd come so far in such a short amount of time. "She'll be alright," Naruto said softly as he laid a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke glanced at his friend and nodded. He didn't have any doubt that Sakura would recover quickly. Looking at Naruto, however, he was again struck by the difference that had come over the blonde in the past month or two. The stupid jokes and thick-headedness were still there, but they were almost more of a mask now. Of course, he knew that they were completely real and just simply a part of Naruto's personality, but they hid the powerful ninja that his friend had become. In fact, Sasuke wasn't always totally sure that even he knew how strong Naruto was. Even if he really was just as strong as Sasuke had seen so far, he was about 1,000,000 times better than he'd been when they graduated. Maybe more. Both Sakura and Naruto had come so far since they became a team, and he had not. They grew more and more powerful every time he saw them, but his progression was far slower. He'd made some strides, of course, but not to the extent that his teammates had. It would be easy to argue that they'd had much farther to go than he did when they graduated, but that was the sort of excuse that only a weakling would make. There was no excuse for not continuing to remain as far above them as the clouds were above the ground. When the preliminaries were over, he was going to make some changes. He had to get stronger if he was ever going to catch his brother. He had to get stronger if he was going to continue to remain above Naruto. He had to get stronger if he was going to continue to have a reason to live. "What do you think she made him see with that genjutsu?" Naruto asked as they reached Kakashi and stopped. He looked pretty excited, don't you think? "Who cares?" Sasuke asked. Naruto leaned a little closer to him. "Do you think it was something?" He put a hand over his mouth and, rather loudly, whispered, "Naughty." Sasuke rolled his eyes and refused to answer, though he felt his cheeks warm slightly. Naruto grinned. "I bet she'd show it to you the next time you two go off and train." "That would be a stupid waste of time," Sasuke growled. Naruto shrugged. "Maybe she'll show me and I could tell you about it. Is there anything I can do to get you to stop talking about this?" Sasuke asked resignedly. "Just admit that you want to see if Sakura-chan is really a pervert or not." "I don't." "Liar. Dumbass." Naruto chuckled and then kindly changed the subject rather than continuing the insult trading. "So," he said casually as they looked up at the scoreboard to see who the next two fighters would be, "Sakura-chan and I made it into the third test. You aren't feeling any pressure, are you, show-off? I mean, it'll look pretty bad if the worst student the academy has ever let graduate and a girl from a non-ninja family pass and the great Uchiha genius has to watch from the stands." Sasuke glared at his teammate, but his lips twisted into a half-smile half-smirk. "You just better hope you lose before we meet in the next round. It will be a lot more humiliating for you to lose in front of all those people than it is when you lose during our sparring sessions. At least then, it's just Sakura and Kakashi who laugh at you. Imagine if the whole village got to laugh." Naruto grinned. "I prefer to think of looking up at their shocked faces when they see all the geniuses whose asses have just kicked. Between you, the Kasage's son, and Neji, I might get to fight a genius every round. Or you might not get to fight any of them until we meet in the finals," Sasuke pointed out. Naruto's grin grew larger. "I can live with that." Sasuke's half-smile became a full one. "Me too." Both boys looked up as the scoreboard flashed the next two names. Aburame Shino vs. Rock Lee. Bad luck," Naruto sighed. "I was almost hoping to see what you could do in a rematch against Lee." Sasuke unconsciously rubbed his no longer injured shoulder. "Me too." Chapter 28. Oh. Damn, they're good, Naruto thought with a happy smile as he watched the battle playing out below. It was really too bad that the two of them had drawn each other, since they were both the sorts who deserved to be able to showcase their skills in front of an appreciative audience. In the future they'd been great, but he'd forgotten just how skilled they were when they were kids. Shino's Kikaichu bugs had almost ended things early, but Lee was both literally and figuratively quick on his feet. He grasped the danger he was in and began moving at speeds that kept Shino's insect allies from doing what they did best. Naruto doubted any other genin, with the possible exception of himself, could have gotten around the bugs with just pure speed and kept it up for as long as Lee had so far. A number of them could reach those speeds for brief moments, but few had the stamina necessary to keep it up. Unfortunately for Lee, he couldn't attack Shino very well while dodging the swarm of insects. In fact, even when he did manage to get close enough with time to slow down and punch or kick, Shino was able to block most of his attacks. Shino didn't often show it off, but he wasn't such a terrible taijutsu user himself, and what he lacked in skill he made up for in quick thinking and good reaction time. During a small lull in the fight, which meant Lee was only dodging the ever-persistent Kikaichu bugs while looking for a new avenue of attack, Sasuke commented on Lee only using taijutsu rather than simply stepping back and using a ninjutsu to attack the insects he seemed to be having trouble with. Naruto almost answered, but Guy spoke up first. The blonde actually was grateful for the energetic Junin's interruption since, when he stopped and thought about it, he couldn't think of a good excuse for knowing Lee's history, and Sasuke would definitely be curious about the source of such information. Lee has close to zero ability to use ninjutsu, Sasuke-kun, Guy informed the Uchiha, and even less for genjutsu. His tenketsu are only partially developed so that he is almost completely unable to expel or mold chakra. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he continued to follow Lee's movements below. Naruto did his best to hide his smile as he watched the gears in his friend's head turning. He knew Sasuke hadn't forgotten his defeat at Lee's hands, and now he was finding out that Lee would have been considered even below Naruto back at the academy. It was probably a pretty bitter pill to swallow, but sooner or later he'd see that there was no shame in being beaten by Lee. So, with those two avenues closed to him, he had the choice of either giving up his dream of becoming a ninja or become a taijutsu specialist. Guy's face lit up as he called out, "Lee, take them off." The dark-haired boy swatted his hand at some bugs that got too close and then threw himself into a high arcing flip, landing on almost the complete opposite side of the room. He made sure to check that Shino and the swarm of insects weren't any closer to him and then glanced up at the balcony. "But, Guy-sensei, you said that was only to be used when I was protecting many precious people." Though it hardly seemed possible, Guy's toothy smile actually grew larger as he gave a bug thumbs up and winked, the classic, nice guy pose. "It's okay. I'll allow it this once." Naruto understood almost instantly what was happening. Guy wasn't worried about Lee beating Shino, though this would definitely help end the match much quicker. He wanted his pupil to show a genius or two, since he probably wanted Kakashi to see his student's prowess as well, what it meant to be a genius of hard work. Lee almost did a little dance as he sat down and pulled off the orange leg warmer that covered the weights strapped to his right leg. Each weight pack was marked with the kanji for guts, something Naruto had always found to be the perfect description of his friend. The first set of weights had just come off when Shino attacked. Naruto once again had to be impressed with Shino's logic and ruthless efficiency. His opponent was on the ground, unguarded, and doing something that would probably give him an advantage when he was done. It was the perfect and, especially if Lee had gotten both sets of weights off, possibly last opportunity Shino would have to attack. The bugs swarmed after Lee, forcing him to push off the ground and flee to the best of his ability, but with only one leg unburdened, he was off balance and hobbled. The difference between his legs and the confusion of trying to avoid an unexpected attack was enough that he couldn't even manage his previous level of quickness. Guy's face lost a lot of its previous confidence as he watched Lee stumble on a landing and then be almost totally enveloped in the swarm of black bugs before rolling and sort of half limping, half running away. Online writing communities. Again Lee reached down to try to get the remaining weights off of his leg, but again the Kikaichu bug swarmed too close to him and he was forced to abandon the effort and flee while almost comically waving his hands to swat the insects away. "I will not allow you to remove those final weights," Shino informed him calmly. "Several of my allies have already managed to attach themselves to you. They will alert the others of your location and will gradually drain away your chakra, slowing you down until you can no longer fight back." The worried look on Lee's face slipped away as his lips spread into a large smile. "Then I will stop trying to take the weights off, Shino-kun." He lifted the weighted leg so that it was no longer on the ground and then brought his hands into the ready position. A lone eyebrow rose above the rims of Shino's glasses and then the Kikaichu swarm swirled around him, greatly reminding Naruto of the movements of Gaara's sand, and shot towards Lee. The spandex-clad ninja waited until almost the last second and then pushed off the ground using just his unencumbered leg, flipping back towards the far wall. The bugs were not deterred by the impressive feat, nor were they impressed when he performed still one more leap to get himself within about 2 meters of the wall. They just kept coming, but now Lee was waiting patiently for them to arrive. Online writing communities. As the cloud of insects reached him, Lee jumped back once more, turning his body in the air so that his foot landed on the wall with his body pointing towards the oncoming swarm. For a split second he seemed to stick to the wall, but then he pushed off and shot forward like a green comet. He passed through the kikachu so fast that it was hard to tell if any had the speed to catch hold of him in that brief instant before he was beyond them and flying towards Shino. Brilliant, Sasuke whispered next to Naruto as Lee landed and drove the palm of his hand up into Shino's chin. No shame in losing to him, Naruto chuckled. Sasuke didn't have a reply as Lee's leg swept out, knocking Shino off his feet, and then driving his left hand down into the younger Genin's chest while his right hand reached down and pulled off his remaining leg warmer. That was all the time he had for attacking, however, as the Kikaichu bugs managed to reach him at that point, forcing him to retreat momentarily. It didn't really matter though, the damage was done. Lee's hands were on the remaining weights even before he landed. By the time the Kikaichu bugs reached him again, he was completely unencumbered. His relieved smile lit up the room as he rose and watched the insects approaching him. To most watching the match, Lee simply seemed to vanish. Certainly Sasuke's gasp of surprise was not the only one Naruto heard. Glancing around, he could see that outside of himself and the Junin, only Gaara's face remained impassive at the display of speed. Though Gaara wasn't even watching the match, so it was hard to say if he would have been surprised or not. Naruto smiled at the boy who was staring at him and gave a little wave that he was sure was going to annoy his future friend before turning back to the match. Shino's eyes couldn't be seen through the dark glasses he wore, but his eyebrows were both raised, so it was probably that his eyes had widened at the sudden turn of events. If he even realized that Lee was now behind him, he gave no indication. Even to Naruto, Lee was basically just a streak as he rushed at the Aburame boy, his arm cocked and ready to strike. Just as his fist came forward, Shino suddenly spun and brought his arms up. Naruto had no idea if Shino was actually able to keep up with Lee's movements or if it was just a guess which, if he knew Shino, would be called the logical conclusion given current available data, but it was damn impressive either way. The force of Lee's punch was still enough to knock Shino back, but it would have ended the fight had it not been blocked. Even still, he was sent sliding across the floor and ended up on one knee. Lee was apparently just as shocked at Shino's ability as everyone else, because he didn't press his advantage. The two genin stared at each other for a moment and then Shino turned to Hayate and said, "I forfeit. Continuing would no longer serve any purpose. I cannot match him with speed or strength and my allies are incapable of keeping up with him. The outcome is decided." Hayate coughed and sniffled and then raised his hand. "Very well," he said in a tired voice, "Rock Lee is the winner." A little farther along the balcony Kiba groaned loudly at Shino's actions, grumbling that he should have kept trying even though it seemed helpless. Naruto smiled as Hinata tried to calm Kiba down before their teammate returned so that he wouldn't say anything to rub Shino's nose in his lose. What was even funnier was that beneath his calm exterior, Naruto was certain Shino was seething even more than Kiba. There was a good chance that any friendship between Lee and Shino that there might have been in the other timeline had now been put on hold for the foreseeable future. Shino, oddly, did not normally let things go very easily. Even years after it had happened, Shino still commented on being overlooked during the mission to bring back Sasuke when he defected to the Sound and also on Naruto's inability to remember him after returning from training with Jiraiya. Hurting matters even more was Lee's excitement at having moved on. He was very polite to Shino first, of course. He thanked him for a good match and told him that he would be happy to face him again sometime, but then he practically danced back to Guy where the two went over the fight with a fine-toothed comb with far more enthusiasm than seemed totally necessary. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, raised a lone eyebrow, and then promptly stuck his hand in his mouth and bit down as he tried to hold in his laughter at the two's antics. Sasuke just shook his head and looked up at the scoreboard, anxiously awaiting his opportunity. Yakushi Kabuto vs. Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke deflated, but Naruto didn't even notice as he turned his full attention to the match that was to come. Kabuto had been a point of confusion for him so far. Was he good? Was he a spy? It seemed like there wasn't any way to know, and without an answer to that and to the question of what had happened to Orochimaru, there was no way to figure out if he was in his own past or some alternate universe that just closely resembled his own timeline. Perhaps he could glean some clues by seeing how Kabuto fought here. Ino was no pushover, though it was doubtful that she'd be at a level that would really push Kabuto. Assuming this Kabuto was even close to the level that Naruto remembered him being at. Kabuto smiled and bowed respectfully to Ino as the two waited to be given permission to start. Let's have a good match, Ino-chan. Ino returned the smile. Good luck, Kabuto-san. The same to you. Then Hayate told them to start and the friendly smiles were gone as both began slowly circling each other, muscles tense and ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Naruto frowned as he watched the two genin fight. Even being as unsure of what to make of Kabuto as he was, he'd unconsciously been expecting a little more from the man who'd been such a thorn in Konoha's side. In the other timeline, Kabuto had been nearly on par with Kakashi, able to even stand against Tsunade for a short time when they had fought. This Kabuto, however, was struggling, if only slightly, against the much smaller and physically weaker Ino. Twice he stumbled awkwardly and nearly left himself totally open to her attack, barely managing to scramble away before she landed any significant blows. It took a few more minutes before Naruto finally saw what was happening. Kabuto jumped to the side as Ino attacked, but his landing was weird and he fell. Only, his landing wasn't weird. He'd done it on purpose. Just as his feet were about to hit the ground, he'd lifted one of them while pushing the other forward so he would land on his heel. There was no reason for him to do that, unless he was trying to convincingly fall. He was playing with Ino, but doing it in a way that was supposed to keep her from realizing it. What's he playing at? The blonde wondered, his eyes narrowing. Creative writing courses. Ino landed a punch to Kabuto's head, nearly spinning him around, but he quickly stuck out his foot and swept her legs out from under her as they both fell. The two genin rolled away from each other and scrambled back to their feet at almost the exact same time. You're very good, Kabuto-san, Ino said with a smile, breathing hard. Kabuto looked like he was breathing hard as well. Thank you, though I should be doing better than this. I'm afraid that it is difficult for me to fight against a pretty girl. Ino blushed slightly at the compliment even as her lips twisted in a scowl. I'm more than just a pretty face, she retorted. Kabuto rubbed the spot where she had just punched him and winced. Believe me, I am well aware of that, he said with a smile and a wink. Then he added, I think, however, that if I can stop concentrating on how pretty you are, I can beat you. You are very good, but your taijutsu needs work. Ino's hands rose to the ready position and her face set with determination. We'll see about that. Kabuto grinned. I didn't say it would be easy. Above them, Sasuke rolled his eyes and let out an exasperated sigh. Are they fighting or flirting? Naruto didn't take his eyes off the action, his hands gripping the railing so tightly it hurt. This Kabuto was so different from the one he remembered it was jarring at times. I'm sure they'll finish up soon, don't be so impatient. Easy for you to say, the Uchiha retorted, you already got to go. Naruto smiled as Ino tried using an earth jutsu to catch Kabuto's feet, probably as a prelude to the Yamanaka clan's famous Shintenshin no Jutsu, only to have the gray-haired genin just barely avoid it. The shock of missing was enough that Ino didn't quite turn in time as Kabuto got behind her and brought his hand up to touch her neck. Naruto's smile vanished and his eyes widened. If this Kabuto was like the original, to him, anyway, Kabuto, this could be a killing blow. But neither Kabuto would do that with all these people watching, would they? At the same time, there was no rule against killing your opponent if you had the chance and accidents happened all the time. After what had happened to Team 8, could he take the chance that it would all be okay? Where are you? Sasuke started to ask as Naruto vaulted over the railing without a second thought. He was too late, however. Kabuto's finger touched a small nerve cluster on Ino's neck and she went completely limp. Kabuto didn't even let her knees hit the ground before his hands slid around her waist to hold her up. He glanced over his shoulder at Hayate and said, I would appreciate it if you ended the match now. She won't be able to move for a few seconds and I'd hate to damage such a lovely young lady. Hayate nodded and raised his hand. Winner, Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto turned towards Naruto and smiled as he gently lowered Ino to the ground and touched her neck once more. It will take a few seconds, but she will be fine. You're lucky the fight was already over or she could have been disqualified when you came to rescue her. Naruto cringed, realizing how stupid he probably looked rushing to help someone in what had actually been one of the more friendly matches of the day. Ah, sorry. It just looked like. Ino-chan is very lucky to have a friend who is so concerned for her, Kabuto told him as he looked down at her once more, brushing a stray lock of blonde hair away from her face. I can see why you would be protective. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and coughed awkwardly. No, it's nothing like that. I just thought. Actually, I don't know what I was thinking. Creative writing courses. Whatever it was, do you think you could do it somewhere else? Kiba asked from behind him, a smirk in his voice. You're in the way. Creative writing courses. Naruto looked around, suddenly aware of the fact that Kiba and Temari were waiting rather impatiently for Ino, Kabuto, and Naruto to move. More than that, Ino and Kabuto had a reason to be there, having just finished their match. Naruto did not. Naruto grinned sheepishly. Sorry about that. Good luck, Kiba. Try not to make Akamaru do all the work, even a cool dog like him is going to get tired carrying your fat ass all the time. Then, as Kiba growled an angry, though still slightly playful, retort, Naruto and Kabuto helped a slightly woozy Ino up the stairs. As soon as they were out of the way, Hayate announced the next match and told the two genin that they could begin. Sasuke resisted the urge to tap his foot impatiently, but only just barely. He was extremely annoyed at whatever forces had conspired to make him go last, especially after watching Naruto and Sakura do so well in their matches. Despite the way he'd basically laughed off Naruto's question about whether or not he was feeling any pressure to keep up with his two less renowned teammates, the thought of possibly being the only one not to make it into the official third test made his stomach twist uncomfortably. He glanced at the genin from Omegakure standing all the way at the other end of the walkway who was to be his opponent. The brown-haired young man was the last of his teammates left in the exam. Would he fight like either of them had, or would he take a different tactic? Would he be strong or weak? Was he feeling any of what Sasuke was trying not to feel? Sasuke supposed he'd just have to wait and find out. After such an excruciatingly long wait, what did another couple of minutes matter? The Uchiha tried to focus on the fight between Kiba and Temari, but it just couldn't hold his attention for long. Part of it was that he and Kiba weren't anything close to what could be considered friends. Kiba was the sort who liked to think himself cooler than Sasuke felt was warranted, and he also liked to imagine that the girls of their class saw the same coolness as well. He and Naruto were very similar in this regard. While he would work hard to impress girls like Ino, Amy, and Sakura, they fell all over themselves chasing Sasuke, who didn't even care about them or make any effort to encourage them. That, Sasuke suspected, probably had something to do with Kiba bestowing the nickname, Uchihatards, on them, assuming Naruto had been honest when he laid the blame for the name at Kiba's feet. The other reason why the fight couldn't hold his attention was because it was boring and very one-sided. Temari was fast enough to keep up with Kiba and Akamaru's attacks and was exceptionally skilled at using her giant iron fan. On top of that, Akamaru was still not fully used to having only one eye and kept giving obvious clues about this weakness. It was especially unfortunate when he transformed into what looked like a beast-human hybrid that was identical to Kiba. Because he was continuous turning his head to see things on his blind side that Kiba could view by simply moving his eyes or using peripheral vision gave away, it was easy to tell the two of them apart. This problem gave way to an even bigger one. Kiba kept stepping in to save Akamaru even when the puppy didn't need it. Temari was clearly very smart. She noticed Akamaru's handicap and Kiba's reluctance to let his friend take care of himself and simply attacked Akamaru each and every chance she got. Kiba invariably moved to protect his friend and was hit with either the initial attack or a follow-up one nearly every time. Naruto groaned and looked up at the ceiling after a gust of wind slammed the boy and his dog into the wall. We're going to have to work on that, he sighed. Sasuke frowned. What do you mean by that? Well, he can't just keep getting in Akamaru's way. Yes, but what do you mean by, we're going to have to work on that? Naruto blanched. Slip of the tongue. I just meant that he was going to have to work on it. There's no need to hide it, Naruto, Kakashi spoke up. Hide what? Both boys asked in unison. Kurenai-san asked me if Naruto could help her team work on tactics when fighting a large number of enemies, Kakashi explained. Since he can use Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, she thought he would be the ideal assistant for that sort of training. Oh, right, Naruto said, nodding eagerly. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if I was allowed to say anything or not. I doubt Sasuke-kun cares all that much that a team requested to use you as their glorified punching bag, Kakashi replied, his one visible eye shifting in a way that meant he was smiling beneath his mask, though it is a good idea to learn to not go around dropping unintentional hints to secrets you want to keep. If you want to be a good Hokage, you'll have to learn to control your tongue. Naruto cringed and rubbed the back of his head. I'll keep that in mind, sensei, but I'm not great at sneaking around. I've always preferred to take the direct path. Don't sell yourself short, you can be plenty sneaky when you put your mind to it. You just need to be more aware of your surroundings sometimes. Speaking of which, Sasuke-kun, your opponent is waiting. Both boys turned to find that Kiba was already being carried off on a stretcher with Akamaru following right next to him, whimpering softly. Temari had apparently long since returned to her spot as she was already leaning casually against her folded-up fan with a bored look on her face. How the fight had ended, Sasuke could only guess, but it seemed likely that Kiba had continued trying to protect his puppy all the way up until it cost him the match. He glanced up at the scoreboard. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Shigure. Good luck, Naruto whispered as Sasuke took a deep breath and turned towards the stairs. Remember, you can't lose here. I want to face you in the next round. Sasuke grinned at his friend. Something about Naruto's voice seemed to fill him with the cocky swagger that he lost whenever he felt like he wasn't advancing as quickly as his teammates. There was a hint of a friendly challenge in the way Naruto said it that just demanded a confident reply. Wait here, I'll be right back. Don't take too long, I'm getting hungry. Their smiles grew a little larger as they locked eyes, and then Sasuke turned and walked calmly down the steps, feeling ready to take on anything. Shigure was obviously older than Sasuke, probably close to 20 years old, and as such was at least 10 centimeters taller. He was dressed similarly to his teammates, but was lacking the conical hats that they'd worn. His right eye was closed, maybe permanently, and one of the two long, ugly scars on that side of his face actually passed over his eyelid, probably a souvenir from a past encounter with a kunai or some other weapon. On his back he had 6 umbrellas, unlike his teammates who had only carried 2 with them, and a dark gray cloak hung down from his shoulders. The brown-haired genin smiled confidently at Sasuke as he approached, revealing a strange piercing or stitching on the right side of his lips. 2 thin cords or wires looped from the top lip to the bottom, preventing that side of his mouth from opening as wide as the rest. Thanks for joining us, Shigure chuckled. Sasuke didn't bother replying. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to finish this quick. I have no intention of taking it easy on you like Midori and Bayu did in their fights. Sasuke shrugged. Good, I hate long waits. Hayate coughed into his hand and then said, alright, the 10th and final match between Uchiha Sasuke and Shigure will begin. Now. Sasuke didn't even wait for Hayate to get completely out of the way. He dove forward, a kunai already in his hand and ready to strike. Shigure drew an umbrella and knocked aside the initial swipe of the kunai, before pivoting and driving the tip of the umbrella at Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke's free hand caught the umbrella's tip and he used it to swing himself down and under so that he came up inside Shigure's defenses. The genin from a Megakure was not caught off guard, however, and he quickly twisted to the side as he pulled another umbrella off his back and slammed it down across Sasuke's arm as he tried to attack with the kunai again. Sasuke's weapon was knocked from his hand, and as he reached for another, Shigure leapt back from him and started to open one of the umbrellas. Sasuke hadn't forgotten what had happened during Sakura's fight and knew what was coming. He centered himself, waiting for Shigure to be committed in his aim, and then dove to the side as a hail of senbon passed through the air where he'd been standing only a split second before. Sasuke rolled smoothly to his feet, 3 kunai clutched between the fingers of his right hand, and returned fire with pinpoint accuracy. Unfortunately, the umbrella not only served as an offensive weapon, but was also useful for defense, and Shigure brought it up in time to deflect the projectiles. Sasuke, look out! Naruto yelled from above. Sasuke didn't stop to think about what his teammate was talking about, he simply dove to the side again, somersaulting once so that he was facing back towards where he'd been standing. He came up just in time to see several senbon stab into the ground where he would have been had Naruto not yelled. A feral grin played across Shigure's partially sutured lips. I can control the senbon with my chakra. They'll always strike where I want them to. You have no choice but to spend all your time running, and that will only prolong your life for a few minutes at best. The aim nin thrust the second umbrella at Sasuke, sending a new batch of senbon at him, this time at a wider spread to make them more difficult to dodge. Again Sasuke was forced to dive out of the way, this time hitting the ground and instantly pushing himself off again to keep away from the deadly attack. Even that wasn't enough to totally avoid all the senbon, and his leg, side, and arm cried out in pain as they were hit by a couple of the razor-sharp needles. He landed awkwardly, his injured leg not ready to hold up the weight required of it, and fell to his knees. A quick glance at his arm revealed that one of the senbon had almost passed completely through his shoulder while another had pierced his bicep with enough force that it was sticking out the other side of his arm. He moved his arm experimentally and found that his moment would be both limited and painful. With grunt of pain, he reached down and pulled a senbon out of his calf. It hurt like hell, but he would deal with it. He looked up at Shigure and scowled at the smile on the young man's face. Unconsciously his eyes shifted to Naruto. His blonde teammate looked worried and was leaning so far over the railing that it seemed like he might fall over the top of it if a breeze hit him just right. Blue eyes met black and suddenly Naruto smiled. Come on Sasuke. This guy is making you look bad. Quit messing around. Sasuke shook his head. What a dumbass, making a scene like that. Still, Naruto had a point. Shigure was making him look bad and that should be unacceptable. Sasuke hadn't had many one-on-one fights that weren't just for sparring purposes, and the ones that he had been in had all ended badly for him. Itachi had rendered him helpless without even throwing a punch. Kakashi had defeated him easily without even trying. Sayaka had been killed, but that was thanks in part to Sakura's courageous intervention and luck, and even then he'd been left unconscious for the rest of the day. To make matters worse, he woke to find himself being carried by Naruto, who had killed a more powerful opponent and hadn't even gotten hurt. Then there was Lee, who had beaten him handily and dislocated his shoulder, and Neji, who would have beaten him and taken their scroll had Naruto not arrived to save him. Every time he faced someone on his own, he was left defeated, unconscious, injured, or some combination thereof. He looked down on Naruto for his occasional stupidity, but when push came to shove, Naruto had always performed and Sasuke was always defeated. How could he ever face Itachi if he couldn't even beat a genin in this exam? How could he avenge his clan, his relatives, and his parents if he lost here? How could he face Naruto or Sakura if he continued to let Shigure make him look this bad? Itachi was already in Anbu when he was Sasuke age. He would have defeated Shigure in a heartbeat, maybe faster. In fact, Itachi probably could have beaten Shigure when he was just a little over half Sasuke's age. Itachi could have done it because he had awakened his Sharingan by that point. Because he was the sort of unrivaled genius that came around once in 100 years. Because he was better. Sasuke felt a shudder run through his body at the thought. Itachi was better than him. Itachi could use the Sharingan. Itachi was a true genius. Sasuke's eyes returned to Shigure and he swallowed hard as the aimed genin pulled out another umbrella loaded with senbon. It would almost be better just to let them hit him. To end it all right now rather than living life is such a pathetic failure, as a false genius. He'd said he wouldn't die until he'd killed his brother, but that was obviously an even more delusional goal than when Naruto would constantly claim that he was going to be Hokage despite being the worst student in their class. It would be worthless to kill someone like you, my foolish brother. If you want to kill me, curse me, hate me, live a long and unsightly life. Run away and cling to your pitiful life. And someday, when you have the same eyes as me, come before me. The payload was unleashed as Itachi's words rang in Sasuke's mind. His life was going to end here. He hadn't run away as much as he should have, apparently. The Uchiha clan would simply vanish, having been destroyed by a traitor and failed by a weakling. Itachi was right, it would have been worthless to kill someone like him back then, and probably even more so now. He hadn't even managed to cling to the pitiful life his brother had cruelly spared on that night. The senbon seemed to be moving so slowly as they came to end his life. He could pick out each and every point as they angled in at him. His reflexes screamed for him to move and he gave in with a mental shrug. He was dead either way, but at least he could make a good show of trying to avoid it. Simply letting himself die while wallowing in self-pity was more pathetic than even he could bear. He twisted slightly to the side then drifted back the other direction as one leg lifted to avoid a few more of the senbon. His hand dipped into his kunai holster of its own volition and rose up to deflect 3 more senbon, actually knocking them into still more of the needles which redirected those as well. 2 more twists, 1 half turning of his head, 3 more deflections with his kunai, and a one-handed cartwheel and all of a sudden he found himself with nothing to dodge. Sasuke blinked in confusion as an audible gasp could be heard from the otherwise totally silent room. He looked around, noting how different the room looked all of a sudden. Every detail was sharpened to the point where he could pick out a tiny speck of dirt as the faint breeze from under a doorway rolled it across the floor until it fell into one of the cracks that an earlier fight had created. Oh, hell yeah, Naruto roared from above him. Kick his ass, show off. Sasuke started to turn towards Naruto but saw a tiny movement out of the corner of his eye. Instantly he jerked his head back, turning it to further protect his face, while his hand came up. The senbon passed by his ear and his waiting hand caught it on the other side. Sasuke looked down at the weapon in wonder for a moment and then his hand began to shake. The senbon slipped from his trembling fingers and dropped to the ground. Sharingan, he whispered in awe. The senbon hit point first, rose back up and flipped twice in the air while Sasuke's eyes mapped and predicted its movements perfectly. On the second flip, his foot shot out, kicking it back at Shigure. It would have pierced the other genin's heart had it not hit the tube running out of his chest. Shigure's eyes widened at the sight of Sasuke's red eyes with the 2 black tomo around the pupil. What the hell is this? He asked, taking an unconscious step backwards. Sasuke continued to look around the room in semi-wonder, taking in the difference the Sharingan made. After a few seconds his chest began to tremble as his lips slowly formed a smile and then he let his head fall back and laughed in relief and joy. He wasn't a failure. Itachi wasn't out of reach. His life wasn't worthless. All of his dreams were still reachable. For the first time in a long time, he honestly felt worthy of the name Uchiha. Enough of this, Shigure growled, drawing Sasuke's eyes back to him. I'm ending it right now. He pulled the remaining 3 umbrellas from his back, opened them, and threw them into the air where they began to spin. His fingers began flashing through seals as he called out, Jirosenban no Jutsu. There was a strange echo to his voice that gave him pause as he started to raise his hands to control the falling projectiles. As he looked at his target, he saw that Sasuke was mimicking his movements perfectly. Shigure's hands came down slightly as he looked at Sasuke in confusion. What are you? His question was cut off by several needles hitting the ground at his feet. The genin's mouth fell open as he realized what was happening. His attack was being turned against him. He quickly lifted his hands to try to direct the needles at Sasuke, but it was far too late for that. Sasuke had control of them even though the jutsu was supposed to be known only to a few shinobi in a megakure. How this had happened was something he didn't have time to consider as hundreds of Senbon came flying down at him, each driving nearly all the way through the solid stone floor around him. Strangely, however, none of them actually hit him. Instead they all landed in a perfect circle all around him. Sasuke smiled cockily. I don't plan on finishing you with a lame-ass technique like that. It would be too quick and messy. He dashed forward again. Shigure's shock wasn't enough to keep him from throwing a punch at the hasty genin, but Sasuke ducked under it easily, driving his fist up into the older ninja's chin, lifting him off the ground. Sasuke leapt after him, spinning in the air and kicking the genin into a nearby wall. The Uchiha's feet had barely hit the ground before he was already moving again. Shigure landed on all fours after hitting the ground and quickly pushed himself back to his feet, though he was forced to lean heavily against the wall. He managed to take 2 deep breaths and then looked up just in time to see Sasuke taking an arcing path towards him. When Sasuke was just a few meters away from his target, he stepped up onto the wall without breaking stride and continued forward while running parallel to the ground. He didn't even slow down as he reached Shigure. He simply reached out, caught his opponent by the top of his cloak, and then leapt off the wall, dragging Shigure with him and building up momentum to throw the aimed genin across the room. This time Shigure did not get back to his feet, only managing to push himself up to his knees. Sasuke was already in front of him, his fingers quickly forming seals until he ended on Tiger. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. He took a deep breath, brought his fingers to his mouth and blew out an immense ball of fire. When the flames died down, the area next to Shigure had been blackened and large blisters had appeared on the genin's scarred face. Sasuke smiled as his fingers formed the seals once more. I won't miss this time, he warned and then took a deep breath again. I give up, Shigure cried out. Sasuke let out the breath that appeared as nothing more than a small trail of smoke and then looked over at Hayate as the sickly Junin said, winner. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto let out a loud whoop from the balcony and Ino cheered as well, but Sasuke barely heard them. A medic nin tried to get him to go back and have his wounds treated, but he was so hyped up on adrenaline that he couldn't even feel the pain. Besides that, he was determined to finally have a victory that didn't result in him needing immediate medical treatment. He waved off the medic's concerns and looked down at his hand as he clenched it into a fist. He'd won, he'd awakened his Sharingan. And Itachi's days were now numbered. Naruto could barely contain his excitement as Sasuke walked up the stairs. His friend had done it. Hell, he'd done everything. He'd won the fight, he'd gotten his Sharingan, and he'd gotten a lot stronger. What more could he possibly have accomplished during one match? The smirk on Sasuke's face as he rejoined Naruto announced that he was aware of his accomplishments as well. Took you long enough, Naruto said in an obviously fake bored voice. Did you have to play around with him for so long before getting serious? Like you're one to talk. Yeah, but I didn't look like I was going to die at any second for most of my match. Sasuke's smile grew larger. To each his own. The two boys stared at each other for a moment longer, each grinning happily, and then Hayate's voice drew their attention back to the main floor. Well, with this, the primary trials for the round 3 test have been completed. To all of you who won the rights to compete in the 3rd test of the Chunin exam, his voice trailed off as he coughed, well, one is missing, but congratulations to you all. If you would please come down here and line up, we'll explain what happens next. He looked back at Sarutobi as most of the genin hurriedly lined up with a few exceptions, most notably the redhead with the large calabash gourd on his back, and said, ah, well then, Hokage-sama, if you would please explain the next test to them. The old man smiled around his pipe and stepped forward, looking around at the faces before him as Gaara finally joined the group. The Suna genin chose to stand next to Naruto, who glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and grinned. Yes, let's talk about the next test. As I told you before, in the main event your matches will be seen by everybody. Each of you will fight to represent the strength of your countries. Please, show off your power with no reserves. Which is why the finals will be held 1 month from now. A couple of genin grumbled, wondering why they couldn't just get it over with as soon as possible, but Sarutobi shook his head. This break will be needed for preparations. What do you mean by that, Hokage-sama? Hinata asked. Sarutobi smiled kindly at the young kunoichi and took his pipe from his mouth. I mean that, in addition to informing all the various daimyo and shinobi leaders, this is the time needed to arrange for the gathering of the event. And this is also the preparation time for you examination students. I don't get it, Kankuro grumbled. What does that mean? We're giving you time to get to know yourselves and your opponents, to prepare yourselves for what is to come. It is the time period where you will calculate your chances of winning by analyzing the data you accumulated during the trial competition. The battles up to now had you fight as if you were in an actual combat situation where you had to assume you would be fighting an unknown opponent. The finals, however, will not be like this. There are those who showed all that they can do already to their potential opponents, and there are those who were injured during their battles. To make everything fair, the 1 month should be sued to all of you to advance and improve yourselves. Though, of course, you should probably rest your bodies as well. The third looked over his shoulder at Anko and nodded before turning back to the genin. I'll be dismissing you in just a moment, but first there's something that has to be done for the finals. Anko stepped forward with a box in her hands. There are pieces of paper inside the box that Anko is holding. Each one of you will take one piece. I'll come to you, Anko said quickly. Just wait patiently for your turn. One by one the genin all reached into the box, with Anko smiling predatorily over them, making sure they only took one piece. There will be one person who gets a bye in the next round, just like Kankuro received this time. He will be the only person who doesn't really get to pick a piece of paper. He already received one bye, so he will automatically be given number 1 to prevent him from getting lucky a second time. When everyone had their piece of paper, Sarutobi stepped forward once more. Alright, you all have a number. Please tell us what it is, so that Ibiki can mark you down, starting from the left. Gaara looked at his tab. 8. Naruto was next. 2. 5, Sasuke announced. Hinata bit her lip. I have the bye. Farther down the line Neji snorted contemptuously. Shocking. Naruto's angry retort was cut off by Kabuto stepping forward. I have 7. 3, Tamari said. Kankuro rolled his eyes. 1. 9, Lee said. 10, Neji told Ibiki, though his face was turned towards Lee, a small smile on his face. 4, Shikamaru finished at the right end of the line. That leaves Sakura-chan with number 6, Sarutobi said. Alright, now I will reveal to you the final tournament. Ibiki, please show them the match arrangements. Ibiki held up the paper he'd been writing on, revealing a tournament bracket. Next to him, Naruto heard a sharp intake of breath from Sasuke. It wasn't hard to see why. The third matchup would be between him and Sakura. Naruto's eyes glanced over the paper, noting the rest of the fights. 1. Kankuro vs. 2. Uzumaki Naruto. 3. Tamari vs. 4. Nara Shikamaru. 5. Uchiha Sasuke vs. 6. Haruno Sakura. 7. Yakushi Kabuto vs. 8. Gaara. 9. Rock Lee vs. 10. Hyuga Neji. 11. Hyuga Hinata. Bye. This timeline had arranged for some interesting matches. Lee would face Neji in the first round, with the winner moving on to fight Hinata. Shikamaru was fighting Tamari, something that made Naruto wonder if their relationship would be the same as it had been in the future. His eyes traveled up and down the sheet, picking out potential matches that could occur and when. If he wanted to face either Gaara or Sasuke, he would have to wait until near the end. In fact, assuming they won their first fights, they would face each other in the second round. Actually, with the odd number of participants, the top of the tournament sheet was a mess. What happens after the second round? Naruto asked. Does someone get another bye? Sarutobi smiled at him. Assuming that all competitors are able to continue after the second round, the main judges, myself and the case cage, will determine what would be most fair. Obviously at that point there will be at least 2 members of one village being represented, so in all likelihood, those 2 will fight while the other is given a bye to prevent any ganging up on the odd man or woman out. He looked at the genin and asked, are there any other questions? Shikamaru wanted to know if only one person could become a chunin, since there could only be one winner. Sarutobi explained that the tournament was more of a showcase for their abilities. Winning allowed you to stay in longer and show more of what you had, but it wasn't necessary for showing the judges that you were ready to advance in rank. This meant, as Tamari pointed out, that every single one of them could become chunin if they all showed sufficient ability, but also, Sarutobi countered, that there was a chance that none of them, even the winner, would be judged as being ready. Once everyone seemed to have had their questions answered, Sarutobi smiled and said, well then, thanks for all the efforts you exerted for these trials. You are all dismissed until a month from now. Most of the genin quickly headed for the exit, eager to either start resting or gathering information on their opponents. Soon, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kabuto were the only genin left. "Good luck to you both," Kabuto said with a smile. His eyes shifted towards Sasuke and he added, "Sasuke-kun, I hope to see you in the second round." "I'll be there," Sasuke replied confidently, but then he seemed to realize what that would mean and his smile faded noticeably as he looked over at the doors that lead to the infirmary where Sakura had been taken. Kabuto sighed and glanced at the door as well. "That was an unfortunate draw," he said, "but I'm sure that Sakura-chan will understand and the two of you will be able to show off your talents with no hard feelings regardless of the outcome." Naruto nodded, still feeling uneasy about this strange new Kabuto. Then he shook those thoughts off and put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Come on, let's go break the good news to her. See you in a month, Kabuto-san." "I can't wait, Naruto-kun." Chapter 29. Oh. The door squeaked softly as it opened and then quickly closed. The noise was faint, but it was out of place enough with the other sounds in the room, of which there were very few anyway, that it drew her subconscious attention and began to rouse her from her semi-sleep. Her eyelids were heavy and hard to lift, so she settled for trying to listen to what was happening around her as she waited for her body to regain the strength needed to open her eyes. "Shish, oh King Pretty. OD. I bet I. Be too long." The words seemed to fade in and out of focus as her groggy mind struggled to return to full consciousness. "She'll be. Are you ing to tell, are?" By the second time she heard this voice, she was awake enough to recognize it as Naruto, which meant that the other one was probably either Sasuke, Kakashi, or Hinata since those were the people Naruto spent the most time with. "She'll on enough. She show. Centrate on healing, definitely Sasuke. If you don't tell, he'll be pissed. She'll stand. Do you actually know Sakura-chan?" "Okay, she'll be pissed, but she'll understand eventually." "Understand what?" Sakura asked with a groan as her eyes finally managed to open. Her vision was a little blurry, but she could distinctly make out the shapes of Sasuke and Naruto standing next to her bed. At the sound of her voice, both boys turned and leaned over her. Sasuke's hand came to rest next to her shoulder, almost close enough to be considered touching, while Naruto's squeezed her right hand. "Sakura-chan, you're awake," Naruto said with a smile. "Barely," she said, blinking her eyes and trying to get them to focus properly. "Ieyashi-san gave me some pretty strong pain medicine before he started removing the Senbon. My brain feels like it's wrapped in a wet blanket or something." She smiled weakly at her teammates and then asked, "So, what will I understand?" "Besides your head, how do you feel?" Sasuke asked rather than answer the question. "A little sore, but alive." "What will I understand?" Their reactions were unsettling, though also a bit funny. Both of them simultaneously began acting nervous or perhaps embarrassed. What was funny about it was that Sakura hadn't noticed until now that they both had distinct motions that they went through every time something happened to make them feel uncomfortable or awkward. Sasuke crossed his arms, frowned a little, and looked slightly up and to the right. Naruto, on the other hand, lowered his head and scratched the back of his neck while shuffling one foot. It was kind of cute that they both were so obvious about these sorts of feelings, but a little unnerving that they refused to answer her question and felt awkward about it. "You really shouldn't worry about it," Sasuke said at last. "Just get back on your feet and then we'll tell you." "Sasuke-kun, I'm going to worry about it more if you keep refusing to tell me." "What's going on?" "The next test is a tournament," Naruto said, shooting a look at Sasuke. "One-on-one fights. Loser is out, winner advances, with judges watching to see if any of us are ready to be Chunin." He paused, shuffled his feet a little more and then started to go on, but was interrupted by Sasuke. "I'm your first opponent." Sakura's eyes widened and she suddenly wished that Sasuke hadn't told her. Actually, she was glad that they'd told her, she just wished that she could be facing anyone but Sasuke. It would be bad enough fighting someone that she cared so much about, but to face someone who was her superior in every possible area. There wasn't even much of a point in showing up other than to get humiliated in front of everyone. "Oh," she said after a long silence, "well, at least you know you'll be advancing." "What's that supposed to mean?" Sasuke snapped, his eyes suddenly hard. Just that you're, better than me," Sakura whispered haltingly. "There's no way I could beat you, so you know you're going to." Sasuke's fist slammed into the wall with enough force to shatter the wood finish. "Don't you ever say that again," he hissed. A medic nin rushed into the room, looking instantly at Naruto and scowling, but Sasuke waved the woman away without even turning around, his eyes still staring down at the shocked Sakura. "You've improved a lot more than I have since we graduated. You always carry your weight on the missions. You beat me to the top of that damn tree. You saved me when we fought Sayaka. Don't you ever act like you're just some dead weight that Naruto and I have to carry. He paused for a second and then added. That's Naruto's place on the team. Hey, Naruto shouted in annoyance. Sasuke ignored him. You and I are going to fight in a month and you are going to be incredible. Maybe I'll win, but if I even think you aren't trying your hardest or are giving up and throwing the match. His eyes shifted from side to side as he tried to think of what he could possibly do should he run into that situation. Finally he settled on possibly the single most shocking thing Sakura could have imagined him threatening. I'll forfeit, right there. Sakura swallowed hard and nodded, not trusting her voice. She didn't think she'd ever even heard Sasuke say so much without pause, and he'd set the new record while, sort of, encouraging her. She didn't have any idea what to make of it. Before she had a chance to try to figure it out, there was a soft knock on the door and then Kakashi stepped inside. Well, you three certainly are boisterous. I hope that means that Sakura is feeling better. I'm okay, sensei, Sakura replied, just a little sore still. Well, you'll have until tomorrow to rest up, but after that we're going to need to get started. A month is not a very long time to improve yourselves. He put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall. Speaking of that, we need to discuss how we're going to handle this. With all three of you advancing, it wouldn't be advisable for you to continue to train with each other too much. If you want to do it from time to time, that's fine, but keep in mind that you might be revealing something that could be your undoing when you face a teammate. Does that mean that you aren't going to train us, sensei? Sakura asked. I wouldn't make a very good teacher for you or Naruto in this case, Kakashi said. There are different types of ninja and Sasuke and I are the most similar, plus I'm the only one who can help him learn to use his Sharingan. Sakura's mouth fell open. Sasuke's Sharingan. We'll explain later, Naruto whispered with a chuckle. Anyway, Kakashi continued, Naruto should be pretty easy to find an instructor for, but you pose a bit of a problem, Sakura. Kurenai has Hinata in the third test, so it wouldn't be fair to ask her to train you, and most of the other Junin I know that would be good fits for you are busy with other duties. He stopped and a contemplative look appeared on his face. I think I have a solution, he said after a moment. I can cash in a few favors and get you 1 or 2 kunoichi to help you improve your combat skills for the first week, which is probably as long as I can possibly get them to take off, and after that I have a friend who might be able to come and help you improve the areas that you are naturally strong in anyway. Sakura wasn't sure how she felt about being passed off to someone else while Kakashi, the most amazing Junin she knew, though he was, admittedly, just about the only Junin she really knew, continued to train Sasuke. Still, he seemed to be going through some trouble lining people up for her, and it was obvious that he was a different type of ninja than her. Maybe training with some kunoichi who could relate to her as a woman wouldn't be such a bad thing. Naruto, for you, Kakashi started to say, but Naruto waved him off. I'll train with Iruka-sensei unless you can find me someone really, really amazing, the blonde announced. He was a slave driver at the academy, I'm sure he'll whip me into shape in no time. He's only a chunin, Sasuke pointed out. And you're only a genin, Naruto shot back with a smile, so if he gets me up to his level, I'll have no problem kicking your ass. Sakura smiled at her friend's confidence, but she couldn't help noticing that he was expecting to face Sasuke and not her. No matter what Sasuke had said, the fact was that she wasn't nearly at his level and she was going to lose. It was too early for Iruka to be home yet, so Naruto headed to the academy to see if he was teaching that day. As luck would have it, not only was he teaching, but his class was out in the practice field working on their kunai throwing. For kids Konohamaru's age, this meant most of them were playing or talking instead of seriously applying themselves to the task at hand. Naruto stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching the children who would grow up to be men and women he led into battle, handed out mission assignments to, and, unfortunately, laid to rest when things didn't go well on one of those missions or battles. There were at least 5 kids down there whose names he specifically remembered ordering inscribed on the cenotaph. Naruto closed his eyes against the memory and swallowed it down. They were alive now, that was what mattered. He would just have to do his best to keep them that way. As he returned to watching, he saw Konohamaru step up to his mark and lazily toss a shuriken towards the wooden target while chatting with Moegi. Naruto waited until the little boy was about to toss another and leapt from the building. He landed right in front of Konohamaru's target just as the shuriken reached him. Konohamaru's eyes went wide and he opened his mouth to call out a warning, but before he could, Naruto's finger slipped through the hold in the center of the projectile. The blonde grinned as the star spun to a stop. Bro, that was awesome, Konohamaru cheered. It would be even more awesome if you stopped messing around and really practiced, Naruto replied, walking towards the group of children. Aw come on, Konohamaru whined, this stuff is boring. His eyes lit up as a thought hit him. Hey, Why don't you teach us a cool jutsu? Naruto shook his head as he slipped the shuriken from his finger and flipped it up into the air with his thumb. Uruka-sensei would be a better teacher for the types of jutsu you should be learning. Konohamaru's face fell and the telltale signs of an angry outburst began to appear on his face. Naruto smiled as the shuriken came down in his hand and he flipped it back up again, this time aiming it back over his shoulder. But I'll still show you something else that's just as cool. He spun on his heel, his hand dipping into his kunai pouch and retrieving 3 of the throwing knives. 2 were tossed into the air while the third was flicked at the target. His left hand came up over his shoulder, catching one of the 2 blades, and throwing it with deadly accuracy, while his right hand slipped behind his back to catch the final kunai which he also tossed towards the target. When he was finished, he admired his handiwork and took a small bow to the children who hadn't quite figured out what he'd done yet. Udon was the quickest to catch on. He hit 3 bullseyes, all in a row, the drippy-nosed boy exclaimed. Naruto's smile widened a little. Looks more like 4 to me, he corrected, pointing at the shuriken that had been pinned through its middle by the first kunai he'd thrown. The subsequent 2 had hit their mark directly below that one, forming a perfect line. How'd you do that, bro? Konohamaru demanded, his eyes wide with delight. Naruto leaned in close, as if about to impart some big secret and whispered, practice. Konohamaru scowled and crossed his arms, not impressed. This is another one of those, no shortcuts, things, isn't it? Naruto wasn't totally sure what he was referring to, but he seemed to have the idea. Yup, though being naturally awesome helps, of course. I don't know about natural awesomeness, but that kind of accuracy takes a lot of practice, Uruka remarked, stepping up behind Naruto. The sort that my students can't get while they're gawking at show-offs. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly and winced. Sorry about that, Uruka-sensei. I suppose it's good for the students to see what they can do if they put enough effort into it, the Chunin replied with a gracious smile. Then he pulled a kunai from his own hip pouch and threw it into the air. A second kunai came out and was thrown so that it intercepted the first halfway down, altering its trajectory so that it hit the handles of all 3 of Naruto's kunai, knocking them out of the target. Uruka looked around at his impressed students for a moment and then said, I'll teach you how to do that once you've gotten to the point where you hit the bullseye every time. There was a brief pause as this new piece of info settled in, and then every student in the class was hurriedly pulling out weapons and returning to their practice with renewed energy. Uruka smiled as he watched them and then looked down at Naruto. You've certainly improved since you graduated. I must admit that I'm impressed with Kakashi's teaching skills. Whenever I tried to teach you the proper way to throw a kunai, you seemed to either tune me out or get distracted. Was I really that bad? Naruto asked. Uruka chuckled good-naturedly. I lectured you for nearly an hour after one of your throws almost went through the 10-year-old class's window. It's been a couple of months, but I really thought that was one of my better ones. I'm surprised you've forgotten it already. Naruto tried not to cringe and partly succeeded. Conversations about things he'd done right before graduating were tough. For him it had been years and years since these things happened, but the people on the other side of the conversation were only separated from it by a few months. It was dangerous ground for him to tread and he needed to change the subject quickly. Oh, no, I remember that. I just thought you were overreacting a bit. Uruka smiled kindly, probably not believing him. Ah, I see. So, I was wondering if I could get that letter back from you, Naruto said quickly, glad that Uruka had given him the chance to somewhat smoothly get away from his actions as a child and get to more important matters. Uruka seemed a bit surprised at the topic Naruto jumped to, but quickly recovered, of course. It's at my apartment, I'll get it for you as soon as I'm done here. Naruto nodded appreciatively. Thanks. The Chunin looked contemplatively down at the young ninja for a few seconds and then asked, are you ever going to tell me what it was all about? Someday, the blonde promised, maybe after I've figured it out myself. How about the Chunin exam, do I get to hear about that or is it a secret too? Naruto grinned. I'll give you all the details tonight when you treat me to Ichiraku. He glanced over at Konohamaru as the little boy sent 3 shuriken whistling through the air in quick succession. 2 hit the bullseye, another was pretty close. Have a good day, Uruka-sensei. I'll stop by your place later on so I can get the letter and then we can walk to Ichiraku's. I'm looking forward to it, the Chunin replied with a smile. The following day, Sakura was out of the hospital and feeling a little nervous as she waited at spot Kakashi had told her she would be meeting the kunoichi he'd found to help her. He'd said that he would be there to make the introductions, but, true to form, he was absent and the appointed time was drawing near. Knowing him, he'd probably show up at about the same time they were finishing. Needing to find something to exorcise the nervous energy that was swirling around within her, Sakura stretched her right leg, wincing at the soreness still present despite the healing sessions she'd gone through the day before. Her back hurt worse, but she didn't want to stretch it. She could feel the pain just fine without moving it. Still, the pain didn't really keep her from moving properly and the injuries themselves were mostly healed. A little bit of soreness was to be expected after having that many Senbon driven into your body. So you're it, huh? A voice called out behind her. Sakura whirled around and groaned, not because of the complaints from her sore body, though there were some, but because of who was standing before her. The woman's smile was predatory, her clothing was at least a full step over the line of what could be considered modest or tasteful, and her brown eyes promised something bad was about to happen. What had Kakashi been thinking? This was the person who was going to relate to Sakura as a woman. Mitarashi Anko's grin grew larger as she recognized the look of horror on the younger woman's face. Sakura wouldn't have been at all surprised if it was the exact expression that she'd been hoping to get when she called out. Hello, Anko, sensei, Sakura said, trying to swallow her annoyance at Kakashi and her fear over what the next few days were going to hold. How's your body feeling? Anko asked without preamble. I'm a little sore still, Sakura admitted. Tough shit, I don't go easy on people because they're sore, Anko informed her, her grin turning somewhat malicious, doubling Sakura's unease about the whole situation. You'll have to either suck it up or die. At that moment, another person dropped from the sky, landing in a crouch next to Anko. The newcomer was wearing gray armor and armguards with a black, sleeveless shirt and pants as well as disconnected sleeves that came up to the middle of her bicep, leaving her shoulders exposed so that a spiral tattoo was visible. Her face was hidden behind what looked like a white cat mask with a curving red line on either cheek and down the middle of the forehead. Strapped to her back was a ninjakin, the weapon worn by all Anbu members. Her long purple hair was the only distinguishing feature that separated her from any other Anbu Sakura had ever seen. There's no need to be so crude, Anko, the Anbu said in a surprisingly gentle voice as she cocked her masked head to the side and gave Sakura the feeling that she was being closely examined. You got roped into this too, Yugao? Anko asked with shake of her head. Kakashi certainly went all out for this little princess. Sakura bristled at the comment. I'm not a princess. Anko sauntered over to her and brushed a finger against her red dress. Nice, fashionable dress. Her hand squeezed Sakura's arm. Soft skin. She lifted Sakura's hand and inspected it. Minimal calluses, unchipped fingernails. Finally she ran a hand through Sakura's short hair and took an exaggerated sniff, and clean hair that was washed with rose blossom shampoo. Are you serious? She rolled her eyes and sighed. I never should have let Kakashi talk me into this. Yugao lifted her Anbu mask so that it was resting on top of her head and smiled kindly at Sakura. Hello Sakura-chan, I'm Azuki Yugao. Kakashi-senpai asked me to help you out with your taijutsu and perhaps ninjutsu if we have time. Like there's any point, Anko grumbled. Yugao winked at Sakura and whispered, don't mind her. She's been in a foul mood all day. There's nothing wrong with looking nicer. She shot a meaningful glance at Anko, bathing. Anko is just grumpy because she was up late working on her taxes and still didn't finish them. I was not working on my taxes, Anko retorted and then added, they aren't due until after the Chunin exam is over anyway. She also doesn't like to put things off, Yugao continued. She's surprisingly responsible when it comes to things like that and is really quite good at math. Actually, there's a whole lot of stuff that you wouldn't think she'd like. Alright, shut up, Anko yelled. Let's stop talking about my accounting skills and go train the little princess. Yugao grinned at Sakura and winked again. Well, Anko, if you really want to. Anko's reply was not the sort of thing that a girl Sakura's age should have been hearing, but Yugao didn't seem to notice or mind the anatomical impossibility of the comment or the crassness of the other woman's behavior. Anko marched off in a huff while Sakura and Yugao followed at a slightly slower pace. Hayate-kun says he was very impressed with your match, Yugao told Sakura pleasantly as they walked towards the training grounds. According to him, you've got a lot of potential and are a quick thinker. Sakura smiled, feeling genuinely happy for the first time since Sasuke had told her that they would be fighting each other in the first round of the final test. Anko still scared her a little, but Azuki Yugao seemed to be exactly the person she had hoped to get as a trainer. She was kind and beautiful and, since she was also a member of Anbu, probably very powerful. She was exactly the sort of kunoichi Sakura wanted to be someday. From his place on a tree branch above the spot he'd told Sakura to meet her new teachers, Kakashi smiled as he watched the three women walking away. Yugao had suggested letting Sakura deal with Anko on her own for a few minutes anyway, which explained why she hadn't shown up as early as she normally did, but Kakashi hadn't sure how great of an idea it was to leave the most fragile of his students alone with someone like Anko. Still, he trusted that Yugao knew what she was doing and accepted that she would be better able to see what a girl like Sakura needed to push her towards being stronger. Sakura seemed happy at the moment, so apparently he'd been right in going with Yugao's suggestion. As the kunoichi rounded the corner, the purple-haired Anbu glanced back over her shoulder and smiled at Kakashi, who nodded his head to convey his thanks for her agreeing to help his student. Then she and Sakura were out of sight and Kakashi was on his way to continue Sasuke's training. The man walked peacefully towards his destination, his eyes closed and his head slightly back so that the midday sun could warm his contented face. There was no need to hurry, the journey was half the fun. Or part of the fun, anyway. Plus, hurrying would make noise and noise disturb the harmony of the world around him. It was far too beautiful a day to do anything that would disturb it. It was much better to stay silent and unobtrusive. The clicking of his geta against the cobblestone walkway was the only sound that he made, and as he drew closer to his goal even that began to soften until it was completely unheard. Soon he was practically a wrath, a beautiful white-haired shadow moving across the world without disturbing even the air he passed through. Up ahead he could hear giggling and the smell of sulfurous steam tickled his nose. He smiled and ran a hand through his long white hair. It had been a long journey, but it would be worth it. As the small building came into view, he quickened his pace as much as possible without sacrificing his stealth. Peace and harmony were all fine and good, but the satisfying of certain urges and the enjoying of true beauty was hard to resist. He passed over the small arched bridge and made his way to the bamboo walls of the closest building. Settling himself down amongst the bushes, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a notepad and peeked inside. The sight before him was everything he could have hoped for. Some had ones that looked like large clusters of grapes ripening on a vine, others were more like apples but just as delicious looking. There were even a few small watermelon to be found amongst the steam-filled room. He licked his lips and began to write as he watched the women inside walking around, their hips swaying provocatively. He watched them washing their hair, their arms, their breasts, their... Jiraiya couldn't help it, the giggle slipped through his lips before he remembered the danger of making any noise that could be detected within. Fortunately, no one seemed to hear him, or if they did, they didn't mind being appreciated. "Hey, Aro-sennin, see anything good in there?" a voice asked from behind. Jiraiya turned and found a blond boy grinning impishly up at him. For a moment, he almost thought he was seeing a ghost from the past, but the feeling passed quickly. "Keep it down, brat, whatcha gonna do if I get caught?" The boy's grin grew larger and he put a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder so he could whisper into his ear better. "Me, I'll just disappear. The real question is, what are you going to do?" Then he opened his mouth and yelled, "Pervert. Peeper." Jiraiya took a swing at the blonde, hoping to silence the blonde before too much damage was done, but before his fist could connect the blonde's hands came together and he vanished in a puff of smoke. The Sannin's eyes widened in surprise. It hadn't been a substitution jutsu, because nothing had been substituted, and it wasn't just a regular clone because it had touched him and had a physical body. The blonde had been nothing but a shadow clone from the beginning. There he is. Jiraiya turned and found a small mob of mostly nude women glaring angrily at him, several with their hands curled into fists. He wished for a second that he had time to make a note about this as a good idea for his next book popped into his head, but he would just have to try to remember it later. "Now ladies," he said with his best smile, "there's no need to get angry at me. I just stopped the person who was peeping at you. He ran off just before you got here." "Yeah right," the woman in front growled. Jiraiya's eyes noted the way the water from the springs made her brown hair cling to her neck as tiny droplets ran down between the swell of her large breasts, disappearing beneath the towel. The woman took a step forward and his eyes began to glaze over as he watched her large breasts bounce and the knot of the towel loosened. If he could get her to take another couple of steps, she'd probably lose the towel altogether. Now that would be inspiration. She didn't take another step, however, instead she threw a wooden bucket at his head, inciting a hail of similar objects to be thrown by the other women present. Jiraiya decided that inspiration would have to wait and quickly beat a hasty retreat, vowing revenge on the blonde jackass that had ruined his perfect day. Naruto grinned as he watched Jiraiya's flight from above. Aro-sennin was obviously enjoying this too much or he would have left the women in the dust long ago. No doubt there would be a scene in his next book that featured poor Gio being hunted by an angry mob of naked women after some ridiculous and funny situation resulted in him offending them all. Perhaps he would accidentally end up in the women's bath and mistakenly grab a boob while looking for an exit. Or had Jiraiya already used that one? It was hard to remember. Naruto hadn't gotten a chance to read any of the Ika Ika books in a while, even before he was transported back in time. It sounded like something Jiraiya would write, though perhaps just a simple boob grab would be too tame for his taste and Gio's aim would be a little lower. For a brief moment, Naruto wondered if what he was planning to do was very wise. Probably not, he concluded. He'd spent a few hours talking with Sarutobi and Kakashi the night before, giving them information about what he remembered happening in his timeline, both during the Chunin exam and immediately after, but also trying to glean from them any hints that things were not what they should have been if he was in his own past. He'd probably listened more closely to every word coming out of their mouths than he ever had before, but he hadn't found one contradiction with what he knew of his own past. Despite the lack of evidence, there was still no way of telling if this Jiraiya was the same as the one from his own reality, assuming he was actually in a different reality. This Jiraiya could be the power-hungry member of the Sannin. He could be the one who was out to destroy Konoha and kill the third. Or maybe he was loyal, but not as skilled as his counterpart had been. Maybe he wasn't the one who trained Naruto's father, though no one had contradicted Naruto when he'd offered up that information to the third and Kakashi. Or maybe he didn't actually like Naruto's father the way he had in Naruto's original timeline. Naruto couldn't ask specific questions about those sorts of things without letting on his concerns about the reality he was in, but he could drop hints or side references to those events and wait for them to tell him he was wrong. Neither of them did. The blonde closed his eyes and sighed. There was no way for him to really know for sure what he was getting himself into. He would just have to do what his gut was telling him, and his gut said that he should trust Jiraiya. Probably that had less to do with the lack of contradictory information and more to do with the fact that while he knew who his real father was, Jiraiya had been the closest he'd ever gotten to the real thing. Though perhaps grandfather would have been a more accurate description. Regardless, he loved the old man and he'd missed him over the years. Even if Jiraiya was the Orochimaru of this timeline, Naruto might still have gone down and talked to him, just so he could feel that bond again. Jiraiya rounded a corner, momentarily out of sight of the mob, and Naruto decided to step in so he could get things moving before he started second-guessing himself. A clone appeared next to him, transformed into the Toad Sennin and dropped down into the path of the oncoming women, leading them away from Jiraiya. With that trouble out of the way, Naruto himself leapt from the building and landed next to his mentor from the past. Not unexpectedly, Jiraiya did not look pleased to see him. "You've got some nerve showing up after the stunt you just pulled." "Hey, I got those girls off your back," Naruto pointed out. "I know," Jiraiya yelled. "Do you have any idea how close some of them were to losing their towels?" "Come on, Arrow Sennin," Naruto said with a sigh and a shake of his head, "I'll show you a hot girl if you follow me." Jiraiya looked skeptical, but followed anyway. It wasn't like he could go back to that bathhouse now, and there was a chance that news of a peeper would have spread. It would be better to lie low for a few hours before going back and continuing his research. Besides, if this boy was who Jiraiya thought he was, he had plenty of reason to follow. For now. "Why do you keep calling me that?" he asked as Naruto led him towards one of the training grounds. Arrow Sennin. Naruto shrugged. He honestly couldn't even remember where the name had specifically come from, though it wasn't hard to guess. Whatever Jiraiya had been doing when he'd earned the nickname, it had been perverted. "That's what I've always called you. Do you even know who I am?" "Oh," Naruto's voice changed to a decent, if slightly higher-pitched, imitation of Jiraiya's. "You mean, from the north to the south, from the west to the east, babies cry in my presence and men drool over my books. I am the white-maned toad charmer, the slightly pompous ninja who makes women cover their chests in fear. The amazing, handsome, and amazing again, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya's fist came down on top of Naruto's head and the blonde's knees buckled. A slightly bemused expression crossed the older ninja's face as he looked down at Naruto while the young man slowly picked himself up out of the dirty street. "You really shouldn't make fun of people as amazing as me," the Toad Sennin informed him. Naruto shook his head to clear the stars in front of his eyes and then smiled. "Sorry, it's how I'm used to talking to you." "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'll tell you when we get to the training grounds." And so the two of them walked in near silence to one of the training. Jiraiya wasn't sure why he was going along with it, but he'd been called home, the first time he'd bothered responding to one of the old man's attempts at communication in years, to look at the seal on his student's son's stomach, and this boy was a spitting image of Minato. Perhaps if he took a look real quick, he could get out of the village without being spotted by any of the higher-ups. It would be pretty simple, except for the fact that the kid kept bugging him by staring at him with a fond expression on his face. When they finally reached the training ground, Jiraiya crossed his arms and looked down at Naruto. "All right, we're here, so how do you know me?" In answer, Naruto lifted his hand as blue chakra swirled around in it until it formed a perfect ball. Whatever Jiraiya had been expecting, this was not it. His mouth fell open and his eyes widened. "Rasengan," he whispered. "My father's personal jutsu," Naruto smiled. "You taught it to me a little over a month from now, while we were looking for Tsunade Bachan." That doesn't make any sense. Naruto sighed as the rasengan vanished. This is the third time I've had this conversation, and I still don't think I've figured out the best way to do it, but here goes. I'm not a little kid. Or rather, I am a little kid, but I didn't used to be. I have memories from about 20 years in the future where I was temporary Hokage. There's no such thing, Jiraiya interrupted. You're either Hokage or you aren't. So I've been told, but apparently they made a new rule when a Jinchuriki was handed the hat after. Naruto paused and shook his head before switching back to what he'd been saying, I was temporary Hokage. Orochimaru and Otogaker had been taking over villages and countries left and right, he had just about the whole continent under his control, and in the end we weren't nearly as strong as we are now. They overran us. I tried to fight him, but he beat me. Killed me, maybe. And then I woke up on the day that I'd graduated from the academy. I was confused and uncoordinated as all hell, but I really am from the future. Jiraiya pursed his lips and then shook his head. I must have hit you harder than I thought. Naruto scowled. Look, this isn't a joke, alright. I need you to believe me because I need your help. Kakashi-sensei and the old man already know, but I need you or things might still get messed up. What do you want from me? For one thing, I want your summon contract, Naruto replied with a grin. It's been annoying not being able to call on Gamakichi and Gamatatsu when I need them for something. Gamatatsu? Jiraiya asked, momentarily forgetting the impossibility of what Naruto was claiming, that little idiot. All he does is eat. Naruto looked confused for a second and then frowned. Oh yeah, they're still just kids, aren't they? Well, I might need Gamabunta, so I still want that scroll. Jiraiya stared hard at Naruto, looking for some hint that the boy was lying. What you are saying is impossible, he said at last. You can't go back in time. Naruto returned his stare. Apparently, they changed the rules on that one too. He brought his fingers together, creating a clone of himself and said, I'm going to show you something that I never got the chance to show you in the future. I actually really wanted to show it to you, but you, his voice trailed off. He hadn't liked talking about Jiraiya's death back in his original timeline and he didn't really want to talk about it now. Well, you never got to see it. He held out his hand once more as chakra began to swirl within it. The clone next to him pumped its hands as it worked to manipulate the elemental nature of the chakra while Naruto once again formed the ball. It spun tighter and tighter even as it grew larger and larger while more chakra was pumped into it. Eventually the turning began to form 4 little arms that gradually gave the jutsu the appearance from which its name was derived. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. That's. I called it, Rasenshuriken, Naruto told him. My wind nature, mixed with the Rasengan. He held it for a second longer to make sure that Jiraiya could see it was no mistake and no illusion and then he slowed the spin and let the chakra simply dissipate into thin air. Do you believe me now? No, Jiraiya replied evenly, though a small smile formed on his lips, but you've convinced me to keep an open mind. Naruto spent the next several hours trying to convince the Toad Sennin that he really was from the future. They ran through different taijutsu forms that Jiraiya had taught him, ninjutsu that were supposed to be secrets, some of which were still being developed at that point, and talking about things they would have done in the future together. Finally they got to the point where Jiraiya was willing to get the contract out and let Naruto sign it, though Naruto suspected this had more to do with his father than the convincing nature of his arguments, so that, at long last, he was once again able to summon the toads who had been his friends and allies for so many years. He wasted not time in summoning both Gamakichi and Gamatatsu to reintroduce himself. It was actually hard to hold himself back and only summon such little toads. He was used to needing far more chakra to bring them out after they'd grown to a much larger and more useful size. The two were as friendly, annoying, and hungry as ever and he eventually dismissed them and summoned a slightly larger one to make sure that Jiraiya could see how easily he could control the summoning jutsu. He didn't, however, call out Gamabunta. Much as he liked the old toad, they were too close to the rest of the village and Gamabunta had never been one to let himself be ordered around. Naruto didn't remember everything about his first encounters with Jiraiya, but he remembered riding the enormous toad around while trying to convince him to accept him as a summoner, since Master was totally out of the question. They could deal with that mess, and trying to explain the situation, if it came down to it, to Gamabunta at another time. After watching Naruto's demonstration of the summoning jutsu, Jiraiya claimed that he was supposed to go and meet Sarutobi, a meeting he was sort of making up, since the third didn't technically know that he was in the village yet. He still refused to admit that he believed the time travel story, but that seemed to be more out of a desire to be obstinate than anything else. Naruto was fine with his mentor being stubborn, it wouldn't have been the same Jiraiya if he wasn't, and felt relieved that, so near as he could tell, Jiraiya at least was the same as he'd been in the original past. As it stood, however, he'd spent all of his time trying to convince Jiraiya of the authenticity of his claim and hadn't really gotten to lay out what he was hoping Jiraiya would help him with. As if reading Naruto's mind, Jiraiya paused before leaving, glanced over his shoulder, and said, "Meet me here tomorrow morning. We'll talk more then." Naruto nodded eagerly. "I'll be here, Arrow Sennin." The older ninja rolled his eyes. "Are you ever going to stop calling me that?" The blonde grinned. "Not even after you're long gone." Jiraiya blew out an annoyed breath and then began walking towards the Hokage tower. Just before he was out of earshot, Naruto heard him mutter, "Brad never even showed me that sexy girl he promised." Sasuke hurt all over. He'd spent years training himself above and beyond what they were teaching in the academy. He'd pushed himself until his muscles burned and he was covered from head to toe in sweat, but he'd never gone through something like what Kakashi had put him through during the past day and a half. The man was on a mission to find his every flaw and stamp it out. And he'd started with the Sharingan. It had happened shortly after they finished talking with Sakura and Naruto headed out to find Iruka. Sasuke had been forced to go and see a medic nin who had healed his wounds from his match as best she could, and then he and Kakashi had found a quiet training spot to start working. "Activate your Sharingan," Kakashi had commanded. Sasuke had immediately obeyed. "These eyes, I'm sure you know, will let you track and even memorize any movement. With some practice you'll eventually get to the point where you can mimic what you're seeing so fast that it looks like you are actually moving before the person you're copying, but there's something you need to realize about them." He balled his hand into a fist and his eyes took on a dangerous glint. "Sasuke, I'm going to hit you in the stomach, about 5 centimeters below your solar plexus. With your Sharingan, you should be able to see me and you already know where I'm aiming. I want you to block my punch. Do you understand?" Sasuke had grinned at the time, thinking such a thing to be easy. With what Kakashi had told him and the Sharingan's insights into his teacher's movements, it would be nearly impossible for his sensei to move faster than he could see, and anything he could see, he could block. Or so he'd thought. Kakashi had drawn back his fist, rushed forward, and delivered a crushing blow to Sasuke's stomach right where he'd said he would. Sasuke had seen it all happening, he'd even been able to spot the malicious glint in Kakashi's eye just before he threw the punch, but his body couldn't move fast enough to do anything about it. That, Kakashi explained as Sasuke struggled to breathe, was the danger of a Sharingan. It made you feel powerful because you could see so much, but it did not actually make you physically faster or stronger. All it gave you was the chance to see your death coming, it didn't necessarily give you the skill to evade it. And so they had spent the rest of that day and now most of the second day working on Sasuke's speed. From time to time Kakashi would have them stop, let Sasuke get his breathing under control and then give him the same test that he'd given originally. Though he stopped telling Sasuke where the blow was going to be aimed and he seemed to pull his punch more than he had that first time when he was trying to make a point. Twice Sasuke had nearly blocked it, but both times he was still a fraction of a second too late and was sent crashing to the ground. Despite his student's failure to block his punches, Kakashi seemed pleased with his progress. "Tomorrow," he said as they took a short breather between speed training sessions, "we'll start working on your taijutsu as well. That will be easier for you since all you'll really be doing is copying my form with your Sharingan, but after you've copied it you'll have to reproduce it while we spar. I won't go easy on you." The last part was added with just a hint of threat, but it only made Sasuke smile. If Kakashi kept pushing him like this, he would come out of this month-long break far stronger than he'd been before. Then he'd show Naruto and everyone else what it meant to be an Uchiha. It would get him that much closer to Itachi. "Once you've mastered the taijutsu, I might teach you a new jutsu." The Junin gave Sasuke an appraising look, sighed softly, and then added, "If I decide that you are ready to learn this ninjutsu, you have to promise me that you will not use it on your teammates. Not during the Chunin exam, not while you are sparring, not ever. Do you understand?" Sasuke frowned at the question and nodded. He had no idea why Kakashi would be making such a big deal out of it. Of course he would never use anything on his teammates that could potentially kill them. He wasn't some sort of monster like his brother. During the Chunin exam he would fight them with everything he had because that was what they were supposed to be doing and that was what he was going to expect of them in return, but he wouldn't try to do any permanent damage the way Kakashi seemed to be cautioning him against. "I understand," he replied. Kakashi looked down at him for a few more seconds and then said, "Okay, break's over. Let's get back to work." When the training finally came to an end, Kakashi sent Sasuke on his way. The Uchiha stumbled a little as he dragged his tired body back towards his apartment, but it didn't take long for his stamina to return and he was glad for the heaviness of his limbs and the burning of his muscles. Being tired like that only meant that he was training himself to the point where he was going to grow much stronger. Despite his fatigue, when he got home, he intended to spend at least another hour or two training by himself before he took a shower and went to bed. He wanted to be ready for the exam, but more than that, he wanted to be ready for Itachi. Kakashi did not leave the training grounds even after his student was out of sight. He stood calmly in the middle of the field watching the shadows grow longer until finally he glanced to the side and said, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Naruto stepped out of the foliage and shrugged. "He'll probably need it at some point no matter what happens." "You said he nearly killed you with a chidori when you were kids," Kakashi reminded him needlessly. "Why do you want me to teach it to him again?" Naruto stared at the spot where his friend had disappeared from view. "He might need it if things get rough. He's probably going to fight Gaara, unless the invasion starts before then. I don't know if he'd survive that fight without it and I don't want to take any chances. It might be better for everyone if he didn't survive," Kakashi pointed out in a quiet voice, not liking what he was saying but knowing it was still the truth. Naruto shook his head. "Not for me, or for you and Sakura, for that matter. He's the closest thing I ever had to a brother. I would have taken him back without a second thought in the future if he'd somehow been able to get away from Orochimaru. Besides, this Sasuke is different. He's better friends with Sakura and he sees me as more of an equal, so our rivalry isn't as emotional as it was. I don't think he'd go with Orochimaru even if he was offered power at this point." "And you want us to keep giving him power here so the offer is even less appealing," Kakashi noted. "Something like that. He'll have to face Itachi sooner or later. The stronger he is when it happens, the better his chances are of getting his revenge and coming back to us." Kakashi nodded. "Plus we're going to have to deal with Akatsuki and Orochimaru eventually." Naruto sighed. "Yeah. We'll all be ready to help you when the time comes," Kakashi promised. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to push out the images of the deaths of his friends that he'd witnessed over the years, especially those that had happened during the fight against Akatsuki. "I know," he whispered, trying to keep the dread out of his voice. The third Hokage leaned forward in his seat and folded his hands in front of him as he blew out a ring of pipe smoke. "So, what's your opinion?" he asked the man standing across from him. Jiraiya shrugged. "He says he's from the future, but that's impossible. He's either a liar or crazy or both." Sarutobi stared at his former pupil for a moment, puffing softly on his pipe, and then smiled knowingly. "You believe him?" Jiraiya dropped his head, rubbed across his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose with one hand. "He's got my fingerprints all over him," he replied with what sounded suspiciously like a moan. "Taijutsu, ninjutsu. I'd swear I'd been teaching him everything I could for a couple of years, at least, except I'm pretty sure I haven't even spoken with him until today. Unless you count baby talk when he was first born. Him being a time traveler sounds like one of my more outlandish ideas for a book, but I don't have any other explanation for it. He performed the summoning jutsu perfectly only 30 seconds after signing the contract. Even Minato wasn't that good that fast. Not only that, but he knew the names of the toads he was summoning and called exactly the ones he was looking for." He paused and shook his head. "I'm still not saying I believe him, but I sure as hell don't have any other explanations for what he can do." The two were silent for a moment and then Sarutobi said, "Why didn't you ever take guardianship of Naruto?" Jiraiya's head shot up and he glared his old sensei. "Why didn't you?" "You know why." "And you know why I didn't," the Sannin shot back. "Someone had to keep tabs on Orochimaru. I couldn't stop him from leaving, but at least I could try to make sure he didn't cause any more harm to Konoha." The third's eyes softened as he set his pipe aside. "Orochimaru's defection was not your fault." Jiraiya snorted and turned away. "Could you really imagine me as a father?" Sarutobi's lips turned up in the smile that a proud father reserves for a beloved son. "You would have done a splendid job, just like you did with Minato. There's a difference between babysitting a kid and raising one." "Yes, but you never seemed to see it. Even when you were babysitting, you always took more interest in your students than was normal." Jiraiya shook his head. "And look where it got me. Perhaps you are getting a second chance." Jiraiya's chest shook with a swallowed chuckle. "He's 13, or 30, depending on how you look at it. Even a grown man needs a father from time to time. And Naruto needs you." He was the Hokage, Jiraiya counted, well aware of the fact that he was speaking as if he accepted Naruto's outlandish claims. "No," Sarutobi said with a small shake of his head and sigh, "he wasn't, but intent to rectify that future oversight. I want you to make him into the sort of Hokage his father was. The sort of Hokage you could have been." Jiraiya rolled his eyes. "Not this again. I told you, I'm not interested in your job. I have someone else in mind now." "Who?" "Naruto. If you thought the council had trouble accepting him in the future, just think how they'll feel about him as a man stuck in a kid's body." Nothing personal, old man, but you're going to have to step down as Hokage before the brat is old enough. Sarutobi smiled knowingly. I was referring to Tsunade, actually. You'd be better off with Naruto, Jiraiya replied with a snort. He doesn't think so. He's just a kid. We can't keep changing how we describe him when it suits our arguments, Sarutobi chuckled. He can't be a 30-year-old Hokage in one argument and a child the next. Naruto is, impossible as it seems, an adult. He was very nearly the Hokage of this village, though he was probably not properly prepared for the position, and he knew Tsunade almost as long as you and I did before she left the village. He saw her as Hokage, he knows the sort of job she'll do. I still can't believe that we're just taking his word for it. Sarutobi leaned back in his chair and picked up his pipe. Why do you think I wanted to meet with you after you'd had a chance to speak with him? He asked as he began puffing on the pipe again. I knew what I felt, but I wanted your opinion since he claims the two of you spent so much time together. Not all of his facts are accurate, but much of what he knows and says would be difficult for a child, even a well-placed spy, to learn and know. And most of his inaccuracies seem to deal with events that have occurred since he woke up in the past and began changing things. There are a few points that seem peculiarly off for no explainable reason, but far too many that are dead on to just dismiss his claim. So what do you want me to do with him? The old man's eyebrows rose as though the question were an odd one. Why, train him, of course. Figure out what he knows, what he doesn't know, and make him stronger. Keep your eyes and ears on him in case he gives any indication that he's being less than honest, but more than anything. Spend time with him. He's the son of Minato, it will be good for you to get to know him and it will be good for him to learn anything that your future self didn't teach him. If we are going to turn him into a Hokage, he'll need you to show him how to do it right. Is this what he told you? No, though I could tell he wanted to meet up with you again. The idea of having you help prepare him to become Hokage is purely my own. Beyond that, however, I'm hoping that he will help relieve you of some of your guilt. You never forgave yourself of Minato's death just like you never forgave yourself for Orochimaru's betrayal, perhaps spending time with Naruto will help with both. If that's what you want, maybe you should spend some time with him. Sarutobi smiled. I don't feel guilty for Orochimaru's betrayal. Only sad that I did not see it coming and was unwilling to stop it. The two were silent for a long time and then Jiraiya began to head for the door. When he reached it, he paused and looked back. I'm not saying I like it, but I'll spend some time with the kid and see what happens. It's probably just a big joke anyway. Just stay away from the bathhouses, I'd appreciate not having too many incidents like the one today. Jiraiya smiled mischievously. If we go back for more research, I'll be sure we use Tauten no Jutsu. If the kid is who he says he is, I would have taught that one to him pretty early on. Sarutobi returned the smile. Yes, it was a very effective jutsu that you invented. Perhaps you should have Naruto teach you his sexy no jutsu, I'm sure you'd enjoy that one almost as much. The Sannin nodded and opened the door. I'll keep it in mind, he promised and then he was gone. Sarutobi continued looking at the doors for a moment longer and then lifted his eyes to look up at the pictures of the Hokages. His gaze rested on those of his former friends and mentors for several seconds and then drifted to that of the man who was both his successor and predecessor. Don't worry, Jiraiya will take care of Naruto, he promised the picture, and hopefully Naruto will take care of Jiraiya as well. Chapter 30. Oh. They were so easy to follow, it was almost comical. One in an orange outfit, the other with a red vest and long, spiky white hair. Gaara doubted he would have had trouble following them from twice as far back. The tall one with the white hair was an unknown quantity, but he moved like a ninja and that was enough to put Gaara on guard. Uzumaki Naruto had already proven himself quite capable in their two brief encounters, adding an older ninja to the mix would make things slightly more difficult. Two ninja, whose physical appearances ran counter to any desire to remain hidden, wandering down the street speaking loudly and occasionally laughing, pushing, or hitting each other was so out of place with what a ninja should be that Gaara was certain it was a ruse of some sort. The Suna Genin slowed his pace to remain hidden within a small group of people as his prey paused for a moment to argue about something. Gaara was too far away and the street was too noisy for him to overhear exactly what was being said, but there was a fair amount of cursing on both sides and something about the older one being a pervert. After a small scuffle, the two resumed their walk. Naruto was sulking now, but the older man seemed to have cheered up a bit. He even went so far as to place his hand on Naruto's head and gave the blonde locks an almost affectionate tussle. Gaara's eyes narrowed at this and he found his right hand curling into a fist of its own volition. How is it that Naruto was treated like this? He'd said they were the same, and he'd dropped plenty of hints as to how they were the same, but no one seemed to fear him. Gaara had seen a few of the glances cast towards Naruto, so he knew that the blonde wasn't universally loved in the village. In fact, many adults seemed to greatly dislike him, but he still had several people who did not shy away from his company and at least one who had claimed that he would fight to keep Naruto alive. A little boy chased a ball across Gaara's path and nearly died as a result. Only the presence of so many others kept the Suna genin from crushing the apologizing pest as he retrieved the ball and threw it back towards his friends while an older man berated him for running into the street. The other children gave the boy a funny look, but Gaara didn't pay them any mind. He was too fixated on a very important question that he just couldn't seem to shake. If Naruto really had something monstrous inside him, why wasn't he living a similar life to the one Gaara had always known? Gaara pondered this as he followed the two ninja away from the main roads and towards one of the many training areas. Unfortunately, the one they'd chosen had a large field surrounded by forest. The two of them walked calmly across the open area and disappeared into the woods on the far side. It would be impossible for Gaara to follow them without being far more obvious about it unless he made his way around the edges. As he began to walk slowly through the woods so as to remain concealed, he couldn't help but wonder if they hadn't spotted him tailing them and chosen this area as a means of giving him the slip. From what he'd observed, that would be the sort of thing Uzumaki Naruto might do. Not that it really mattered. At some point, he was going to find Naruto and then he was going to kill him. So, will you do it? Naruto asked as he and Jiraiya sat down on two fallen logs in the little wooded area that surrounded the training grounds they'd chosen. She won't come back. I don't know why you and the old man are so obsessed with this. Naruto leaned his foot forward so he could pull at a piece of grass with his toes and smiled. The village needs her. This village needs a lot of things, but Tsunade ain't one of them. She'll be a great Hokage, you'll see. Jiraiya shook his head. Assuming I agree to go find her, what am I supposed to do to convince her to come back? She didn't leave just for kicks and giggles, you know. The blonde nodded. You'll just have to use your charming personality, I guess. Oh, Jiraiya laughed. Is that all it will take? My charming personality. Well, geez, after I get done convincing her to become Hokage, maybe I'll talk the sun into rising in the west so it doesn't shine in my window in the morning, or perhaps I'll get the rain to start tasting like sake because I'm tired of water. Naruto sighed. You can do it. You'll whine and bitch about it, but in the end, you'll get the job done. The village needs a Hokage and Sarutobi can't do it forever. She's probably the only one who can really do the job. Jiraiya's lips pulled back in a sneering smile. You seem to think you could handle it. Me? Naruto nearly laughed. I was probably the worst Hokage ever, temporary or not. I'll take the job again someday, but not until I'm more prepared for it. And probably not until half the current council is dead and buried. Jiraiya plucked a leaf from a low-hanging branch and twirled it idly between his fingers. She won't listen to me. She won't come. Naruto smiled. You might be the only one she will listen to. What happened before was too specific and coincidental for me to repeat it properly. I don't even know if I remember it all. Plus, Orochimaru had to attack the village first and kill Sarutobi. No, I can't do it this time. It has to be you. She loves you. The leaf fell from Jiraiya's fingers and he looked down at the blonde sharply. If you were older, I'd think you were drunk. He paused, gave Naruto a suspicious look, and then asked, You aren't drunk, are you? Naruto smiled. Not at the moment, but there are times where it gets real tempting. Suonheim doesn't love me, she turned you down left and right when you were younger. Naruto supplied with a grin, I know. That's where you got the idea for your books. Jiraiya looked startled for a second. How did you? Oh, right, I guess I probably would have told you in the future. Actually, she did, Naruto replied with a sigh. You died just after she promised not to say, no, anymore. I don't know if she ever even got the chance to tell you that. The blonde looked down at the grass his toes were playing with and sighed. You dying, it just about killed Tsunade Bachan. With you gone, she'd lost every man she ever really loved. Her grandfather and his brother, her dad, the third, her brother, that Dan guy. And then you. How many people can someone like her lose before it gets to be too much? And I said something I shouldn't have after I found out what happened to you. I told her that if you'd been Hokage, you wouldn't have sent her on such a shitty mission. Naruto was quiet for a moment, thinking back on probably the single most hurtful thing he'd ever said to someone, and then shook the memory away. The way she's living right now, it's beneath her. She's not the sort of person who should be wandering around in a drunken stupor gambling away every ryu she's ever made. You have to do this. You're literally the only one who has any shot of convincing her at this point. Jiraiya folded his arms across his chest and let his chin drop as his eyes closed in resignation. I can't figure out why I'm letting myself believe the crap that keeps coming out of your mouth. It probably doesn't hurt that I look like my dad, Naruto pointed out. Yeah, probably, Jiraiya agreed. Okay, fine, I'll try. Don't try. Do it. I don't know what's going on or why Orochimaru wasn't who he was supposed to be in the second test, but there's no way he isn't out there plotting the destruction of this village. I don't suppose you remember where she is. We didn't go looking for her for another month, so I don't know if she's where we found her or not. Even if she is, I don't really remember the name of the place, but it had a cool castle. Until you Sannin destroyed it. Naruto thought about it for a moment and then said, it probably had something to do with gambling, or maybe it was just a place where you could gamble. But you already know that, it's Tsunade Bachan, after all, the legendary sucker. Jiraiya grinned at his friend's nickname and turned his eyes in the direction of the gate he'd be passing through when he went off on the idiotic quest he was letting himself get talked into. Anything else I should know about? Nothing that comes to mind. Be careful though, since Orochimaru isn't doing what I remember him doing, there's no telling what he's up to. Naruto looked down at his dirty jacket, contemplated his next request, and sighed. But, when you're out there, if you find an orange and black jacket that would fit someone about 20 centimeters or so taller than me, pick it up for me, would you? I want one with black sleeves, and a black stripe running along the zipper, with orange panels. He pointed to either side of his stomach up to about mid-chest level, here and here. Jiraiya gave the blonde a quizzical look and chuckled. Am I supposed to be going out on a fool's errand to find the next Hokage, or just doing your shopping? Naruto's foot found a rock on the ground and began to push it in circles to help expel some of his nervous energy. It's kind of important to me, he admitted, but only if it comes from you. He glanced at Jiraiya, saw the older ninja's expression, and then looked away quickly. Forget it, he said with a sniffle as he rubbed underneath his nose, it was just a dumb jacket. It wasn't that important. Jiraiya was quiet for a long time and then he asked, I gave it to you. The blonde chuckled softly and shook his head at his own stupidity. Kind of silly, huh? I mean, I liked it and all, but after it got destroyed while I was fighting Madara, I think I cried almost as much over that stupid jacket as I did when I found out you were. You know. Again a long silence settled over the two and, again, Jiraiya was the one to break it. Man, who would have thought that a student of mine would be such a crybaby? Naruto scowled. Shut up. You're lucky I'm in the middle of reminiscing about all our good times in the future or I'd kick your ass. PFT, as if you could. You're pushing it, old man, Naruto growled between clenched teeth. Jiraiya shrugged. Like I care. I don't even really like you. Naruto's fingers came together. Sexy no jutsu. He vanished in a cloud of smoke and was replaced by a tall, leggy blonde that had plenty of curves in all the right places and no clothing to hide any of said places. Jiraiya's eyes bulged and his mouth fell open as a small trickle of drool spilled down over his bottom lip. Hey, I like you a lot, he said, giving the blonde 2 thumbs up. The transformed Naruto giggled girlishly. Then you're going to like this even better. The naked blonde leapt at Jiraiya, twisting in the air and sending a powerful kick at his head. The old lecher practically laughed as he blocked the attack easily and pushed the girl away. Too weak, too slow. You're right, you would have been a crappy Hokage. 2 Narutos dropped down from the trees on either side of Jiraiya and transformed into naked women, latching onto his arms and calling out his name in voices that implied a feeling of ecstasy simply from uttering the word, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya wasn't caught off guard by the appearance of the shadow clones. He'd known they were following from the moment he and Naruto met up that morning, but the lust in their voices was enough to make him blink in surprise. At that moment, the first blonde's fist slammed into his stomach with enough force to double him over. Who's weak and slow now? She asked with a soft giggle. Jiraiya's own fist caught her under the chin and lifted her off her feet as she transformed back into Naruto in mid-flight. Still you. Naruto flipped once in the air and landed easily on his feet, a grin on his face. Watch yourself, Ero Sennin, he warned, I'd hate to have to get serious on you. Jiraiya snorted. That's my line. The grin on Naruto's face slowly faded. He blinked once and then bit his lip. I missed you, he admitted. Jiraiya wasn't sure how to respond to that. He liked the blonde a lot, and not just because of his father, but he'd only met the boy the day before. His feelings simply weren't as deep as Naruto's were for him. In an effort to move away from that uncomfortable subject, he cleared his throat and asked. What are you going to do while I'm gone? Naruto shrugged, also happy for the new subject. Same as always, keep an eye on Sasuke, help him get stronger, try to push people onto a better path than they took last time. You're too hung up on him. He's my friend, Naruto replied with a glare. He'd already gone through this with Kakashi and he didn't really like the fact that the older ninja in his life all seemed to be thinking the same thing once they knew a bit of what the future held. Orochimaru was my friend, Jiraiya shot back, look where it got me. Naruto scowled. Sasuke's different. No, Jiraiya replied with a sigh, he's not. You just don't want to admit it. It would be better if you just took him out instead of messing around like this. Naruto rounded on Jiraiya, his hand balling into a fist. I can't accept that. He yelled louder than he meant to. Sasuke's a good person. He just needs something to keep him from only focusing on getting powerful enough to kill his brother. Jiraiya had never been one to back down from a fight, especially not one that he was certain he was going to win. He's already completely focused on that. He'll betray you again the second he sees a way to get the power he's lusting after. The two stared at each other for a moment and then Naruto turned away. You're wrong. Jiraiya sighed again and shook his head at the younger man's stubbornness. You're the one who told me that he's already done it, he said softly. How can I be wrong about something that you've already seen happen? It hasn't happened yet, Naruto pointed out. And I won't let it this time. But it might happen and then what will you do? Naruto was quiet for a long time and then he whispered. I'll do what I have to. I won't let Orochimaru have him. Do you really think you can go through with that? If he betrays us, I guess we'll find out. Jiraiya digested Naruto's answer and then scratched the back of his head. Wow, your response fills me with so much confidence. I guess there's nothing for me to worry about after all. Naruto glanced up at the tall ninja and scowled playfully. You're an irritating old man. Jiraiya grinned. You're a bratty upstart who thinks he's responsible for the actions of every person he knows. Maybe, Naruto conceded, but you like me. I don't even know you, Jiraiya shot back. Get Tsunade Bachan back here before the Chunin exam finals and help me take out Orochimaru if he shows up, and we'll have at least 2 years to get to know each other before the next big threat comes along. Strangely, I'm actually looking forward to it. Naruto's lips parted in a large smile. Me too. You're sure you don't want to wait until after the exam to go find her, or at least come with me? Naruto shook his head. It should be okay, I think. I'm here and a lot stronger than I was. Sarutobi knows Orochimaru might try something, so security will be tighter and on higher alert. And I doubt the bastard would try anything during the downtime. He's too full of himself to try for anything less than a big production when he makes his move. It'll be during the exam, or not at all. Alright, fine, but in the meantime, what are we going to do about him? Naruto's face was the picture of innocence. Who? Jiraiya tilted his head towards a tree a short distance away. Then his hand slipped into his vest and came out with a shuriken, which he threw with perfect accuracy towards the spot where the person who had been following them since they met that morning was hiding. Naruto was just as fast, his own hand dipping into his weapon pouch and coming away with a kunai which he sent after Jiraiya's shuriken, knocking it off course before it got close enough to even trigger Gaara's defenses. I can handle him. Jiraiya shook his head. You're going to get yourself killed acting like this. You trained me, blame yourself. If I trained you, I wouldn't have taught you to be this stupid. Maybe, but you didn't train it out of me either. Touché. The two smiled at each other and then Naruto said, before you go, do you want to help introduce me to Gamabunta? Jiraiya's smile became almost feral. I don't think I'd miss that conversation for anything in the world. Naruto let his eyes drift over to the spot where Gaara was hiding. Meet me outside the walls in about an hour. I don't think this will take much longer than that. He thought for a second and then added, bring some sake with you. Are you sure a youngin' like you can handle that? The blonde chuckled and said, I'm still a few years off from drinking you under the table, I'm sure, but I can handle myself. Besides, technically I'm about 20 years older than I look. Even if you just give me the average of my physical age and my mental age, I'd still be legal. Well, this ought to be entertaining if nothing else. See you in an hour. Jiraiya turned to go, but stopped and glanced towards Gaara's hiding spot. Try to stay alive until then. Naruto smiled at him. That's my line. They'd always watched out for her, covered for her, helped her. As far as she knew, there'd never been any sort of spoken agreement between the two of them about it, but they both definitely seemed to treat her like someone to be protected. And now, to protect and help her, they were trying to beat her into the ground. One from the front, the other from the side, and a third from behind, they were moving in near-perfect unison as they came at her. She'd learned that there would be no mercy, no pulled punches, no holding back, just as there would be no holding back when she faced her opponent in the second round of the Chunin exam finals. Hinata turned her forward foot in and then pivoted on that heel as she spun away from the attacks coming from the front and behind. Kiba and Shino passed her by on either side, both probably a little surprised at her tactic, though only Kiba showed it. The transformed Akamaru was now in front of her, his fist raised to attack. Hinata's right hand darted forward, catching the Kiba look-alike in the chest as his right eye opened wider in surprise. Her left leg shot out and kicked the transformed puppy's legs out from under him, dropping him into the dirt. One most strike would have taken him out of the match altogether, but before she could make it, she was forced to twist to the side as the real Kiba's fist passed through the spot where her back had been only a second before. Hinata's right hand rose up to inflict what she hoped would be a debilitating blow to his elbow, but he was too quick as he took another step forward and pivoted to swing his leg up at her. Hinata was caught off guard and the kick caught her in the back of the head. Stars exploded in front of her eyes as she stumbled to the side and tried to bring her arms up to block any attacks that might come at her. The combination of dazed vision and the panoramic view of her Byakugan was a confusing one, so she wasn't totally sure which direction Shino ended up hitting her from, but it didn't really matter. She went down hard and was unable to rise. She'd lost. Again. Your speed has improved, Shino remarked as he kneeled next to her, but it is still insufficient to keep pace with Rock Lee. And you're not nearly mean enough to deal with that asshole cousin of yours, Kiba added. Instead of just going after my arm, you should have been looking to take me out completely. That bastard won't give you many chances. Hinata was still too dazed to chide Kiba for his choice of descriptions for Neji, but his point was well taken. She was definitely still too slow to fight Lee, even before he removed the weights as he had against Shino, and there was no chance that she'd be able to stand against her cousin. Even though it was only the first real day of training, she already felt a sense of doom. She was just going to humiliate herself in front of all those people when she fought against whoever won the first match. What would her father say? Okay, Hinata, time to get up, Kurenai's kind voice interrupted her dark thoughts. If speed is what you need, then let's start working on it. 10 laps around the village, you have 1 hour. Hinata's eyes widened. 10 laps in an hour. Who could do such a thing? You're down to 59 minutes, 47 seconds, Hinata, Kurenai said with a frightening smile. I'd get a move on if I was you, the consequences of taking too long might not be fun. Hinata didn't hesitate. She hadn't seen that look in Kurenai's eyes often, but she knew that her sensei was not joking. She took off running as fast as she could while Kiba, Shino, and Akamaru easily kept pace beside her. She was the slowest on the team, of course, and perhaps even the slowest genin in the finals, but she would do her best to improve. That was all she'd ever wanted anyway. Gaara glanced around the tree he was standing behind, trying to catch a glimpse of his prey. What he found was Uzumaki Naruto standing right on the other side of the tree, smiling stupidly at him. You know, the blonde said, it's not very nice to follow people around. I might get the wrong idea and think that you were looking to ambush me or something. Gaara didn't reply. The blonde's grin grew larger. You weren't looking for trouble, were you? He asked. Gaara could feel the urge to kill rising within his chest. It was a rush that couldn't be explained to one who hadn't experienced it firsthand. In mere seconds, he was going to get to watch that smile vanish from Uzumaki Naruto's face. He was going to see the cold terror sweep over the boy and then he was going to snuff out his existence. Everything Naruto was, everything he had been, everything he might have been, Gaara's sand was going to devour them all and add their power to his own. If one looked far enough down the line, it could even be argued that Gaara was going to destroy thousands of lives with this one kill because Uzumaki Naruto would have no descendants. They too would be devoured by the hungry sands. Naruto's smile didn't fade, however, nor did the fear that Gaara relished appear on his face. Instead, he shook his head and clucked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. You really are one crazy bastard, did you know that? He asked as the sands rushed around him and crushed him. I mean seriously, have you not been paying attention to practically every meeting we've had so far? Naruto asked from behind Gaara. It's like you're a retarded dog that just doesn't learn no matter how many times you run into a glass wall, a third Naruto called out from the tree above. Gaara glared at these two newcomers as smoke drifted out of the sand that should have crushed Naruto. You're very annoying, he told them. And you're not as good as you think you are. Yet, another Naruto retorted as he stepped out from behind one of the trees, his hands stuffed casually in his pockets. You really must think I'm an idiot. I've had shadow clones following you from the second you woke up this morning. I kind of figured we'd be running into each other sooner or later. Gaara's jaw tightened. So that explained it. That was why Naruto had been so calm and careless while walking through the village with the older man. It wasn't that he was oblivious to the danger he was in, he'd simply taken measures to protect himself against it. Gaara hadn't even sensed the clones following him, hadn't even seen them. Such skill was well above the genin level. Who are you? He asked. The closest Naruto smiled and brought his fingers together, vanishing in a cloud of smoke as the little boy chasing the ball appeared. "I'm just a kid," he said in a cheerful voice. "And I'm the poor soul in charge of keeping little whippersnappers like him from getting killed by irritated Jinchuriki." The Naruto in the tree, who was now the old man who had yelled at the boy, called out. "I can be anywhere and anyone," the final Naruto said with a grin. "You won't make a single move that I won't be watching." Gaara's lip turned up in small smirk. "Then you'll get to watch me kill you." "Oh, don't say that. If you try to kill me, it's going to make it really hard for us to keep up this close friendship." Gaara lifted his hand, pointed it at the boy, and then closed his fist as sand surrounded and crushed the image of the child. "I'm here to kill you." Naruto wasn't smiling anymore. "Are you sure you want to do this now?" he asked. "If you really feel ready then let's do it, but won't it mess up your friend's plans?" "I've already told you, I don't have any friends." Naruto's knuckles popped as his hand closed into a tight fist. "I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but I'll have you singing a different tune by the time we're done." He shifted his feet apart, let out a slow breath. "Whenever you're..." Suddenly his eyes glazed over and then he blinked and relaxed. "I guess it wasn't meant to be," he said with a shrug. Gaara's brow furrowed, not sure what Naruto was talking about, but 2 seconds later a tall, powerfully built man with 2 red marks on his right cheek that looked a little like claws and the left half of his face covered by a flap of cloth that was wrapped around the rest of his head dropped to the ground between the two of them. Another second later he was joined by Temari and Kankuro. Gaara, the larger man, Baki, hissed, "What are you doing?" "You're in my way," Gaara informed him calmly. "We were just talking, Baki-san," Naruto informed the Sunajunin. The large man rounded on Naruto and fixed the blonde with a firm glare that hid his confusion. "Do I know you?" "Not yet, but I'm sure we'll run into each other again if things go according to plan," Naruto replied with a knowing wink. Baki arched his one visible brow at the strange remark and then turned back to Gaara. "Your father would not approve of this sort of behavior." "If you don't want to die, I suggest you move," Gaara told him. "If you don't want to die," Baki replied just as threateningly, "I suggest you return to your quarters. If you think you can kill me, you're welcome to try, but regardless of the outcome, your father will deal with you personally when he arrives." Gaara continued to stare coldly at Baki for a moment longer and then he shrugged and turned to leave. "Uzumaki Naruto," he called out over his shoulder, "we'll meet in the exam and I will kill you then." Looking forward to it, Naruto said with a wave as he leapt into the trees and vanished. She told herself it was a crazy idea, but her feet kept moving. She argued that it was beyond stupid and pretty much pointless. He wouldn't want to help her, she knew. He had other, more important things to worry about than taking care of some little girl. Just because he was kind didn't mean that he was the sort of person who would drop everything to help someone for no particular reason. Yamanaka Ino sighed and brushed a stray strand of blonde hair out of her eyes. "This is so stupid," she grumbled to herself. And yet, she still continued walking forward. For whatever reason, her body didn't seem to care about her objections and so on she went. Maybe it was because Asuma was busy with Choji and Shikamaru when the later could be found and convinced to actually train. Or maybe it was because Sakura had managed to advance and already seemed light years ahead of where she'd been when they graduated. Or maybe it was because the one she sought knew at least a fair amount of medical jutsu, if his actions during his match was anything to go on. Whatever the reason, she really wanted to find Yakushi Kabuto and see if he would be willing to help her get strong or at least give her some advice on how to go about doing so. It had taken a bit of asking around to figure out which training areas he frequented, and even then she had a lot of ground to cover. Kabuto didn't seem to prefer any one area over another and almost appeared to be making sure that he didn't let himself fall into any sort of predictable pattern. She did, however, find out who his father was and where his family house was located. It was a safe bet that, given his lack of a favorite, he would probably pick one that was closer to his house as opposed to anything too far away. As luck would have it, there were only 3 within easy walking distance of the Yakushi family house and Ino found Kabuto carefully striking a wooden post at the second one she searched. He must have seen her coming, because by the time she reached him he'd stopped what he was doing and was leaning against the post. "Ino-chan, how nice to see you," he said with a smile and a small bow. Ino bit her tongue, trying to figure out what to say while Kabuto wiped sweat from his brow and then asked, "Is our meeting a coincidence, or can I help you with something?" "No, Kabuto-san," she replied lamely, wishing that she could remember one of the relaxed, confident lines she'd thought up while searching for him and trying to talk herself out of it. "I was wondering," she paused, closed her eyes, and took the plunge, "I was wondering if you could help me get stronger." Kabuto frowned at her. "Isn't that your Junin's job?" he asked. Or even your father's. He's quite well known, certainly he could help you. Ino nodded slowly. She'd figured he would say no. Yeah, you're right. Of course, Kabuto said offhandedly, glancing to the side so that their eyes wouldn't meet, if they're busy. I could use a sparring partner. My friends are all injured, at the moment, and my Junin was called away on some sort of business. Ino brightened instantly, but caught herself before she said anything too eager. I'd be happy to help you, Kabuto-san, she replied calmly. Just, Kabuto, is fine, he told her, as he pushed his glasses farther up on his nose. My father likes to keep using suffixes, but I prefer it when my friends aren't so formal. Then you can just call me, Ino, the blonde replied with a shy smile. Alright, Ino, would you like to learn a medical jutsu? But, how does that help you? It doesn't, really, but going over it with you will help me make sure I have it just right, he replied. Besides, if I teach you how to heal yourself a bit, you'll be able to spar with me longer. Ino smirked. Who says I'm going to be the one who needs healing? Kabuto looked at her for a moment and then said, well, if you get this jutsu just right, after you beat me up, you can heal me so I'll be able to spar with you a little longer. He sat down on the grass and motioned for her to join him as he began explaining the jutsu and showing her the seals. After she'd run through them a few times and felt confident that she could get them right when attempting the jutsu, Kabuto pulled a kunai from his holster and pricked his thumb. As she prepared to start the jutsu, Ino paused and said, thank you. I know you could be getting more done if you trained on your own. Kabuto smiled. Probably less than you'd think, he told her, and I prefer having a training partner anyway. But if you don't heal my thumb, I might bleed out and then where will we be? Ino laughed and performed the jutsu, perfectly, of course. It was nice to have a friend who wasn't a lazy ass or a fat asser who you always felt you needed to stay ahead of. Not dead yet, huh? Jiraiya said as Naruto appeared next to him just outside the village gates. Naruto shrugged. Not for lack of trying. Well, if you're thinking about going through with the Sakazuki Goto with Gamabunta, you might not have to worry about trying much longer. You ever do this before? Nah, I was too young when I started summoning him, and by the time I was old enough, I'd been summoning toads for so long it wasn't really an issue. Then why worry about it this time? Naruto smiled. Gamabunta gave me crap about it for years, I'd rather not have to listen to it again. Besides, it'll be fun. Jiraiya threw back his head and let out a long, barking laugh. Fun. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, do you? Naruto felt his good cheer starting to fall and wondered if his face was going pale as a sense of dread began to creep up on him. Is it that bad? In answer, Jiraiya pulled a scroll from his pocket and unrolled it for Naruto to see. The blonde's eyes widened at the sight. You're messing with me, aren't you? He asked in an almost pleading voice. This was your idea, Jiraiya reminded him as they began walking towards an open area where Naruto could summon the enormous toad. Naruto groaned, I'm going to be hungover for a decade, aren't I? If you're lucky. They walked a short ways farther and then Jiraiya stopped and looked around. This ought to be far enough. You ready? Naruto was suddenly feeling anything but ready, but he nodded anyway. It'll just take me a second. I need some of Kyuubi's chakra to summon someone this big. He closed his eyes and began to draw on the power sealed within himself. As the chakra surged through his veins, he brought his thumb up to his mouth and bit down on it. Then he opened one eye and whispered, should I summon him right under me so I'm standing on his head? Jiraiya took several steps back. You really are trying to get yourself killed, aren't you? Naruto grinned, his fingers flashing through the seals, and then slammed his hand onto the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu. Dark seals spread out across the grass where his palm was touching and then exploded into a large cloud of smoke as Naruto was suddenly about 100 meters off the ground. If you remove the size, grayish-blue short kimono, katana, and pipe, Gamabunta really looked like any other red-colored toad. But those were 4 big things you had to overlook to see him as such. At the moment, aside from the mountains on the other side of Konohagakure, he was easily the single largest object that could be seen. Gamabunta pushed off his front feet and shifted to more of a squatting position as he eased the huge Kaizuru out of his mouth and blew out a large cloud of smoke that smelled a little like burning oak or mahogany or some other nice-smelling wood. Naruto had always enjoyed the smell of the smoke, just not the quantity that there was to smell. Gamabunta looked to one side and then to the other and then finally down at the toad Sennin at his feet. Hey Jiraiya, whatcha call me out here for? Jiraiya crossed his arms and shook his head. I didn't call you. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto tapped his foot to alert the toad to his presence and then leapt from his perch between Gamabunta's eyes and landed on his snout so that they could properly see each other. I summoned you. The name's Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde said. Gamabunta's scarred left brow, a gift from Orochimaru's great snake, Manda, rose slightly at this declaration and then his belly shook with laughter. Who is this punk? You expect me to believe that a little shit like you called me out? You're probably about 10 years away from having the chakra to even think about summoning me. Naruto grinned and lifted his shirt so that his belly was exposed. Then he channeled enough chakra to cause the Kyuubi's seal to become visible. Chakra has never been a problem for me. The laughter stopped and the eyebrow returned to its rightful position. The skin under Naruto's feet rippled as the great toad shifted his Kaizuru to the other side of his mouth. After a moment of silence, Gamabunta said, "You're Minato's kid." Naruto nodded. Gamabunta looked down at Jiraiya and asked, "You let him sign the contract?" Jiraiya nodded. Gamabunta sighed thoughtfully and his eyes shifted away from the two humans. "Just because you're the fourth son, doesn't mean you're part of the family. So don't think any favors I owe your dad are going to just translate to you." "I don't want you to owe me anything," Naruto told him. "I just want to join the family." "You want to go through Sakazuki Goto?" Naruto scratched the back of his head and chuckled nervously. "Well, I did until Jiraiya showed me how much sake he was bringing." Gamabunta laughed heartily and lowered his head so that Naruto could easily hop to the ground. "I like this kid," he told Jiraiya, "he honest. Get out the sake and the Sakazuki, let's make him a member." Jiraiya pulled out the scroll that he'd showed Naruto earlier and unsealed its contents, 10 large jugs of sake and a Sakazuki that could have been used by several children as a swimming pool. Naruto had no idea where Jiraiya had found such a dish, certainly it wasn't the sort of thing that any old merchant would carry around. After several minutes of pouring the alcohol, the enormous Sakazuki was full enough to begin. Gamabunta lifted the saucer and held it up as if making a toast. "Uzumaki Naruto, by partaking in this ceremony you are going to be a member of the family. I'll protect you like a son, the others will treat you like their brother, and you will return the honor should we need you." He brought it to his lips and tipped it back, downing several gallons of sake in a single sip. Then he set it on the ground in front of Naruto. As the blonde stepped forward to drink, Jiraiya whispered, "Drink long and hard, he'll respect you more if you do." Naruto nodded and then proceeded to practically dunk his head in the alcohol. By the time he came up, his eyes were stinging from being submerged in the sake for so long and his head was spinning. Gamabunta smiled. "Welcome to the family, kid." "Thanch," Naruto replied and then sat down quickly before his legs gave out. The sake was strong, his little body wasn't used to it, and he was already starting to pay the price. "Ah," he groaned, "sake tastes way, worse than it us too." Gamabunta chuckled. "Are you going to do that with everyone you let sign the contract?" he asked Jiraiya. "I don't know what you're talking about," the Toad Sennin replied innocently. "Anyway, I think I like him better this way. He's kind of obnoxious most of the time." He looked down at Naruto who was swaying unsteadily even from his seated position. "This is the quietest he's been since I met him. Don't you humans have some sort of rule against drinking this young?" Jiraiya nodded. "There are some extenuating circumstances here." "Oh. He's not as young as he looks," Jiraiya explained and then proceeded to tell as much of Naruto's story as he knew to the giant toad. When he was done, Gamabunta blew out a deep smoky breath and said, "You should have told me this first. I don't make it a habit of initiating lunatics into the family, makes us look bad." "I don't think he's a lunatic," Jiraiya retorted. Naruto hiccuped loudly, giggled a little, and then toppled over. "Well, not when he's sober, anyway." Gamabunta was quiet for a moment and then said, "How sure are you about this?" Jiraiya shrugged. "I'm sure enough to let him sign the contract and come out here with him while he did this." After another brief silence, Gamabunta said, "All right. I'll accept him, for now. If he does anything to cause trouble though, I'm holding you responsible." Without waiting for a reply he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto and watched as the blonde fought a losing battle against unconsciousness as it tried to claim him. "I didn't think you'd take me so seriously," he admitted once Naruto's eyes finally closed. With a sigh he said, "Well, I guess this means I have to carry you home." As he reached down to lift the boy onto his back a thought occurred to him. Glancing around to make sure that no one was watching, he pulled out a brush and some ink and began drawing rude messages and pictures on his young friend's face. When he was done, he stepped back and admired his handiwork. A long curly mustache on his upper lip, a picture of a penis on either cheek pointing towards his mouth, a poorly drawn woman with enormous breasts leaning against one of the penises, and the phrases, "I have a small dick," and "I'm gay," written across his forehead. "Just like your dad," Jiraiya said with a smile as he lifted the boy onto his back and carried him back to the village. Naruto was not, as he jokingly feared, hung over for a decade. He was, however, wishing for death when he woke up the following morning with one of the worst headaches he could remember having. A short while later, after bumping into Kiba, Shino, and Hinata on the way to Ichiraku for lunch and a warm cup of tea, he was wishing for Jiraiya's death when his face art was pointed out to him. Kiba's loud, obnoxious laughter had rung in his ears the rest of the day as he sat in front of his sink and scrubbed at his face trying to remove the embarrassing pictures and words. Fortunately for Jiraiya, by the time the marks all came off, he had already left on his journey to find Tsunade. Sakura hated to admit it, but Anko knew her stuff. She was still weird and a bit scary, and she kept making offhand derogatory comments about Sakura's abilities, appearance, and personal hygiene, but she was also a ruthless perfectionist who found every single flaw in Sakura's form and noticed anytime Sakura even thought about relaxing a little while training. Sakura would throw a punch and Anko would point out 6 different areas where her form was off. Sakura would try to correct those and Anko would still find more mistakes. It was infuriating and, especially when coupled with Anko's snide remarks about how pathetic Sakura was, humiliating, but she learned faster than she ever had before. Apparently Kakashi had known what he was doing when he got Anko to train her after all. He'd obviously had a reason for bringing Yugao in as well. While Anko drilled things into Sakura's head and occasionally brought her close to tears, Yugao was there to soften the blow and add some encouragement. She never disagreed with Anko, because Anko was right in every criticism, but she was gentler in her correcting and willing to point out areas where Sakura was improving. Anko was the one who pushed her to be perfect, but it was Yugao who kept Sakura from growing too frustrated when she didn't get there instantly. Between the two of them, Sakura was harassed, goaded, and forced to get stronger or be beaten into the ground, but was also helped along the way with a kind word or a helpful suggestion that didn't include the words, idiot, weakling, pathetic, or princess. Still, despite Yugao's kindness, Sakura's week was a hell she hoped she'd never have to live through again. In fact, she wasn't even sure that she could live through it a second time. Anko never told her when they were meeting in the morning. She just broke into Sakura's room, started yelling and dragged the still half-asleep girl out of her bed and into the street. Always being sure to smile and bow while politely informing Sakura's parents that she would return their daughter later that night and tell them she hoped they had a good day. Strangely, Sakura's parents never complained about Anko's actions or the colorful language she used when referring to their only daughter as she pulled Sakura along through the dusty streets. Sometimes they even gave Anko some breakfast to take with her, none of which was ever shared with Sakura. Yugao usually met Sakura and Anko either out in the street or at the training grounds. If she happened to be in the street, she always hung back and chatted politely with Sakura's parents while Anko pushed Sakura towards the day's training area of choice. By the end of the week, Sakura was so exhausted that she hardly noticed uncharacteristic firmness of her arms and legs, nor the way her body began to naturally adjust to Anko's movements when they sparred together. Reflexes that had not been there days before were now so ingrained into her tired body that they didn't even surprise her when she had the energy to try to pay attention to them. They were just there. When she and Anko reached the training grounds on their final day together, Anko lifted the pink-haired kunoichi off her feet and threw her several meters through the air. Sakura landed in a dirty, tired heap, covered head to toe in dust from the streets of Konoha, scrapes from the times she'd fallen on, or been dragged across, concrete sidewalks, and the wet grass that was now serving as her bed. Get up, princess, Anko growled as she stood over Sakura, the sun'll be up in an hour. It's time for us to spar. I'm tired, Sakura whispered weakly, her fingers digging into the dirt. Anko put her hands on her hips and scowled. What makes you think I give a shit? I'm supposed to make you a better ninja, even though that's practically impossible when I'm working with someone who has no talent, or desire, or brains, or anything else that's useful, and when you're a ninja, your enemy doesn't care if you're tired, or hurt, or just don't feel like fighting. You think this week has been bad? Little girl, you don't know what bad is. She took a step forward and brought her leg back to deliver a kick to the prone girl. Now get up. Sakura flung the dirt in her hand up into Anko's face, catching the older kunoichi by surprise. In an instant she was on her feet, her fist swinging up at Anko's face as her hatred and frustration boiled over. Even half-blinded, Anko shifted her head to the side and dodged the punch. Sakura wasn't surprised and she didn't slow down. She dipped low and tried to sweep Anko's feet out from under her. Anko easily jumped over her leg, and then planted her hand into the ground and kicked up at her tormentor's face. Anko finished wiping the dirt from her eyes and pushed the kick away. Her initial advantage obviously still hadn't been enough to make up the difference between their abilities, but Sakura didn't care about that. She was going to land a punch on Anko. Just once. She'd been ridiculed, beaten up, put down, embarrassed, and then beaten up some more by the sadistic Junin, and she wasn't going to let this whole week go by without at least getting to wipe that smirk off the older woman's face just once. She rolled to her feet and charged with near reckless abandon. Her punches were as perfect as she could make them, her kicks fast and right on target, and her speed was well beyond what she could have managed at the beginning of the week, but it still wasn't enough. "You called it a punch?" Enko asked as she swatted one of Sakura's attempts away. "Have you been paying any attention to what I've been telling you this week?" Sakura tried to kick her, but Enko shifted her body just slightly and the kick sailed wide of its target. "I think your legs must be a little fat, princess," she laughed, "it's slowing you down. Maybe I should call you Thunder Thighs instead of princess." Sakura growled and threw a quick series of 4 punches and then a kick aimed at Enko's chest. Everything was blocked or dodged with ease, and Sakura could feel herself weakening and slowing down a little as her tired body's energy reserves began to run dry. "This is just pathetic," Enko sighed. "You should just drop out of the Chunin exam. Hell, I don't know if even going back to the academy would be the right spot for you. All a princess like you is good for is making babies and serving as eye candy to whichever guy gets drunk enough to throw you a bone." Sakura sent a roundhouse kick at Enko's face, but Enko easily dodged it, rolling her eyes at the futility of the younger kunoichi's attempts. In that brief instant, Sakura's body saw the opening. Faster than her brain could process, her weight shifted and she used the momentum of her kick to propel her around, bringing up her arm as she did so. The back of her fist slammed into Enko's cheek with enough force to knock the older woman back a few steps. Sakura's eyes opened wide as she looked at her hand in surprise. Enko tongued the corner of her mouth, sampling the coppery-tasting blood that was running from her lip. Finally, she chuckled as she stepped closer to Sakura. "I was beginning to think that you'd never notice all those openings I was giving you." She smiled and leaned down so that she was looking Sakura right in the eye. "I guess you have gotten a bit better this week, but in the future, keep something in mind." Her fist shot out and slammed into Sakura's head, sending the pink-haired girl to the ground. "Don't let your guard down just because your enemy starts being nice to you." Sakura lay still for a long time, panting and spitting out the blood that was pooling in her mouth. Enko's punch was the hardest she'd ever felt, far stronger than any of the other times she'd been punched during the week. Obviously, she really did have a long way to go before she'd be at that level, but the fact that Enko had felt okay with using that much strength meant that Sakura had advanced to the point where she could take it. She pushed herself up onto her knees and then, with great effort, onto her feet. Not only could she take a punch like that, but she could get up after it. Her head was ringing and it was hard to think or see straight, but she was standing and that was what counted. "You've really improved, Sakura-chan," Yugao said as she dropped from a nearby tree and landed next to the swaying girl. "I'm very proud of you." Sakura smiled weakly and then returned most of her concentration to getting the world to stop spinning in front of her eyes. "When you've recovered, I think we'll teach you a few ninjutsu that you might find useful," Yugao informed her. "Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to really practice them due to your fatigue, because they are quite chakra-intensive. Once you've rested, however, I think your chakra reserves will have increased to the point where you can use them without too much trouble." She smiled and leaned down a little closer to Sakura. "I'm afraid you may actually have to thank Enko for that. Her training might not have been fun for you, but you'll soon realize that it has helped you more than you know." Sakura tried to nod to show that she understood that she had actually benefited from Enko's torture, but her body didn't seem to like that movement, so her whole body swayed forward and then backward instead. Yugao smiled at this and then helped the younger kunoichi to sit down and offered her some breakfast. After one of the most strenuous weeks of her entire life, Sakura seemed to be famished at all times. No sooner was the food set in front of her than it was gone as she hurriedly shoveled it into her mouth, desperate for the energy it could provide her. When they were done eating and Sakura had had a chance to take a short walk to keep her muscles loose while she rested and regained her equilibrium, the 3 ninjas sat on the grass and discussed the ninjutsu they were planning on teaching Sakura. Just as Yugao had said, most would be too much for Sakura in her tired state, but after a couple of days of resting, she would be able to practice them on her own. Since she couldn't perform them as part of her practice, she instead was simply shown the seals for them and made to form them until they were second nature. Enko, of course, found Sakura's seal forming to be slow and sloppy and made her work on speeding it up while keeping each crisp and clean. Sakura complained that none of her teachers had ever said she needed to work on such a thing. They'd said quite the opposite, in fact, but Yugao had agreed with Enko and gave her a few tips to help her be quicker. It was mid-afternoon when Yugao finally called a halt to the training. Sakura could now form all of the seals for the different jutsu she'd been shown with relative ease and was forming the seals a little quicker and cleaner. Enko said the improvements were minimal, at best. Each of the jutsu had been demonstrated for her and their chakra requirements had been explained as much as possible. One never really knew how much chakra was needed until they'd actually performed the jutsu a few times to see how it felt to get it right, because explaining chakra requirements was a little like explaining strength. What was heavy to one person might be relatively light to someone else. Kakashi-senpai wanted me to tell you that he was going to have your team meet for dinner at the sushi bar on the east side of the Hokage Tower courtyard, Yugao informed Sakura when they were done. He didn't say it, but I think the person who he's lined up to help train you for the rest of the month will be meeting you there. She paused and then, with a wink and an affectionate smile, added, you'll probably want to clean yourself up a little before then. Sakura rose, bowed deeply and thanked them for their help, and then hurried home to get cleaned up so that she could meet her teammates, whom she had missed very much during the past week. As she and Yugao watched Sakura leave, Enko spit and then said, well, that chore is finally over with. Yugao smiled. You liked her. She was a bratty little princess who is barely worth calling a ninja. How many people have you ever trained that have landed a punch, even when you're holding back? Enko scowled. It was a lucky shot. You'll miss her tomorrow. Maybe I'll go drag her through the streets, for old time's sake. Be careful, the purple-haired Anbu member warned. Someday she's going to be in her prime and you're going to be losing a step. Paybacks can be a bitch. Like she'll live that long. You never know, Yugao replied with a shrug and then, with a small wave goodbye, started walking towards Hayate's house to meet him for dinner. Enko watched her go for a moment, frowning thoughtfully, and called out, I won't miss her. Yugao back-turned and smiled sweetly. Go work on your taxes, Enko, she said, I'm sure you'll run into Sakura-chan again someday. Naruto decided to stop by Sakura's house before heading over to the spot where he was supposed to meet Sasuke and Kakashi. Knowing Kakashi, they were going to be waiting for a while anyway and Sakura's house was on the way for him. From what he remembered, her parents weren't exactly fond of him, so he didn't bother knocking on the door, he just leaned against the wall on the other side of the street and waited. After only a few minutes of waiting, she came out and started heading towards the meeting spot. Sakura-chan, he called out. She stopped and stared at him in surprise for a second as he walked over to her and then she smiled and hugged him. It feels like forever since I saw you, she informed him when she noticed his confused look at the unexpected display of friendliness. Naruto wasn't about to complain about such things, so he smiled and nodded and told her that he'd missed her during the past week. As the two of them walked towards the tower, they chatted quietly about their training so far. Naruto knew that it would be stupid to claim to be training under Iruka since his lie could easily be uncovered if they happened to run into their old sensei, so he confessed that he'd met a strange old man named Jiraiya who was training him. Sakura, of course, knew the names of the Sannin, but Jiraiya wasn't so uncommon a name that she immediately associated the Jiraiya Naruto had met with the one from the books about the last Great War. Naruto didn't bother enlightening her, and was more interested in hearing how her training was going anyway. She was just starting to tell him about the different jutsu that Yugao and Enko had taught her when they reached the meeting spot and strangely found Sasuke and Kakashi waiting for them. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You're early, Kakashi-sensei, he pointed out. Kakashi looked up from his book and raised an eyebrow at Naruto. And you're late. Naruto felt his muscles tense briefly and said, you're never early. Kakashi no doubt saw the tension in his student's face and his mask shifted in the way they all associated with him smiling. There's something important that's happening tonight. Don't worry, it won't happen again. He centered his one eye on Naruto and added, unless you can think of some future event that I should plan on being early to. Naruto relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Just my coronation as Hokage. And Sakura-chan's wedding, unless you want to suffer her wrath. Sakura gave Naruto a funny look and then rolled her eyes and shook her head at his antics, before looking over at Sasuke. The Uchiha was almost smiling at Naruto and Kakashi. A second later, his eyes shifted to her and his lips got a little closer to forming a smile. How has your week been? He asked as they started walking towards the sushi bar. Hard, she admitted. Sakura-chan's going to kick your ass, Naruto added, stepping between the two of them and throwing his arms over their shoulders. Naruto. Sakura hissed. I expect her to try, Sasuke replied, ignoring her, but I won't hold back against her either. Naruto chuckled and then, much to Sakura's relief, changed the subject to Sasuke's training and how it was going. The three genin enjoyed their walk and talked and laughed. Well, Sakura and Naruto laughed anyway, most of the way to the eatery. Kakashi. A voice called out from the crowd just as they reached the sushi bar. The three genin turned with their sensei as a young woman stepped forward. She stared at Kakashi for a moment and then smiled as she self-consciously tucked a long strand of light brown hair behind her left ear. Her brown eyes seemed to sparkle as she took another step towards them. I was worried I'd miss you in the crowd, she said softly and then added with a little chuckle, but I guess you've always been pretty hard to overlook, huh? Naruto stared at her, tuning out whatever Kakashi said back and any other conversation going on around him. This woman who was so easily commanding Kakashi's attention was familiar, very familiar. And her presence made him feel uneasy. At the same time, he couldn't quite remember who she was. Her face seemed younger than his brain thought it should be, which was understandable if he hadn't met her until some future date the first time around, and her hair was longer and kind of the wrong color. She had a small red stripe on either cheek that looked similar to the fang markings that the Inuzuka clan sported, and Naruto was certain that these marks were the things most catching his memory. The woman wasn't wearing a hinata, but there was something in the way that she carried herself, and something in the back of his mind that he couldn't seem to pull forth, that told him she was a ninja or at least had some ninja training. Though she was by no means the most beautiful woman Naruto had ever seen, she wasn't ugly, just not remarkably attractive. She held Kakashi's full attention in a previously unheard of way. Ika Paradise had never held the enigmatic Junin's eye like this young woman was. So, this is your team, she said, turning to look at the three genin next to Kakashi. It took you a while to find one. I suppose I was just waiting for the right one to come along, Kakashi replied with a strange-sounding chuckle. Well, it looks like, she did a double take when she looked at Sasuke, and Uchiha. Kakashi grinned under his mask and nodded. That's Uchiha Sasuke, next to him is Uzumaki Naruto, and this is Haruno Sakura. He turned to his team and said, this is an old friend, Shinrin. Her eyes passed slowly from Sasuke, hesitated for a moment on Naruto and then finally settled on Sakura as she bowed politely. Nice to meet you all. Sakura bowed just as politely, wanting to make a good first impression. Sasuke dipped his head about as politely as he ever got, and Naruto just went pale. Shinrin, Kakashi's old teammate. In the future her hair was shorter and had gray streaks in it, but now that the name had been said, he knew exactly who she was. She was the one thought by most to be responsible for Kakashi's death. In Naruto's mind, there was no question that she was the one to blame for Kakashi's death. Chapter 31. Oh. One of the first jutsu taught to academy students was henna jutsu. There were a number of reasons for this, of course, though mostly it was because it was a relatively easy jutsu to perform and required only minimal amounts of chakra. Simply channel enough chakra, form the proper seals, keep the image you wanted to appear as in your mind and, poof, instant success. Or, as Naruto most often used it as a child, and occasionally as an adult, poof, instant humor. While the jutsu itself was relatively easy to perform, the theories behind it could be difficult to grasp. Just watching it being demonstrated, it was easy to get the false impression that the user had actually somehow changed their physical bodies and not simply wrapped themselves in an illusion. This impression was further enforced by the fact that the new body appeared to do things that a smaller one would be incapable of. Changing into someone taller meant that you had a longer reach and could grasp things farther away. So, when a child used henna jutsu to become an adult and then reached over and picked up a cup that would have been out of reach for the shorter arms of the original body, it was easy to think that the child's arms had actually grown. The proportionality effect, it was called. Or something like that. Naruto could never remember all of the theories and effects and laws and whatever else. The jutsu worked. What difference did it make how it worked or why it worked? For those who did care, however, one of the interesting things about henna jutsu was that the physical body of the user did not grow. The cup that was out of reach before the jutsu was performed was out of reach after the jutsu was performed. The jutsu created the illusion of added height and mass and arm length, but not the real thing. It was, in a sense, a sort of ninjutsu genjutsu hybrid. An observer might think that the child was actually reaching out and easily grabbing a cup that had once been out of reach, but in actuality, the child was leaning as far over as possible to reach it, possibly even taking a small step towards it, so long as that step didn't move them too far out of the illusion. Naruto had never understood this concept while in the academy. He wasn't even totally sure that he understood it by the time he found himself in charge of the whole village. He grasped that it was part of the reason why the illusion was so easily disrupted by the touch of an outside object, but it had always just seemed too bizarre and confusing to him. Of course, he'd never been one to really grasp the theories behind a jutsu, he just did them. Jiraiya had once said that he thought Naruto learned jutsu so easily because he didn't bother wasting time trying to understand the ins and outs of them, only the hows. All his focus was on doing the jutsu, not on why it worked the way it did. Perhaps that was why he never considered if some new twist on a jutsu would or wouldn't work, he just did it the way he thought it would work best for a given situation. In this case, he'd decided that as great as henna jutsu was for spying on people while pretending to be someone else, It was difficult because you still had to look at them, potentially giving yourself away. To get around this little problem, he simply started using the jutsu in a slightly different way that would allow him to look where he needed to without appearing to be looking that way at all. He just put the jutsu on backwards. Naruto glanced to the side, causing the illusion he was projecting to look in the opposite direction as he surveyed the bar. It was smoky, noisy, and smelled of cheap liquor. There were dozens of people standing about talking, laughing, drowning their frustrations in sake, or some combination thereof. It was probably the perfect place to have a clandestine meeting so long as you weren't the sort who called attention to yourself too much. Rin sat at a table near the wall, her back protected and her eyes carefully watching the room as she sipped her drink. She could have been anyone, few looked her way and those who tried to talk with her were politely told that she wasn't interested in company. Naruto was at the bar, the illusion of a slightly dumpy, balding man wrapped around him. He looked like a small-time merchant, or maybe someone who just worked for a small-time merchant, with his mostly clean, but very modest, shirt that did little to hide the pudgy belly that was technically hanging off Naruto's back. He was chatting happily with a plain-looking, probably over-the-hill woman with a better-than-average rack. It might have been hard keeping up his side of the conversation with her had she not simply been a transformed clone. His goal for the night was simple. He was going to see what Rin was up to, where she went, and who she talked to. And if he found any sort of evidence that proved she was what he thought she was, he was probably going to kill her. There was a chance, of course, that she wouldn't meet up with anyone this first night. Or that she'd already gotten all the instructions she needed before she arrived in Konoha. Or that she wasn't even a bad person yet. Or that this wasn't his timeline and she wasn't a bad person at all. There was a lot he potentially didn't know, but he wouldn't take any chances, not with someone like her. He never met Rin in the future, which was a pity because he'd really wanted to see how good of an impression of Ibiki he could have done with her sitting across from him. Probably he wouldn't have even bothered getting information out of her, hearing her beg for death the way Kakashi had would have been enough. It had happened early on in the war, not long after Akatsuki was destroyed. Kakashi had gone to see her in some village where she was working as a doctor, treating patients too far removed from the larger cities to get the sort of treatment that could be found there. He'd said he just wanted to make sure that she was safe, something about owing it to a friend. Naruto had whispered to Sakura that Kakashi just wanted to go, play doctor, with his old teammate. If memory served, Sakura had smacked him on the back of the head and told him not to be so childish. When Kakashi came back, everything was normal. He said he had a good time seeing her and even looked a little embarrassed when Naruto asked how much of her he'd seen. That night Naruto had to have dinner with Hinata rather than his usual meal with Sakura. Apparently he didn't understand anything about romance or women and was being a Neanderthal. Or something. He remembered feeling a little bad about annoying Sakura, but even guiltier for being happy about her annoyance because Hinata was a much better cook. 2 days later, during a village council meeting, Kakashi had stood up, bowed politely to one of the councilmen and then plunged a kunai into the man's throat. Another council member was dead before Kakashi was knocked out of a window. 5 random villagers were killed before Naruto had managed to catch up with him. In the end, Kakashi had begged Naruto to kill him. Another villager was dead before Naruto finally went through with it. He'd tried to simply stop his sensei. He'd tried to knock him unconscious so they could figure out what had been done to him. He hadn't been strong enough to do either without resorting to lethal force. The last villager Kakashi killed was a 6-year-old girl who was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Naruto had later wondered if it wasn't better that Kakashi had died rather than having to live with having done such a thing. There were times where he wished he could have died at that time instead of having to go tell that little girl's parents what had happened. An autopsy later revealed that something had been done to Kakashi's brain, something even Tsunade and Shizune had never seen before. He'd been programmed, like some sort of rigged-up exploding tag. There might have been a fuse, there might have been a code word, no one knew. And that scared everyone. And now, Rin was in Konoha. She'd been called by Kakashi to help train Sakura. He'd thought that her medical knowledge would be something Sakura would be interested in and her genjutsu abilities had been some of the best of her generation when she was still a ninja. He hadn't known that he was summoning a potential enemy into his home. I liked it better when people used to clear things like this with me, Naruto grumbled as he strained to hear what the latest semi-drunken patron was asking Rin before she smiled, shook her head, and essentially said, not interested. The clone to his right giggled and Naruto braced himself for the wetness that the giggle told him was about to come. With the illusion cast backwards so he could watch Rin without looking like he was watching her, his mouth was in the wrong spot and his arms didn't reach back properly to grasp drinks that were actually behind him. This made it impossible to really drink anything or even appear to. Such sobriety would, of course, draw attention from anyone looking for something weird. A bar patron who just sat at the bar, but didn't drink. It might invite questions or at least more scrutiny than he wanted. He couldn't afford to have Rin realize that he was watching her. Whether she was good or bad at this point and in this timeline, she wouldn't appreciate it and she would be far more careful in the future, making his job of stopping her from doing anything that might hurt one of his friends even more difficult. Plus, bar owners didn't look kindly on young ninjas sneaking and getting drunk while hiding under an illusion. Kiba had nearly been kicked out of the academy after getting caught once and he hadn't even gotten a chance to actually drink anything. How much worse would it be for the village pariah to be caught doing it? To keep up the illusion of drinking, the clone was actually pretending to playfully feed him the drinks, always giggling right before it did it so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Not only did he get to look like he was drinking, but he also seemed to be so engrossed with his companion that no one bothered them about anything and he began to reek of alcohol. Which would make it easier to pretend to be staggering home if he had to follow her later and might even help explain why he was heading towards the section of the village reserved for visitors. Naruto had gotten drunk enough to forget where he lived, it was a viable excuse. As he did his best not to shiver while the sake slid down his back, he began to wish that he had just told Kakashi about Rin as soon as their dinner was over. The only problem with that was that he was worried about how much faith those that he'd revealed himself to had in him. So far he'd been wrong about Orochimaru showing up, he'd been wrong about Kabuto dropping out of the exam, he might be wrong about Kabuto being bad altogether, and Baki hadn't even flinched at a thinly veiled reference to the possible Tsunaoto invasion plan, so there was a possibility that he was wrong about that too. How many more times could he make a wrong prediction before they started wondering if he was lying? Another giggle, another splash of annoying sake on his head. Rin chose that moment to stand and begin making her way towards the door. Naruto gave her a 15-second head start and then asked the clone if she'd like to go somewhere more private. She agreed and then guided him outside, being careful to keep him from bumping into anyone since he was forced to walk backwards to keep up the illusion. Once they were outside, the clone led him to a nearby alleyway where Naruto changed the image so that it was on the right way while the clone transformed, leapt onto the roof of the closest building, and began following Rin from above with the 3 other clones that had been watching from outside the whole time. Naruto made a big production of staggering down the street while still keeping his target in sight. Rin didn't walk fast or seem to be heading anywhere important. She took side streets, she walked by the hospital, she even took a trip past the academy before finally heading towards the section of the village with the nice, but not too expensive, hotels. Naruto didn't follow her to each of these spots, he let his clones handle most of the actual tailing. He just tried to keep himself in her general area so he could get there quickly if anything suspicious happened. He was, however, on the street with her when she began to get closer to her hotel. It was at that point that her pace suddenly slowed, a bad sign if ever there was one. Naruto was no fool, he didn't change his own pace in the slightest. If he had to walk past her, that was fine. The quickest way to reveal yourself would be to show that you were actually trying to keep a specific distance behind someone. Rin didn't let him get past her anyway. "You can stop now," she said, a small smile evident on her face in the light from a nearby street lamp. "I can't top," Naruto slurred, slowing slightly and swaying unsteadily on his feet. "I gotta get home. Naruto-kun, I am neither stupid nor blind. Drop the act." Naruto hissed a mental curse, but only let confusion show on his face. "Naruto?" he asked. "I don't want any ramen, I just wanna get home." Rin rolled her eyes and bent over to pick up a small stone off the ground near her feet. With expert aim, she bounced it off Naruto's head, dispelling the illusion. Naruto didn't bother to keep his cursing mental this time. "What gave me away?" Rin sighed. "Come on, I could see through a genin-level henge in my sleep." This wasn't true, or at least it wasn't the reason that she'd spotted him. Really, what was it? She smiled and brushed a strand of hair that a faint breeze was playing with behind her ear. "The sake," she replied, "it was spilling on the floor. You were either pissing yourself or spilling your drink when your friend poured it into your mouth. Seemed kind of weird, then I noticed in the mirror behind the bar that your shirt wasn't getting wet. A brown shirt like that one should have gotten a dark brown stain when the sake spilled on it." Naruto shook his head. It was a stupid mistake to make. He'd been spending too much time worrying about what Rin was planning and remembering what she'd done in the future. A mistake like that was inexcusable. "Still," she said, glancing up at the moon, "I must admit to being a little impressed. You didn't look my way even once, yet you knew the second I left." She thought for a second and then gave him a critical look. "The back of your head is wet, not the front. You had your henge on backwards." She crossed her arms over her chest and nodded. I take it back, I'm very impressed. I don't think I've ever even heard of anyone doing something like that. Yeah, Naruto replied with a grunt, I'm amazing. It still doesn't explain how you knew it was me. Call it a lucky guess. Does Kakashi know you're frequenting bars and stalking women? She was lying about the lucky guess part, he was pretty certain of that, and it was tempting to lie back, but she would just bring it up with Kakashi later. There was a decent chance that she would see him before Naruto could find him and warn him about his lie. No. Rin frowned thoughtfully and cocked her head to the side. So, why me? Naruto had known that there was a chance that he'd get caught. He'd thought it would be more difficult than this, but he'd planned for it all the same. If Rin did catch him, obviously she would know that something was up, but with a good enough excuse, she didn't have to know just what it was. Being overly protective of a friend and former crush was moderately reasonable, especially since he'd spent so long without any friends at all as a kid. Anyway, it was the best he'd been able to come up with during his brief planning of his mission. Sakura-chan's important to me, he answered in a cautious, slightly cold, voice. Kakashi-sensei says you're okay, but he hasn't seen you in a while and who knows what sort of women he thinks are okay. For all we know, you're the sort who goes out to bars, gets drunk, and ends up dancing naked on a table or going home with a dozen men. The kunoichi shook her head. Has he been letting you read that foul book of his? No. Good, because your mother would. Her voice trailed off and her eyes widened slightly as she realized what she'd said. Naruto's eyes were plenty wide as well and the plan was suddenly hard to remember. You knew my mother. It was less a question and more a demand. Rin Winston shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I'd love to tell you, really I would, but we're not supposed to tell you about your parents until you're older. Naruto was well aware of the rule. No one was supposed to tell him about his father, or, by extension, his mother, until he was at least 20 and deemed ready to handle such information. Tsunade had told him all about it when he was 16, shortly before they'd headed off to start dealing with the remaining members of Akatsuki. She hadn't wanted him to die without knowing. It had been something of a peace offering, though an unnecessary one, after their fallout over Jiraiya's death. He hadn't been mad at her anymore by that point, but his words had cut her deeply and she had never gotten completely over them. I know about the rule, he told Rin softly, only half aware of the fact that his suspicions of her seemed to be slipping away. The part of his brain paying attention to such things pointed out that this Rin hadn't done anything wrong. Probably it wouldn't have mattered even if she had already killed half the village. As much as he hated her, he'd never really gotten to hear much about his mother from anyone. He knew her name and where she was from, that was it. There had never been time for him to really look any deeper. If Rin knew something about her, Naruto wanted to know it. It wasn't like he could really start demanding to know if she was planning on killing Kakashi anytime soon anyway. I know my dad was the 4th Hokage. I even know my mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina. But that's about all I know. Rin absorbed this information in silence for a moment and then sighed. Does he listen to any rules anymore? She looked down at Naruto and said, when did Kakashi tell you? He didn't. Old man Hokage did. Ah, well, I guess he would know what he was doing. Rin was quiet for a moment and then she smiled and said, yes, I knew your mother. She and Minato-sensei were just friends, back when our team was formed. Well, one of them thought they were just friends anyway. My team got to watch your father fall in love with your mom. She leaned forward and winked at him as she conspiratorially whispered, I even helped your dad see the light a little bit. You could say that you were a surprise that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me. Naruto sucked a slow breath in through his nose and then asked, what was she? Before he could finish the question, he felt a presence behind him. Rin's eyes shifted past him as well. Kakashi, we were just talking about you, she said with a soft giggle. Kakashi glanced at Naruto for a second, his expression unreadable, and then said, I need to speak with Naruto about his training. He watched the two of them for a second longer and then said, it can wait, I'll meet him at his apartment when you two are done with whatever you're doing. Rin smiled sweetly. Naruto-kun was just walking me home to make sure I got there safely. One never knows when a dozen men might jump out and force a beautiful woman such as myself to dance naked on a table, right Naruto-kun? Naruto did not smile at her joke. The presence of Kakashi was enough to shake away thoughts of his mother and bring him back to the reason he'd gone through all the trouble of following Rin in the first place. I think you can make it the rest of the way home on your own, he said with a small bow. He waited until he felt Kakashi move away from them, and then he whispered, if you do anything to hurt or mess with my friends, I'll kill you. Rin's eyes widened slightly and a perplexed expression spread across her face. You're becoming less cute all of a sudden, but I'll keep that in mind, she replied with a roll of her eyes. Just so we're clear, I would never hurt Kakashi-kun. Well, I wouldn't hurt him. Ever. As for your teammates, I have nothing against any of them, nor do I have any other reason to hurt them. They're on Kakashi's team, so as far as I'm concerned they're practically family. I'd protect them with my life. Naruto nodded slowly, not quite believing her, but also seeing nothing but honesty in her face. She was either a good actress or wasn't actually an enemy. Yet, without another word, he turned and walked back towards Kakashi. If you want to know anything else about her, Kakashi-kun probably knows as much about her as I do, Rin said before he was out of earshot, but if you want the juicy details about her and your dad getting together, you'll have to come see me. He didn't pay attention to important things like that back then. Or now, for that matter. She waited for Naruto to reply, but he wasn't sure what to say. He wasn't even sure what to think, for that matter. In all his years of dreaming of meeting up with Rin, he'd never thought it would go like this. She was some sort of nightmare that had plagued Konoha in general and him in particular for years, the sort of person whose name was used as a warning to young genin about foolishly fighting when they should be running. Pick your fights carefully and retreat if you get in over your head. If you don't, you might turn into Rin's latest weapon, was one of the first things told to new genin. By the time they went out into the field, they were all well aware of that danger and what it could mean to the village if they were caught. But now that he was here, standing across from her, she wasn't what he'd expected. She was either exceptionally kind, not to mention forgiving, or else wickedly devious. Sweat dreams, Naruto-kun, Rin said as she turned and headed towards her apartment. My door is always open for the son of Minato-sensei and Kushina-san, if you ever want to talk about them or anything else. When she was gone, Naruto walked slowly away. He could feel Kakashi just up ahead and could guess at least some of what they'd be talking about. Not that long ago, he'd lamented the fact that even though he was getting a second chance at being young, things were still as complicated as when he was an adult, probably even more so. He hadn't known what complicated was back then. Now he found himself wishing that things were only that complicated. At least back then he was sure he knew who his enemies were. As soon as he rounded the corner, Kakashi fell into step next to him. What was that all about? Naruto's shoulders slumped slightly and he stared at the ground as he let out a slow breath and weighed his words carefully. Kakashi waited for several seconds and then said, Naruto, I know I said I don't want to know about my future, but, I have to ask. In the future, did I have some sort of debilitating brain injury? Naruto's head shot up so fast he nearly lost his balance and fell. What? Kakashi shrugged. I assume that something must have happened to me that you think I'm a big enough idiot not to notice your reaction to Rin when you met her and the fact that you apparently followed her to the bar in disguise. Or is pouring alcohol on your head going to be a tradition in 20 years? Naruto chuckled. No, it's not. The tradition in the future is to pour it down your throat as quickly as possible as soon as you had any time off. Helps you forget things for a while, you know. Kakashi nodded, he knew. And Rin, she might be bad. Tell me what happened. It's about how you died, Naruto warned him. Kakashi had specifically said that he didn't want to know about that, but he'd also said he wanted to know about any imminent dangers. I sort of figured. Tell me. Naruto hesitated for a second, trying to think of the best way to put it. He was, after all, telling Kakashi that a childhood friend had maybe turned him into a bomb in the future, not the sort of subject to be broached lightly. There was never any proof or anything, he said at last, but right before I had to. Before you died, you went and saw her. Then, when you came back you just snapped. You killed a bunch of people. 2 council members, not that that was a big loss, and some random people out on the streets. The last one was a little girl, she wasn't even old enough to start at the academy yet. Kakashi stopped walking and stared at Naruto, something unreadable in his eye. Naruto lowered his head and stared at the ground. I had no choice. I couldn't stop you without. Finally Kakashi understood some of Naruto's reluctance to talk about it. I see. You did the right thing, I'm sure in the future I understood. It scared people, the blonde whispered. I mean, really scared people. Shizune said something had been changed in your brain. Chemical something or other messing with your neurological what's it. I don't really remember the exact words, but someone messed with your head and turned you into a weapon. You weren't the last one, either. We had to start arresting people if they were the only survivor of an ambush or something. We couldn't tell who had actually escaped and who was let go. He paused and then added, I think more than one person chose to end it if they were the last alive rather than coming back and dealing with all the suspicion. And you think Rin had something to do with this? Yes, Naruto replied, but then shook his head, maybe. I don't know. We never found her. There was never any proof except for the timing, but you were sure it was her? Yes. If I'd ever met her in the future, there wouldn't have been enough pieces left over for her family to bury. Kakashi looked back in the direction they'd come and sighed. Rin doesn't have any family. Her parents and brother died during the last Great War. I understand why you would suspect her, but I know Rin. She wouldn't do something like that, at least not yet. Maybe something could have changed her in the future, but right now she's totally loyal to Konoha. So was Orochimaru, once upon a time. Touché. Just be careful around her, sensei. I might be wrong, it might have just been a coincidence, but I don't want to have to kill you a second time. Even in the dark, Naruto could see Kakashi's mask shift as he smiled. I don't really want you to kill me either. The silver-haired Junin was quiet for a moment and then said, we'll keep an eye on her and I'll alert Hokage-sama to the danger. Next time, tell me before you start acting on your suspicions. This time it was Naruto's turn to smile. You think pretending to be a drunk and following her home so I could practically accuse her of treason was too much? Maybe a little, but she'll probably just think you're a dumb, overprotective genin. She's known a few of them over the years. Naruto nodded and then started to walk back to his apartment. After only a few steps he stopped and looked back at Kakashi. Things were so weird and he didn't have an explanation for them. He'd been thinking lately that perhaps he'd done something that had changed who Orochimaru disguised himself as. He had, after all, told Kabuto off before the first test. Perhaps that had caused the change in plans, or maybe it was some other little event that had snowballed into something this large. With Rin not acting terribly devious and seeming sincere in her assertion that she considered Team 7 to be like family, with Kabuto not doing anything that a spy like him ought to be doing, he hadn't met with a single person besides Ino since the end of the second test, and with all the other little changes that he'd seen, along with who knows how many that he'd missed, the time had come to lay his cards on the table. Things are weird, sensei, he said softly. I don't know if anything I've been telling you guys is right anymore. Kakashi was quiet for a moment and then said, there have been some deviations from what you said would occur. Ever since the forest, I've been wondering if I might have been wrong all along. Maybe I'm not really from the future of this timeline. Maybe I'm from some other reality where things happen the way I've been telling you they would. Maybe here we weren't even supposed to be Team 7 and all those things that I thought would happen weren't supposed to. The only thing I've even really gotten right has been your test, Ibiki's last question, and some of the stuff that happened in the Wave Country. It's been months. That's not a lot compared to how often I've been wrong. This time, Kakashi was quiet for so long that Naruto almost wondered if he was ever going to respond at all. Finally, he said, maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't where you came from, so nothing you say is guaranteed to be right. But that doesn't mean we should take any chances. You've been right about some things, that can't be denied. Just because we don't know when you'll turn out to be right and when you'll be wrong, doesn't mean that we can afford to ignore your warnings. Orochimaru might not have shown up when you thought he would, but he could still be planning to attack. Rin and Kabuto might not be traitors, but someone else might be. We just don't know. We have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. Kakashi took a deep breath and then added, personally, I hope you're wrong about everything. Naruto nodded and then turned to leave. Me too. As the blonde disappeared into the night, Kakashi let his eye stray up to a nearby rooftop where an adult-sized shadow detached itself from a wall and hurried after him. He'd known the man was there, too far away to hear what was being said, but close enough to keep an eye on them. Probably Naruto knew the Anbu was there as well. Even Hokage-sama isn't taking any chances with Naruto, the Junin thought as he considered whether or not it would be wise to continue on his original destination. His feelings for Naruto had become strange over the past week and a half. In a way, he sometimes felt like Naruto was a peer, but at the same time, he was just a little boy and a disturbingly strange one at that. It had taken some time to let go of his suspicions of the boy. His claim of being from the future was, after all, improbable at best. The problem was that it did explain some things, important things. It also gave him an excuse to restore his faith in his mentor's son, something that was probably more important to him than he'd like to admit. And yet, Naruto wasn't right about everything. Not even close. There had been no contact between Kabuto and anyone from Suna. The Sand Nin were all acting exactly as they should, given that they were staying in a village that was relatively foreign to them. Not only had none of them so much as spoken to anyone from Otogakure, but there was no evidence whatsoever that they were planning any sort of betrayal at all. Not that that meant they weren't, but it was hard to believe that there were no signs that could even be interpreted as potentially linked to some sort of plot. In fact, there was more evidence that the ninja from Iwagakure were part of some sort of betrayal. Two of them had been caught in an area that was, technically, off-limits, though their excuse for being there had eventually checked out. The missing evidence for an Oto-Suna alliance was a large mistake that Kakashi had difficulty reconciling. If Naruto was from the future and he was right, there should have been something, even if it took a bit of a stretch and logic to make the connection. And then there was Rin. Kakashi had seen it in Naruto's eyes the moment he introduced her. It was brief, the blonde was good at hiding his emotions, but in that second of being open, it had been plain as day. That level of hatred and dread. There was no missing it. Outside of the one he'd given, what reason could Naruto possibly have to react like that to her? It still wasn't real solid proof to back up Naruto's claim, but it was a pretty strange thing for him to make up on the spot like that if he was lying about being from the future. Kakashi felt himself being pulled in two different directions. One led him in the direction he'd been heading, to visit his friend. The other would take him back to his own apartment to ponder Naruto's latest revelation. It almost felt like going forward would be the same as dismissing Naruto's claims and going back would be to fully accept them. Kakashi wished he could just stay where he was and take a middle path, so he kept his options open. But it would be silly to stand in the road all night. It would only be to keep an eye on her, he told himself. Even if Naruto was right, those events wouldn't happen for years and there was no real proof that Rin had anything to do with it. If she had, perhaps there was still time to keep her from going down that road. And, in the end, that was what was important. She hadn't committed the crimes yet, so he could still save her if she needed it. He couldn't abandon her, not again. If it cost him his life. That was a price he was willing to pay. Kakashi turned and walked to Rin's hotel room. 3 days later, Naruto was bored. There were plenty of things to do, of course, but none of them seemed to hold his attention the way they had at the beginning of the month. Gaara trained by himself or sat around staring off into space. Rin worked with Sakura on medical ninjutsu and the occasional genjutsu. Kabuto trained at random places, occasionally being joined by Ino, but never did anything that could be seen as treacherous. Kakashi and Sasuke continued to work on taijutsu and chidori. Were it not for the fact that 4 of the people he routinely spied on were potential traitors and murderers, he would have concluded that they were some of the most boring people he'd ever stalked. Not that he planned on no longer sending out clones to watch them, that was out of the question, but he was no longer filled with the nervous energy that came from thinking that he might have to step in and save his friends from danger at any second. His targets were all potentially dangerous, they just weren't imminently dangerous, apparently. Unless that was just what they wanted him to think. Naruto shook his head, such thoughts were a bit more paranoid than he generally liked to be. He'd keep his eyes open, but he would also try not to assume too much. Assumptions could get innocent people killed and, to make matters more confusing, he wasn't all that sure who was innocent and who wasn't. He stopped at the edge of a field and looked around for a moment before finding what he hoped would help him with his boredom. It had been a lot harder to find them than he'd thought it would be, and there had been a bit of unpleasantness outside the Hyuga gates when he tried to get Hyuga Masatomi to cough up the location. He would have to apologize to Hinata when he saw her. He was sure her father was going to be told about this little incident. Naruto had expected this little trip to take about 30 minutes less than it had. He was probably going to be late to his lunch date with Sasuke and Sakura. The 3 of them hadn't seen each other since the night they met Rin, or at least they hadn't seen him, and so they'd made arrangements to meet at Ichiraku. Given that neither Sakura nor Sasuke were especially fond of ramen, Naruto was touched that they'd chosen that as the place to eat. Again, a very authoritative-sounding Kurenai barked at her student, waking Naruto from his thoughts. Hinata immediately delivered a very impressive series of punches and kicks to the practice posts in front of her. Naruto noticed, with some interest, that none of her movements came from anything resembling Juken. Kurenai gave another order and Naruto smiled at the sight. Over the years he'd almost forgotten that she could be like this. It was much easier to remember her physical beauty or her impressive genjutsu talent than it was to remember the way she acted when she was in charge of a group of genin. As he walked closer, he could make out the sheen of sweat on Hinata's red face. She'd probably been doing this for a while. Hinata was just about to attack the post again when Kurenai told her to stop. "Can I do something for you, Naruto?" The brown-haired Kunoichi asked somewhat suspiciously. Naruto put on his best smile and said, "I was just wondering if Hinata-chan would like a sparring partner or something." "She's got 2 of them, dumb ass," Kiba answered. He and Akamaru were sitting in the shade just beyond Kurenai, while Shino was standing in the tree that he had probably been practicing walking up and down. "Yeah, but I don't think Shino and Akamaru can give her the sort of experience that I can," Naruto replied with a wicked grin. Naruto-kun," Hinata said in a soft, but somewhat reproachful, voice, "Kiba-kun has been very helpful to me, as have Akamaru and Shino-kun. Also, there is the chance that you two will face each other at some point," Shino said as he lightly dropped from the branches. "It would be unwise to train together." Naruto nodded. "I guess that's true, but I'm not here to spy on Hinata-chan or anything like that." I just want to help her get ready for whoever she fights. I don't have any intention of fighting her in the finals. If we face each other, I'll probably forfeit. Why? Kurenai asked. Naruto gave her a perplexed look, thinking the answer obvious. Because Hinata-chan is my friend, he told her. Plus, I don't really care about making chunin. Then why'd you enter the exam? Kiba asked. Naruto shrugged. Everyone else was entering. Kurenai gave him a dubious look at that, but didn't press him farther. Instead, she turned to Hinata and said, "It's up to you. Part of becoming a chunin is learning to make difficult decisions. Not that this one should be that difficult." Hinata's face, already a bit pink from her workout, flushed as all eyes turned towards her. I do not mind training with Naruto-kun. Though I don't want him to forfeit if we face each other in the finals. Kurenai bowed her head in understanding and turned back to Naruto. You may spar with Hinata, but that's it. I'm not training you and don't let me catch you watching her other training or anything like that. Naruto smiled at the still suspicious tone in her voice. Hinata-chan and I are pretty different ninja, I doubt it would help me anyway. Kurenai had Hinata stretch a little, offhandedly telling Naruto that it might not be a bad idea for him to do the same, and then had the two of them stand in front of each other as she set some ground rules. Naruto almost laughed when she told them, while looking at him, that she would stop the fight if she saw either of them try to cause a serious injury to the other. He actually did laugh when she mentioned it again a few seconds later. Begin whenever you are ready, Kurenai said at last, and the two genin shifted into their starting stances. Naruto's lackadaisical stance made him look somewhat out of place standing in front of someone using the perfectly balanced Juken stance, but Hinata was well aware of what Naruto could do with his unorthodox form. She shifted her arm ever so slightly in one direction and turned her front foot in a little more. Naruto's eyes widened. She was shifting out of Juken, or at least out of traditional Juken. Hinata activated her Byakugan and Naruto felt his muscles tense. He had no idea how good she'd gotten, having only been able to give her the bare bones basics, if even that, of Neji's variation on Juken, but he wanted to find out. He'd come almost on a whim, just looking for something to do and wanting to see how she was progressing. Now his lunch date with his teammates was completely forgotten. Even if it meant showing off a little in front of Kiba, Shino, and Kurenai, Naruto planned to see just how far Hinata had gotten and what areas would need shoring up before she faced Lee or Neji in the second round. Suddenly, a strange expression came over Hinata's face. The veins around her eyes relaxed and she bowed apologetically. Forgive me, Naruto-kun, she whispered, but... Naruto's eyes caught movement behind Hinata as her voice trailed off. Tilting his head to the side so he could see around her, he found Hyuga Neji marching towards them. Tenten was walking slightly behind him and not looking all that pleased about it either. Hinata-sama, Neji said with a barely polite bow, your father wishes to see you. He glanced at Naruto and his eyes narrowed slightly as he added, now. Hinata nodded, but Kurenai put a hand on her shoulder before the young Kunoichi could move. Hold on, why does he want to see her? Neji stared at Naruto for a second longer and then slowly let his eyes rise up to meet Kurenai's. That is between Hiyashi-sama and Hinata-sama. Hinata is my student, if he's going to pull her away from her training, he better have a damn good reason for it. Neji gave a very small shrug and then said, he mentioned something about Hinata-sama being associated with unsavory characters. I believe he wishes to discuss this with her and also to arrange to have a Hyuga assist her in some additional training. If you have a complaint, you'll have to take it up with him. His voice was calm throughout, but there was something about the way that he said, Hinata-sama, that made her name sound like a bad word. Naruto bristled. If you have something to say, say it. Neji looked at him and raised an eyebrow questioningly. The only thing I have to say is that Hinata-sama needs to return home to see her father. I was called away from my own training to deliver the message. His eyes shifted towards Hinata in a way that let everyone know who he considered responsible for the interruption. The longer she delays, the more of my time she wastes. Of course, Neji-ni-san, Hinata said quickly. I am ready to leave now. Before they could leave, however, another voice called out. Hey, Naruto. Everyone turned towards the sound as Sakura jogged up to them. Naruto glanced up at the sun and grimaced. He'd spent more time than he realized looking for Hinata. I'm late. Sakura smiled at him, only by a little so far. I ran into Sasuke-kun on the way back from training and he said he was probably going to be late too and that I should come find you. She looked at the group and smiled awkwardly. Sorry for yelling. Hi, everyone. Neji sighed and shook his head. Let's go, Hinata-sama. The longer we stay, the more likely we are to run into more annoyances. Naruto spun around and grabbed the older boy by the arm. There's no need to be rude, he growled. Neji looked down at Naruto's hand and then stared coldly into the blonde's eyes. It is you who is being rude. I am only trying to take Hinata-sama back to her father as I was ordered to do because you caused a scene in front of our home. Naruto tried to think of something he could say that didn't involve any information he wasn't technically supposed to know, but nothing really came to mind. He released Neji with a slight shove, but continued glaring at the older boy. I know you're actually a good guy, deep down, but if I find out that you're being mean to Hinata-chan I'm going kick your ass, got it? Neji snorted and shook his head. Come, Hinata-sama. Tenten gave Naruto a strange, almost apologetic smile, bowed to the rest of the group and then followed after the two Hyuga. Naruto watched them go for a moment and then yelled, Hey, Hinata-chan. My team is having lunch at Ichiraku if you want to come when you're done. Hinata turned and nodded, a small smile appearing on her face. When the three genin were out of sight, Naruto turned to Sakura and said, ready to go. Sakura sighed. You can't just invite Hinata and not her team, dummy. She looked at the remaining members of Team 8 and said, you are welcome to join us as well. Akamaru and I don't like ramen, Kiba replied with a shrug. I have already made other arrangements, Shino added with a small bow. If he remembered, I should have other plans as well, Kurenai told them with a grin. She looked down at Naruto and said, thanks for sticking up for Hinata there. If you want to train with us tomorrow, this is where we usually meet. She paused for a second and then added, I won't train you, but I won't stop you from being here. Naruto wasn't sure how she could not train him if he was there, but didn't bother to question her sudden kindness. If nothing else, at least it would give him something to do when he got bored of watching Kabuto, Rin, and the ninja from Suna not do anything suspicious. He bowed politely and said, thank you, Kurenai-sensei. I might take you up on that. Then he and Sakura headed towards Ichiraku. Sakura was strangely quiet as they walked. By the time they got to Ichiraku, Sasuke was waiting for them and had even managed to get a table. The lunch rush was mostly over, so they probably wouldn't have had much trouble finding seats anyway, but tables outside the ramen bar were usually quickly filled by those who didn't feel like sitting at the bar. A few minutes later, they were sitting at the small table with their steaming bowls of edible euphoria in front of them. Naruto and Sasuke dug in with gusto, but Sakura only picked at her food while shuffling her feet along the ground. Finally she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Naruto, can I ask you something? Naruto shrugged and poured himself a glass of water as he took a break from shoveling food into his mouth. What's up? She fidgeted nervously before saying, it's sort of personal. Uh-oh. He was instantly on guard. Sakura didn't usually ask personal questions, at least not of him, and when she did, she usually wasn't nervous about asking them. Whatever she was going to ask him was probably not going to be something he wanted to talk about, which meant that it was probably something she wouldn't let him not talk about. Sakura bit her lip, adding to his apprehension. Well, I was thinking about it at the training grounds with Team 8, but I didn't want to bring it up in front of everyone. Honestly, I've sort of suspected for a while. I mean, after our mission to Kogan and really before that even, she paused, steeled herself for what she wanted to say and then went on. It's just something I've noticed about you and I was hoping that you wouldn't mind talking about it. Naruto racked his brain for what she could possibly be referring to. The fact that it had happened at some point after the mission to the mining town, but also a little before that were his only clues to go on and they weren't much. Then he remembered what had happened during the fight with the missing nin. She'd seen him stabbed through the chest. Sure, she'd later accepted that it was all a genjutsu, but Sakura was smart enough to see through a lie like that. Did that mean? Naruto's eyes widened. He'd been planning on telling them eventually, probably right after the Chunin exam and the whole mess that was supposed to follow it. If he had to fight Orochimaru or Kabuto or someone fairly high level, it would be somewhat obvious anyway. And then there was his potential fight with Gaara to be considered. Really, there was no way he could get out of telling them at that point. Oh, that. Look, I was going to tell you when I thought you might be ready, honest. Sakura looked perplexed. She glanced at Sasuke, who shrugged, and then looked back at Naruto. Why would you think I wasn't ready? He almost laughed at the absurdity of her question. There was a demon sealed in his belly, not exactly the sort of small potatoes subject that was discussed casually over dinner or used as small talk when a conversation reached a lull. Well, it's sort of big, you know. Sakura grinned and shook her head, a small giggle slipping through her lips. It's not that big, actually it's kind of obvious. Naruto's mouth fell open. Obvious. She thought it was obvious that he was the Kyuubi's container. He thought he'd done a pretty good job of keeping a low profile with the exception of the Kagome mission. Really? Sakura smiled sweetly and tucked a strand of pink hair behind her ear. Yeah, I only asked because I wanted to make sure. Naruto leaned back in his chair and stared at her in wonder. She was so calm about the whole thing. It was like it wasn't a big deal to her at all. He glanced at Sasuke, who didn't seem upset or confused by the conversation, so apparently he had also guessed. It was really impressive. Clearly he'd underestimated how much they'd changed since he'd woken up in the past. Wow, he said at last, you figured that out a lot faster than than I thought you would. You're not freaked out. Sakura frowned. Freaked out? Of course not, I'm excited for you. Now it was Naruto's turn to frown. Excited? Of course, it's wonderful. Naruto wet his lips and blinked in confusion. I don't know what to say, he admitted after a moment. I mean, excited was hardly the way I expected you to react. I didn't think you'd hate me like the adults do, but… Sakura gawked at him and leaned forward so she could look him dead in the eye. The adults hate you for that. Well, yeah, Naruto mumbled, scratching the back of his head and trying to figure out where the disconnect was. You had to have seen the way they look at me. But, I mean, it's not like it's that big of a deal. Naruto snorted and tried not to laugh. It's a pretty big deal. Hell, there's a whole law just to keep them from saying anything. A law? What are you talking about? This time the confused look on Sakura's face was enough to make Naruto realize that she really had no idea what he was talking about, which was either a very good thing or an exceptionally bad one considering how long the conversation had gone already. He let out a slow breath. He planned on telling them, but if the conversation had gone on much longer he might have simply let it slip that he thought they were talking about him being a Jinchuriki, which, given that they were not talking about that, could have been a slightly larger revelation than he wanted. When he told them, he wanted to do it in a way that eased them into the idea, he did not want to simply dump it on them without warning. What are you talking about? He asked. If this had nothing to do with the Kyuubi, then what was all this, personal question, crap that she was apparently so nervous about? You and Hinata, Sakura replied, still confused. What did you think we were talking about? He and Hinata was a far safer topic in his mind even if he had no idea why it would be considered a personal question. Glad for any sort of distraction from the other topic they'd almost been discussing, he quickly asked, what about me and Hinata? Sakura pursed her lips, probably aware that he was changing the subject, but was willing to let his weirdness slide once more. Well, you know, she said after a moment's hesitation, that you like her. Naruto made a funny face and shrugged, picking up his chopsticks. Of course I like her, she's my friend. Sakura watched as he lifted a small blob of noodles to his mouth, waiting for him to elaborate before finally she said, not like that. I mean that you like her. Naruto sputtered, coughed, and swallowed half the food in his mouth without chewing it, leaving him gasping for air. It took a while, but when he recovered he looked up at her and said, what are you talking about? No, I don't. I mean, I do. Like her, that is, but not like that. Sakura shook her head, not buying it. Then why do you always act the way you do around her? What's that supposed to mean? He demanded, starting to feel a little annoyed with her stupidity. Sakura shrugged noncommittally. You just sort of act different around her. It's like you're always trying to protect her or something. I do not. He was on his feet now and definitely starting to feel angry as well as strangely warm around the collar. Sakura was on her feet as well, not backing down. For whatever reason she was determined to force him to see the true nature of his feelings for Hinata. Or at least the true nature that she'd decided upon. Yes you do. You train with her in your free time, you talked with her more than anyone after the second part of the exam, and there was that thing with Neji this afternoon. Plus you always brighten up when you see her. Naruto shook his head in annoyance. Look, I don't like her like that. That would just be wrong on so many levels, he insisted. Why? Sakura demanded. Hinata's cute and she's really nice. What's not to like? She's just, he floundered as he searched for the right way to put it. Finally, he let himself fall back into his seat as he said, I mean. She's only 13 and, Sakura laughed as she also sat back down, shaking her head at his excuse. You're barely 2 months older than her, not exactly a huge difference. I know but, it's just, I can't look at Hinata-chan like that, alright. It's just, not right. For a long moment Sakura was quiet and then her eyes widened. Oh, geez, Naruto, I'm sorry. Well, I just didn't think that you were. I mean, you never gave me a reason to think that, but I guess it does explain some things. Naruto just couldn't seem to get a handle on the conversation. Every time he thought he knew what Sakura was talking about, she threw him a new curve and seemed to go off in a totally different direction. Sakura took a deep breath and covered her hand with her face. I just wouldn't have ever guessed that you were. You know, Gay. Naruto rocked back in his seat and stared at her in horror. I'm not gay, he yelled far louder than he should have, earning him several very strange looks from the people around them. Now Sakura was getting angry, apparently just as annoyed as he was with the near-continuous disconnect between them. Then what the hell are you talking about, moron? Naruto looked away, suddenly wishing he could be somewhere else. Hard as it was to believe, he actually wished he had accidentally blurted something out about Kyuubi so they could talk about that instead. It's complicated, he said at last. Sakura sighed and shook her head. Well, you better figure it out quickly, because you're messing with her heart and that's not right. I'm doing what? The pink-haired Kunoichi looked pleadingly at Sasuke, who shrugged and said nothing. Finding no help from the one person Naruto was fairly certain would absolutely never help her in this particular conversation, Sakura picked up her chopsticks and began stirring the noodles around in her bowl. Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut. This is between you and her. Naruto scowled and started eating again, glad that she was dropping the whole stupid thing. First smart thing you've said in a ouch. Sakura's foot connected solidly with his shin under the table. If you don't like her, you better tell her. She hissed. Naruto blinked. Wasn't this conversation supposed to be over? Why? Sakura dropped her chopsticks and stared at him. You don't know. Naruto was still trying to figure out why this conversation hadn't ended when Sakura said she should have kept her mouth shut. Know what? He demanded. Sakura banged her head on the table, not caring about the scene she was making or the people staring at the too loud genin in annoyance. Shit, I'm such an idiot. No, strike that, you're the idiot. I'm just an idiot for not realizing what an idiot you are. How can you possibly be this clueless? Naruto wanted to join her in banging his head on the table, but he wasn't sure the wood could take much more punishment. Are you going to start making sense anytime soon or should I just go home? Sakura glared at him. Hinata L, her voice trailed off. She what? No, Sakura shook her head, I shouldn't say it. Why not? Because, she replied in a voice that made it sound like he should have already known the answer, it's not my secret. Naruto let out a big sigh and shrugged in exasperation. That's never stopped you before, ouch. She kicked him again. Quit doing that. Sakura ignored his complaint, instead letting her head fall into her hands and pulling on her hair. Ah, geez, what a mess. Naruto turned to Sasuke. What the hell is she talking about? Sasuke snorted. You really are an idiot if you don't know. I didn't even pay attention to her when we were in the academy and I know. Know what? Hinata likes you, dumbass, the way Sakura thought you liked her. Sasuke. Sakura hissed through clenched teeth as she stared at her crush. He shrugged. It's not like she'd have ever told him, at least this way he knows. Naruto sucked in a deep breath as his stomach dropped into his feet, oozed out of his sandals, and began to burrow a hole in the ground so it could keep falling. You're lying, he whispered. Sakura sighed resignedly. He's not, she said quietly. Hinata's liked you since she started at the academy. That's why she always watched you and got real quiet when you tried to talk to her. I just figured, with the way you talked to her and then when you asked her to come eat with us, that you must have felt the same way. Naruto stood up, his chopsticks falling from his hands and clattering loudly on the table. Suddenly, he wasn't hungry, not even for ramen. If this is joke, he hissed, it's not funny. Hinata-chan and I are friends. That's it. Both of us know it. Maybe she watched me when we were younger, but that was just because I was always doing stupid things to get attention, and maybe she got quiet but Hinata-chan is always quiet. Believe me, if she felt that way, I would know. Sakura shook her head and looked away, folding her arms across her chest. How can someone so dumb be such a good ninja? This has nothing to do with being a good ninja, Naruto retorted, you're just living in a fantasy world. Hinata-chan and I are not, and will never be, anything more than. A small gasp came from behind him. Naruto turned just in time to see Hinata disappear into a small crowd of people. Shit. Sakura looked down at the table. I'm sorry. Naruto opened his mouth to tell her that she should be sorry or to say something, but he couldn't find the words. It wasn't Sakura's fault she was stupid about this sort of thing. Half the girls he'd ever known got dumb about other people's love lives from time to time, it was like it was in their nature or something. Sometimes they were right, sometimes they were wrong, mostly they were just annoying about it. It was just unfortunate that Sakura happened to be annoying about it right when Hinata walked up behind them. It's not your fault, he whispered. I'll go explain. His voice trailed off as he tried to think of what, exactly, he could say to explain why he and his teammates had been talking about Hinata and her personal life, but drew a blank. If Sakura and Sasuke were right and she did have some sort of little childhood crush on him, what could he possibly say to her? Why? Sasuke asked. Naruto gave him a confused look. Because she's upset. If you don't have those sorts of feelings for her, then it's no big deal. She needed to know anyway, Sasuke pointed out. Yeah, but she was upset. Sasuke shrugged. She'll get over it. Better that she knows now than to have her finding out if she ever worked up the nerve to try to do something about it. This might be the kindest way for her to learn how you feel. Naruto lowered his head, closed his eyes, and then made up his mind. I'm going after her. Why? Because I'm not a cold, heartless bastard. The blonde growled, and then dashed across the street and leapt onto the nearest rooftop. In his haste, he didn't get to see Sakura give Sasuke a very dirty look and then get up and leave the Uchiha alone at the table with 3 bowls of food that he didn't really like in the first place. Naruto caught up with Hinata about halfway back to the Hyuga compound. He had to admit that she'd gotten impressively fast in the last week and a half, at least in comparison to where she'd been before the Chunin exam started. He'd so underestimated her speed, in fact, that he might not have found her before she reached her home had she not stopped. When he found her, she was leaning against a wall, breathing hard and apparently trying to compose herself. Not a good sign. Hinata-chan, he said softly as he reached out to touch her shoulder. Her head snapped up at his voice, her eyes wide and her face flushed. Are you okay? Why yes, Naruto-kun, she whispered. I'm fine. She didn't look fine. I'm sorry about. None of that, she said so quietly he had to strain to hear her. It was. Foolish of me too. To think that you. No, Naruto shouted louder than he meant to as his frustration with the whole screwed up mess began to get the better of him. No, it wasn't foolish of you. I mean, he stopped and tried to think what exactly he did mean, but was left with only one word. Shit. He looked at her almost pleadingly, hoping that she would throw him some sort of bone to help him figure out what to say so that this didn't mess everything up for him. If she really had some sort of crush on him while he was at the academy, then his sudden interest in hanging out with her and training with her might have been taken as romantic interest in her. The whole situation was probably his fault. Naruto sighed and leaned his back against the wall Hinata had been resting against. He wished he was older and had the Sakura or Hinata from the future to discuss this with. They'd understand and help him out. With only minimal teasing from Sakura. Thinking about the Hinata from the future brought Naruto around to a different sort of thought. Would she have also had a crush on him at the academy? She'd never said anything about it. Probably this was another of those random divergences from his original timeline. The two of them had spent a lot of time talking about their childhoods, little jokes and stories of silly things they had done or had happened to them. Hinata had told him plenty about her mother and what she could remember doing with her before she died. He'd mostly told her about his adventures pulling pranks on people. They never really talked too much about their academy days because they both knew most of those stories. He would have known about this sort of thing. She'd told him plenty of other childhood secrets and dreams. Something as childish as a playground crush would probably have come up when he was telling her about the day he'd decided that Sakura was the woman for him. A childish dream that I held onto for far too long, I fear, Naruto-sama. Her words hit him like a thunderbolt from on high and sucked the air from his lungs. It couldn't be, could it? That conversation had happened years from now. They'd barely seen each other at all in the first 3 years after graduation. Surely she would have found someone else. But Naruto knew that Hinata had never dated anyone, had never shown any sort of romantic interest in anyone, had never even told him a story about love and loss outside of the loss of her friends and family. He'd never thought about why she didn't tell that sort of story or share that sort of secret, it was just something that they didn't talk about. Did that mean that this was what she was referring to all those years ago? In the future? Even as he thought it, he knew the truth. He could see it now. She'd kept from telling him so he wouldn't feel pressured into helping her out of her arranged marriage. Did she not know him? He would have been only too happy to marry her if it meant that she ended up with someone she wanted to be with. It might have been a bit awkward, but he could have been a good husband to her, better than that bastard she ended up, that was for sure. He understood that romantic love was important in a marriage, and he might not have been great for that part, but the love between friends could have been enough, couldn't it? Any sort of affection would have been better than what she ended up with. Damn it, he whispered, what were you thinking? Naruto-kun. Hinata gasped in surprise, thinking he was talking about her. Which he was, sort of. Not you, he said quickly, I was just. It doesn't matter, I guess. He took a deep breath and pushed the memories of the past, future, or whatever it was away and then turned to face her. Hinata-chan, if there's ever a time in the future where I can help you, in any way, tell me exactly what I should do, okay? I don't care if you think it would be an inconvenience to me, or weird, or whatever, just tell me what it is and don't rely on me being smarter than I am. Hinata looked very confused, but she nodded slowly anyway. Oh okay. Also, don't think that this has anything to do with another girl, like Sakura-chan or anyone else. He paused and thoughts of Sakura's earlier confusion flashed through his brain. And, just to be clear, I'm not gay. Definitely not gay. With those things out of the way for the moment, though Naruto was sure he'd be spending quite some time thinking long and hard about every conversation he could remember having with Hinata in the future, looking for any clue about her feelings towards him, and wondering what he'd done to make Sakura think he might be into guys, he turned his attention to the more immediate problem of making sure the whole mess didn't cause too much damage to what he'd been working on since waking up in the past. If Hinata had those feelings for him during their academy days, and they were obvious enough that even someone like Sasuke noticed, it would be hard to believe that other Hyuga hadn't caught on as well, especially now that he'd been seen hanging out with her away from school. All it would take is one or two branch members reporting what they saw outside the gates, or even a main family member spotting them together at some other point, and her feelings for him would probably be known to the clan council. "What did your dad want to talk to you about?" Naruto asked, almost on a hunch. Hinata turned a slightly darker shade of red. "Nothing," she lied, badly. "It was about me. It wasn't a question." Hinata nodded. "Father. He is concerned about me spending time with you," she whispered. Naruto ran his hand over his face from top to bottom, finishing with it covering his mouth as he sucked in a deep breath through his nose. They knew about her feelings for him. They would see her silly little childhood crush on village pariah as a sign of her being unsuitable to lead the clan. He was trying to help her, but was also compromising her standing in the eyes of the Hyuga at the same time. His stupid blindness might have ruined things for her if Sakura hadn't pointed it out to him. He'd probably have to apologize to Sakura for yelling at her the next time he saw her. "Listen," he said after letting his mind run wild with the thoughts of the disasters that could result from this mess. "I know what you think you feel about me, but this is a crush you should probably get over as quickly as possible." He paused for a moment and then added, You're a great girl. I mean, really great. And beautiful, too. A guy would have to be stupid not to just fall head over heels for you, but this is a lot more complicated than you know, a lot more complicated, and you deserve someone who comes with less baggage. Naruto-kun, Naruto held up his hand and silenced her. "Please, just hear me out. There are things that you don't really know about me, important things that I can't tell you about right now. At least one of them is the sort of thing that would make members of your family upset, if they thought you were interested in me. Maybe even if they just thought you were friends with me." He sighed and said, "I really am an idiot, you know." Hinata smiled weakly. I don't think so." Naruto grinned at her naive kindness. "Are we still friends?" Hinata gave him a shocked look. "Why yes. That is, if why you still want to be friends. I don't know if I could stop wanting to be your friend if I tried." He smiled fondly at her and said, "You're an amazing person, Hinata-chan, and you're only going to keep getting more amazing as you get older." Hinata blushed, a mannerism of hers that he'd always found strangely endearing, but it suddenly worried him a little now that he knew what it meant, and shook her head as she looked down at the ground. No, I'm N. Naruto's finger poked her in the forehead and then pushed on it until she was looking up at him. "When I look at you," he said softly, "I feel like I can see who you're going to be. Trust me, amazing doesn't even begin to describe you. You'll be strong, and kind, and way smarter than a certain blonde Hokage who doesn't know his head from his ass." He paused and chuckled at the slightly shocked expression on her face. It was a good thing Naruto's finger was still pressed against Hinata's forehead. The words coming out of his mouth were obviously embarrassing her, and her natural reaction when she felt that way was to look down, but he wanted her to see that he was being honest. He needed Hinata to believe in herself and to think that she was worthy of praise, or at least know that she wasn't unworthy of it. If he was to have any chance of changing the Hyuga clan in the future the way he'd promised the original Hinata and Neji, then he needed the clan to have the sort of leader who could help him. Hinata was that sort of leader. He couldn't let her think that he didn't return her feelings because of anything that had to do with her. It wasn't her fault he happened to think of himself as about 20 years older than her. If they were the same age, he probably wouldn't have been totally opposed to seeing her as a romantic interest. She was kind, and friendly, and pretty in a little kid sort of way. What more could a 13-year-old ask for in a girlfriend? There was a long moment of silence between the two of them, during which Naruto finally moved his finger away from her head, though by this point she seemed to have given up on trying to look down. Then he asked, "Do you think we could just pretend this whole messed up conversation never happened and that Sakura kept her big mouth shut?" A small smile appeared on Hinata's face and then she asked, "What conversation?" Naruto smiled back. Will it be okay for me to help you train with Kurenai-sensei tomorrow? I think the invitation is still open. Ah, good. Naruto was starting to feel a bit awkward now. After everything that had happened, it seemed like there should be some way to end the conversation smoothly, but he couldn't think of how to do so. Just saying, bye, seemed inappropriate, but he couldn't really hug her or anything either. He was stuck. As the two of them stood in uncomfortable silence, each looking for something to say, Naruto's mind began to return to the hinata in the future and a conversation that would have gone a much different way if he'd been observant enough to even think that Hinata might be talking about him being her way out of the arranged marriage. It had simply never occurred to him that she might feel like that, and so he'd never taken any of the clues as anything more than Hinata's personal mannerisms. I really am an idiot, aren't I? He said again with a sigh. Hinata's smile was a little larger this time. Maybe a little, she admitted. Somehow, that seemed to wrap everything up. They both said their goodbyes and then headed in opposite directions. The remaining weeks before the finals were comparatively uneventful for everyone, as no accusations about hidden romances, repressed sexual orientations, or anything else were thrown about. Sakura was graceful in her acceptance of Naruto's apology for his behavior during lunch and did her best to apologize for her own role in the small fiasco. Sasuke didn't care, so apologizing to him was almost like talking to a wall. Naruto spent a day or two during each of the remaining weeks training with teammate and helping Hinata. He no longer went to the Hyuga compound looking for her, however, choosing instead to just meet her with her teammates at the appointed time. Talking with her was awkward initially, but they soon got over the embarrassment and their friendship returned to normal. Or at least seemed to. There was, fortunately or unfortunately, little to show for all Naruto's time and energy spent spying on Kabuto, Rin, and the ninja from Suna. Kabuto spent most of his time training, half the time being joined by Ino for some reason, or occasionally working with his father in the hospital. Only once did his path cross that of a sand nin, but it seemed most likely to be nothing more than a chance encounter, as they were both heading in opposite directions and simply happened to walk somewhat close to each other. Neither looked at the other in any significant way that Naruto's clones were able to observe, and nothing was seen being exchanged between them. Gaara was much the same. He occasionally trained with Baki, Temari, and Kankuro, but mostly just kept to himself and ignored anyone and everyone. Rin spent her days with Sakura working on medical ninjutsu. They healed fish, they healed rabbits, they even healed each other after inflicting small wounds on themselves. It was generally boring to watch, and Naruto was glad that he didn't have to go through it personally, even if he ended up with all the memories of the boredom. He still didn't trust Rin, but he had to admit that the possibility was definitely there that she was as good as Kakashi claimed she was. Perhaps she wasn't the same person she'd been in the original timeline, or perhaps she hadn't turned traitor yet. It was hard to be sure, but his suspicions of her were gradually easing. He didn't ever get to the point during the month where he was willing to take her up on her offer to tell him more about his mother, but the temptation grew steadily as the time for the exam drew near. And then the last day of training came and went. Most spent their time resting. Naruto spent it eating with Team 8 and Team 7 while simultaneously spying on a half-dozen people spread throughout the village. As the sun set and it became time to go home, each of the genin said their goodbyes and headed home until only Sasuke and Naruto were left. Tomorrow we're enemies, Sasuke pointed out casually. Naruto smiled. Only until you lose. Are you ready to fight that Kankuro guy? I don't think it'll be too tough. Don't take him lightly, he's Gaara's brother. What about you, are you ready to fight Sakura-chan? Sasuke looked up at the pink and orange clouds above them and said, yes. If you hurt her, I'll kick your ass, Naruto warned him. Sasuke gave him a weird look. How exactly am I supposed to fight her without hurting her? How about, if you hurt her too much, I'll kick your ass. Sasuke smiled. What if she hurts me? Naruto shrugged. I'll congratulate her and make fun of you. He winked at his friend and then added, I like her more. Sasuke chuckled. If you want to kick my ass, you'll have to get past both Kankuro and Temari. You don't think Shikamaru can win? I think Shikamaru might blow the whole thing off. He might surprise you. Sasuke snorted and watched with mild interest as a man came out and began lighting paper lanterns hanging from a wire across his storefront. Don't lose until I face you, got it? Naruto stood up and patted his friend on the shoulder as he walked past him, heading towards his apartment. Same to you. The month was over and the village was full of foreign and domestic dignitaries and even those who were simply fans of the tournament and the gambling that came along with it. Naruto was still uneasy about the way things were unfolding and the fact that he couldn't seem to get any hard evidence on those he suspected of betrayal, but there was no time to worry about it anymore. Whatever was going to happen, would happen. He'd just have to be ready to lend a hand if or when the invasion began. The next day, history was going to change, he was sure of it. Chapter 32. Oh. If Jiraiya had been asked at the beginning of his journey to describe where he expected to find his old teammate, he probably would have come up with something pretty similar to the room he had just entered. Whether that was because he knew Tsunade so well or just because he naturally assumed that it would be his luck that she would pick such a location was hard to say, but regardless the reason, he wasn't surprised by where he now stood. The room was dimly lit and full of smoke, the smell of stale alcohol and nervous sweat hung in the air, and the shouts of joyous excitement and bitter cries of despair melded together to drown out whatever band was playing somewhere in the haze. Thousands of similar buildings and rooms were scattered throughout the continent, some with better music and lighting, but all looking basically the same at their core. There was, after all, only so much a proprietor could do to dress up a gambling hall. Whoever owned this one hadn't bothered to dress it up at all. The foolish desperation of those poor saps who were throwing their savings away in an ill-conceived attempt to win big was on full display for all to see. Many of the people he walked past were probably wearing the only things they had left to their name, and some were probably only allowed to wear it because it could be bad for business to strip someone down to their birthday suits and throw them into the streets. Of course, in this particular gambling hall, that might not be all that bad for business either. Somewhere in here, if his latest lead was worth what he'd gone through to get it, Tsunade was trying to drown herself in alcohol and debt. Jiraiya was certain he could get even odds on which of those she'd had more of so far this night. Hopefully, whoever was currently taking her money was smart enough not to try to have her stripped down and thrown into the streets, though it would be funny to watch them try. The tall shinobi paused at the thought, pulled out a small notebook, and jotted down a quick note. Coming up with new situations to put the protagonist in his books through was hard work. He couldn't afford to let inspiration slide by without writing it down lest he forget. With that taken care of, he began to make his way carefully through the room, his dark eyes alert and his mind focused on the task at hand. It had taken him a lot longer to find Tsunade than he'd thought it would. Naruto had made it sound like it had only taken a couple of weeks when they did it in the other timeline, and that version of him would have been saddled with an obnoxious 13-year-old for the trip. He should have been able to find her much more quickly on his own, but perhaps the difference in the point in time that he'd left to search for her had put her in a town farther away with fewer people between them who were willing to divulge her location. They definitely weren't anywhere close to a town with a castle for his old teammates to destroy. Jiraiya pushed the thought aside. He would worry about what the difference meant later. Despite his better judgment, he believed Naruto. If the kid said Tsunade would make a good Hokage, Jiraiya had no doubt she would. Believing Naruto about Tsunade also meant that he believed Orochimaru might try to kill Sarutobi during the Chunin exam. He had less than 24 hours to find Tsunade, convince her to return, and get her back to the village. And even at top speed it would take them a day and a half to get back to Konoha from here. They would be late no matter what, which meant that Naruto and Sarutobi would be on their own when the fighting broke out. Fortunately, believing in Naruto also meant that Jiraiya was allowed to believe that the boy would be enough to turn the tide in the battle and hold off Orochimaru until help could arrive. It had been a long time since he'd let himself believe so much about one person. Strangely, Naruto's father had been the last to have so much faith entrusted to him. Minato's death had shaken Jiraiya to his core. It was like losing a favorite son, or so Jiraiya, having no children of his own, assumed, and it tore a large hole in his heart. That and Orochimaru's defection a few years earlier ended up being more than he could take. He'd left the village, ignored any requests for him to return home, and cut himself off from all meaningful human contact that didn't come with a double D cup and a drunken giggle. In some ways it was nice to believe again, like a breath of fresh air after years trapped underground. At the same time, it was quite unsettling to place so much hope in a person he didn't really know. Men he'd known for years had let him down and broken his heart, yet here he was allowing himself to believe in a child he barely knew. It was idiotic, but he couldn't help it. Jiraiya turned his mind away from his concerns and onto more important, and controllable, matters. If Tsunade was in here, it would be difficult to find her without giving her the chance of spotting him first. If she saw him coming, she might escape without him noticing, and then he'd have to start his search all over again. He needed directions. His eyes scanned the people around him, looking for the telltale signs of a potential informer. Shifty eyes were usually a good clue, but in a place like this, that described pretty much everyone. A better tell was in the way some stood away from the main groups of people. The ones who knew the sort of information he was looking for would be standing slightly apart, but also carefully watching the crowd. These were usually the spies working for crime syndicates, keeping their eyes on anyone acting or looking suspicious. The spies who were too good at their job to willingly cough up information were the ones who really didn't stand out. They usually looked like they were actually doing something innocent, or at least typical, rather than openly watching those around them. Those who were more blatant about it were usually on a lower rung of the power ladder and more susceptible to bribery and intimidation. Jiraiya found his man sitting with his back to the bar, an untouched drink in his hand. The spy was slender, but with a bit of a dumpy belly. His thin hair was oily and just slightly unkempt. He'd be a low-level guy, the sort who latched onto the toughest group in town and was only loyal so long as he felt like he was safely with the winning side. "I'm looking for someone," Jiraiya said casually as he stepped up to the bar and signaled the bartender for a drink. "Good for you," the spy replied in a bored, dismissive voice, though his eyes were no longer on the crowd. "People call her the legendary sucker," Jiraiya went on with a small smile. "Have you seen her?" "Yeah, probably," the man said, "but a lot of people come through here. Most of them are suckers." Jiraiya pulled a coin from his pocket and placed it in the man's hand. "Do you remember this particular sucker any better now?" The coin vanished into the man's pocket in an instant. "Blonde hair, right, hangs out with a young, dark-haired woman and a pig. Yeah, I've seen him." Jiraiya put another coin in the man's now outstretched hand. "When?" "Pretty recently, but it's hard to remember exactly how long ago. Like I said, we get a lot of suckers in here." Another coin. "If I had seen her recently, I wouldn't really be allowed to talk about it, you know," the spy said. "The legendary sucker is kind of like a cash cow. The boss doesn't like her being bothered. When people come asking about her, they're usually after her money, and we want her to spend as much as she can here before she moves on." "Where is she?" Jiraiya asked. He wasn't bothering with the coins anymore. The man would obviously just keep dropping little hints until his money bag was empty and Tsunade was definitely in the building. The clues would have been more concrete if she wasn't. The man gave his outstretched hand a little shake and grinned at Jiraiya. The Sannin placed his own hand over the spy's and squeezed, not enough to break bones, but close. "I don't know," the spy cried out as he tried to pull free from the powerful grasp, ending up on his knees. Jiraiya looked down at him calmly. "Yes, you do." The man's beady eyes shifted towards a closed door on the far side of the room. A large, intimidating guard was standing in front of it, scowling threateningly at anyone who got too close. I can't say," he whispered loudly as he clawed uselessly at Jiraiya's nearly closed fist with his free hand. A light touch brushed against Jiraiya's leg. In an instant, he'd released the spy and his hand shot back and caught hold of a soft mound of flesh. The red-haired woman behind him screeched angrily as he turned to face her, his hand still on her large right breast. "I don't mind you sticking your hand in my pocket," Jiraiya told her with a wicked smile, "but I'd appreciate you leaving everything in there when you're done." She was smart enough to look outraged, but her attempt at slapping him was slow and he caught her by the wrist easily. His left hand reluctantly released her breast and reached casually into her loose sleeve, where he found his momentarily stolen money bag. "Next time, don't be so rough. I prefer a lighter touch." The jig was up and she knew it. "Fine," she snarled, "keep your money. Just let me go." Jiraiya's smile grew a little larger. "Actually, I think you owe me a little favor." She spat at his feet. "You already got your jollies groping me, what more do you want?" The Sannin snorted. "Your chest ain't that great, sweetheart, but I think you can make up the difference by escorting me right over there." He pointed towards the door. Her eyes widened, apparently she knew what was back there. "Please," she whimpered. Jiraiya threw his arm around her shoulder. "Remember to smile," he said and then let out a perfect imitation of a drunken laugh as he began to stagger in the direction of the door, dragging her along. His nimble-fingered companion played her part half-heartedly, but it was all that he really needed. Actually, he probably could have done it without her, making her walk with him was just for fun. The guard, no matter how good, would be no match for him. Gambling establishments like this one couldn't even afford Junin-level protection, let alone the sort of ninja who could put up a fight against one of the Sannin. "Wush, bok dare?" he asked as he reached the guard. The man's face became stern and the scowl that Jiraiya had seen him use earlier appeared on his lips. "Move along. This room is for VIPs only." "I'm Zay. Bid, aren't I darlin'?" Jiraiya asked the pickpocket at his side. She didn't smile. In fact, she mostly just looked scared. No doubt she was envisioning what would happen if the guard decided to treat her as an accomplice and not a conscripted victim. Jiraiya's fist connected solidly with the man's head, slamming it back with such force that it actually got stuck in the plaster wall behind him. "I've got just one more favor to ask of you," Jiraiya said to the pickpocket as he released her and stepped over to the door. "What's your name?" The woman brushed her red hair off of her shoulders and scowled at him. With the guard down, her confidence had returned to a degree. "Azami." Jiraiya frowned thoughtfully and then shook his head. "Nah, that won't work. In my next book, you'll be, Akane, okay. If I'm ever in town again, I'll give you an autographed copy. Azami did not look terribly impressed with this as she shook her head and walked away, but Jiraiya didn't really care. Her chest might not have been great, but it was good enough to give him some ideas for the chapter he'd been struggling with. Poor Gio's encounter with Akane would be one to remember. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Who the hell is that? Someone yelled out as he stepped into the back room of the gambling hall. There was a little grumbling from others as well, but they quickly lost interest and turned back to their game. He had come through the door after all, and the noise inside the room had apparently been enough to drown out the sound of the guard's head hitting the wall. As far as they were concerned, he was probably just another person about to lose his money. The room was slightly more brightly lit than the outer area and smelled of better booze, but it was just as smoke-filled. There was a small crowd of nicely dressed men and women sitting around a small mat on the ground, while others, their entourages or those who had already lost more than they could stand, stood behind them watching the action. At least one of them was probably the owner, a couple in the group standing would be lackeys, and a few of those on the mat would ringers, but the only ones that Jiraiya cared about were the two women in the middle of it all. They were, if memory served, about the same height. One with shoulder-length dark hair and the other with long blonde hair pulled back into two ponytails. The blonde was kneeling next to the mat, apparently thinking over her next wager when Jiraiya made his entrance. The Sannin smiled at the sight of her enormous chest seemed even bigger than he remembered. Perhaps she'd added a little something to that jutsu she always wore to hide her age. Jiraiya-sama. The dark-haired one, Shizune, called out when she spotted him. The pig in her arms wiggled in agitation with all the commotion. Jiraiya smiled at her, he'd always liked Shizune. One reason for this, though definitely not the most important reason, was that she always seemed to have a realistic sense of just how great he was. She knew what it meant for him to be called a Sannin. After spending a few days with Naruto and his good-natured, but irreverent teasing, it was nice to see someone whose respect was clearly reflected in her eyes and voice. On top of that, she'd stayed with Tsunade all these years. That sort of loyalty was hard to find in this world. They were connected through their love for Shizune's uncle, Dan, and their grief over his death. That had been years ago, however, and a connection like that wasn't the sort of thing that would instill such undying loyalty. Something as strong as Shizune's loyalty had to come from the young woman's heart, and Jiraiya was thankful for it. "What do you want?" Tsunade asked gruffly without looking up at him. Her pretty brown eyes narrowed in a way that suggested she was still thinking hard about the Chohan game in front of her. Jiraiya suspected it had more to do with trying to figure out why he'd appeared all of a sudden. "I have a proposition for you," he said with a smile as he sat next to her, giving Shizune a small nod as a greeting. "I'm sure this will be interesting." Tsunade sighed and then looked at the bare-chested man in front of her and said, "I pick, Cho." The dealer lifted the bamboo cup and smiled at the dice underneath. "Sorry, it's Han, this time." He pulled the small pile of money off the table and deposited it into a pouch next to him. "Ready to go again?" "She's done," Jiraiya answered for her. Tsunade shot him a reproachful glare. It was probably a more annoyed glare than the ones he was receiving from some members of the crowd, but what they lost in intensity, they made up for numerically. "I'll be the one who decides that." Tsunade growled as she turned to the dealer and said, "Roll them again." Jiraiya watched her play and lose again and sighed. "You're the same as ever." "Hurry up and tell me your proposition so you can leave," Tsunade sighed. "Your bad luck." "Tsunade-sama, maybe we should call it a night," Shizune said softly. "There was a nice restaurant just down the street. You can listen to Jiraiya-sama's proposal there. And come back in the morning." The way she said the last part made it sound like she was hoping it wouldn't happen, but had resigned herself to the fact that it would. Tsunade gave her a sharp look and then sighed. "Fine." She stood and, ignoring the protests of those who ran the game and of the others who were playing and watching, slowly followed as Jiraiya and Shizune made their way out of the gambling hall. Once they were outside, Jiraiya and Shizune talked happily as they walked towards the restaurant. His eyes, however, continuously strayed back towards Tsunade, who studiously avoided looking at either of them. She definitely wasn't happy to be away from her game, but at least she was following. That was already better than he'd expected. As they sat and picked at their food, Jiraiya wasted no time in dropping his bombshell. "I want you to come back to Konoha." Tsunade stared at him incredulously for a moment and then laughed in his face. "Why would I do that?" Jiraiya had thought long and hard during his journey about what he would say when he needed to give her a reason to come back. After the death of her little brother, Naoki, and Dan, something inside of her had broken and her love for the village had been buried under the mountain of grief she carried in that enormous chest of hers. "There's someone I want you to meet," he told her. He wasn't sure why he thought that Naruto could be the one to get through to her, but there was just something about the boy that made Jiraiya think he could accomplish nearly anything he set his mind to. Probably the only thing Jiraiya didn't really think Naruto was right about was his ability to bring her back on his own. If he could get her to just meet with Naruto, however, he was sure that she could be convinced as he had been. "Who's that?" Jiraiya turned so that he could watch her face carefully and then said, "Minato's son." Her reaction didn't disappoint. She'd always been fond of Minato and the young woman he'd fallen in love with. She hadn't been there when the Kyuubi attacked, so she had never seen Naruto before, but she knew of his existence and the burden he carried. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly and a bit of color drained from her face. She was silent for a moment, her eyes shifting so that she didn't have to meet his gaze and her tongue gliding over lips that had suddenly gone a little dry. "What makes you think I care about meeting him?" Jiraiya grinned. She was being difficult. He'd tried to plan this conversation out, but he'd been so sure she'd never even sit down to talk with him that it had been hard to take the planning seriously. He'd already tried playing on some of her fond memories from the past, perhaps it was time to appeal to a less wholesome side of her. He's in the Chunin finals. They start tomorrow. So, he's a sure bet to win. A sure bet. Might be worth checking out, right? Tsunade wasn't impressed. "I can gamble here. But you'll just lose more money here." She sighed, still not meeting his eyes. "It isn't about the money." Jiraiya nodded. "I know, but I'd still like you to meet him, and if you made a little side bet in the process, what could it hurt?" It might be nice to see Konoha again," Shizune said softly, earning herself a thankful smile from Jiraiya. "It's been years since we were last there." "Go, if you want," Tsunade snapped with a scowl, "but I'll never set foot in that village again." She stood up and started towards the door. "He mastered Rasengan," Jiraiya said quickly. He was growing a little desperate now. He'd known from the start that this was a waste of time, but he had to try. "Not just what I can do, but the whole thing." Tsunade stopped, intrigued in spite of herself. "That's impossible. Even the fourth couldn't do that in you." "I didn't teach it to him," Jiraiya cut her off. "He knew it before I even met him." "A trick then," she said, sitting back down. She'd always been a bit of a sucker for a mystery. It was probably one of the things that made her such a great medic nin. She just wanted to know the answer to all the questions she came across. Or used to, anyway. "Only you and the fourth could use it," she went on. Jiraiya shook his head and Tsunade frowned thoughtfully. "Then how?" She stopped and put her hands against her ears as she closed her eyes. "Never mind, I don't care. If he's Minato and Kushina's son, then I hope you do a better job with him than you did with his father." "Tsunade-sama," Shizune yelled in horror. "But I don't care. I don't see any reason why I would need to meet him." Jiraiya was quiet for a long moment, staring intently at his former teammate. "Shizune, sorry, but would you mind heading back to your room?" he said at last. "I need to talk with Tsunade alone." The young woman looked confused and glanced at Tsunade. After receiving a small nod of permission, she pushed away from the table, bowed politely to Jiraiya, and then walked away without looking back. Once she'd left the building, Jiraiya sighed and said, "You're just as beautiful and cold as I remembered. If you're trying to win me over with flattery, you're doing a pretty bad job of it. I stopped trying to win you over years ago. I only flatter girls half your age," Jiraiya informed her with a smile. Then he leaned back in his seat and sighed. "I told him you wouldn't do it." Tsunade took a sip from her cup of sake. "What are you talking about?" She seemed to almost be forcing herself to keep up her side of the conversation. "Naruto. He thought that I could convince you to come back to the village. Said you loved me and that I was the only one who could convince you to come back." "Sounds like you've been sharing your delusional stories with him," Tsunade said with a roll of her eyes. "He's, what, 12? A little young to be hearing that smut, you right, isn't he?" Jiraiya shrugged. "I didn't introduce him to them. He already had these ideas when I met him." "Who's his Junin?" "Kakashi." The blonde let out a low whistle. "The third has a wicked sense of humor, doesn't he?" Jiraiya nodded and took a sip of his own sake. For a long time, the two of them sat in silence. It wasn't really uncomfortable for either of them, they were long past the point of needing to continuously talk to each other, but they were both aware of the fact that it was strange. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other, after all. Even with him asking her to do something they both knew she didn't want to do, there should have been enough stories to tell and memories to recount to fill their time together, yet neither seemed to want to say anything to the other. Finally Jiraiya threw back his head and poured the last of his sake down his throat. "I've always been a bit of a failure, haven't I?" he asked with a sigh. "Orochimaru was always better than me, you never agreed to go on a date with me. Even my books didn't sell until I started sexing them up. Millions of failures spread throughout a lifetime, really. You weren't that bad, Tsunade said softly. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It's okay. I got used to it a long time ago. Some people get by with talent, others, like me, just have to persevere through hard work and determination. Tsunade smiled fondly down at the table. Yes, that is just like you. Jiraiya leaned forward and waited until she met his eyes. I told that brat that I'd bring you back, he said with a snort and a derisive laugh, and he really thought I could do it. He put a lot of faith in me. Pretty dumb, huh? I guess he didn't know who he was dealing with. Tsunade's face began to fall as confusion set in. She tried to look away, a little ashamed at the words coming out of her old teammate's mouth. Jiraiya was one that she didn't think should ever talk like that. Not about Minato's son, not about anyone. It was beneath him. Jiraiya's hand shot forward and caught her by the chin, forcing her to look at him once more. I will bring you back, he said firmly, the look in his eyes leaving no question as to the seriousness of his words. That brat annoys me and is kind of a cocky idiot, but he's also the only person in this whole world besides you that I won't let myself disappoint. I don't care what it takes, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth to bring you back. Tsunade pulled away and glared at him. Why is this so damn important to you? She demanded. When you meet him, you'll understand. I told you, I don't want to meet him. That village can go to hell for all I care. I'm done. Jiraiya flashed her a predatory smile. Then start running, princess. The next town, some distant city, it doesn't matter. Wherever you go, I'll be right behind you. Naruto said that this existence you're living is beneath you and he's right. I've let you do this to yourself for too long. You're hurting and I get that, we've all been there, but I won't let you deal with it alone anymore. He was stupid to think that you loved me, but you are my friend. I won't abandon you again. That's not the way I do things. Tsunade stared at him for a long time without saying anything, a strange expression in her eyes. Then she blinked and looked away. You always were prone to saying stupid things like that, she sighed, but you never backed down from them either. I suppose the only way to get rid of you is to kill you or go back to the village, right? Jiraiya nodded. What if I decide to kill you? The white-haired shinobi shrugged. I'll come back and haunt every slot machine you ever visit for the rest of your life. I'll make sure you never enjoy pulling another lever or throwing away another small fortune ever again. She considered this for a moment, a small smile on her face, and then said, a sure thing, you say. Jiraiya grinned like a little boy. If we make it back in time, you'll get to see him mop the floor with everyone he faces. He'll probably make Minato's first Chunin exam look exciting by comparison. Tsunade sighed resignedly. Shizune has been wanting to see the village again anyway. Just don't think that this means that I'm coming back for good. I'll go, I'll meet this Naruto kid, and then I'm out of there. Fair enough. On one condition. Jiraiya frowned. What's that? Now it was Tsunade's expression that became predatory. You're going to pay off my debts in this town. She lifted a sheet of paper and waved it in front of his face. Jiraiya looked at the bottom line and paled. That brat owes me big. Less than an hour later, the balance in Jiraiya's bank account was considerably lower and Tsunade, Shizune, and Tonton, Tsunade's pet pig, were packed and ready to go. Tsunade had laughed wickedly as Jiraiya wrote the check to pay her bills and he was still smarting a bit from the sudden loss of money. All thoughts of money and manipulative women fled from his mind, however, when a dark shape stepped out of the bushes on the side of the road shortly after they left the town. A pity, the tall man said as he regarded them carefully. I'd hoped to take care of her before the two of you met up. He sighed and advanced on them. No matter, it should only cause a small inconvenience. Naruto stared out over the darkened village silently as he sat on his little balcony. He'd tried to sleep, but had only managed a few fitful hours before finally giving it up. He was certain that he'd been nervous before his first, and only, Chunin exam finals, but this was sure to be much worse than what he'd felt at the time. He had to save at least one person from madness, hopefully pull another out of misguided rage, and possibly protect the leader of the village from one of the most evil men in history. No matter how much false importance he'd placed on doing well when he was a kid, he was far more nervous now. Where the hell are you, Arrow Sennin? He asked the dark sky. Over 3 weeks and not a word from Jiraiya. Was it possible that he'd been playing with Naruto all along? Had he just said that he was going to go find her and then blown it off? Naruto couldn't bring himself to believe that Jiraiya would do something like that, but one of the other alternatives was even worse. What if Jiraiya had gone to find her and gotten into trouble he couldn't get out of? Naruto let out a slow breath and raked his hand through his hair. Once upon a time, he'd know that the Toad Sennin was invincible. 3 weeks without word wouldn't have been a big deal, he would have just assumed that the old man was off spying on naked women somewhere. He knew better now, and it made this sort of thing a little scary. Jiraiya's continued absence left Naruto fervently hoping that Orochimaru would stay away from the village for a while longer. Keeping Orochimaru from killing the third wouldn't be too much of a problem now that the village was more prepared for such an attack, but there was a pretty good chance that the snake would be able to escape, and then they'd never know when he might strike. Jiraiya and Tsunade's presence would greatly increase the odds of Orochimaru being killed or captured. Of course, if Orochimaru didn't show up, Naruto would probably have some explaining to do. He formed about a dozen shadow clones and sent them out on their typical espionage missions. It was an old habit now. 4 would go off and follow Sasuke, Rin, Kabuto, and Gaara around, at least until they reached the arena, while the others divided themselves among the sand and sound ninja parties and kept tabs on their leaders. Several Anbu teams had already been assigned to similar missions, but Naruto didn't want to take any chances with those who were supposed to be the big players in the coming invasion, or who had been suspected of being a traitor in the future. As far as he was concerned, if Suna or Oto tried anything, it was his responsibility to deal with it. Any treachery by other villages would be up to Sarutobi to detect and handle. That was his job as Hokage after all. Naruto would help should this timeline be different in that way, but he simply didn't have enough energy to keep track of everyone who wasn't a citizen of Konoha. Not if he had to be ready to meet up with Orochimaru at any time. With his spies moving towards their targets, ready for another couple of hours of watching them to absolutely nothing suspicious, Naruto slung his jacket over his shoulder and headed out the door. He was jittery with nervous energy and hoped that a walk might do him some good. The village was quiet at this early hour. The street lamps were all lit, but the bugs seemed to be growing weary of dancing around them. The air was still and warm, almost as if the village was holding its breath in anticipation of what was going to happen later in the day. The faint scent of baking breads hung over the streets, making his empty stomach grumble in annoyance. Naruto stuffed his hand in his pocket and let his head fall back so he could stare up at the dimming stars in the dark blue sky. He tried not to think about what might be coming, but it was hard to focus on anything else. He'd died the last time he'd faced Orochimaru, or he thought he had anyway, and he was in a younger, weaker body now. A month of training hadn't done much to fix that. Of course, Orochimaru wouldn't be in Sasuke's body and wouldn't have the Sharingan, so 2 very important advantages of his in the future would be removed. His jutsu repertoire would be smaller as well, but not by enough to make any real difference. As long as Sarutobi and Kakashi were with him, Naruto was confident they could win or at least not lose. If they weren't, Naruto wished once more that Jiraiya had made it back already. His feet, apparently feeling a bit nostalgic, took him to the academy first and from there led him towards the training grounds where he and his friends had become Team 7 twice now. He half expected Kakashi to be in front of the blue-green cenotaph, but the Junin either hadn't made it there yet or was already gone. Naruto wandered over to the marker and found where his father's name had been etched into the stone. "We've never really met," he whispered as his fingers traced the characters, "but I wish you were here. It might have been nice to have ended up in a timeline where you survived somehow." He sighed and shook his head. Such thoughts were stupid and pointless. He'd never met Namikaze Minato and he never would. Wishing for such a thing was a waste of time. His father had given him what he could in their brief time together, a burden that carried with it nearly limitless power. It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough. Maybe someday they'd meet in the great beyond. Until then, there was no reason to wonder about what might have been or wish for what couldn't be. Not even on a day where so much could go so wrong so easily. He turned and marched resolutely away, heading towards the area where he was going to try to change history. Along the way, he passed the Ichiraku ramen bar. Somewhat surprisingly, it was lit up and movement could be heard in the back room. Naruto stopped and ducked inside just as the owner, Tyuki, carried a large load of pots out of the back and began setting them on the stove. "Hey, Tyuki-san, are you going to watch me kick ass in the Chunin exam today?" Naruto asked when the gray-haired man spotted him and turned away from his work. The ramen cook smiled apologetically, apparently not even surprised at, or perhaps aware of, the early hour that Naruto was wandering the village, and shook his head. "Sorry Naruto, but I've got to work. Business might not be great during the exam, but I can't afford to ignore what customers I get." The blonde nodded and looked around for a moment, noting a couple of spots on the wall that had been shabbily repaired. He'd never thought about it before, but there probably wasn't a lot of money to be made in a little shop like this. No doubt it was enough to get by on, but unexpected repair costs probably had to be slowly built up and no opportunities to serve customers could be ignored. If Tyuki was rolling in the big bucks, he could probably have afforded to take a couple of days off and not have his daughter always working with him. Tyuki had always been nice to him, even before he could afford to blow a good chunk of his money on ramen. An idea instantly popped into Naruto's head and he stepped a little closer. Mind if I tell you a secret? Tyuki shrugged and began filling one of the pots with water. What? I'm going to win the whole thing. Ah, really? Tyuki asked in the voice adults reserved for humoring little children making impossible boasts. Well, good luck. You don't believe me? Naruto asked with an exaggerated pout. The Chunin exam is pretty tough and you're still young, the older man said with a small sigh as he wiped the back of his hand across his brow. I'm sure you'll do well, but winning the whole thing would be very hard. I hear that there are 2 geniuses from Konoha and those 3 from Suna almost broke the speed record for the second test without even getting a scratch on them. That's some steep competition. What do you think my odds are? 100 to 1, last I checked. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. 100 to 1, that was more than a little bit insulting. He'd felt a bit bad about what he was going to do since someone stood to lose a lot of money if Tyuki went for it, but now it felt like they were just getting what they deserved. Even if no one knew he was from the future, they should have at least taken into account the fact that Hitaki Kakashi was his sensei. That had to be worth something. Plus, he'd beaten Choji in the preliminaries without even throwing a punch. I tell you what, Naruto said with a sly grin, put 1,000 ryu on me and if I don't win, I'll pay you back. Tyuki looked up sharply. 1,000? That's a lot of money, Naruto. I don't think I could. Like I said, I'll pay you back if I don't win, but when I turn your 1,000 ryu into 100,000, I expect you to give me free ramen for life. Or at least for a couple of years. You're certainly sure of yourself. A slightly cocky smile slipped across Naruto's lips. I'd tell you to put 10,000 on me, but I don't think you'd actually do it. I'm going to win. Tyuki regarded him for a moment, a thoughtful frown on his face. Alright, tell you what, I'll make the bet and if you win I'll give you free ramen for 3 years. He smiled and added, I'd say for life, but even if I put down 100,000 ryu on you, I'd still be losing money in the long run. Naruto's grin turned very genuine as he said, it's your own fault, making this stuff so well. If you weren't this competent, I'd have to find somewhere else to eat. The older man chuckled. Well, thank goodness we'll never have to worry about that. I'd hate to lose my best customer. After saying his goodbyes and being wished good luck by the old man, Naruto set his sights on the arena and made his way there. The great circular building of the arena was guarded by Chunin at each of its 4 entrances. No participant or viewer would be allowed to set up some sort of trap prior to the matches to swing the advantage over to them. As Naruto reached one of the entrances, the 2 ninja on either side of the double door opened them and let him inside. Just before he passed through, however, one leaned over and whispered, "You'll be watched at all times. Any attempt at cheating will result in far worse consequences than just your immediate disqualification." Naruto didn't bother to reply to what was surely not an idle threat. He had no reason to cheat and no need to inform anyone of it. His mind was elsewhere anyway. Once inside, he slowly made his way up into the stands and sat on one of the wooden benches, staring down at that arena grounds where his friends would be fighting to prove their worth to the daimyo and other dignitaries watching them. That would only be of secondary concern, however, once the really fighting broke out. If it broke out. The blonde sighed and closed his eyes, willing his body to remain perfectly still. There were 3 people in his immediate vicinity, one behind and off to his right, another on the ceiling almost directly above him, a third hidden somewhere in the seats to his left end. Naruto looked up sharply as the 3rd Hokage sat down next to him. The old man was still pretty good, the blonde had to admit. He hadn't even sensed him until the last second. I thought I might find you here, the 3rd said softly as he folded his hands in his lap and looked out over the future battleground. Couldn't sleep. Naruto shrugged. I'm feeling a little nervous, he admitted. A lot of big things are going to happen today. Possibly. You still don't believe me. I don't not believe you, Sarutobi said with a chuckle, but I accept the fact that what you claim hasn't happened yet and still might not. Naruto took a deep breath, held it for a few seconds and then let it out through his nose. I guess you're right. The future is always in motion, Naruto, even if you think you've already seen it. Naruto thought about this for a moment and then pushed it aside. He'd had the same thoughts, more or less, and was somewhat sure that he was not even in his own past, but he didn't want to think about it anymore. He had to be ready for some sort of attack today, that was what mattered. If it didn't happen, but he would be ready in case it did. Have you heard from Ero Sennin yet? He asked, looking to change the subject from his own uncertainty. The 3rd smiled at the nickname, but then his face fell slightly as he said, no. Naruto glanced over his shoulder at one of the shadows that hid an Anbu member. Doesn't that worry you a little? It worries me a lot, but that is nothing new. Being the leader of a village means that I worry about its citizens all the time. Naruto thought back to his own disastrous stint as temporary Hokage and nodded. Yeah, it's not as fun of a job as I thought it would be. No, but it is very rewarding and very important. When you're properly prepared for the responsibility, you can handle the worries that come with it a little more easily. If you still want it, when you're old enough and have proven yourself, we'll make sure that you are adequately prepared for the weight you'll be lifting. Naruto's head snapped around, his eyes wide. For a long moment he just stared at the old man and then a small smile crept across his face. What if I turn out to be a liar about today? The third smiled at him and stood up, patting the younger man on the shoulder. The future is always in motion, Naruto, he said again. We'll deal with whatever happens once it has happened and not before. And then he was gone and Naruto was left to stew in silence, with only the three Anbu watching his every movement to keep him company. The morning progressed slowly for Naruto, whose energy only seemed to increase as the sky grew lighter and the sounds of life began to grow in the village, but eventually people began to show up and he headed down to the waiting area that was set aside for those participating in the exam. Sakura was the first to arrive, her face pale and her hair looking slightly more disheveled than usual. Her nervousness was apparent and Naruto spent much of his morning trying, with only minimal success, to encourage her. Fretting over Sakura ended up being such a good distraction, that Naruto completely missed the arrivals of Gaara and his siblings as well as that of Lee and Neji. Gaara glared daggers at him, but didn't say or do anything. Apparently he was content to wait for their potential meeting during the exam. Kabuto appeared at nearly the same time as Ino, who claimed that she was there to wish Sakura good luck before she found herself a seat in the stands. With Ino there to take over dealing with Sakura's insecurities, Naruto was actually paying attention when Hinata arrived, greeting her with a happy smile and receiving a half-hearted one in return. Finally Sasuke, running uncharacteristically late, appeared and the competitors were all assembled. Naruto tried to walk among his friends and strike up conversations or at least offer some words of encouragement, but most seemed to be too nervous to pay much attention to him. Those who weren't nervous were almost invariably the ones he really didn't want to talk to: Neji, Kabuto, and the Sand Trio. Lee and Sasuke, at least, were pretty confident, though the former was practically bouncing off the walls with pent-up energy and the latter was so focused on what was coming that he wasn't much fun to talk to. Eventually, Naruto made his way over to Hinata who was standing as far away from the group as she could without actually leaving the room. "How are you feeling, Hinata-chan?" he asked with a small smile. I am fine, Naruto-kun," she replied softly, not meeting his eyes. "Not too nervous?" A little," she admitted. "You'll do fine, you've gotten a lot stronger." Thank you." Throughout the whole conversation she had kept her eyes carefully away from his. Not looking down as she might once have done, but also not looking at him the way she had before he'd learned of her little crush on him. They were still friends, but there was a little rift between them and Naruto wasn't sure how to bridge it. He'd never really had to deal with a Hinata who was uncomfortable around him to the point where he sometimes got the feeling that she wished she was somewhere else whenever they spoke. Having given it considerable thought during the past few weeks, he was certain he could now see several times where she'd done or said something that he assumed was just her being herself, but might actually have been a clue about her feelings. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing for sure that that's what any of them were, and they hadn't, technically, happened yet, so he couldn't really ask either. It was annoying to find himself suddenly second-guessing what his friend's every word, or voice inflection, or seemingly insignificant action might mean. It was more annoying to have Hinata suddenly acting like she was trying not to do anything that could be seen as her acting out her crush on him. During the month he'd tried on no less than 4 occasions to tell her that he just wanted them to go back to the way things were before, but the words never sounded right in his head and he didn't want to bring the subject back up. Now was hardly the time to discuss it, but he couldn't really think of anything else to say. Somebody coughed behind them, delivering Naruto and Hinata from the awkward situation. The assembled genin all turned to see Hayate, still looking a little sick though not as bad as he was during the preliminaries, standing next to a staircase leading down. "Hello everyone," he said with a small sniffle. Could you follow me down here so we can introduce you to the crowd?" Ino wished Sakura good luck and went off to find her seat while the group of genin headed down in a single file line out onto the arena floor. The sun was shining brightly now, with only a hint of cloud cover, and the stands that had been so empty when Naruto arrived that morning were already filled to capacity. At the highest point of the building, Sarutobi was just sitting down next to someone dressed as the Kazekage of Tsunagaker. Whether that person really was the Kazekage was another matter. As tempting as it was for Naruto to assume his knowledge of the future was accurate in this case, he'd been wrong far too often to give in to the thought. He would have to wait for Orochimaru to make the first move this time and hope for the best. "Thank you all for coming to Konohagakure's Chunin selection exam. Sarutobi called out in a loud voice. We will now start the tournament matches between the 11 participants who made it through the preliminaries. Please stay and watch until the end. There was some mild applause from the stands, and then Hayate turned to the genin and said, okay, this is the final test. The rules are the same as when you fought in the preliminaries, there really aren't any. You fight until you quit or die, or until I decide that the match is over, got it? No one needed to be reminded of this. They were only too aware of the rules. Hayate coughed again and then said, you two in the first fight, Kankuro and Uzumaki Naruto, can stay. Everyone else head back to the waiting room. As the genin walked back towards the waiting room, Hinata paused in front of Naruto and whispered, good luck, Naruto-kun. He grinned at her and said, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hinata leaned on the railing of the opening that allowed those in the waiting area to watch the matches when they weren't participating. Down below, Naruto was rather lazily stretching his neck and saying something to Kankuro that probably wasn't very polite if his cocky smile was anything to go by. She wished that he wouldn't act like he was taking this match so lightly. Kankuro was probably a pretty tough opponent, certainly all the other genin from Suna had been. Naruto's feeling pretty confident, huh? Sakura whispered as she stepped next to Hinata and smiled as she looked down at her teammate. Hinata nodded slowly, feeling a bit shy. He has improved a lot. He has good reason to feel proud of himself. Improved is an understatement, Sakura chuckled. He's like a whole other person compared to who he was in the academy. She watched as the two competitors began circling each other, looking like she was trying not to appear worried at the way Naruto almost seemed to be skipping. I've been meaning to apologize, she said after a moment. I kind of feel like I messed things up for you. Hinata blushed bright red and looked down. It was not your fault. I should have known better. Sakura turned away from the action below and frowned at Hinata. What's that supposed to mean? It was just a childish fantasy. I knew how Naruto-kun really felt about me. Don't you dare think that, Hinata. Sakura hissed. It's not your fault Naruto's dumb and can't see how great you are. Then she grinned and leaned in a little closer. I'll help you get him, if you want. Hinata's eyes widened and she quickly went back to looking down at the match below. The arm of Kankuro's puppet shot out and nearly caught Naruto, but the blonde skipped away easily and peppered it with kunai. He was apparently having such a good time that he was willing to give in to the urge to laugh despite the danger he was in. Sakura didn't see any of that, and probably didn't really care. She seemed far more interested in Hinata's love life, for some reason. I had a friend who once told me that if I wanted the guy the first like to return those feelings, I should try being his friend first and help him reach his goal in life. She let her eyes drift past Hinata to where Sasuke was standing at the far edge of the opening and sighed. He might not ever really feel the same way about me, but I don't think I care about that quite as much anymore. I just want to help him. Hinata looked up at the pink-haired Kunoichi and said, I don't understand. Sakura shrugged. Naruto used to always go on about how he wanted to be Hokage, right? Hinata nodded. So help him get there. I don't know if he'll ever get his head out of his ass and see what he's missing out on, but if you really love him, you'll just want to see him happy. Hinata's face felt as warm as a sheet of metal that had been baking in the summer sun all day, and it was taking all of her willpower not to pick at her nails, or pinch her lip, or do any of the things she normally did when she was nervous and uncomfortable. The Hyuga clan had always placed privacy, particularly when it came to personal feelings, as a high priority. She wasn't used to talking about such things so openly, and she didn't like it. It was awkward and she knew that her embarrassment was obvious for all the world to see. Her feelings for Naruto should have been something that she could just hide deep within her heart, or at least as deep as she could bury it. Instead, they were apparently so blatant that they were served up as idle conversation subjects. I don't know how I could help him with something like that, she whispered, praying that the conversation would end soon. He can reach his dream even without my help. Sakura smiled in understanding. That's not the point. The point is that you're his friend and you want to help him. She glanced down at where Naruto was now systematically rendering the puppet immobile by jamming kunai into each of its joints every time it attacked him. Besides, you're going to be the leader of the Hyuga clan someday, right? Even if he could do it on his own, I bet having your support would give him a big boost. Hinata paused at that. She'd never really thought of what she could do for Naruto in that way. Of course, she wasn't exactly her clan's ideal choice, not by a long shot, but she was next in line. Her little sister had not been given the curse seal yet since it wasn't time for one or the other of them to take over for their father, and Hinata had sort of assumed that tradition would be ignored and the stronger of the sisters would be chosen when that time arrived. Even if her father and the clan council were willing to ignore tradition in favor of the stronger sister, it might not mean that Hanabi would be the one chosen, Hinata suddenly realized. Their sparring matches during the last month had become much closer contests. It was growing harder to tell if Hinata was losing because she was weaker, because she had less energy after training all day, or because deep down she just didn't want to beat her sister. Some part of her had always expected to be the one that ended up becoming a branch family member. She'd never really wanted to lead the clan in the first place, but now. Kankuro's puppet was no longer moving. There was a kunai in nearly every single joint. Naruto moved in with a calm confidence that he seemed to have developed ever since they graduated. Suddenly the head of the puppet opened up and a large spike extended from the spot where its mouth had been. Naruto didn't even seem surprised by the deadly secret compartment. He easily dodged the hasty attempt to stab him, and then drove his fist into the chest area of the puppet. Kankuro's strange weapon exploded in a shower of wood and metal and Naruto stepped forward to engage the sand nin in hand-to-hand combat. Kankuro was clearly not as good at taijutsu as Naruto, lacking both the speed and the power of the younger genin. In only a few minutes he was lying at the blonde's feet, out cold. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. There was silence for a moment and then the crowd in the stands above them began to clap and a few even broke into fairly exuberant cheers. Naruto tilted his head back and closed his eyes, enjoying the moment, and then looked up at the opening where Hinata and Sakura were standing and smiled. For him, Hinata thought, she could do it. She might not be able to become the perfect leader her clan wanted, but she could be the strong leader that it needed. She could do it for Naruto. And for her family. Sakura glanced at Hinata out of the corner of her eye and smiled at the expression on the young woman's face. She wasn't sure if her advice, or the apology that it had started out as, was all that good in Hinata's situation, but the small smile on the Hyuga's face was surely a sign that something had clicked. Hopefully Naruto wouldn't be so dense as to miss out on it a second time around. If nothing else, perhaps her advice would help the two of them get back to acting a little more natural around each other. Their awkwardness was painful to watch, especially since it sent a little jab of guilt into Sakura's heart every time she saw it. It was, after all, her fault for sticking her nose where it didn't belong. When Naruto arrived at the top of the stairs, Sakura and Hinata were the first two to greet him and offer their congratulations. Hinata was still as soft-spoken as ever, but some of the hesitancy had gone out of her voice and movements and Naruto seemed relieved to see it. The next match, which would be between Shikamaru and Temari, was announced and the Sand Kunoichi made a big show of riding her enormous fan down to the arena floor. Shikamaru took one look at the display and began to grumble about his luck. It almost seemed like he was simply going to talk himself out of competing when Naruto calmly walked over to him and gave him a firm push that sent him over the edge of the railing. Sakura tried to watch the match once it started, but couldn't seem to focus on it. For one thing, it was mostly just Shikamaru taking cover in the wooded areas around the edge of the arena floor while Temari used her wind attacks to keep her distance. For another, when the match was over, she and Sasuke would be the ones down there fighting. No matter how much she tried to listen to the encouragement of Naruto and Ino, Sakura just couldn't get excited about the prospect of fighting Sasuke. He would beat her with ease, she was sure of it, and would look down on her for her weakness. It would be humiliating to go out there and get completely outclassed in front of all these people. If, however, some sort of a miracle happened and she actually beat Sasuke. How would he take it? They hadn't competed in many things during the time that they'd known each other, so she had little to base her theory on besides what she knew of his personality, but she couldn't see him appreciating her winning. He'd barely been able to stand it when she proved better than him during their tree climbing training. How much worse would he react if she somehow beat him in front of all these people? She was momentarily distracted by Shikamaru throwing a kunai into the air with his shirt attached to it in an effort to extend the reach of his shadow so he could capture Temari. It was his second or third such attempt to lure her into a position where he could catch her with his Kajimane no Jutsu, but Temari always seemed to sniff out his traps before they were fully sprung. Obviously the Suna Kunoichi was a pretty quick thinker. Shikamaru was starting to seem a bit desperate. Sakura prayed that he'd be able to delay the end result by another few minutes, or hours, or even days. At least until all those watching started to go home. The pink-haired Kunoichi leaned out over the railing and tried to look up into the stands. Her parents were up there, somewhere. So were Kakashi and Rin and probably Anko and Yugao. What would they say if Sasuke made her look bad? She could easily imagine what Anko would say, pretty little princess couldn't do shit when it all came down to it. What a waste of my time. Don't tell anyone I tried to train you, alright. I'd hate to have my name attached to a performance like that. Sakura smiled in spite of herself. Anko would probably say about the same thing even if she won. Rin and Yugao would be nicer about it, of course, but they'd be equally disappointed. Rin had been a wonderful teacher during the past few weeks. Sakura had been studying medical ninjutsu for a while and thought she had a pretty good grasp on a lot of it, but Rin had made all that knowledge look like nothing. She'd been out there, doing it for real. Anytime Sakura tried to do a jutsu she'd learned in a book, chances were Rin had a better and faster way of doing it. She was almost exactly the sort of kunoichi Sakura had pictured Kakashi would get to train her originally. Rin was now everything that Sakura dreamed of being when she got older. She was smart and beautiful and strong and funny and just wonderful. She was like the big sister Sakura had always wanted. While they'd worked on the different medical ninjutsu and a couple of new genjutsu, they'd talked about all sorts of things. Clothes that were fun to wear when they weren't on active duty, clothes that were fun to wear when they were on active duty, all sorts of things dealing with Sasuke, what Kakashi was like when he was little, training methods for getting stronger in the areas where Sakura's natural talents lay, how irritating parents could be when they just didn't understand the needs of young kunoichi. Everything. Rin even told her some stories from the war that she and Kakashi had fought in, though it was obviously a sensitive subject that she didn't like to go into too much. What stories she would tell, however, were very interesting both for the history that they gave insights into and for the enlightenment they provided for what life could be like if another war broke out. Sakura now realized that she had mostly played at being a ninja so far. Rin had been one and it was fascinating to hear about. Winner, Temari. Hayate's voice called out. Sakura looked up in surprise. It was over already. Typical, Sasuke snorted just behind her, causing her to jump a little. She hadn't even felt him approach. Can't find the energy to be bothered with winning even when he has it practically all wrapped up. Sakura turned her attention back to the arena floor. Shikamaru was not unconscious, as she'd expected him to be, or dead, something that wouldn't have surprised her, or even all that dirty. He was just standing in front of Temari, his hands in his pockets and a bored expression on his face. I missed it. What happened? He caught her in the end and then he just gave up. Sasuke sighed, like he didn't even care about winning. How did he catch her? Sasuke pointed at the debris from Kankuro's puppet. He maneuvered her over by that junk and used its shadows to lengthen his own. Got her from behind, she didn't even see it coming. Hayate coughed and then called out, and now, the next match. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. The contents of Sakura's stomach threatened to escape the way they'd come in the night before and her heart dropped into her sandals. She wasn't ready yet. I'll see you down there, Sasuke said as he turned and headed for the stairs, nodding to Naruto as he passed him. Naruto returned Sasuke's nod and then walked to Sakura's side. Are you okay? He asked. Sakura nodded slowly, not willing to risk opening her mouth. Sakura-chan, Sasuke and I will still like you no matter what happens down there, Naruto told her. Just go out and show us what you can do. Don't worry about anything but showing me and Sasuke how good you've gotten, got it? His words seemed to settle her stomach slightly, but only slightly, and so she chanced opening her mouth and whispering, thanks. Naruto grinned at her. I'll be rooting for you. He needs a good ass kicking to keep his head from getting too big. He looked around to see if anyone was listening in and then leaned in closer and whispered, if you want to help him rebuild his clan, you better get used to it. Sasuke strikes me as the sort who'll like it a little rough. You could just think of this as practicing foreplay. Sakura's eyes widened at his words and suddenly her fear and anxiety seemed to slip away as embarrassment and rage filled her veins. Naruto. She growled and took a swing at him. He dodged just enough to keep from being really injured, but the punch still spun him a full 360 degrees around. She was about to swing again when he started laughing and said, now you're ready. Suddenly she knew what he was doing. It sort of hurt his plan that she'd realized his intentions, but it didn't take away the weird sweetness of it. He was just getting her riled up so she'd stop worrying about the fight that she was about to participate in. Her fist relaxed and her breathing returned to normal. Thanks, she said with a small smile and then headed for the stairs. If you keep swinging so hard, I'm not going to be able to keep letting you hit me, he called after her, causing her smile to grow a little larger. He was definitely the strangest friend she'd ever had, but there were times when she thought he might actually be her best friend. All too quickly she found herself standing across from Sasuke with Hayate in between them. The sickly ninja glanced at both of them to see if they were ready and then told them to begin. Sasuke instantly shifted into his taijutsu stance while Sakura made a half-hearted attempt at her own. She didn't really feel as nervous as she had before Naruto's stupid joke, but she also wasn't sure that she could go through with fighting Sasuke for real. The fact of the matter was that she didn't care about making Chunin, not this time anyway. For her, this whole exam had been a chance to get stronger and to see where she stood with her peers and elders. For Sasuke, this was his life. Almost everything he did to get stronger. He had a mission in life and he needed to be as strong as possible as soon as possible to complete it. He was going to kill his brother who had slaughtered their clan, and that meant he had to grow more and more powerful every day. She wanted him to get better, but she didn't want to fight him like this. She definitely didn't want to beat him. Sasuke rushed forward. He was much faster than the last time she'd seen him in a fight, and threw a punch. Sakura brought up her arm and mostly blocked it, though it still clipped her shoulder. She winced and leapt away from him, but he stayed right with her. On instinct her foot lashed out at his head, but her brain, or heart, cut the power of the attack to almost nothing. Sasuke blocked it with ease and frowned in confusion. Sakura waited patiently for him to attack again. When he came this time, she'd just take the punch and let that be the end of it. The loss of the Uchiha clan had hurt the village's psyche and they needed to see a powerful Uchiha to start healing that injury. Sasuke needed to feel confident in his abilities if he was going to reach the power he sought. If she let him win quickly, and his victory was basically inevitable anyway, then he wouldn't be worn down in the slightest when he faced his opponent in the next round. She could probably fight a defensive battle, drag things out looking for a chance to get the upset win, and wear him down a little, but she didn't want him tired. She didn't want to win. She only wanted to help him, and the best way she could do that is by letting him knock her out with his next attack. But Sasuke didn't attack. He stared at her, his face a peculiar mix of emotions, and then straightened up out of his taijutsu stance. With a sad shake of his head, he turned to Hayate and raised his hand. I forfeit. Chapter 33. Oh. Sakura couldn't breathe. It was as if all of the air had been sucked out of the arena, probably by the collective gasp of the spectators above them. Time seemed to have stopped as she and everyone else stared at Sasuke, who was calmly looking over at Hayate, his hand still in the air. Are you going to declare the winner? Sasuke asked with a tiny hint of a laugh in his voice. Hayate gave himself a little shake, coughed, and then said, winner, har. No, Sakura yelled, finally pulling air into her lungs. I won't accept it. Sasuke-kun isn't forfeiting. Hayate gave her a funny look and said, he already did. I won't accept it. Story writing guides. Creative writing courses. The Junin shrugged, you don't have to. The decision is out of your hands. The pink-haired Kunoichi shook her head. No. She turned and looked pleadingly at Sasuke and said, why did you do that? Don't you understand? Sasuke shook his head. You don't understand. Even after all this time, you still don't get me. I don't care about making Chunin. I never did. I just wanted to see how strong you'd gotten. If you can't show me while we fight, I'll wait and see it in your next match. But I thought. I told you I'd do this if you didn't fight me seriously, Sasuke reminded her. Did you think I was lying? He shook his head, a small smile on his lips. I don't go back on my word. The two stared at each other and then someone from the stands yelled out, you little prick. You cost me a month's wages. Sasuke didn't bother turning and looking up at the heckler, nor did he bat an eye when others in the stands joined in. His dark eyes remained on Sakura until she could stand it no more and looked away. Winner, Harun. I'll fight you, Sakura yelled as she looked back up, cutting off Hayate's second attempt at declaring her victory. I'll do it. I won't hold back or let you win or anything. Please, don't forfeit, not like this. Sasuke shrugged. I don't think I can unforfeit. We'll just have to do it tomorrow at the training grounds. I was going to challenge Naruto anyway, we might as well make it a team affair. Sakura turned to Hayate and said, please, don't count that. He was just joking. The rules are that once you give up, you're done, Hayate replied with an apologetic shrug. You told us that there are no rules, Sakura pointed out. You're the referee, aren't you? Just say that the match is starting back up. Books. Hayate folded his arms and then coughed, his brows knit in a thoughtful expression. Story writing guides, creative writing courses. Book. When he didn't immediately dismiss the notion, Sakura added a little more. Yugao-san would do it if she was the referee. Actually, she's a bit of a stickler for protocol, Hayate informed her with a smirk, but she'd probably hate to see her favorite student so disappointed. He sighed, and then looked up at the roof where the leaders of Suna and Konoha were sitting. We'll leave it up to Hokage-sama. Sarutobi pursed his lips thoughtfully and brought his fingertips together so he could rest his chin against them. It was an unfortunate dilemma that he was facing. On the one hand, it really wasn't a problem for him to allow the fight to continue since both competitors were willing to accept that decision and the crowd would clearly be in favor of it. The fact was that many of those in the stands had come specifically to see Uchiha Sasuke fight. On the other hand, Naruto had said that Orochimaru was after Sasuke and that the invasion had started when Sasuke and Gaara were fighting. If Sasuke defeated Sakura, then he would face Gaara in the next round. He could allow the match to continue and potentially allow Orochimaru's scheme to continue as planned, or he could cause a great deal of unhappiness amongst some very important people based on somewhat unreliable evidence. He shook his head. The daimyo and other dignitaries would get over it. Better to have them mad that he wouldn't change the rules so one of their favorites could continue fighting than to have them see the village invaded. Naruto hadn't known much about the casualty count from the first time around, but Sarutobi knew that it must have been fairly high. It wouldn't be far-fetched for half of Konoha's military forces to have been lost in such a conflict. Next to him, dressed in blue and white robes with the kanji for wind on his hat and the traditional headwear masking his entire face except for his eyes, the case was carefully watching him. If Naruto was right, he would be Orochimaru. Sarutobi had considered insisting on him removing his mask so his face could be plainly seen, but someone like Orochimaru might have expected that and further disguised himself. Even worse, if it wasn't Orochimaru, it would be considered a grave insult to ask such a thing. Konoha's relationship with Suna was strained as it would be foolish to cause farther problems between them based solely on Naruto's remembrance of things that hadn't even happened yet. Besides, Naruto hadn't been right often enough to assume that everything he remembered would come to pass this time around. Sarutobi pushed the thoughts of who might be sitting next to him away and stood to give his pronouncement of Sasuke's fate. Hokage Dono, the case spoke up before Sarutobi could say anything. Perhaps it would be better to allow the fight to continue. Sarutobi turned to face him, forcing his eyes to remain neutral as he looked at the man who might be Orochimaru. Why do you say that? Creative writing courses books. I'm sure you are aware of how many people are here to see your Uchiha fight Gaara. If you allow his forfeit to stand, they will be very disappointed. I would consider it a personal favor if you restarted the match. How unlike you to ask for a favor over such a frivolous thing, Case Dono, Sarutobi said, doing his best to keep his suspicions out of his voice. The Case shrugged. He is the famous survivor of that clan. When Gaara defeats him, it will allow everyone here to see the quality of ninja Sunagaku produces. After Kankuro's defeat, and Temari's match, such a showing would be very important to us. Sarutobi shook his head. He'd made up his mind. In another time he might have allowed the match to go on to help the relationship between Konoha and Suna, but knowing the potential disaster that could occur if he granted the Case's request, there was only one choice. I apologize, Case Dono, but I cannot grant this. Sasuke has forfeited. The rules will not be altered to accommodate a change of heart. A Chunin cannot flip-flop. He must make a decision and accept the consequences of it. A small smile creped across his lips as he said, your Gaara will have plenty of time to shine even without that match. The Case's eyes did not look pleased, but he did not argue farther as Sarutobi turned and said, Uchiha Sasuke has forfeited, his decision to do so will not be overturned. Naruto shook his head as he heard Sarutobi's announcement. He could guess at the reason for it, but it didn't make him feel any less disappointed that his chance of seeing Sasuke in action had vanished. It had been a long time since he'd seen Sasuke fight for real. He, or one of his clones, had caught a few glimpses of Sasuke's fight against the collectors, but before that it had been. Not since the Valley of the End, unless you counted the very brief fight when the new Team 7 had tried to rescue him from Orochimaru. Neither of those fights were particularly fun to remember anyway. Still, despite his disappointment, he felt a little pride in the fact that Sasuke had been willing to step away so that Sakura wouldn't simply go out without showing what she could do. He wasn't sure that it was the best way to handle the situation. A little warning might have been nice, but it was far different from the way Sasuke would have done things the first time around, and that was something. I wish he would have at least given me a couple more minutes to prepare myself, Kabuto said with a chuckle as he stepped next to Naruto. I'm not sure that I'm ready for my match yet. Naruto did his best not to glare at the young man who happened to look exactly like a traitor from Naruto's memories but might not necessarily be the same person. You're worried about Gaara. I think I might struggle against him, Kabuto admitted with a weak smile. Why's that? Naruto asked. Most of my jutsu are earth elemental, Kabuto explained, but he has much better control of the earth than I do. If I try something like Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, I get the feeling that I'd be crushed to death before I ever made it out of the ground. It's unfortunate, but I'm really handicapped against him. So are you just going to forfeit? Naruto asked, his eyes studying the young man carefully. Kabuto frowned, clearly surprised by the question, and then began to chuckle as he said, I don't think my chances are that bad. He might be strong, but I'm more experienced. Besides, he hurt one of my teammates. I can't just let that go without trying to pay him back. Naruto wished that Kabuto had just said that he had no intention of fighting Gaara. At least that would have been in line with what the Kabuto from his timeline would have done. As it was, he found himself almost liking this Kabuto. He didn't trust him, but he couldn't deny that he kind of liked him. If Kabuto was telling the truth about his reasons for going through with the match, then it kind of reminded him of himself. He'd had similar feelings numerous times during his original life. Precious people were meant to be protected, but if you couldn't protect them, you paid the person who hurt them back as soon as you were able. If you were able. Story writing guides. Kabuto-san, he said softly, Gaara is. He's dangerous. Be careful. Book. Kabuto smiled and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Don't worry. Once Masumi got out of the hospital, he helped me scout him out. I don't know everything, of course, but I think I have a pretty good idea of what he's capable of. It'll be fine. If things do get out of hand, I won't be so foolish as to throw my life away in a tournament match. If I don't make Chunin today, I'll just try again next time. I'm nothing if not persistent. Naruto nodded, not sure what else to say. He wasn't even sure that he should say anything else. If Kabuto was a traitor in this timeline, then it would be better for Gaara to kill him than for him to have the opportunity to stab Konoha in the back. Kabuto gave him one more smile and then headed down the stairs. Is he a friend of yours? Gaara asked as he passed Naruto on his way to the stairs. Naruto shrugged. Not really. You're probably more my friend than he is. At least I know where I stand with you. Gaara was silent for a moment and then said, there are only 2 rounds before we meet. Don't lose before I get the chance to kill you. I'm fighting your sister next, Naruto reminded him with a chuckle, just tell her to go easy on me and we'll meet for sure. If you can't beat her, you aren't as interesting as I thought, Gaara replied and then walked down the stairs. What did I miss? Kakashi asked as he sat in the seat Rin had saved for him. His former teammate looked up and shook her head. Practically everything. Naruto won and Sasuke gave up about 30 seconds into his match with Sakura. Kakashi's one visible eye opened slightly. Really? Rin turned her attention back to the arena grounds, watching as Sasuke and Sakura walked towards the stairs. He wouldn't want you to keep doing this, she whispered. Who? Kakashi asked casually. You know who, Rin growled. Obito-kun wouldn't like it if he knew you were still acting this way. You don't have to punish yourself for the rest of your life. Kakashi glanced at her and said, some debts can't be paid in just a few years. Rin sighed and shook her head again. You're taking it too far. It's only to remind me, Kakashi replied. I'm on time to the important things. Like your student's first Chunin exam. 2 of them are still in it. I didn't miss that much. Rin couldn't help herself. She tried not to hold the laugh in, but it was just too ridiculous. You really are starting to become a lot like Obito-kun, aren't you? I'm only adopting his good qualities. And your team seems to be picking them up as well. Sasuke forfeited so that Sakura could show how strong she's gotten in the next round. It sounds exactly like the sort of idiotic thing Obito-kun would have done. Kakashi's mask shifted as he smiled. They're getting there, I suppose. Sasuke turned and started walking away before the third had even finished his announcement. He'd sort of thought that they might allow him to fight Sakura, but he didn't really care that the match was actually over. He'd told her he would forfeit if she held back, and he'd meant it. Even though she said she would fight him seriously, he'd seen enough in her eyes to know that some part of her would never be fully in the fight. She simply didn't want to beat him. It was nice of her to care, he supposed, but unnecessary. He didn't mind losing to her. His goal in life had nothing to do with this tournament, outside of having the chance to fight against some strong opponents. From what he'd seen in the first 2 matches, neither Kankuro nor Tamari would offer him much of a contest. Of all the Suna genin in the tournament, only Gaara still interested him. There were plenty of other strong people around, however. Lee had defeated him, Neji probably would have, though it was hardly a fair match since he was injured, and Naruto. Naruto was the most interesting of all. He could fight any of them anytime he wanted. They would be enough for him to work on until the next Chunin exam came around. It was only 6 months away, after all. Sasuke-kun, Sakura called as she hurried to catch up to him. He'd just reached the stairs when she finally reached him. Kabuto was walking down the stairs with a slightly worried look on his face. She gave him an encouraging smile and waited until he'd passed before she turned to Sasuke and whispered. I'm sorry. She paused, wet her lips, and then said, I forgot that you'd said that, but I shouldn't have tried to let you win no matter what. I thought I was helping you. I just wanted you to have plenty of energy when you fought Gaara or Kabuto in the next round. Sasuke shrugged. It's not a big deal, he said calmly, looking up at the stands where people were still yelling in frustration at him. Not to me, anyway, he amended. If you don't make Chunin this time around, we'll face each other in the next tournament. I'll train with you tomorrow and show you how strong I've gotten, Sakura promised. Sasuke nodded. I'll be there. Then it's a date, Sakura said with a happy smile until she realized the word that had come out of her mouth. It had been a long time since she'd said, date, in front of Sasuke. He'd obviously appreciated her efforts as that was when they started to become better friends. Now she'd gone and ruined it by bringing up those old memories of how annoying she used to be. Sakura's smile vanished as her eyes widened in horror. I mean it's a… Sasuke looked down at her and smirked. It's a date. Sakura's eyes widened and a large smile spread across her face. She was fairly sure that he was joking and not actually asking her out on a date, and she really didn't want to go on a date that involved her fighting at full strength anyway, but even that much was a welcome change. Sasuke might not return her feelings, but he felt like they were good enough friends that he could make jokes like that. He definitely had never made that sort of joke with any of the other girls who'd pursued him during their time at the academy. Her warm feelings quickly evaporated, however, as a shadow fell across them and a fairly large amount of kill intent flooded the area at the base of the stairs. Move, Gaara said. He didn't sound annoyed, he didn't sound angry, he was just giving an order that he expected to be obeyed unless someone wanted to die. Sasuke's smirk remained in place as he looked up at Gaara. You didn't say, please. Sakura grabbed him by the arm and pulled him out of Gaara's way. She was sure that Sasuke could handle the red-haired genin, but they would get in trouble if a fight broke out and she really didn't need Gaara being angry with her. There was a good chance that she would be facing him in the next round, after all. I'm glad I didn't have to wait to meet you later, Kabuto told Gaara as they waited for Hayate to give them permission to start their match. My friend is still recovering from the damage you did to his arms. Gaara simply stared silently at Kabuto the way a crocodile would stare at a small bird. Kabuto simply didn't matter to him in the slightest. Responding to anything the older genin said would be a waste of breath and energy. In fact, most of the rest of the tournament was a waste of time. Only two things really mattered to him at the moment and neither of them had much to do with Kabuto or the girl, Sakura, that he would face in the next round. Begin, Hayate said as he stepped away from them. Kabuto's hands instantly dipped into the weapon pouch strapped to his lower back and whipped 3 kunai at the sand nin. Gaara's sand shot out of the gourd, blocking the kunai with plenty of time to spare and then swirling after Kabuto who quickly leapt away. The sand didn't give up easily, however, and continued to chase him until he was almost on the other side of the battle area, at which point it broke of its pursuit and returned to gourd. Kabuto smiled. Apparently there's a range to your abilities after all. Gaara didn't reply. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the waiting area where Naruto was watching the fight. The ghost of a smile crossed his lips at the intensity he found in those blue eyes. Kabuto clearly wasn't upset by the fact that Gaara seemed to be completely uninterested in him, but he wasn't going to pass up a moment of distraction by his opponent. He charged at Gaara with far more speed than he'd shown in any of his past Chunin exam showings and sent a perfectly executed kick at the sand nin's head. Gaara hadn't even returned his attention to Kabuto before the sand was out of the gourd and in front of his face. Kabuto had a little less than a second to feel the shock of having been blocked so easily before the grains encircled his leg and lifted him off the ground, turning him so that he was forced to face Gaara as the younger genin's eyes finally shifted away from Naruto. Kabuto tried to wrench his leg free, but when he reached up to grab at his ankle, the sand simply tried to catch his wrist as well. With freeing himself clearly not an option, he tried to use his close proximity to his opponent to his advantage, swinging wildly at Gaara's chest. The sand shifted slightly as if agitated by the potential attack, but Kabuto's hand never got close enough to make contact with Gaara's body. The corner of Gaara's lips turned up as he watched the helpless genin struggle as the sand slowly lifted him higher, preparing to slam him into the ground and end the battle. Suddenly the strap across Gaara's chest, as well as a small section of his shirt, split and the gourd it was holding up fell to the ground with a loud crash. Despite his normally stoic nature, Gaara spun and looked at the source of the noise, his eyes wide. Kabuto used the moment of distraction to draw another kunai from his weapon pouch and throw it at Gaara's turned back. A piece of the sand that held him in the air broke away and intercepted the attack. It wasn't much, but it was enough that when he grabbed his knee and jerked down hard he was able to pull free. He was already forming seals as he flipped in the air, landed on his feet, and immediately leapt at the still distracted Gaara. He pinned the redhead's hands at his side with one arm and brought his other hand up to Gaara's throat. Careful, he whispered as his hand began to glow blue. Sometimes near misses can be just as deadly as attacks that connect. If you don't want to find out what I can do when I actually hit you, you better surrender now. Gaara didn't say anything for a moment. His eyes were still opened wider than normal, but the shock had receded from his face. In fact, he looked rather happy all of a sudden. Slowly he turned his head away from the gourd at his feet and looked at Kabuto. "You'll make a tasty meal for her, I think," he told the leaf genin. Kabuto didn't ask what Gaara meant. He'd given the boy a chance to surrender, no one would fault him for ending the match after being threatened. He dragged his fingertips across Gaara's throat, a thin cut trailing just behind them as the skin opened up under his touch. And out of the cut poured sand. Kabuto sucked in a breath as he realized the danger he was in, and then a blast of sand slammed into his chest, sending him flying across the battleground. Gaara turned with deliberate slowness to watch as the older ninja pulled himself to his feet. Kabuto brought his hand up to his mouth and coughed into it. When he pulled his hand away, there was a small trickle of blood running between his fingers. He shook his hand to clean it and then spit a little more blood from his mouth and brought his arms up as he prepared to defend himself as best he could. "Who would have guessed that you'd have covered yourself in sand as well?" he asked as he watched the cut on Gaara's neck vanish. "No wonder you can't move much." Gaara's reply was to send his sand after his prey once more. Kabuto quickly retreated to the other side of the arena, putting as much space between himself and Gaara as he could until the sand doubled back and returned to its master. The moment it turned away, Kabuto pushed his foot down a little harder, leaving a small divot in the ground to mark his spot. He turned towards his opponent, took a deep breath, and then charged. The sand reacted immediately, rising into the air and then stabbing down like the claw of an immense monster. Kabuto dove to the side, barely escaping with his life. The sand, however, did not have to draw itself out of the ground to strike at him again. The back end simply morphed into a new point and attacked again. Kabuto rolled away from the second stab and then had to push off the ground to save himself from the next. 3 more times the sand struck the ground, each just barely missing the leaf genin, as he slowly retreated back to what he'd marked as the limit of the sand's range. Once he spotted the divot in the ground, he pulled a kunai from his pouch, attached an exploding tag to it, and then lobbed it at Gaara over the sand that was rushing towards him. The sand broke of its attack and moved to intercept the new threat. The moment it moved away from him, Kabuto grabbed 4 more kunai and launched them at Gaara as he sprinted at an angle that would gradually bring him closer and closer to his opponent. If he was hoping the sand would be destroyed by the exploding tag or would be unable to handle attacks coming from multiple directions, he was disappointed. The moment the second group of kunai got close to Gaara, a portion of the sand broke off from the rest of the cloud and blocked them. At almost the same time, the exploding tag went off, momentarily scattering the sand that had formed a shield between it and Gaara. Kabuto was whipping kunai at Gaara every couple of seconds, trying to find some sort of a hole in the sand nin's defenses. However, even after he had almost completely emptied his weapon pouch, not a single kunai had gotten through. The sand was just too fast and too thick for him to penetrate. Gaara hadn't even had to move from the spot he'd been standing since the match began. In fact, he hadn't even moved his arms. From within the egg-shaped shell of sand that was peppered with captured kunai, Gaara smirked. "Is that it?" he asked. "Perhaps you aren't as worthwhile as I thought. It doesn't matter, you're only an appetizer anyway." The kunai clattered to the ground as the sand rose up and flashed after Kabuto, who quickly retreated back to the point that he'd marked as safe. "Your problem is that your powers only extend so far," Kabuto told Gaara as he pushed his glasses farther up his nose. "Your problem," Gaara replied, "is that you've taken my boredom to be a sign of my limitations." He finally moved, sliding his feet a little farther apart. The sand cloud that had been hanging in the air between them, almost waving in a non-existent breeze, suddenly shot towards Kabuto. Kabuto tried to jump away as the sand passed what had previously been its limit, but something reached out of the ground and snagged him by the ankles. He looked down and his eyes widened in horror at the sight of more sand reaching out of the grass beneath his feet and holding him in place. He quickly grabbed his final kunai from his weapon pouch and slashed at his binds. The instant he was free, he flipped backwards just as the sand slammed into the ground where he'd been standing. The sand instantly changed directions, suddenly moving far faster than it had been previously. It caught Kabuto in midair and slammed him back into the wall behind him. Kabuto's eyes were closed and his head hung limply as the sand pulled him back, closing around him like a giant fist, and then slammed him back into the wall. "I surrender," he whispered, a red mist coming out of his mouth with his words as his blood mixed with the air in his lungs. Gaara slammed him into the wall a third time. "Gaara is the winner," Hayate announced. Gaara slammed Kabuto into the wall a fourth time. "That's enough, the match is over," the Junin told him sternly. The sand pulled Kabuto away and began to wind its way around his body, totally cocooning him. Gaara smiled and brought his hand up, a strange glint in his eyes. Suddenly, the sand parted like a curtain, spilling a bleeding, broken Kabuto out onto the ground at the feet of Hayate as he appeared next to the sand prison, a sword in his hand. He brought his other hand up and covered his mouth as he coughed before saying, "Next time I tell you the match is over, listener, I won't be cutting sand with this blade." Gaara held his gaze for a moment and then shrugged. He wasn't worth it anyway. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the stairs. A few in the crowd clapped, most just looked confused or disturbed. Gaara didn't care. Naruto watched with mixed feelings as Kabuto was carried away by the team of medic Nin. He'd expected Kabuto to do more. He'd expected Kabuto to heal himself the way he should be capable of doing by this point. He'd expected Kabuto to act like Orochimaru's minion and not like a skilled, but not unusually so, genin. And then there was the invasion to think about. If Suna was part of the plan, assuming there even was a plan in this reality, then what was Gaara waiting for? Shouldn't he have done something? Anything? Watching Gaara go through his match without so much as a hint of an ulterior priority was almost as disturbing as the little clues he'd forced himself to overlook about the grass nin that ended up not being Orochimaru. Did it mean that Suna and Gaara were innocent? Did it mean that they were waiting for something else this time around? He let out a slow sigh. It was hard to know a future and not expect things to line up with it. Even though he knew that this timeline was progressing very differently from the one he'd come from, he couldn't get his brain to stop looking for the few clues that he remembered from his original childhood. He just wanted this to be his timeline. Beside him, Sakura shivered, her face looking a bit pale. Naruto let his concerns about the future slide to the back of his mind. He couldn't really control what was going to come, he'd just have to deal with it when it arrived. His friends, on the other hand, were here and could be helped right now. He put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. "It'll be okay," he promised. "Just do your best." "Easy for you to say," she replied. "You don't have to fight him in the next round." From the other side of her, Sasuke said, "You'll be fine. You're way stronger than Kabuto and you have the advantage of having seen how he fights. He doesn't know what you're capable of." Sakura didn't look very convinced. "We won't let anything happen to you, Sakura-chan," Naruto tried again. "If you need us, we'll step in and stop the fight." Sakura did her best to smile and then shook her head. "That's not your job. I don't want to get either of you in trouble because I'm too weak to take care of myself." "You're our teammate," Sasuke reminded her. "If you're in trouble, it is our job to help you." He paused and then added, "But try not to get into trouble. I don't think those morons in the stands would appreciate me stopping another fight." This actually got Sakura to chuckle and her coloring became a little more natural. "I'll try not to." Below them, Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji were walking across the battlegrounds. Lee's excitement was barely containable. With every step he took, he seemed to have to force himself not to add a little skip. Neji, on the other hand, was as calm and collected as ever. Naruto leaned a little farther over the rail, his own excitement starting to build. He'd seen the two of them face each other in the future, of course, but that would happen years from now when they were both so advanced that they both struggled to even land a solid punch on the other. Here, they were just starting out. They wouldn't know everything, but they also wouldn't be as close as they'd been in the future. Naruto had only ever seen them fight when it was a match between old friends, this one would be a battle between rivals. "Watch this next match," he told Sasuke and Sakura needlessly. He was sure they already knew something of what to expect having seen Neji and Lee in action during the second part of the exam, but it was worth mentioning again if for no other reason than to give Sakura something besides her future match with Gaara to think about. "It's going to be a good one. I'm glad we get to face each other so early, Neji-kun," Lee said with a happy smile as they faced each other and waited to be given permission to start. "You shouldn't be," Neji replied. "It just means that your fate is that much closer than it would have been." "This time will be different," Lee promised. "We've fought almost every day since we graduated from the academy," Neji reminded him. "The result is never different. There are some hurdles too high to overcome." Lee shook his head. "No, anyone can reach the highest pinnacle if they work hard enough." Neji closed his eyes as a small smirk appeared on his lips. "There's just no reasoning with you. Arguing is pointless when one side can't see reality." Hayate cleared his throat before Lee could reply. "Are you both ready?" he asked. The two genin nodded, all smiles vanishing instantly. "Begin." Lee's left hand slipped behind his back as his right came up in front of him. "This time will be different," he whispered again. Neji's fingers flashed through the activation seals. Byakugan. His left foot shifted forward, his right arm coming down to his hip while his left was held out in front of him. The perfect Juken opening stance. "I will not enjoy bursting your bubble," he told Lee, "but you must be shown the reality of your fate." The muscles in Lee's legs tensed as he prepared to attack, but before he could, Neji shook his head. Take off your weights. Lee's eyes widened in surprise. What? The weights, take them off. If I am going to prove to you that you will never be able to surpass the skill I was born into, I won't let you have an excuse to fall back on. Take them off and fight me with everything you have, so I can crush your illusions completely. Lee's jaw tightened as he glanced into the stands. Guy-sensei isn't here. Neji finished for him. If you are going to fight me, take them off. Lee looked down at his legs, closed his eyes, and then nodded. Very well, Neji-kun. I will fight you without holding back. He kneeled and removed the weights strapped to his legs, tossing them aside as though they weighed nothing. Neji waited for him to stand and return to his starting stance. Whenever you're ready. To many of those watching, Lee seemed to lean forward and then vanish. Those with the training to follow the movement saw him cross the distance between himself and Neji in the blink of an eye. Very few genin-level ninja could have moved so fast, even fewer could have blocked an attack from someone moving so fast, but Neji was nothing if not exceptional. His left arm easily knocked away the initial punch and then he shifted slightly to the side to dodge a follow-up kick. While Lee's leg was still in the air, Neji's right hand shot forward, seeking the spot on his teammate's chest that would end the match right away. Lee was too quick, however, as he pushed off the ground with his base foot, moving himself just out of range of Neji's hand. Neji wasn't about to let Lee off the hook with only a near miss. He charged forward and was nearly on top of Lee before the other boy had touched down again, his arm cocked and ready to make sure that he connected this time. Lee's foot flashed through the air so fast that Neji almost didn't see it until it was too late. He broke off his attack and leaned away. The kick passed so close to his nose that he could actually smell the spandex. A smile appeared on Lee's face as his foot changed direction in mid-flight, pulling in closer to his body and the lashing out, catching Neji square in the face. Neji's head snapped back as blood exploded from his now broken nose. Lee didn't bother to give him a chance to recover. It took his 2 steps to slip inside Neji's defenses as the back of his fist struck his teammate's ribs. The Hyuga gasped in pain and surprise, bringing his arms up in a desperate attempt to defend himself as Lee spun on his heel, drove his foot past Neji's hands and into his stomach, doubling him over. Lee settled for just a second and then ducked down and brought his fist up with the full force of a jump behind it, catching Neji under the chin and lifting him into the air. At the height of his flight, Neji rotated himself just enough to get his hands and feet under him when he landed, but even then he did not come down gracefully. Blood ran freely down his face as he slowly stood and brought his cold white eyes to meet the burning black ones of his teammate. He stared at Lee in silence for a moment, and then wiped his hand across his face, smearing the blood and doing little to improve his appearance. You've gotten a little stronger, he admitted as he spit. I will definitely beat you this time, Neji-kun, Lee replied. Then you'll have to do better than this. Neji didn't wait for a response. He charged forward with what almost seemed to be as much speed as Lee had shown so far. His arm came up to deliver another Juken strike to Lee's chest, but once more Lee was too quick. He twisted away, and dropped low to sweep Neji's feet out from under him. Neji leapt, planted his hand on the ground and kicked out at Lee's head. Lee was up to the challenge, however, and he easily blocked the kick and sent another at Neji's chest before he had a chance to get his feet back under him. Neji's free hand caught hold of Lee at the knee, his grip keeping the kick from reaching him and giving him a fulcrum to speed his turn in the air. He landed on his right foot, his left circling back behind him, and continued to spin. Kaden. What the hell? Sasuke asked as he watched Lee be thrown across the battleground by the force of the chakra released by the spinning Neji. It was Kaden, Hinata whispered in awe, but he shouldn't know that. It is a technique that is supposed to be exclusive to the main family. I have never seen anyone but my father perform it. Looks like it's not so exclusive anymore, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke closed his eyes and whispered, Sharingan. His red irises began to track Neji and Lee's every movement. Definitely not exclusive, he said with a smile. Hinata didn't pay attention to the Uchiha's plan to try to steal her family's special techniques, her eyes were glued to the fight below. Naruto watched as Lee got back on his feet and went back on the offensive. His 2 friends were incredible, even at this early age. Lee's speed and power were probably already above Chunin level and he was only scratching the surface of what he was capable of. Neji's precision and vision were as amazing as ever and his movements were not those of a genin. The fact that they could even keep up with each other was amazing. Guy had been boastful of his team up until his death and with good reason. There probably weren't many in this timeline who'd gotten to hear those boasts yet, but there was no doubt that they would have to agree with him after seeing this match. Naruto couldn't help but wonder how many times Kakashi would have to hear about this match while he and Guy were having their battles. He let his attention drift to Hinata and smiled. She was watching proof of Neji's genius, if she hadn't seen enough of it in the past already, and yet she didn't seem to be shrinking into the nervous wreck that he expected her to become. She was amazed, of course, but she didn't look scared. The Hinata that he'd started training with back when she had just returned from the Wave Country could never have watched this match without comparing herself to her cousin and wallowing in the knowledge that he was naturally more skilled than her. Her arms should have been drawn in close to her body and her fingers should have been pinching her lower lip, but Hinata had grown. She wasn't that little girl anymore. As he continued studying her and admiring her growth, Hinata frowned in confusion, sensing his eyes on her, and then looked over at him. Naruto quickly looked away. He hadn't meant to stare, or at least hadn't meant to be caught. He certainly didn't want her thinking that his looking at her meant anything more than it did. She needed to get over her crush as soon as possible for her own good. Of course, he belatedly realized, looking away like that was something that he'd seen girls with crushes often do when they were caught looking at the object of their affection. By not just meeting her gaze he might have sent the wrong signal. He looked back up at her, but she'd already turned back to the fight. Naruto cursed under his breath and shook his head in annoyance. Why were things always so complicated? It seemed like everything in his life was more difficult than it had to be. What did I expect? He asked himself with a small chuckle as a thought occurred to him. I got killed and ended up in the past instead of the afterlife. If I can't even manage something as simple as dying, why should anything else go smoothly for me? Neji and Lee pushed away from each other and stared one another down, breathing hard. Blood was still running down Neji's face, but the damage to Lee was probably more extensive. When Neji grabbed Lee's knee just before performing the kaiden, he damaged something within it and closed two of the tenketsu located there. Lee could push through the pain, but whatever the damage was, it slowed him down slightly. Without his usual speed, he couldn't escape Neji's other attacks as much. The Hyuga had landed 3 more solid strikes, 2 had only been on Lee's ribs, which hurt but didn't prevent him from moving the way he normally would, but the third had caught Lee in the right shoulder and that arm no longer operated properly. On top of that, Neji's kaiden made close combat, the only type Lee was skilled in, even more dangerous than it normally was. He would have to stop the spin if he wanted to prove his ninja way to himself and to Neji. There could be no turning back now. He refused to lose to Neji. If I cannot stop his spin, he whispered as he let out one last deep breath and then straightened, I will perform 500 backflips without stopping. He closed his eyes, pushed away all thoughts of fatigue and pain, and then opened them and charged. Neji blocked Lee's punch and then brought his own leg up to block a low kick from his teammate before twisting to the side to avoid a second punch. As Lee's fist reached the extent of its reach, he swung it to the side to keep after Neji. Neji reached up to grab it and inflict more damage, but Lee changed tactics and lashed out with his other hand, connecting solidly with Neji's jaw. Lee was standing at a weird angle. He sort of had part of his back to Neji and was almost facing a spot about a half meter in front of the Hyuga, but his taijutsu skills were great enough that he could compensate and do some real damage. Neji had the opportunity to finish immobilizing Lee's right shoulder, but he wasn't sure that it would be worth the punishment he'd receive as he tried to do it. His left foot began to shift back as he prepared to spin again and give himself a little breathing room, but at that moment, Lee's back foot slid forward and pushed the Hyuga slightly off balance. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep Neji from being able to spin the way he needed to. Seizing his advantage, Lee stepped closer to Neji and grabbed his teammate by the shirt, preparing to throw him into the air. Neji was off balance, but he didn't need to be centered to hit the tenketsu that he could clearly see right in front of him. As Lee's grip tightened on his shirt and his shoulder flexed in anticipation of the throw, Neji's hand came up and drove his middle finger into Lee's wrist. The tendons within the joint immediately relaxed as the nerves were temporarily paralyzed. Lee didn't even realize that his hand had opened until he started his lifting motion and felt the lack of weight. He tried to bring his arms down to defend himself, but both of Neji's hands flashed forward before he could get into position. They connected with his chest and sent him flying away. Lee landed on his back and tumbled through the dirt and grass for over a meter before coming to a stop. He tried to take a deep breath but found that his lungs couldn't fill up the way he wanted them to. Instead, he had to settle for a series of quick, painful breaths to get oxygen back into his system. Slowly climbing back to his feet, he turned and located Neji, who was standing in almost the same spot he'd been. Both of them were beginning to wear down. Were it not for the damage he'd taken to his lungs, Lee would have been confident that he could wear Neji down and win that way. But even if it was an option, he didn't think he'd take it. He didn't want to prove that he had more stamina than Neji, they both already knew that. No, he wanted to show that his power had surpassed Neji's. That through nothing more than hard work and guts he had overcome the gap that had once separated them. Anything less than that would be a hollow victory. His body hated the shallow, unsatisfactory breaths that he was forced to take, but he could ignore such trivial needs as oxygen. Slowly he brought his hands up to the ready position and prepared himself. His muscles ached and cried out in protest as he sprinted forward at top speed, but those complaints were easy to block out as well. Neji's eyes widened in surprise at Lee's resilience as the bowl-cut genin bore down on him. So great was his surprise that he was a half-second slow in bringing up his arm to block Lee's punch and took a blow to the chest just below the neck that stunned him. Lee didn't bother slowing down to take pride in the pain on his rival's face. He was already ducking low and planting his hands on the ground. He drove his foot up into Neji's chin with everything he had and then leapt into the air after him. "You've seen me use this before," he whispered as his body caught up to Neji's, perfectly mimicking the other boy's flight so that he almost seemed to be a shadow, "but you have never felt it." He flexed his hands and his arm wrappings came undone. "Don't worry, I will be careful not to kill you." The wrappings wound their way around Neji, pinning his arms at his side as the two of them began to spin faster and faster. "Now you will see that hard work can surpass genius." Chapter 34. Oh. Even with his arms pinned at his sides and spinning at blinding speeds as he was hurtling headfirst towards the ground, Neji was not helpless. In fact, he actually had several things going for him. For one, his arms being pinned at his sides meant that shifting them forward or backward brought them in closer to his body and created a little bit of slack in his bindings. Since Lee was behind him, he went with that direction. The slack created by the movement wasn't much, but it was enough to curl his hands into fists and then quickly wiggle his fingers through the wrapping, bringing them into contact with Lee's stomach. He was also helped by the fact that he was already spinning, so he didn't really have to exert himself to create the kaiden, other than the effort it took to force chakra out of his body. His fingers pressed into Lee's stomach, pushing chakra into the coils located there. Were they not in such a precarious position, Lee probably would have noticed the way his stomach muscles instantly cramped up. The effort of performing the primary lotus, coupled with the concentration that it took to keep it from being a lethal attack, were enough of a distraction, however, that he didn't react in time to realize the danger he was in. Neji closed his eyes and began to force chakra out of every tenketsu in his body. He would not create a kaiden that was anywhere near as powerful as the ones he'd used in the match so far because he did not want to kill his teammate. They were basically tied together and the bindings were not made of anything that this form of chakra would instantly cut through. Lee would be held against the expanding vortex of chakra for at least a moment before being pushed away. If Neji wasn't careful, he could do some very real, and very deadly, damage. With his near 360-degree vision, Neji saw Lee's eyes widen in surprise and horror as he felt the chakra hit him. "Neji-kun, don't!" Lee yelled as his wrapping snapped and he was hurled away. Neji was now only about 2 meters off the ground and he no longer had Lee to guide him to the ground in a way that would save his life. To a normal genin, it would have been a fatal turn of events, but Neji was not a normal genin. With Lee safely away, Neji forced more chakra through his tenketsu, expanding the kaiden as he started to flip in the air. Without kaiden, he wouldn't have had the time to right himself, but the vortex dug into the ground, creating a small crater that gave him just enough room to complete his flip before he hit the ground. Even though he landed on his feet, the force of the impact was enough that his whole body cried out in protest. A sharp pain shot up his left leg and he looked down to find a small fracture running along his tibia. As the pressure and pain of the impact faded away, he pushed his weight down on the slightly broken leg and found that, even though it hurt like hell, it was still usable. Barely 2 meters away, Lee struggled to get back on his feet. He took 2 stumbling steps to the side and shook his head to clear the cobwebs. Without the benefit of knowing what Neji's plan was, his landing had not been nearly as graceful and he was paying for it now. In fact, it had cost him everything. "You're within the field of my hake," Neji whispered as he slid his left leg forward, bending forward and lowering his hand until it was almost touching his foot. His right arm rose as he extended it, palm up. "I'm sorry, but you will see that there are some walls too high to climb." Jukin hake 64 palms. It was unfortunate that Lee was too obstinate to see the truth. He aggravated Neji to no end, but the Hyuga still didn't relish the thought of crushing his teammate's dream. In the end, however, fate was fate. It could not be denied. And it was Lee's fate to lose to a person born to be better than him. He leapt forward, his hands aiming for the tenketsu just above Lee's sternum and the one under his 4th rib. The first would slow the flow of oxygen and blood to the brain, the second would cause a constriction of the diaphragm which would make it even more difficult to breathe. With these 2 points pressed and the coils beneath them injured by the chakra pushed into them, it would take a miracle for Lee to continue the fight much longer. When the following 62 strikes found their targets, Lee would be lucky to still be conscious, much less able to fight. Even with Lee's superior speed, which had already been diminished significantly during the fight, Neji was too close for him to dodge. Lee brought his body lower to the ground and for a moment, it actually looked like he was going to try to dodge anyway. And then Neji realized that Lee wasn't dodging at all, he was blocking. Lee's hand slammed into the ground and then, just as Neji was about to land his first series of strikes, he pulled his arm up, bringing a large boulder with it. Neji almost didn't have time to break off his attack. Striking the hard rock earlier than he expected to make contact with anything would probably have broken a couple of his fingers, but at the last second he was able to pull back and spin on his heel, grinding him around to the other side of the boulder. Lee clearly wasn't expecting such a quick recovery and was caught flat-footed, his back completely exposed. Neji couldn't hit the spots he'd originally been aiming for, but the back had plenty of vital areas he could attack. The spine was literally covered in chakra coils and there were dozens of tenketsu to choose from. Hake 2 palms. Neji's fingers pressed against the nape of Lee's neck and a spot between the second and third lumbar in his spine. With those pressed, Lee's legs would be significantly weakened and his head would suddenly feel 5 times heavier to his neck. 4 palms. 3 more strikes against the back to further weaken him and a fourth to not only damage his shoulder joint, but turn him around so Neji could finish the job properly. 8. With his wide field of vision, Neji could see the pain and fear in Lee's face as he realized that the end was near. 16. Lee had fought hard, but fate was inevitable. 32. Something wet struck Neji's face, a small tear from his teammate's eyes. Even as Lee's body recoiled in pain, his heart was already beginning to feel the weight of this latest defeat. Neji almost wished he could break off the attack and just leave it at that, but fate did not care about sparing a pawn's dignity. It did not care about hurt feelings or the unfairness of life. Reality was harsh, but it could not be denied. It was going to slap Lee across the face and wake him from his hopeless dream even as Neji sent him into merciful unconsciousness. 64. His voice was more of a whisper now as his fingers automatically sought out and pressed the last series of tenketsu to finish off the inevitable. Neji stepped back and let out a slow breath as Lee was knocked back, striking the boulder that he'd ripped from the earth, and then falling face first onto the dusty ground. As Hayate stepped forward to check Lee and then announce the winner, Neji stepped forward. "Now you see," he whispered. "A dog can howl at the moon all he wants, but he'll never touch it. Fate is not subject to our." Before he could say another word, Lee was on his feet. One hand caught Neji by the shirt, the other reached way back to deliver a vicious punch. Neji tensed, he was too surprised and too tired to defend himself. Lee's tenketsu were closed, there shouldn't be any power behind his punch, but if there was. The punch never landed. Lee's grip on his shirt relaxed and the bowl-cut ninja slumped forward against his teammate, causing Neji to stumble back. Lee wasn't even awake enough to do anything but slide down Neji's body until he came to rest once more on the ground, his outstretched hand gently clutching at the Hyuga's sandal. Hayate waited a few seconds longer to see if there would be a second recovery and then pointed at Neji. "Winner, Hyuga Neji." The crowd's applause was long and enthusiastic. Neji barely even heard it as he continued to stare down at Lee's unconscious body. He was telling the truth, Sasuke noted, his voice taking on a strange tone. He was stronger than Lee. Naruto cast a sideways glance at his friend and frowned as a little shiver ran down his spine. There was a certain lustful quality in Sasuke's red eyes that reminded him an awful lot of a different Sasuke. He had a sinking suspicion that Sasuke would have taken Sakura's hesitation in their match as a chance to end things quickly had he seen Lee and Neji's fight first. It had been so nice to see Sasuke set aside his own desires and allow a teammate to move on and have a chance to prove her worth, but at the first sign of real power, Sasuke hungered to taste it firsthand. There was a good chance that Sasuke would be less inclined to take Orochimaru's offer, should it ever come, but he would probably still be sorely tempted. "Are you wishing you hadn't forfeited?" Naruto asked, carefully watching Sasuke's face for his reaction. It was about what he'd thought it would be. The young Uchiha's eyes widened slightly as the thought of himself down there fighting Neji drifted through his mind. For a long moment, he didn't say anything as they watched Neji follow the team of medic nin carrying Lee's unconscious body back to the infirmary, but then he closed his eyes and sighed. "Maybe a little," he admitted. When his eyes opened, the Sharingan was gone, taking the lustful look with it. "Still, I can fight them another time and I won't have to deal with them being beaten half to death when I do it. I wouldn't want anything tainting my victory." Naruto was thankful for the truthfulness, though he could tell that the excuse had been a little half-hearted. It was true that if he challenged either of them to a sparring match, he could see them at full strength, but he could still have gotten them at close to their peak even if they met later in the tournament. A genin was allowed to receive minor medical treatment so long as they were ready to fight by the time their next match rolled around. The rule prevented something like dumb luck, or cheating, to decide the final outcome. If, through the luck of the draw, someone found himself in a difficult bracket, he wouldn't be at quite as much of a disadvantage should he meet someone in the finals who had a far easier road. Naruto actually suspected that the rule was primarily in place for the sake of those gambling on the outcome. After all, it wouldn't do for some no-name to win it all because he was lucky enough to draw the easier bracket while all the favorites took each other out in the first and second round. "Are you ready?" Sasuke asked Sakura, turning away from Naruto to look at the rather pale-faced Kunoichi. "No," she whispered. "I think I'm going to be sick." "You've still got a few minutes before they start the next round," Naruto said with a smile. "The bathrooms are just down the hall if you need them." He cast a surreptitious glance at Temari and Gaara who were standing at the opposite end of the opening, neither seemed to be paying much attention to the Leaf Genin. "Plus," he whispered, "I can drag my match out a bit. Just say the word and I'll keep Temari on her feet until the sun goes down." Sakura rolled her eyes and shook her head. "She's strong, you can't just mess around this time." "You'll be fine," Sasuke said, his eyes also darting towards the Suna Genin. "Just do your best." "She ought to just forfeit," Shikamaru grumbled from his spot near the stairs. Naruto looked over at Shikamaru and rolled his eyes playfully. "Not all of us are lame asses like you. Well, except for Sasuke." He started to duck on pure instinct, but Sakura couldn't reach him without pushing Sasuke out of the way and she didn't seem to have the strength or will to waste on pretend fighting anyway. Shikamaru shrugged. "If you'd seen what he can do, you'd be telling her to forfeit too." There was a little look in his eyes that told Naruto he was digging for info. "I've seen it. I don't mean in that fight against Kabuto, that was just him playing around." Naruto grinned and winked knowingly at his friend. "I wasn't talking about that either." Shikamaru's eyes narrowed and his head moved up and down just enough to be noticed for what it was, if a person knew what to look for. Naruto had seen the movement hundreds of times over the years, he definitely knew a "thank you" when he saw one. His reply nod was a little more obvious, but just as clear. "I wish you'd both stop talking about it," Sakura hissed as she pushed away from the railing and began making her way towards the hall. Before anyone could say anything, Hayate announced that it was time for the next match. "Well, that's my cue," Naruto said. "I'll see you guys shortly." "Only if they visit you in the infirmary," Temari retorted. She opened her fan and leapt over the railing, riding the airwaves down to the ground next to Hayate. Naruto watched her flight and shook his head. "You know, I think she might be planning on trying to kill me," he sighed as he shoved his fists in his pocket and began walking towards the stairs. "Tell Sakura-chan to give me a holler when she's feeling a little more ready for her fight." Naruto-kun," Hinata called out just before he reached the stairs. Naruto looked over his shoulder and smiled at her. "Be careful," she said with a shy smile of her own, "indeed do your best." "Nah," the blonde chuckled, his eyes shifting to meet the cold stare Gaara was giving him from behind the young Hyuga. "Where's the fun in ending it so quickly?" And then he continued on down to the arena floor. "Just how many people do you owe money to?" Jiraiya asked as he handed Tsunade a chipped tin cup full of tea. "I've never seen him before," she whispered as she took a sip, shivering despite the warmth of the day. "He knew all about you," Jiraiya pointed out, "even the hemophobia." "It's not that big of a secret," Tsunade replied dejectedly. "He probably just worked for some petty crime lord. Or at least the owner of a gambling hall." "But that doesn't explain how he knew that you were looking for Tsunade-sama," Shizune pointed out. "Or how a gambling hall owner was able to afford someone who could hold his own against one of the Sannin for so long," Jiraiya agreed. "You weren't exactly fighting all out," Tsunade said with a sigh as she took a deeper sip of the tea, slowly relaxing. Jiraiya grinned. "I didn't want to kill him before he explained who he was and what he was after. Still, he fought weird. He never really attacked after cutting his arm, if that even counts as attacking, he just make it hard to pin him down and finish him off." Tsunade shrugged. "So?" Jiraiya glanced at her and lifted an eyebrow. "So, why would he bother making himself known if he wasn't going to actually try to do anything? Why would he pick a fight with us if he knew who we were? What was the point?" He looked down at the man who was bound and unconscious and shook his head. "If he was after money, he should have fought different. He knew a bunch of ninjutsu I'd never seen before, but none of them were offensive. He was just..." Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Finish your tea, we're leaving." What's wrong?" Shizune asked. "He wasn't fighting to beat us," Jiraiya explained as he reached down and lifted the man onto his shoulder with relative ease. "He was just trying to slow us down. A few hours was all he cost us, but that might have been enough." He snatched the cup out of Tsunade's hands and threw the tea out before tucking it into his bag. "We won't make it back to Konoha until tomorrow now." Tsunade was following his thinking now and she quickly got to her feet. And tomorrow might be too late, she whispered as all three took off at top speed down the winding dirt path. Tamari was not used to being weaker than any of her opponents. She was the daughter of the Kage. She'd been trained by the elite Junin and even her father since before she could even really walk or talk. It wasn't just her, of course. All of the Kage's children had started receiving instruction at a very young age. Kankuro, who was a year younger than her, was arguably one of the greatest puppet users in the village. There were some in Suna who whispered that he might one day rival the great master Sasori, though Tamari considered this to be overstated flattery. Given what Sasori was rumored to have been capable of, the only reason anyone would compare him to Kankuro was to heap praise on the son of the Kage. In Temari's opinion, Kankuro had a much better chance of surpassing crazy old Chio than he did of catching up with a legend like Sasori. As the oldest child, Tamari had always been the strongest. Kankuro tried to claim that they were nearly equal in power now that they were getting closer to reaching their adult height and strength, but it simply wasn't true. Kankuro was strong, but Tamari could still beat him in a straight fight and, more importantly, she was smarter. She was always plotting several moves ahead, maneuvering her enemy into little traps that she'd set. Her claim as the strongest came with a small disclaimer that could be summed up in one word: Gaara. Her youngest brother was different. With the one-tailed Shukaku sealed inside of him, he was abnormally powerful and exceptionally unstable. As a child he would lash out at people for no apparent reason, sometimes without even seeming to realize what he was doing. Their father trained him personally, trying to give the power of the demon within him shape and control, but all it did was make Gaara more deadly. As he got older, what had started out as random or accidental killings became cold, intentional murders. Gaara seemed to stop caring about anyone but himself, and that made him even more frightening than he was when he was simply a little boy who couldn't control his actions. Naruto didn't act like Gaara, thankfully, but there was something about him that began to unnerve her as their match progressed. He reminded her of Gaara in more ways than one, though she couldn't quite pin down what all those ways were. The one that she could see was the way that Naruto seemed so completely confident about the outcome of a fight. It was just Gaara-ish to her. The first time she'd seen him in action was in the Forest of Death, though at that time she'd thought that perhaps one of Konoha's Junin was simply watching out for his students. There was no way that a genin could counter Gaara's sand so easily, let alone that three such genin could all be found on the same team. Then she watched him fight in the prelims and realized that he was a bit more than his boisterous antics let on. And finally, as she watched him fight against Kankuro, she'd seen still more of what he was capable of. She'd thought that there was a good chance that she'd actually have to use her full strength, or close to it, anyway, in order to defeat him, but she hadn't thought that she would have any real trouble beating him. Tamari knew that Gaara was obsessed with him. She'd seen the way her little brother's eyes tracked Naruto every time they were around each other. When Gaara wandered off to go looking for Naruto during the month between the second test and the finals, Tamari had been the one to tell Baki that they needed to stop him before he caused an incident. It wasn't often that Gaara found anyone so riveting that he would wait over a month before killing him, but Naruto had definitely piqued his interest somehow. The thought had occurred to her that it might be better to forfeit and let Gaara face Naruto in the next round, but after her defeat at the hands of Shikamaru, and it was a defeat in her eyes, she needed to redeem herself. Plus, it grated on her nerves the way he talked about prolonging the fight so that his little pink-haired girlfriend could work up the nerve to go out and lose to Gaara. It had probably been 10 years since anyone other than Gaara had dared to take her so lightly. If she could beat Naruto, Gaara would probably lose interest in him anyway, and then she would just have to forfeit rather than face her brother. The problem was, she wasn't sure that she could beat Naruto. All his talk about dragging things out hadn't just been idle boasting, he was doing it. She'd realized that things might not go as smoothly as she'd planned when her first attack with her fan had simply been brushed aside as if it were nothing. The wind the fan produced and her natural inclination towards wind element chakra worked in harmony to amplify each other. The gusts produced by the fan pushed her chakra farther and with greater force than she could achieve on her own, and her chakra increased the damage done by the wind from the fan. She'd knocked down trees from almost 50 meters away with a really powerful attack, yet Naruto seemed to have no trouble stopping it. Her first attack, from nearly point-blank range, had been stopped by a swing of his hand. It was like he'd cut right through it or simply cancelled it out by using a gust of wind that equaled her own. At first, she hadn't believed it. She'd assumed it was some sort of trick, or fluke, or something, but after only a few experiments she was certain that he was a wind element user as well. Wind was supposed to be the rarest of elements. Even in the wind country, where Sunagakure was located, there existed very few wind chakra users. Her Junin, Baki, was the only other person she'd met who was naturally inclined towards wind. There were more, of course, but not many. And Uzumaki Naruto might be the best she'd ever seen. There was something about the way that he fell into her traps with a knowing smile on his face, and then escaped them without any damage, that told her he was holding back even as she threw almost everything she had at him. Perhaps even more annoying than being toyed with is the fact that Naruto kept looking over at the waiting room, probably looking for the pink-haired girl to give him permission to start acting serious. It was insulting that he apparently thought so little of her. And Temari hated being insulted. "If you don't start taking this seriously," she growled after he glanced over his shoulder again. "The fight had already been dragged out to nearly 45 minutes, I'm going to have to stop playing with you." Naruto returned his attention to her and lifted an eyebrow as if to ask if she'd been paying attention to the fight. She'd definitely been paying attention and she was tired of dealing with it. After dealing with the frustration that was Shikamaru, Temari wasn't going to allow herself to look bad a second time. Naruto was obviously stronger than she was and his wind chakra abilities were at least equal to hers despite the fact that he seemed to be holding a lot back, but he was stupid for simply stalling. He was giving her a chance to see what weaknesses he might have and to deduce how much more power she needed to add to her arsenal to beat him. It was a good thing that she'd maneuvered Naruto so that she had her back to the spectators. "Your little girlfriend is going to die," Temari told him with a smile as she held her open fan in front of her. "Gaara doesn't like being denied a kill. After that last match, he'll probably kill her in one shot." Naruto shrugged. "Sakura-chan can handle it. He won't have as easy of a time as you think. You don't know Gaara." "You'd be surprised what I know," he informed her with a grin. "I probably know Gaara better than you ever will." Temari found this to be a strange comment, given that Naruto had only met Gaara a month ago and that he was near the top of Gaara's list of people he'd like to kill. Were she not trying to win this match, she might have considered asking him to explain himself, but all she was really doing was trying to plant the idea in his head that he should look back towards Gaara and his pink-haired teammate. And then he did it. Temari's thumb was in her mouth before Naruto had even completely turned his head. If he noticed the movement, he gave no sign. A split second later, she wiped the blood across her fan and began to swing the fan as she said, "Kuchios, Kurikiri mai." Naruto's head whipped around, but Temari knew his fate was already sealed. She'd only learned the summoning technique a few weeks before they'd left to come to Konoha for the Chunin exam and she'd been given explicit orders not to use it unless absolutely necessary. In her opinion, this was necessary. She couldn't take another defeat like the one she'd already suffered, especially not to someone like Uzumaki Naruto who seemed to be even more of a loser than Shikamaru. Shikamaru had been infuriatingly clever, staying 2 steps ahead of her, something no one else had ever managed, and then giving up right when he'd captured her, but he at least acted like he was taking her seriously for the most part. Naruto was treating her like someone he could hold off forever without worry. Like a child he was just pretending to fight with. For a brief second, Kamatari was visible within the gust of wind that her fan produced. The weasel's sleek white body clothed in a tight-fitting black vest looked almost comical with the enormous sickle in his paws and the large patch over his left eye, but there was nothing comical about what he could do. "Get him," he whispered as the blade began to spin and he suddenly seemed to vanish as he moved faster than the human eye could see. "Just the boy," she called out, not even sure if he could hear her with the speeds he was traveling. She didn't want to destroy half the arena, but at least it would be the half that didn't have any spectators sitting on it. Naruto sprang back, apparently trying to put a little more space between himself and the death that was rushing at him, but it was already far too late for that. Kamatari could not be defeated. The blonde's fingers formed a quick series of seals and then he brought his hand to his mouth as he said, "Sweeten, Mizu Rappa." An enormous spout of water erupted from his mouth, flying right at the oncoming wind and the weasel hidden within it. It was a pointless technique, powerful, but completely incapable of stopping Kamatari, who would cut right through the water like it was nothing. Temari had seen Kamatari cut a sand dune in half. There was no way a level C ninjutsu like Mizu Rappa would have any effect on him. And it didn't. Just as she'd thought, the water parted almost instantly. The second it did, however, Naruto's hand made another one of his chopping motions that signaled his use of something similar to Baki's K's no Yaiba. The wind struck him just after he made the movement. Temari waited for him to topple over, probably cut in half, but he remained standing. Instead, Kamatari reappeared just behind him, a very confused look on his face and the handle to his sickle between his paws. The blade of the sickle was stuck in the ground about half a meter in front of Naruto. Kamatari looked at his broken weapon and then looked at Temari and shook his head. "I'll get him next time," he promised as he vanished in a puff of smoke, taking the sickle blade with him. Naruto let out a deep breath that he'd apparently been holding and wiped the back of his hand across his brow. "That was close," he said with a nervous chuckle. "I didn't realize you could do something like that already." Temari didn't have an answer. Normally she always had some comment to make, oftentimes a sarcastic or annoyed one. People were stupid and they deserved to be told so. She had no answer for what she'd just seen. To her knowledge, no one had ever blocked commentary. She could see how he'd done it, the water showed him where the weasel was and then it was just a matter of hitting him with a wind blade, but to have come up with that so quickly when he'd never even seen the technique before. She turned and looked up at Gaara, who was watching the match with great interest, though she knew none of it had to do with her. Gaara was one of the most powerful people she knew. His sand could protect him and attack his enemies simultaneously with little more than a thought from him. The rest of their village was right to be afraid of him, he could be truly terrifying. And yet, as she looked up at him after having just witnessed what Naruto could truly do, Temari felt something for Gaara that she'd never felt before: fear. She'd been afraid of Gaara more times than she cared to remember. He threatened to kill her almost once a week, sometimes more. Kankuro received the threat nearly daily. But this was the first time that she really thought that there was a chance, even if only a slim chance, that Gaara might have found something that could hurt him. Something that could kill him. If that happened, she wasn't sure how she would feel. Would she weep for her little brother or rejoice over the death of a monster? She supposed she wouldn't know until they got there. I forfeit, she told Hayate and then turned to walk away, ignoring Naruto's protests and the cheers that went up from the home crowd. As they walked through the hall towards their destination, the tall man and the short girl he was walking with heard the roar from the crowd and stopped for just a second to listen. Naruto, do you think? Tenten asked, looking up at her sensei. Guy gave her a big, toothy grin. It seems that Kakashi's student is unexpectedly full of the power of youth today. Tenten rolled her eyes and the two of them continued down the hall. Let's hope he's not as full of it as Lee and Neji. They're lucky they didn't kill each other out there. Guy's large hand patted her on the shoulder. Now, Tenten, you shouldn't fault them for throwing themselves wholeheartedly into their beautiful rivalry. Young men, such as Lee and Neji, simply cannot hold back when the heat of the battle takes them. And if they'd killed each other, then where would we be? Tenten asked in an annoyed voice. She was exceptionally happy that it was only a hypothetical question so she could pretend that such a thing wouldn't completely crush her. The very thought of them really dying would make her stomach twist painfully. If she lost her two best friends, it would probably be the same as dying herself. Guy didn't have a chance to respond as they reached the infirmary, but as he pushed them open he whispered, "Someday, Tenten, your passionate fires will be stoked and then you will understand." Tenten seriously doubted that, but she could hardly say so as Neji looked up at them from his spot next to Lee's bed. Neji's shirt was off and his chest and stomach were tightly wrapped with bandages, as was his left leg. Around his neck hung several loose bandages that had probably been over his nose before he pulled them off. A broken nose wasn't something that could be fixed or treated all that well with bandages anyway, but without them the swelling around his face was far more apparent. Kabuto and Kankuro were nowhere to be found. Apparently Kankuro had woken and left since he wasn't all that badly injured outside of the punishment he'd received from Naruto's fists, while Kabuto had been taken directly to the actual Konoha hospital to have his serious wounds treated. "Sensei," Neji said with a small bow of his head, though he didn't stand. "You were victorious once again," Guy noted. Tenten thought he almost sounded disappointed. "Of course," Neji replied, though the haughtiness that normally accompanied those words was strangely absent. "Fate is fate." Guy sighed and shook his head. "Your next match will be against Hyuga Hinata. Are you going to be able to make it? Most of my injuries were minor and the rest won't cause me any trouble against her. Are you going to lose your head over this, main house, business?" Neji was silent for a moment and then shook his head. "No." Guy gave him a piercing look from under his thick eyebrows. "I want your word, a warm promise that you won't take this match personally." Neji stared at him and then turned back to Lee. "Are you going to try to stop the match if I don't promise?" he asked softly. "Yes. Then I promise." Guy's seriousness vanished instantly and he gave his student a warm smile and lightly patted him on the head in a way that they all knew Neji hated. "Good. Why don't you get your shirt on and Tenten will walk with you to the waiting area. I will sit with Lee until he wakes." Neji nodded, collected his things and followed Tenten to the door. Just before they left the room, Guy called out, "Neji, congratulations on your victory. Good luck in your next match. I know that you will warm my heart with your proud efforts." Neji stopped, but didn't turn around or reply. After a moment, he continued out the door and Guy turned back to Lee. "Come now, Lee, we both know you are awake. There is no need to feel shame in your efforts." Lee's eyes opened somewhat reluctantly, but they did not rise to meet Guy's. "Forgive me, Guy-sensei," he whispered, "I couldn't prove that hard work can overcome genius." "You proved plenty, Lee," Guy told him gently, his eyes becoming glassy and his voice slightly choked. You truly were the beautiful green beast of Konoha today. But I didn't win. Emerging victorious is not always the only way to win. Sometimes simply pushing yourself and your opponent farther than either of you has ever gone is a victory in and of itself. Neji will still pretend to feel superior to you, but I can see that the fires of your youth have ignited something within him as well. Guy smiled and carefully patted Lee on the shoulder. I believe that he shall not reach the summertime of adulthood without tasting defeat at your hands. I do not know, Guy-sensei. Every time I think that I am catching him, I find that I'm as far behind as ever. That is because Neji has to work hard to stay ahead of you, Guy whispered. Even in defeating you to prove his superiority, he acknowledges that hard work is needed because he does not only rely on his genius. You taught him this. With my help, of course. Lee smiled and rubbed his finger under his nose as he sniffled. He let out a slow breath and sat up so that he could look his mentor in the eyes. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Next time, I shall push Neji-kun even farther. If I'd had the time to open more of the Hachiman, I could have beaten him for sure. Guy smiled proudly, flashing his brilliant white teeth and giving Lee a thumbs up. If I cannot teach you to open them faster so you can achieve your goal, I will run 1,000 laps around Konoha on my fingertips. And if I cannot learn to open them more quickly and open more of them by the end of next year, I will find a quarry and carry a day's worth of their rocks for them faster than they could do it on their own. The two nearly identical ninjas smiled at each other and then threw their arms around one another as they cried. Guy-sensei. Lee. At that moment, Medic Nin entered the room to check on his patients. He stopped dead in his tracks at the sight that greeted him, and then turned right around and walked out without a word. Sorry about that, Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he climbed the stairs. I tried to give you some time to get ready, but Tamari took it a little personal. Sakura shook her head and smiled in spite of her nerves. You're a dork, Naruto, she said, but I love you. Thanks for trying. Truth be told, were it not for the fact that she was about to go up against one of the scarier genin in the tournament, she would have had a lot more to say to Naruto. Questions of how he'd done what he'd done in the few minutes of his match that she'd caught were creeping around the edges of her brain, but she couldn't entertain them while a match with Gaara was about to start. From what Shikamaru and Hinata had told her when she and Sasuke returned, the whole match had gone about the same way that it ended. Naruto had totally dominated from start to finish. Sakura had expected him to win, easily even, but she'd almost thought that he'd played around too much when Tamari used her summoning jutsu. For him to block something that no one else could even see. Naruto nodded. Good luck out there. You already know that he uses sand, so watch out for it. He'll probably try to end things quickly, so don't fall asleep waiting for Hayate-san to tell you to start. Water jutsu might slow the sand down a bit, but not a lot. He can make more from the ground anyway, but it's not as good as the stuff in his gourd. Genjutsu should work on him, but the sand will still protect him if you try to attack. There were a lot of buts in there, Sakura sighed. Should I even bother? You never know until you try, the blonde said with a grin. He's not unbeatable and he's not very fast. The sand slows him down a lot and his taijutsu isn't great if you can get past his defenses. You'll just have to figure out how to do it. That's a lot of information, Shikamaru noted curiously. How do you know all that? Naruto's lower lip shifted slightly as if he were about to bite it, but then realized what he was doing. I have my methods, he said with a sly smile, and Gaara and I have an interesting relationship. At that moment, the subject of their conversation walked past them on his way towards the stairs where Naruto was still standing. This will be quick, he promised Sakura without looking at her. He paused when he reached Naruto, his cold eyes glaring at the blonde, but he didn't say anything. He simply nodded fractionally and then went down the stairs. Sakura let out a slow breath. Well, that doesn't sound good, she joked weakly. You'll be fine, Sasuke told her. He turned to look at Naruto, expecting the blonde to offer similar words of encouragement, but Naruto was no longer there. The four genin stepped closer to the stairs and looked down them. On the next landing down, Naruto had just reached out and grabbed Gaara by the elbow, turning the redhead around. What followed next was a quick, whispered conversation that didn't seem to impress Gaara too much. In fact, even Naruto seemed unsettled by whatever it was that he was saying. When Naruto finished saying his piece, Gaara looked down at his elbow and said, if you don't want to die now instead of out there after I'm done with your friend, let go. The blonde released Gaara and watched silently as the redhead walked out to the arena grounds. What was that about? Shikamaru asked. Naruto looked up and smiled the stupid smile he used when he was trying to look innocent. Just giving him some friendly advice. Sakura didn't feel like talking anymore and she definitely didn't feel like wondering about the weirdness of Naruto yet again. She steeled herself for what was to come and marched resolutely down the stairs without saying goodbye to anyone. She'd trained hard for this day. Enko, Yugao, and Rin had all helped her in some way or another. She'd thought for sure that she'd lose to Sasuke and hadn't been able to convince herself that she could go all out against him. Against Gaara, she would have to give it her all or she would die a very sad, pitiful death in front of a lot of people. Her mother and father were in the stands watching. She couldn't let be so cowardly as to fall apart before she even really got into a match. Good luck, Naruto whispered as she passed him. Sakura couldn't really hear him. Well, what do you think? Rin asked Kakashi as they watched Sakura step out onto the battlegrounds and walk to where Gaara and Hayate were already standing. Kakashi scratched his head. It will probably be a little rough for her, but you know more of what she can do than I do at this point. Rin smiled. She's strong, really strong, but that Gaara guy is still out of her league. Give her another year or so and you won't even recognize her, but after a month. Times are too peaceful for kids to be able to reach his level at this age. Though Naruto seems to be more than he appears. Naruto's always been unpredictable, Kakashi agreed. I think he's enjoying rubbing it in the faces of everyone who had a hand in his education over the years. He's probably hurting a few pocketbooks as well. What about you? Did you violate the third of the 3 sins? It didn't seem fair, so I abstained this time around. Rin giggled and punched him lightly in the arm. Didn't want to bet against Naruto and Sakura. Something like that, though I have to tell you, I could have made enough to retire. Rin let out a low whistle and leaned in closer as she whispered, you are going to bet on Naruto. 100 to 1 odds and he hasn't even broken a sweat while beating the Kage's oldest 2 children. I'm not saying I knew he was that good, but he's one of those people who just makes you want to believe in him. When he told me he was strong enough to win the whole thing, I believed him. Rin nodded and looked back down at Sakura and Gaara as they prepared to face off. Did you ever feel like the other villagers weren't so wrong in the way they treated Naruto? She asked softly. What do you mean by that? I'm not saying it was his fault that the 4th died, I know it wasn't, but he's got, her voice trailed off and she sighed. For a while I thought that it would be better for it to be gone from our lives even if it meant losing the last piece of Sensei and Kushina. Kakashi was quiet for a moment and then he sighed and lowered his eyes. Yes, he admitted, there were times when I thought it would be worth it just to be rid of that thing. But once you get to know Naruto, it's impossible to think like that anymore. He's not just a piece of Sensei and Kushina, he's the best of both of them. Rin smiled. Then I'll have to make sure I spend some time getting to know him before I head back. The best of both of them must be quite the sight to behold. Sakura was afraid of Gaara. She would have been perfectly willing to admit it openly, but that was unnecessary since it was clearly written across her face anyway. The way he acted, the power that she'd seen from him, the constant killer intent that seemed to roll off of him. It all combined to make him terrifying to her. The way he'd said that he would kill Naruto, and Sasuke too, if he got in the way, without batting an eye or giving any sign that it would be emotionally difficult for him to snuff out the lives of her friends chilled her to the bone. There was just something wrong about him. His intense eyes staring out from those strange dark circles gave his face a slightly unhinged look to it. People weren't supposed to be like that. They weren't supposed to be able to kill without qualm. Ninja were supposed to kill their emotions in order to complete their jobs, but Gaara had taken it to a level that was out of the norm. He seemed to relish the killing or the idea of it anyway. As they waited for the fight to start, Gaara's eyes seemed to bore into her. She could feel the pressure of them, but she dared not meet them. Instead, her eyes remained on his feet, watching as his toes flexed and shifted in his sandals. They looked like any other feet, but they were holding up a monster. What could she do against someone like him? Just wait for Naruto and Sasuke to save you, a voice jeered at her. That's what you usually do anyway. Sakura shook her head, trying to deny the voice's words, but she knew they were true. She did get saved a lot. She used to look down on Naruto, especially in the academy and when they first became Team 7. It had been one of the greatest disappointments of her life when he was placed in a team with her and Sasuke. Someone like Choji or Shikamaru would have been much better. They were lazy, but they didn't talk as much and they certainly didn't make a habit of embarrassing her in front of everyone. Now, she couldn't imagine anyone but Naruto on her team. He was always there to smile and encourage her, to offer a helping hand or a kind word. He just genuinely wanted to be her friend and she genuinely loved having him as one. And Sasuke. She just genuinely loved Sasuke. It had started as a schoolgirl crush that probably didn't mean anything. She didn't really know him back then and she felt bad for the way she'd acted. Now that she did know him, however, she found those feelings only magnified. Yes, he was handsome, talented, and still a bit mysterious, but he could also be kind in his own way. He didn't have to help her during their times training together after Kakashi had dismissed him. He didn't have to pick up the slack when she wasn't keeping up during their missions. He didn't have to give her that little half-smile of his whenever they were talking. But he did all of those things and many more. Naruto had once told her that if she wanted to be around to help Sasuke restore his clan, she'd have to help him kill his brother. She did want to be around for the restoring the clan part, if Sasuke wanted her, but at the moment she wasn't sure how much help she'd be for the killing part. Sasuke's brother had wiped out the whole Uchiha clan. Apparently, he'd have to have been a lot stronger than Gaara. Sakura knew without a doubt that he and Sasuke would come to her rescue if they were needed, regardless of the consequences to themselves, but this time she didn't want them to. It wasn't quite the same as helping Sasuke with his brother, but it would be only her second real fight against someone who wasn't a member of her team, where she couldn't just let Sasuke and Naruto do all the work. Her first fight had ended with her nearly unconscious. She was determined to make sure that this ended differently. She just hoped that, differently, didn't mean it was ending with her dead. Hayate coughed and then called out, "The second fight of the second round. Begin." The sand came at Sakura almost instantly, just as Naruto had told her it would. Sakura pushed chakra into her legs and flipped backwards, throwing a handful of kunai at Gaara at the height of her jump to discourage the sand from continuing to chase her. Her fingers were already together before she'd even landed, forming seals. Doden, Ritsudo Tenshou. Her hand slammed into the ground, shattering the earth between her and Gaara and causing it to slowly shift. Had anyone been using a jutsu to travel under the ground, they would have been killed instantly. With Gaara standing above the ground, the jutsu didn't really do much to him, but it did create a large number of boulders, though they were primarily made of dirt, rather than stone. Ritsudo Tenshou was one of the jutsu that Rin had taught her when they took a break from medical ninjutsu. It was something she'd learned during the war, though she wouldn't go into any more detail than that. It was good for fighting enemies that liked to hide underground, and, when it was coupled with a jutsu that Yugao had taught her, it made for an interesting combination. Doden, Iwayado Kuzushi. The jutsu allowed Sakura to control the large rocks that she had just created. It was usually used for causing rocks to fall down on an opponent if they happened to be in a cave or canyon, but for a brief moment it could also be used to lift and throw them, though it was a very brief moment. The rocks shot out of the ground at Gaara and came crashing down around him. They weren't that heavy and they weren't made totally of stone, so Sakura didn't think that she'd killed him, but she wasn't totally sure that she cared in this case. Gaara wanted to kill her friends and he'd get a shot at Naruto if she lost. Protecting her friends was probably the only reason she could justify killing someone in a tournament like this, but it was reason enough. Sakura-chan, look out! Naruto yelled from the waiting area. Sakura dove to the side as what could only be described as a sand spike shot through the rocks and dirt covering Gaara and nearly took her head off. More spikes branched out from other areas of the pile of rubble and then the whole thing began to shake. Sakura reached into her weapon pouch and retrieved an exploding tag and a kunai. The pile was almost melting now as the dirt was converted to sand until finally Gaara appeared within it. He was completely unharmed. In fact, he didn't seem to have even uncrossed his arms yet. Sakura threw the kunai with the exploding tag at him, but the sand rose up and protected him from the explosion. There wasn't even much of a scorch mark to show for the tag's efforts. So far, Sakura's best ninjutsu had proven to be ineffective against her opponent and exploding tags didn't seem to fare much better. She was handicapped by the fact that he was apparently naturally inclined towards the earth element as well, and he seemed to be a lot better at it than she was, but it took a fair number of jutsu out of play for her. She wasn't even sure if she should be using earth jutsu to protect herself if he could just turn it into sand. She might throw up a wall to block an attack and end up giving him more sand to use against her. That left her with taijutsu, which did not seem to be a good idea, and genjutsu. Sakura took a deep breath and began forming another set of seals. This would use up a lot of her chakra, but if it worked, it might be enough to win. Kokuang Yusatsu no Jutsu. This one got Gaara's attention. She couldn't see what he was seeing, of course, but she could gauge his reaction to it. It was not what Sakura imagined she'd look like when Anko had cast it on her, but he at least seemed to be confused by the sudden blackness that he probably thought had surrounded him. If she'd done it right, he would be seeing some pretty gross images of mangled people reaching out to grab hold of him and drag him farther into the darkness. According to Yugao, who had not been in favor of casting the jutsu on Sakura to show her how it works, a user of Kokuang Yusatsu could then approach their victims and choke them as the hands of the images were grabbing them. The illusion masked the attack. Sakura wasn't sure that she could choke the life out of anyone, even someone like Gaara, but it would give her a chance to do some other things while she considered the idea. Grabbing a handful of exploding tags, she pushed them together into a wad and then wrapped a small wire around them, stringing it through the rings of several kunai in the process. This little trick was a Yugao specialty. The tags would explode and send the kunai flying in all directions. With any luck, none of those directions would take them into the stands or send them after Hayate or herself, but they should be unpredictable enough that Gaara wouldn't see them coming until it was too late. Naruto seemed to think that Gaara's sand would protect him no matter what, but there had to be a limit to it. With enough speed and no warning, even an impenetrable defense could crumble. Her work finished, Sakura ran at Gaara, throwing the little present so that it would land just behind and to the left of him, in clear view of Hayate so that he would know what was coming. Sakura had no intention of choking Gaara, but she was going to give him as good a thrashing as she could manage in 10 seconds and then she was going to run like hell. Gaara was obviously seeing the images grabbing at him now, because his arms had uncrossed and were reaching out to push away things that didn't exist. Most people only accepted the image for a minute before their brains started catching on to the idea that the info being relayed by the five senses was false. Sakura pulled back her fist and drove it up at Gaara's face. The sand was most sluggish than it had been when she threw the first kunai, but it still moved fast enough to stop her punch. She stepped back and tried a kick, but was blocked once more. A quick 5-punch and kick combo that Anko had taught her was just as easily defeated. She glanced at the little bomb she'd made and then back at Gaara. She only had a few more seconds before she needed to be gone. The sand was just so fast and hard. There was one little trick, but it was a long shot. Rin had mentioned something about pinpoint chakra control being perfect for enhancing strength far beyond what a normal ninja would be capable of. She just had to have all that chakra explode into her fist the moment she made contact. With only 3 or 4 seconds before the bomb would go off, she swung at his head once more. The sand rose up and blocked her punch just as the chakra in her fist was pushed out. The sand exploded, and then she felt her fist make solid contact with flesh and bone. Gaara's eyes widened and the slightly confused look was replaced with total shock that mirrored her own. Before either could react farther, the exploding tags went off. Sakura threw her hands up to shield herself from what she was certain was going to be an awfully painful reminder of how stupid it was to have stayed so close to the bomb when she knew it was going to go off soon. Gaara was mostly between her and the explosion, but his body would only shield her from so much. After a second, nothing had happened. She'd been completely missed somehow. She looked up and found that rather than being missed, she had been saved by the fact that the sand had indeed been up to the challenge of blocking the blast and the kunai that had been sent flying at supersonic speeds. Gaara wasn't looking at the sand, however, or in the direction of the explosion, or at her, for that matter. Instead, his hand was up at his lip where a small trickle of blood was running down his face and dripping off his chin. What is this?" he asked through rapid gulps. What is it?" There was almost a childlike fear in his voice as he stared in horror at the blood on his fingertips. It was like he'd never seen his own blood before. His wide, scared eyes slowly lifted from the blood on his hand to the one who had drawn it. "You hurt me," he whispered. Gaara looked so distraught that Sakura almost wanted to apologize for punching him. She didn't, however, and the fear left his face only to be replaced with crazed rage. "You hurt me," he yelled as his fist lashed out, striking her across the face and sending her to the ground. His eyes narrowed and he bared his teeth as he lifted his hand over his head. A wall of sand seemed to rise up behind him, preparing to spill down and crush her. Instinct took over as Sakura rolled back onto her hands and pushed off the ground with everything she had. The sand came down, but like a wave of water seemed to flow forward even after crashing into the ground. By the time she landed, the sand was already beneath her, waiting. Her feet slipped as the ground shifted under her, and she had to put a hand down to try to catch herself. The sand rose up to capture her, but she reached her free hand back into her weapon pouch, retrieved a kunai, and slashed through it before it managed to claim her. Swinging down at the sand around her other hand, she was able to pull free briefly. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get another kunai in her hand so that she could try to defend herself as well as possible. Her feet were stuck now, she didn't even have to look down to confirm it. Gaara pretty much had her and he didn't look like he was in the mood to nicely request her to give up. She didn't think she had enough chakra to use any sort of genjutsu that would get her out of this situation. Even if she managed to catch him, and he would surely be looking for it, the sand seemed to have a mind of its own. It wouldn't really help her. Sakura knew she had to think of some move that would get her out of this trap, but she couldn't think of anything. Her friends would have to jump in and save her after all. And that would only put them in danger. She threw one of her kunai at Gaara. It was a useless effort, of course, and the sand easily blocked it without releasing her, but it was about all she could think to do. She reached back into the weapon pouch and found one last exploding tag with 2 more kunai. The exploding tags had proven just as useless against Gaara as the kunai and everything else. His sand was simply too perfect of a defense. It was something of a miracle that she'd even been able to punch through it. That thought struck her as odd for some reason. She'd punched through it with considerable difficulty and been unable to damage it at all with exploding tags, but a kunai could slice through the sand when it tried to come after her. It obviously hardened when it was protecting Gaara. But not to protect itself. It was just sand if an attack was directed at the sand itself. Sakura pulled the kunai and the tag from her pouch. It was an idiotic plan, but it was better than all of the other options she could come up with, which seemed to mostly consist of dying, begging Naruto and Sasuke to save her, or some combination of those two. At least this way she'd go out with a bang. Sakura hoped her mother wasn't watching too closely. Much as her mother could aggravate her with the constant worrying and thinly veiled suggestions that she enter a less dangerous career field, Sakura didn't really want to upset her. Usually. She wrapped the tag around the handle of the kunai, pushing a little chakra into the seal to activate it, and then tossed it into the sand about 1.5 meters in front of her. As expected, the sand didn't react to the danger it was in. It was just sand. Sakura took a deep breath and then dropped back into the sand, not even struggling as it enveloped her. A second later, the exploding tag did what it did best. Sakura could feel the heat from the blast wash over her and the sand rubbed her skin raw as it was propelled away from her, but it was just enough to protect her from any real damage. Even as she was sent flying with the sand, she knew that she would come down free and clear. At least for the moment. Twisting in the air, she managed to land mostly on her feet, gasping for breath. There was no time for breathing, however, as the Gaara's sand came back after its lost captive. Sakura hadn't really thought about what she would do after she got free. She hadn't really been convinced that her little ploy would work. Now, tired and covered in burns and scrapes, she wasn't sure what else to do. She didn't have any weapons, her jutsu were useless, and Gaara was basically unharmed. She'd done her best. "I surrender," she whispered dejectedly. The sand didn't stop. Gaara seemed to have calmed slightly since she first punched him, but even when he was calm, Gaara was a killer. Sakura closed her eyes and waited for whatever fate would befall her. Even with her eyes closed, she noticed the sudden darkening of the world as a shadow fell across her. It wasn't a shadow, it was several. "The match is over," Hayate said. On either side of him stood Yugao, Naruto, Sasuke, and, strangely, Anko. Anko looked over her shoulder at the pink-haired genin and winked. "You've gotten all dirty, little princess," she noted. "Che, don't tell anyone I tried to train you, alright? I'd hate to have my name attached to a performance like that." Naruto elbowed the Junin in the side and added, "You did great, Sakura-chan. Listen." Sakura did listen. She hadn't heard it at first, what with waiting to die and all, but now what she was paying attention, she could hear clapping and cheering. Her eyes shifted up to the stands and located the general location where her mother and father had said they would be sitting. Haruno Chiru wasn't hard to spot with her distinctive pink hair. From the distance it was hard to tell, but Sakura thought she might be smiling with pride and she clapped for the performance her daughter had put on. A little farther down and more towards the center, Sakura found Kakashi and Rin. Rin apparently realized that she was being looked at because she stopped clapping for a moment and waved enthusiastically to her student. Closer to the front, a loud whistle rang out that had a distinct Ino ring to it. Sakura let out a slow breath and smiled weakly. That wasn't so bad. Chapter 35. Oh. When Naruto reached the top of the stairs leading into the waiting area, he found Hinata and Shikamaru wearily eyeing Gaara. The sand genin had returned to his usual spot at the far end of the room and wasn't doing anything threatening, but with Gaara that hardly mattered. The four of them were now the only ones left in the waiting area. Sasuke had gone with Sakura back to the infirmary to have her small wounds taken care of, and Temari had still not returned after her defeat. The next match will be between Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji, Hayate called out from below, signaling that the two genin only had a few minutes to show up or they would be disqualified. Hinata turned and let out a small gasp of surprise at the sight of Naruto, her face flushing briefly. Naruto did his best to ignore the evidence of the crush he'd so long been oblivious to. Now that he knew what he was looking at, it seemed his stupidity was being thrown in his face every time an obvious clue appeared. He let out a slow breath and asked, "Are you ready, Hinata-chan?" She gave a very slight nod of her head. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Naruto-kun." They stood there for a moment, Naruto trying to think of something more to say, Hinata looking like she wasn't sure she could step to the side to get around him. Finally, Naruto said, "He's really strong." "Why, yes." Hinata's was one of the few fights he could really remember from the preliminaries the first time around. It had been the first time he'd ever really seen her as someone to pay attention to. Her original match with Neji had nearly cost Hinata her life. She'd been outclassed from the beginning and taken an incredible beating at Neji's hands, but she'd gotten up over and over again. That was probably why he remembered it. There had just been no quit in Hinata, even when she was beaten almost to the point of death. Naruto knew he probably would have been sad if she'd died back then. He certainly would have been outraged that Neji had killed a family member since he, having no family of his own, considered family to be something sacred. Perhaps he would have hurt Neji even more if Hinata had died in that preliminary match. If something happened this time, however, it would be considerably harder on him. Hinata wasn't just an acquaintance who suddenly ended up being interesting, she was a dear friend. If Neji hurt her like he had the first time. What? Naruto tried to think of what he'd do to pay back such a thing. Could he hurt Neji above and beyond what was necessary to win a match between them? Could he kill Neji over it? It was the same dilemma he'd run into when he'd tried to warn Gaara not to hurt Sakura before the previous match, he just didn't have anything that he could threaten. As much as he loved Sakura, he also loved Gaara. As much as he loved Hinata, he also loved Neji. In his mind, they were all members of his family. If he paid one back for hurting another, he was still hurting a family member. If he killed one of them for killing another, he was doubling his losses. I wish the damn invasion would start already, he grumbled to himself. Then, looking back up at Hinata, he said, "Be careful, okay? Fight your hardest and show everyone how awesome you are, but don't overdo it if you don't have to. Neji seems a bit confused to me. Don't push him too far." It was probably the worst advice he'd ever given anyone. Naruto could see in her eyes that she thought it sounded like he was telling her to quit or to lay down and lose. He wasn't even totally sure what he was telling her. He just knew that if things got out of hand and Neji somehow killed her, it probably would be the last thing Neji ever did, and he was important not only as Naruto's friend, but as a leader in the Hyuga clan. As Naruto stepped aside and let Hinata by, it occurred to him that she should probably hear something about that too. "Hinata-chan," he whispered, his hand lightly touching her bicep to slow her, "Neji's probably pretty important to the Branch family, right? If you're going to lead them, you'll need him also. So when you kick his ass, don't hurt him too much." Hinata looked perplexed at his comment, but it was the best he could do. After a second, she nodded and gave him a weak smile and then headed down the stairs. Naruto sighed loudly and shook his head as he walked over to the railing and leaned heavily against it. Down below he could see Hinata and Neji walking towards the middle of the battlegrounds where Hayate was waiting for them. He wished that he hadn't known about the crush, then he wouldn't have felt so awkward about giving a little more encouragement when wishing Hinata well. The first thing he was going to do after stopping the invasion, if it happened, was get Sakura to help him figure out how to get Hinata to get over her crush and go back to just being his friend so he could talk to her without feeling like he was continuously making an ass out of himself. Sakura had always been good at the whole relationships thing, she'd know what to do for sure. Book. Story writing guides. Of course, the whole mess was Sakura's fault in the first place. Perhaps she'd helped enough. Books. "You're different than I remember from the academy," Shikamaru remarked casually, waking Naruto from his thoughts and reminding him that he wasn't alone. "Yeah. How'd you get so strong?" Naruto was on guard now. He hadn't thought about it until that second, but he was basically alone in a room with one of the few people he really didn't want to talk to. Shikamaru was a good friend, but he was entirely too smart for comfort. Until his death, Shikamaru had been one of his most important advisors during his time as temporary Hokage. Naruto knew plenty about his many strengths and few weaknesses. Fooling his brain was like entering an eating contest against Gamatsu. You could win, but your chances were slim at best. Shikamaru could be lied to and tricked like anyone else, but he was exceptionally good at connecting the dots when given observable information. And he'd been watching Naruto mop the ground with two exceptionally powerful ninja. "Kakashi-sensei is really good teacher," Naruto replied honestly, hoping a simple explanation would tide Shikamaru over. Book. Story writing guides. Creative writing courses. Shikamaru nodded. "Yeah, Asuma-sensei's pretty good too. He's kind of a hard ass, which can be troublesome, but I guess we're getting better." He looked up at the clouds and sighed thoughtfully. "Kind of weird that Sakura and Sasuke haven't improved nearly as much as you, huh?" It was said innocently enough, but Naruto knew what his friend meant. Shikamaru didn't buy the whole, "I've been working hard" bit. Naruto had obviously improved too much in too short a time for something like that. In the end, there were only two options. He could play his hand harder and hope that he didn't inadvertently give anything more away, or Well, that's because I'm actually from the future, but I got turned back into a little kid when I was sent back in time. So I know all sorts of cool jutsu that I shouldn't have learned for years and years. He could just tell the truth. It was so insane no one would believe him anyway. Shikamaru snorted and shook his head. You always were weird, you know that. Naruto grinned, the rest of his plan solidifying in his mind. You haven't seen anything. I met this guy, Jiraiya, during the months since the last part of the exam and he taught me all sorts of cool things. When he wasn't peeking at women in the bathhouses. Jiraiya. Yeah, he said he was one of the Sennin or Sannin or something. Sounded pretty big, but he was probably just trying to sound cool. You met Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin? Shikamaru asked, his eyes widening. Naruto frowned. Well, I don't know if he was legendary or not. Is he supposed to be famous? Shikamaru shook his head in disbelief. You really are a dumbass, you know that. I barely stayed awake in the academy and even I know who Jiraiya is. With another shake of his head he turned back to the match. Naruto was careful not to smile or let any expression other than confusion show on his face, but in his mind he was dancing a little jig. His friend might still be a little suspicious, but most of his evidence had just been given the sort of logical explanation that Shikamaru always liked to find. It probably was only going to stall the inevitable. Shikamaru and Kakashi were pretty similar in that regard, but he could deal with that problem later. Besides, he wouldn't be able to play the dumb, weak genin against Gaara. The polite clapping from the crowd echoed softly in the halls as Sasuke and Sakura followed the medic nin back to the infirmary. The two genin had been walking side by side, almost perfectly in step with each other until that moment, but suddenly Sasuke was slightly behind Sakura, his steps out of sync with hers. Sakura tried not to smile. If you want, I can make it the rest of the way on my own, she offered. It had been nice of him to walk with her, but she knew where he'd rather be. She hadn't missed the longing in his voice when he and Naruto had talked about Neji and she'd seen the look in his eye when he saw the fight with Lee. Book. Sasuke might have softened a bit since they first became Team 7, but he was still Sasuke. To him, strong people were just more interesting than weak ones. Especially weak ones who were walking towards infirmaries. I'll walk with you, he replied with just a touch of sullenness in his voice. They won't get to the good stuff for a couple of seconds anyway. He's fighting Hinata, it might. Sakura's voice trailed off. She was going to say that the fight might not last that long, but that wasn't very fair to Hinata. Sakura was certain that Hinata had worked very hard during her month of training. She would be as ready for this fight as she could be, but Neji was just so strong. Naruto has faith in her, Sasuke pointed out, knowing what she'd wanted to say, she'll last for a while. Naruto has faith in everyone, Sakura laughed, though quickly stopped and rubbed her hand gingerly against her protesting side. Besides, his view of Hinata is a little colored. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Are you still going on about that? He made it pretty clear how he felt. Sakura sighed. I might have been a little off in my guess about how he felt, she admitted reluctantly, though she quickly added, but he still acts different around her. Anyway, no matter how he feels, that Neji guy is strong. I don't know how Hinata could fight someone like him. Back in the academy she wasn't any stronger than I was and I spent most of my time. Her face flushed and chuckled nervously. Well, I wasn't training very hard. Naruto's been training her. Sakura's eyebrow rose slightly at Sasuke's revelation, but then she shrugged. I know Naruto's gotten really good, but isn't that a little bit like the blind leading the blind? I mean, figuring out how to do something and teaching someone else to do it are two different things. It was before we went to Kogen, Sasuke added. He's the one I saw working on the tree climbing. He was teaching her. Naruto was doing something like that before Hinata. Sakura asked skeptically. His chakra control was terrible. He's got a lot of it, obviously, but that actually should hurt him when he's trying to do something delicate like tree climbing. Are you sure she wasn't teaching him? Sasuke's face made it pretty obvious that he was sure. Well, I guess he's always been pretty surprising, Sakura conceded. Still, who would have thought back at the academy that he'd ever be this good? When he was put on our team, I thought he'd be dead inside of a week. Book. Sasuke frowned. I did too. He was really bad in the academy. Really bad. I guess Kakashi-sensei is a good teacher. He knows things Kakashi hasn't taught us, Sasuke pointed out. So, what? Someone else is teaching him too. Sasuke pursed his lips and shrugged. I don't know. I used to wonder about it, but I kind of let it go after a while. It is weird though. We'll have to ask him about it when this is all over. Sakura smiled. We'll bribe him with Ichiraku. A couple of bowls on us and he'll be feeling so thankful he'll tell us anything we want to know. They reached the infirmary doors and stopped as the medic nin continued inside. Tonight, Sasuke decided, after the Chunin exam, we'll have Kakashi-sensei come too. If Naruto does really well and makes Chunin, we'll say it's a celebratory dinner. If he loses or doesn't get the promotion, then it's a conciliatory meal. He'll go for it either way. Sakura nodded and pushed open the door. It would be nice to hear how he's doing it. If you improved at the pace he did, they'd make you Hokage by the end of the year. Sakura did her best not to chuckle at her own joke since she didn't want to hurt herself again, and Sasuke smiled a little at the idea of getting that strong that fast. Sakura-chan, Lee called out from within the room. Sakura's eyes widened and she tried to stop in her tracks but was run into from behind by Sasuke, pushing her forward into the room. After a moment of looking around awkwardly, Sakura tried to smile politely. Hi. Ieyashi-san told me that you were incredible in your match, Lee gushed. Truly the power of youth has filled your team. Sakura bit her lip and glanced at Sasuke, who had a very peculiar expression on his face. Oh, thanks. Another awkward silence filled the room as Lee continued to smile at them and Sakura and Sasuke continued to wonder how they should react to him. Finally, the medic nin, whose name was apparently Ieyashi, asked Sakura to get up on one of the beds so he could examine her for any internal injuries and begin treating those that could be seen. I'm going to go watch the match, Sasuke whispered as Sakura walked past him, unless you want me to stay. He gave Lee another strange look. I'll be fine, I'm sure, Sakura told him with a smile. Go make sure Naruto doesn't do anything too stupid. Sasuke nodded and headed for the door, but before he was out of the room, Lee called out. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke paused and looked back at the peculiar genin. Lee's smile grew a little larger. Perhaps after I am recovered, we can have another match. An almost feral grin spread across Sasuke's face. I'll be looking forward to it. Pale white eyes met pale white eyes as Hinata made her way from the stairs to the center of the battlegrounds where Neji and Hayate were waiting for her. After only a second, Hinata lowered her gaze. Neji was mildly impressed that she managed to hold his eyes for as long as she had. He watched her carefully, taking in every movement of her body and picking out all of the little details that most non-Hyuga would miss. She was scared, just as he knew she would be. Book. Online writing communities. He'd thought long and hard about what he'd say to her when they got to this point because he'd been certain that they would eventually end up like this. Even as she approached, he wasn't sure what he would say when he opened his mouth. She had no business being matched up against him. Telling her that would only be stating the obvious, but perhaps with someone like Hinata, the obvious needed to be stated every once in a while. It had been a cruel twist of fate that had forced her to sit and watch as he showed how powerful he was against Lee, knowing that she'd have to face him next. A part of him wondered why she hadn't just forfeited the match from the waiting room rather than walking all the way out here. Perhaps she had, but no one could hear her tiny voice from so far away. Or maybe she thought that his injuries would even the playing field. If that was the case, there might be a grain of truth to what she was thinking. He was in a fair amount of pain. Walking on his broken leg had been considerably more difficult once the adrenaline from his fight with Lee wore off. The medic nin had done what they could, but healing bones took more time than they had. Unless they'd held back to give the main house heiress a little more of an edge. Hinata reached him and was given just a few seconds to ready herself before Hayate coughed and said, "Begin." Neither Hyuga moved for a long moment, and then Neji said, "Hinata-sama, before we start, I must say something." He gave her a chance to look up at him, but when she didn't take it he pressed forward. "You are not cut out to be a shinobi, we both know it. You didn't even train with a single Hyuga instructor during this last month. Nothing you've done will have changed the difference between us, a difference that you are perfectly aware of. For your own sake, forfeit, now." Hinata swallowed hard and then whispered, "Why you have not seen what? What I've done during this last month. You don't know how ready I am. We both know who you are, Hinata-sama. You try to be kind and soft, you shy away from conflict, and you agree with others for the sake of peace and harmony. These are not the qualities of a shinobi." Neji stared at her for a moment longer and then shook his head. "You don't even believe in yourself. I've been aware of your sense of inferiority since almost the first day we met. Nothing has changed. Nothing will change. Please, just accept your fate and forfeit. It will be better for you to remain a genin. You don't want anything more anyway." Hinata shook her head. "No," she whispered, "IW will change. I have changed. I am not the same person you remember." Neji shook his head. "It is worse than I thought. Perhaps if you could have admitted what we both know to be the truth. But instead you show yourself to be nothing more than a spoiled brat, the pampered heir of the main house. People cannot change themselves." Again she shook her head. "No, Neji-ni-san, you are mistaken. People can change. Really? Neji asked with a mocking laugh. Tell me, can a person change his face? Can he become more handsome if he is born ugly? Can he become smarter if he is born with an inferior mind? No. Looks, brains, potential, personality. We are born with these things, we are judged by these things, and we judge others by these things. They are a fate we are born with, as unchangeable as the fact that one day we are all fated to die. Just as unchangeable is the fact that I was born into the branch house and you were born into the main house. Once more she shook her head. I'm sorry, but why you are wrong. There are some things we must live with, but we can still change. We can study, we can train. We can find friends who help us see our worth. Perhaps we can't change which family we were born into, but we can change what it means to be a part of that family. Neji shook his head. She was even more of a pampered child than he'd realized. A large part of him actually hoped that she would continue to refuse to forfeit now. Taking away Lee's hope had been an unpleasant necessity, this would be a pleasure. Apparently fate knew what it was doing as it pushed the two of them to this point. Book. He brought his hands up and formed the activation seal. Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged as his Kekkei Genkai activated. He stared long and hard at her with those eyes that others always thought could stare right into a person's soul. The Byakugan couldn't quite accomplish that feat, but the insight that it offered came close enough. He could see the smallest movement, the changes in the flow of her chakra, everything he needed to read her like a book. And what he found was surprising. Hinata wasn't as nervous as he'd expected her to be. There was a tiny tremble in her fingertips, but it wasn't as big as it should have been. Her flow of chakra was smooth and calm, as was her breathing. Everything he saw led him to one inescapable conclusion: Hinata would not forfeit. I am not responsible for what happens to you, he offered as a final warning. Hinata's hand came up as she activated her own Byakugan. I know. If you plan on activating the seal, anyone watching will know about the duplicity of the main house. Neji sneered as he brought his hands up into the classic Juken starting position, his right hand at his side, his left arm up with his palm pointing at her. I will never do that, Hinata replied as her left hand mimicked his. Her right hand, however, did not move towards her side, but rose up behind her, not to you nor to anyone else. Ever. Neji frowned at the strange quirk in her form, but didn't bother to comment on it. It didn't matter what strange thing she decided to do, she was weaker than him, so it was her fate to lose. Fate was fate. The two Hyuga moved at almost the exact same moment. What is she doing, father? Hyuga Hanabi asked as she noticed her older sister's form. That's not Juken. Hiyashi did not answer as he watched his daughter prepare to fight his nephew. Hinata's movements were familiar, but strange at the same time. He could see that what she was doing was based off of Juken, but the differences were clearly there as well. Perhaps this was where the sudden changes in her matches with Hanabi were coming from. The two of them hadn't been forced to fight each other since just before the Chunin exam, but even then Hinata had been making strange movements during her training. There had been complaints from her teachers that Yuhi Kurenai's taijutsu was beginning to corrupt Hinata's Juken, but that obviously wasn't the case. This was something completely different from an accidental switching between one form and another. This was a whole new form. When he'd seen Neji use Kaden, Hiyashi had been amazed. For a branch member to learn such a closely guarded secret all on his own was unheard of. In that one moment, it seemed that Neji had completely surpassed all of his peers from the main house. Then he'd taken it a step farther when he'd shown that he was also capable of performing Hake Rokujian Sho. Hiyashi almost wished Hinata would have taken Neji's advice and forfeited. Anything would have been better than having the main house heir completely crushed by a branch house member. Tensions were high in the family anyway, Hinata being defeated by Neji could prove explosive. So what was she doing? What were these movements? What is Hinata-ne-san doing? Hanabi asked again. That's not Juken, she's going to be killed if she fights like that. Hiyashi shook his head. I don't know, he admitted. When this is over, I will speak to her.